Hello, everyone. Welcome to the NRG Series. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. I am joined by Mr. Doomwake, Darren O'Donnell himself. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing very well, Will, and I am very, very excited to be commentating on some team action. You know, it doesn't really get any better than team events.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. It is a team event today. We have got how many teams? 89 teams in the room battling out. That's standard. That's modern and some legacy. Haven't seen legacy in a hot moment, so I'm really excited for that one to kick off. If you were playing today, Doom, what seat would you want to be in and what deck would you be on?
Honestly, I talked to you a little bit about this in the break. I've been playing a lot of standard, and I think standard is where I would want to focus my energy. And I'm a big fan of the Boros tokens deck, which
Okay.
seems to be a deck that's kind of been doing very, very well in the leagues and challenges. And I've been working on it myself, so that's probably where I would be today.
Okay, well, I feel like we're going to have Corbin would be have to play Merfolk, so he's going to sit in the modern seat. So that puts me in Legacy, and I'm just going straight, Frog reanimate shenanigans. I just want to play a lot
You're
of
not playing
creeps, a lot of
Legacy
Frog.
Infect?
It's Orcus Bowmaster's a card, okay, and
Yeah,
it's really,
sure.
really good, and it really, really hurts my Infect deck, unfortunately. But that's a whole different conversation because we've got so much of it today. We've got 7 rounds of this before we cut to the top finishers and see how it's going to go. Obviously, you're throughout today. This is going to be a long slug for you. You're doing every round today. I'm a part timer yet again. I'm just kicking the show off, and then we'll pass it off to Corbin later on. But they're going to be battling out for their share of $10,000 on the line today, and 3 more slots to the end of year showdown invitational that we've got going on. We would have got a bunch of people qualified for it. Maybe we can see who's already qualified for that and the leaderboard going up on the screen shortly, so we can kind of talk through that. This is as yesterday, so I don't think this has been updated since yesterday. So this is where we're at. Okay, everyone in orange has already qualified. We will see them on the next slide, and we will see them at the end of the year. Are there any standout players due in here?
I mean, just all of these names we've seen at a ton of our events: Harrison, Sean, May, Connor, Garrick, just Dom, Dom Harvey. Shout out to Dom, and yeah, just a ton of great players who are playing on the NRG series, and just the best of the best.
This is what I like. And this is my personal preference of having a series and being a player. Is I get to see my name on a leaderboard. I get to try every single event to try and get those more points to get this on the screen. So I know every single time I turn on coverage, I will see my name on the screen because I have a huge ego, Devin. I need to get it scratched. But I'm not that good, which is the problem. So I never see myself on the next slide where we see the players that are actually qualified, and we will see in the end of the year 35K invite only event. These are some killers on this list. Point out a few to me.
Nikachu, shout out to Nikachu, Jonathan Zaksek, who took down a showdown with Merfolk, and yeah, just like I said, all these names you see basically every single NRG and are always at the top of the standings for good reason.
Yeah, always at the top. Some absolute good. Obviously, returning champ Stephen Dykeman there. Then we've got May French is in there. The most take down Dom on his back-to-back weekend. Did it twice. It was like that's not good enough for me. I need to do it twice. It was such a sick weekend of Magic to see there. Really cool moving forward on that. So that's all the players that we'll see as we move forward. But we've got players sat down in the feature match ready to go. And as we've told you, it is 3 different seats. There's one in standard. There's one in modern. There's one in legacy. And because we haven't seen Legacy in a while, well, we're going to kick off with Legacy today, where we got a bit. I'm going to say I haven't seen it in a hot moment, but a bit of Yorion out there. So everyone's a fan of the big 80 card decks. That is going to be one of our main feature matches this round, and it's going up against. Did I see? Was it a Frog Tide or Frog Tempo or something?
Grixis Tempo, Channeler, Nethergoyf, Psychic Frog, Murktide Region. What surprises me about this Legacy feature match is 0 copies of Grief, which is kind of a menace that has been tearing up Legacy and has caused a lot
Yeah.
of conversation over the past couple of weeks. But yeah, no Delvers here. This basically we've swapped Delvers for Nethergoyfs, right?
Neverglobe's a good card, especially when you're playing Frogs and you can just grow it by putting more cards into your graveyard. It's pretty cool. I don't see like even in this sort of deck, I feel like I should be putting reanimates in there. I just want to reanimate everything. I'm very greedy when it comes to my decks that I play in Legacy. But it's going to be interesting. We get to do it. I haven't covered Legacy, I think, since the last NRG that we did together. And that one was a hoot. Just seeing really powerful cards all come together. I know there's a lot of talk at the minute about what might happen tomorrow in not only modern, that's got the big one, target on its back, but then so does Legacy. I would even go as far as say as Pioneer does as well. I think tomorrow, hopefully, is going to be a huge shake-up. This is my personal preference. I hope it's a nice big shake-up for tomorrow. But who knows what's going to happen? We're all going to have to find out as we go. And here we go. We're going to kick off today, round number 1 of 7 here at the NRG Series, kicking off with Legacy. It looks like Craig on the right of our screen on Grixis Tempo is kicking us off. Turn 1 fetch.
Yep, so it's going to be fetch for Volcanic, not a Black Source. Presumably has something like a Nethergoyf. This matchup is really interesting because, so a card that you typically see in a lot of these sort of like Delver or Tempo or blue-black Grixis style decks is Orcish Bowmasters, and one of the primary cards, card advantage engines in Kyle's deck list is, as you mentioned, that copy of Up the Beanstalk, and without something like Orcish Bowmasters to kind of keep that in check, it'll be really interesting to see how that dynamic shifts, Beans versus a deck without Bowmasters.
Yeah, so obviously our good friend Mr. Anu is a huge endorser of these the Beans deck in Legacy.
Oh
Loves
yeah.
playing it, so he's gonna be super happy that this is on the screen. I should probably give him a message and be like, "Hey, Anu, get in here. We've got your deck going." But how important is it to be on the play on these tempo decks when you've got access to cards like Days in the main?
Absolutely. Yeah. You kind of hit the nail on the head. This is the sort of classic Delver versus mid range strategy where the Delver deck, or I guess in this case, the Delverless Delver deck, just wants to kind of get onto the board with a threat and protect it as long as possible. In this case, it's a channeler, but there's this a host of cheap threats here: 4 Channeler, 4 Nethergoyf, and 4 Psychic Frog. So the goal for Craig here is to just land a threat and try to protect it as long as possible, and just kind of keep Kyle stumbling. Not necessarily going to close out the game quickly like a traditional aggro deck would, but it's more of here's my threat, and I'm just going to answer your ways to answer my threat.
Look how quickly we're filling up this graveyard here. We do have access to things like Murktides, which we used to see some of the other big fat Delver creatures floating around. We used to have the Angler. I remember when Tasco was all the rage. RIP that card. Don't see it anymore. But being able to just have a 1 mana, or in this case 2 mana threat. It could be a 7-8 powered flyer in Legacy is huge, right? Even just a 1 mana Nevergoyf like this. That's a quick math. Is that a
Sorcery,
free
instant,
fall?
artifact, land. I think it's 4. I see
4?
sorcery, artifact, instant, land. Oh no, there's no instant. Right? Okay. What is that promo card? Will, you're good at promos.
That is a collapse. The Schnurker, what's it called? Molten Collapse.
Oh, Molten
I'll turn it
Collapse.
up.
Okay, so that's a sorcery. Yeah, so 3 sorceries, artifact, 2 lands. So yeah, currently a 3/4.
I did a
You're
thing.
I don't know. I
Let
don't know
me.
how you're so good at that game. By the way, it's just you can see like the corner of a promo and you snap it off.
Do you know how? It's because I buy
How?
them all. That's literally
Oh,
why. Like,
I
I buy.
see. Okay.
I'm the guy that goes. If I like, there's a recent secret lair that just came out with Quarter Cooling in it. I had to buy 4 copies of that secret lair just to get the 4
Gotcha.
copies, and there's got all these extra cards that I don't need. Like I am that guy. But that's the Swords of Plowshare coming down. So that's the premium removal spell in Legacy. I would say that's going to add another point of life because Delirium is not on. Why did we take out the Dragon Age channel and not the Nevergoyf?
I think Kyle is maybe worried about looking for ways to like Kyle wants to try and get Craig off of ways to find extra cards. So the channeler doesn't necessarily provide card advantage per se, but it's very good card selection where, it allows Craig every time he's casting these cantrips to dig closer to those answers like Force of Will and things that would prevent Kyle from taking those game actions.
That's good. It's all these micro decisions. Like I've really tried to get into Legacy in the last year or so, mainly because the new forced me to. But like I've been to some tournaments. I've done some things. It's a really cool format, but it really rewards the micro decisions. Like you can't just willy nilly crack your fetches like we do in modern. Even though it's kind of got a little bit better now. We've got surveil lands, but like it in the day you just used to crack them and whatever. I'll take my life. In this one, because we've got access to all these different cantrips and manipulate the top of our deck, we've really got to set up these turns in advance before we do things. And here comes the Leyline's Binding coming down. And be
It'll be
interested to see this dissolves. Also play my days I like.
Yeah, and I was gonna say it'll be interesting to see what he goes to kill. He
Here
decides to
he
kill
is.
the channeler again. So, it's Kyle is really just kind of ignoring that Nethergoyf. I mean, realistically, it's not that much more of a clock. It's right now it is 4 power because the days hit the graveyard, but even then it's still the difference between 3 and 4 is not too much. Especially with Kyle at 13, where the 4 is still only a 3-turn clock. And Craig says, you know what? The third time's the charm.
You really don't want me to have these, but I'm just going to keep playing them, add them to the battlefield. I did mention the fact that there's a 4-colored beans deck on the camera, and guess who appeared in the chat?
Oh, it's like Spidey senses.
Oh, it's always going to happen. It's okay. This is the Leyline Bun's interesting seeing these decks. You know, do they play any Triumphs? Let me have a look at this deck list. Or is Triumph
There's
just too
one.
slow? There was one, yeah, I can
There
see
is
that.
one, yeah. Even in Legacy, tap lands, we still got to play them. As we
This
see,
deck just plays
Wasteland
everything
here.
I want to play. It's got Uros in it. It's got Flages in it. It's got main deck Veil of Summers in it. I love it.
Yeah, another interesting card that we didn't touch on was the main deck Ground Seals. As we discussed earlier, the Legacy has sort of had this reanimator problem
Mhm.
lately, where just reanimator is all over the place. And Ground Seal is not a card that you see every day, but it is a 2-mana enchantment ETB draw card, and cards in graveyards can't be the target of spells or abilities. So really, really good against those reanimator style decks.
I it's funny because I was actually watching someone that was in chat, shout out to me, streaming this deck, and he played it thinking that it was safe against a reanimate deck, but they changed up the reanimate package to, I can't remember the card. It's like a two
Oh,
mana card.
Exhume.
Yeah, they changed it
Right.
up to
Okay.
Exhume to play around it, and
I didn't even think
I
about
was
that.
just like, whoa, that's so big brain. And here's the fourth Dragon Age Chandler. That's a full house of Dragon Age Chandlers on the battlefield, or at least been cast this game, shall we say? Yeah, we're doing a count as well over here on Kyle's side. Likes that top card. It's a wasteland. Do you
Well,
see
no.
the?
So you see what Kyle did there. He drew a card for turn and kind of paused for a little bit. Do you know why he did that?
No, tell me.
Well, there are 2 copies of Terminus in Kyle's deck list, so I was doing the miracle check to see if that was the top card. Maybe kind of putting I was going to say putting the fear of God into Craig, but obviously he would have cast it if that was the top card, so it's Craig can probably assume that it wasn't. But yeah, 2 copies of Terminus, and I believe there is one more miracle in the form of Triumph of Saint Catherine, which is a card that we don't see every day, but that one is pretty sweet.
That is a real sweet card when you see that. But we're going to see this Pathrex. I'll get him put on top of our deck from another. This just seems like every good banned card in Moderns in this deck. This is a Mystical Sanctuary. So, because we have 3 islands in play when this resolves, we can put card sorcery or instant on top of our library. That being that Swords to Plowshare.
Yeah,
Now
really
we're going
heads
to.
up play here from Kyle. Fetch the Mystic Sanctuary, put the plow on top, and then play the up the beanstalk to draw into the plow. I gotta say, Kyle's leftovers aren't very good though. If
No.
this Swords to Plowshares does not work, Kyle's in a rough spot.
Well, yeah, all we've got now in hand is Land and Wasteland. OG Wasteland, opposed to where Craig's playing the Lord of the Rings Wastelands. That's actually the ones I own. I think they're the prettiest ones. Just saying. Get in there for
Yeah,
another
so the
3.
Channeler's gonna put into 3, and Kyle really needs a good top deck here.
Well,
And
that's a good one.
was that a
That's a
good
good
one?
one. That's a good one.
I would say it's pretty good.
Is a 3 mana lightning helix that can come back good. Force a will check. Nope.
See, the funny story about this though is Kyle has Tropical Island, Mystic Sanctuary, and Basic Island, so we're really not even close to flashing back that Flage yet.
It's done its job. It's done its job at the minute. It's
Yeah, it's
fine.
good enough.
We're in double lightning bolt range now. We're gonna see our first surveil land here in Legacy.
I'm actually going to take a look at the mana base because I want to do a check for how many actual white sources. Because I think one of them got wastelanded. Kyle has 2 tundras, 1 meticulous archive, 1 plateau, 1 plains, 1 savanna. So plenty of white sources. But as of right now, like I mentioned, just doesn't have the ability to flash that back. But as long as Craig does not find another threat immediately, has a little bit of time to set up and try to find those lands to get the flage back.
Swamps to the graveyard. See a force of will in hand. Play our land and go. That's a force of will back, but now we play our land so we can hard cast it. But we're going to
Okay,
pick.
interesting.
Yeah, it shows. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, chose to pick up the Yorion instead. If he has to cast the Force of Will, still can pitch the Yorion to it, but leaving up the opportunity to sort of play the Yorion, blink the Beanstalk, and then get a threat in a card. But the Wasteland's gonna stop Kyle from gonna prevent Kyle from being able to take that line.
There's a force negation, so we've got some reactive cards in our hand right now. Nowhere near casting that Flage back, as you mentioned.
Yeah. And we got Wastelanded too. So now we're on Volcanic Island Sanctuary Trop. So we have only one of our 4 lands cast that Flage. So we're still 3 away.
There isn't anything crazy going on that we can manipulate our mana, is there? No. Okay.
No, not that I
Brainstorm, that's a good one.
Yeah, and we're going to just go ahead and fire that off. Again, Craig really just wants to try and find threats. Well, now we're not going to find any threats because that's going to make Kyle is going to force a negation that, which does make a lot of sense. You want to just kind of keep Craig off of those big threats as long as possible. And Kyle knows that you can't force a negation the threats. So Brainstorm is a good target.
Oof.
And Threat we did find.
Yeah, this was gonna let us draw a card, remember, because there is an up the beanstalk on the battlefield. But first we're gonna let the Dell happen, get rid of those. Gonna turn it into a 8/8, maybe. Yep. Well, at the minute, at 6 at the minute, 7. Do we need to go big? They're only at 6
Nah.
life.
Yeah, you don't need to go super all in here. And I think what Craig is thinking is maybe he wants to save a couple of spells in the graveyard in case he draws the second Murktide. So, with Kyle,
Oh,
Kyle's down to 5 from the Force of Will.
do you see
And
what we drew off the bean? We drew the terminus.
that's
So
funny.
awkward.
Yeah, you could imagine if Kyle knew the top card was Terminus, maybe he wouldn't have fought over the Murktide with the Force of Will, but that's kind of awkward. I mean, still has the Terminus, and as we play land number 5 here, we're going to get a Meticulous Archive. I mean, any land would still let Kyle hardcast it, and now we're halfway there towards Flage because we have the Volcanic and the Meticulous Archive. And I guess if you're Kyle here, it's a question of I wonder if Kyle would be interested in keeping lands on top because the Flage and the Terminus. It's kind of close. I feel like I would be interested in maybe just keeping it, but we'll see what Kyle does.
Ooh, Lawrence
What was
revealed at
that?
the top.
Lorien, okay. Draw 4.
It seems good to me.
Yeah, Kyle.
Yeah, I was about to say this is going to happen. Force stitching
There,
force.
there was a bit of hesitation too because Kyle has seen days out of Craig, so Kyle was not sure. But even with the Force of Will, that exchange is still fine for Kyle because you got the card off the beanstalk.
Well, we drew another Lawrence revealed for our card off the bean anyway. So we're going to start off here though with a ponder. Ooh,
Ooh.
that's some nice hits. We've got a dress down. We've got a surveil
So,
land, and we've got the
you know what you could even do here?
go for it.
You could draw the dress down, and then on Craig's turn, dress down into the Triumph, and the Triumph only costs 2 on the Miracle, right? Let me look. Yeah, Miracle
Yes.
is 2. So you can dress down into the Triumph on Craig's turn, which is something I think Kyle is pretty interested in.
Okay. Have a little look. Found the frog.
Do we fight over this? I guess we don't have the ability to, because I
We don't.
think we only have Force of Negation, right?
Yeah, we've got the dress down. That's about it. Flip this. Try and cast this. Draw a card because it's so 5. A value train is running right now. And oh yeah.
Craig's just off it.
Turns out having a big 5/5 life linker for 2 mana is pretty good in Legacy, even in your 80 card pile. Shout out to those sleeves as well. But we're going to move across because this is a team trios event, so we don't have to wait for them to decide. Well, we can just jump to another game. So we're going to jump across to standard now, which I know you're a big fan of this. This is your jam, so to speak. Talk to me about what I'm just seeing now. What is that card?
That is a Hired Claw off of a Cavern of Souls. The deck that Christian is playing is affectionately known as Rakdos Lizards, and the reason is basically every creature in the deck has the lizard creature type, and it's utilizing a lot of synergies. Where Hired Claw says whenever a lizard attacks, you deal a damage. There's a lot of cards that lizards that deal 1 damage, and then lizards that also reward you for dealing your opponent damage. As you can see, this is kind of the perfect ideal start here for Christian. 1 drop on turn 1, and then that second card that Christian played is Flame Cash Gecko, which for those of you who remember Birding Tree Emissary, it's a 2-mana 2/2, and when it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, you make a black and a red, and then that gives you the 2 mana to also play Gev. So really aggressive start here, and Aviva only leading on a turn 2 Innkeeper's Talent, not exactly something that we would want.
Okay,
When you're facing
I'm
down this
already
much
signed
pressure.
up. This is my deck now. I want to play this lizards deck. 1, because like I say, I'm playing lizards, and 2, look how powerful that is. You mentioned Burning Tree Embassy. Throw back to that card, one of my favorite cards ever to play in standard. And now I'm turning. What was this turn 3, and I'm attacking for a bunch here. This is what 6, 7 damage coming across. I'm in. I'm locked. That's it. After this game, I'm getting this deck. It's that simple.
Yeah, this is where I go to the sideboard and I look and see how many sweepers that Haviva has in her sideboard, and there's a decent amount. There is 4 copies of Choking Miasma, but I mean, if you look at this battlefield, she needs it, or we're just dead this turn. And there's a Glissa, which does kind of help lock up the battlefield a little bit. But honestly, if you're in Christian's spot, you can probably just say, okay, I'm okay with losing one of these creatures because I'm dealing you enough damage that, losing one creature in combat doesn't really matter too much here. But yeah, that was basically the decider whether or not Haviva had that sweeper on turn 3. If she did, pretty good position. But now I think she might just be a little bit too far behind on board.
No, I think like what's the worst that happens? You attack everything, you lose one of these creatures, you deploy another creature, so you can do the same the turn after potentially. This turn you end up getting in like dropping the life points down to about 5. So yeah, I think you're the line that you said is where I'd kind of be on this as well.
Yeah, because on the board, if she blocks, I would assume she blocked the give. The Hired Claw will trigger. That'll put her to 9, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should put Aviva down to 4, I believe, or 3 rather. Sorry. So still a pretty good spot here. Thoughtstalker Warlock is the card here for Christian. Maybe
Love
we
it.
can bring that one up on the screen. But that one is 3 mana 2/2 menace, and then when it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life, you get to basically Thoughtseize them.
Mm-hmm.
And it has some very nice synergy with Gev, because Gev says whenever you cast a lizard spell, deal 1 damage to I think it's each opponent. So the cast deals them a damage, and then once it comes into play, you've already dealt them a damage to get that trigger.
Dude, I'm so sold on this deck now. This is
It's good.
exactly what I want to do in Magic. Is all this? There it is on the screen. No, I'm pulling one out of the hat again. I know what this card does because I've drafted it a lot. Like
But
that's
isn't
what
it busted in draft too?
oh, it's so good. It's so good
Yeah.
in draft. It's sick. And yeah, we're gonna get across with everything. I imagine there's a block happening.
Yeah, either the give or the fire, the mentor. Looks like we're going to block the give, which does make sense. That one represents a little bit more damage. I mean, again, we're kind of in a spot where Haviva really needs sweeper or bust. And honestly, at this point, funny enough, the sweeper might not even do it, because at 2 life, the sweeper that Haviva has only is -2/-2, and that Thoughtstalker Warlock is a 3/3. So even if we draw the Choking Miasma, which she did draw, I don't think it's enough, because the Warlock survives, and that will have Menace on Christian's turn.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at the cards going through it and think you're exactly right. By the way, can I just? I always say this: Glisser is a heck of a card. Like this card
Oh,
is insane.
speaking of Glissa, no, I found the line. You attack with Glissa, remove the counter from Warlock, and then cast the Miasma. I guess you could just do it the other way around too. You could, you want to cast the Miasma first so you get damage in,
Oh,
right? Because Glissa
yeah,
can
because
remove
it's
counters. Yep.
yeah. I was about to say this card does so much for 3 mana. If it had one more toughness, it'd also be more broken. But I think you'd see it in playing in a lot more formats. Like the fact it just dies to lightning bolts in other formats is pretty rough. But now, as long as she sees the line,
Oh
I don't
no, we
think she
didn't see the
did.
line. Oh,
I think she's
tough.
gonna. That's a rough one because obviously because it's got the minuses on it. The +1/+1 counter saves it. You attack, remove the counters. It drops to 0 power. It will then die. Yeah, that's unfortunate there, but that means that they're going to go to game 3. But we can get those back to Legacy. Let's have a little look.
Glissa, honestly, Glissa's got too many words.
No.
Got too many words.
I'm a fan of just putting more words on cards, even for no reason, which seems to be some of the things that we see these days. Just put them on. Just put more cards, more text. Let's do it.
Have you ever seen the card Kaya Spirit's Justice, Will?
I give me a second.
It's a card that's been memed on a little bit, because I think it has something along the lines of like 40 lines of text or something. And nobody actually, I've read the card personally about 100 times, and I still don't know what it does. So yeah,
Okay,
there it is. Look
here
at
it
that.
is.
We'll get
Here it
that
is.
one up for
Okay,
chat. It's
so
so small you can barely read it.
yeah, there's a lot of text on that. It's a planeswalker. It's meant to have text. Yeah, that's I use the old. They released that secret layer of like the old school cards, but done as planeswalkers. So there's no like they're not
Oh
laid
yeah,
out like this. It's just one wall of text. Like
Teferi
that.
Karn. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the planeswalkers I use if I can. All right, chat. So that time for me to ask you, what legacy deck would you be bringing this weekend if you were playing in the NRG? I'm on the reanimate list. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna stick with the trend. I just want to be playing Griefs and reanimating big boys out of my graveyard. What about you, Devin?
Legacy, huh? I'll be
Yeah.
honest with you, Will. I haven't really dabbled too much in Legacy. I think the last time I played Legacy, I was playing Initiative, but that was when the White Plume Adventure was still legal. So I don't know if that deck is good anymore. But yeah, I do kind of like those sort of white Ancient Tomb stompy decks, though.
Okay. Look, it's still a deck. It just might not be great right now. That's all.
Yeah,
It might be great as of tomorrow at 4 p.m. or whatever time it
you
happens
never
tomorrow.
know.
But we're starting off with a Nevergoyf here. One of the MH3 cards that have been printed. We were like Tarmogoyf. It doesn't see play anymore. Sure, we'll make a 1 mana version for you. Turns out this one is actually pretty good. And now with just a simple fetch like that, we can get in there for 1 point of damage.
Yep,
Passing back.
And we'll see what Kyle's follow up is here. Kyle really wants to try and find, last game we saw Kyle kind of stymie the early aggression with a bunch of those swords to plowshares and was able to really keep Craig off the balance for a little bit. And it looks like Kyle's hand is maybe a little bit more, reactive in a different way. I don't see any swords to plowshares, but I see a couple Lorians. I see a red elemental blast and I think a solitude along with, is that a brainstorm?
That
I
is
think it
an
might be a
alternate
brainstorm.
art brainstorm because I use those ones as well.
They do look nice.
They're really nice. They were hard to get. That's what I'm saying to you. They were hard for me to get. And Lawrence revealed though that this cycle of of literally cycle creatures from Lord of the Rings really had a good impact in multiple formats, right? Like it made Living End so much more better, able to go down on their land count, up on their creature count, which is all they want to do. Really, we've seen them move into Legacy because Lawrence revealed great late game can draw you some cards, early game can get you some land, can also be used as a blue card to ditch to some of your Force of Negations, Force of Will type cards.
Yep, and there is an Orcish Bowmaster here from Craig. Now, we did talk a little bit about this because, I mentioned that Craig didn't have any copies of Bowmaster in the main deck. Well, there is one copy in the sideboard, so that is the one of here for Craig, but it's pretty good, especially against Kyle's hand with the Brainstorm, the Up the Beanstalk, that, Lorraine revealed. So a lot of cards that maybe we'll obviously firing off the brainstorm in response to get under
Yeah.
the Orcish Bowmasters, but still a bit of a hindrance here, especially if the follow up wants to be Up the Beanstalk.
Oh, I'm using one of the Orc Army tokens for one of our artists that are on site this weekend. I know that
Ooh,
art
that
from
is
anywhere.
gorgeous. I
Yeah,
do like that.
there's some like, and that's the good thing about just these events in general. Yes, there's a bunch of magic. Yes, there's amazing stuff on the prize wheel, but there's also artists there. You can get your card signed, you get some fancy mats, some cool tokens like this one, and they get put on camera, and then we get to talk about them. So yeah, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah. And so what is the Netherglyph is currently a 2-3 after that
Yeah.
Mishra's Bauble. So Kyle's gonna fall down a little bit more. There's the Triome. So Kyle's hand again was Up the Beanstalk. I think I saw an Uro that was picked up off the Brainstorm, and looks like Red Elemental Blast. There's the Solitude as well. So maybe he wants to go for. So I like this play because you're going to test the waters a little bit, see if the binding resolves, and then if it doesn't, you can untap Solitude and then Beanstalk. But now by casting the binding first, you can actually go Beanstalk, and then after the Beanstalk, follow that up with maybe the. I guess I don't think there's another white card for the Solitude.
I'm putting Yorion in hand here instead
Now
of
there is.
playing Beanstalks. So this is where I feel like my inexperience comes in here. I'm like, oh, I'll just slam my Beanstalks this turn. Like, why would I not play both Beanstalks and try and set up for like a powerful later turn? At the minute, there's only 3 damage on the battlefield.
So the reason I think you want to do that is you don't have a white card for the Solitude, and I think Kyle's plan is to, like, if your plan is to Beanstalk and then Solitude the Netherglyph next turn, I
Mhm.
think he's better off doing it this way because now he has the option to Solitude this turn if he feels like he needs to, but if he doesn't want to, can just take the hit this turn, next turn deploy the Beanstalk, and then the Solitude after that to get that extra card.
All right, cool. That's then now we're all learning together. There's another green source off the top.
So now he has enough to deploy both if he wants to. Which you can even go double Beanstalk and then try to hold up the Meticulous Archive, and we're gonna fight over this.
Force
Oh,
ditching the burrows. That's gonna eat the elemental blast. Bean's gonna resolve.
goodness.
We draw a card. 1 mana, swords. Get the Nevergoyf out of here.
Yeah,
And
this
we've
is as
still
good
got
as it
white card plus
gets.
solitude.
Yep. And now the question for Kyle is, do you want to fire off the Solitude here, or do you want to wait for that second Beanstalk? It's interesting. The Netherglyph is currently, instant artifact land, so only a 3/4. I feel like if you're Kyle, you can maybe afford to take 3 more damage and then just set up for Beanstalk plus Solitude next turn, and then have the Uro as the leftover as well.
Like I played some Sultai lists in Legacy, and I just wanted to play Uro again. It is still a house in this format. Like you think, yeah, cool, you're gonna get shit damage in, you're gonna get me down to a low life. 1 Uro resolves, you get your triggers, you get it back from the graveyard. It's just so much extra value attached to one simple magic card. And on the other side, your opponent's got to use like maybe potentially 2 cards at a time just to stop it. It's so good. It really is so good. Not that I need to tell anybody how good Uro is, but
Yeah, and one other card that I
Ooh.
want to bring up that I want to I was gonna say I didn't even think about this, but The other card that I wanted to bring up in Craig's sideboard was Price of Progress, as you know, this is the Harbinger of the Seas that we kind of saw to do a little bit yesterday in Modern. Pretty good here. Now, what I will say is the unfortunate thing for Craig here is Kyle does have Solitude, and that one is
Mhm.
castable through the Harbinger. So that's going to be able to take care of the Harbinger, and then maybe you could even go say Uro into Up the Beanstalk, maybe Beanstalk first to try and find another copy of Leyline Binding, which Kyle just drew off the top. So yeah, everything's kind of come up here for Kyle. Everything is coming up, Kyle.
Now basically every card's going to be drawing us 2 cards. At least the cards that matter in this case. So for 1 mana, Leyline's Binding, double trigger off the Up the Beanstalk. So we get 2 more cards to our hand. This gets rid of the Nevergrowth, leaving just a 1/1 Orc Mass token. Still got a land drop for the turn, I think. If we have a land. I'm going to go for a ponder. Look at top 3.
Yeah, at this point, Kyle essentially just has everything he could ever want and just wants to make sure that there's something. I think he's maybe thinking about the top deck. Maybe he doesn't have Price of Progress on his radar, because I think that's the one card that Craig could draw at this point, where if Kyle doesn't have a counter spell lined up, and I don't see a Force of Will in hand. So Price of Progress is maybe the only path to victory here for Craig, but we're going to run out of time shortly because that Uro is going to gain a bunch of life too.
Yeah, we're going to see. If anyone that did not play in the era of Uro when it was legal in Modern, you're probably going to see why this card is now not legal in Modern. It does a lot. So we're going to gain 3 life. We're going to draw a card. We're going to play an extra land for the turn. Then it goes to our graveyard. Kind of see this effect with Flage a lot, but just imagine drawing cards and gaining more life and adding more land to the battlefield with your Flage. That's basically what this is.
Yeah, this is Flage, but instead of drawing a Lightning Helix, you're drawing a random card, right?
What's
That's
the?
what people have described it as.
Are we missing any of the giant cycles? So we got Croxa, Uro, Flage.
That's it,
That's the
right?
only
It's
3
only
we've
three.
got, right? So we're due a couple more.
Are
MH4,
we?
MH5.
I think they should make I think they should make more like Croxa and less like Ura. I think the idea was that Flage was maybe in between Croxa and Ura, but I think it's way more closer to Ura than it is Croxa.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is a way to go around it. The card is just so good. Chat saying the lore only had 3 Titans. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool, actually. Like, I love when it throws back to lore. I wish I was more into the lore of Magic than
Same.
than I was. But yeah, we're going to take that one down. So we're going to see Kyle take it down with 4 color beans. That's a nice 2-0 victory. But if you look at all the rest of them, everyone's at 1 apiece. So we're going to move back to that standard, because standard has just got a fresh new set, whole new rotation. So we get to look at these cool decks. Plus, I want to see more lizards. Looks a little bit more of a not as aggressive board state as last time we were watching.
Yeah, if we're coming into this game, this is kind of how you want the game to go for Haviva, not turn 1 drop into Burning Tree Emissary plus 2 drop into, turn 3 2 more spells. This is the game that Haviva wants to be playing. Now, we didn't touch on this for a little bit when we got to this game before, but Haviva is playing. It says Golgari mid-range, but realistically, Will, it's kind of like Golgari Splinter Twin. So the combo that these Golgari decks are playing nowadays is the Innkeeper's Talent plus Vraska Betrayal's Sting. So Innkeeper's Talent is the enchantment that puts counters on things, and then when you get to the 3rd level, it says if you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that number of those kinds of counters. So what that means is that Vraska would normally enter with 6 loyalty. It will now enter with 12, which means you can immediately ultimate. And the ultimate says give your opponent 9 poison counters. Well, 9 times 2, Will, that's 18. And you know what happens if you have 18 poison counters?
I feel like I know more than most people in the world, but you get a handshake. That's what
Yes, you
happens.
do.
You get a handshake and a fist bump, and your opponent going, "What just happened?" You're like, "Well, that's what just
Now,
happened."
I don't know if we're going to see that in this game because the Christian's deck is a little too aggressive for that. But that is a tactic that these Golgari decks frequently move towards in a lot of these matchups.
Christian, unfortunately, we did get to look at the hand from the bat. It had 2 lands in it. We then go to combat, cycle one of the or rummage one of the cards from our hand into the graveyard, draw a fresh one. It was another land, so a little bit flooded over here. The every aggro player's nightmare, so to speak. That's going to be a go for the throat off the top. That's exactly what you want if you're the mid-range deck against these creature decks. So it seems to be everything's going pretty good here. for this Golgari deck. I think this is what a lot, as you said, because of the split between thing. This is one of the ones that's on my radar of decks that I potentially should be looking at and keeping an eye on, especially because now we've got the announcements of, I'm going to say GPs coming back, or GP Light, whatever we're going to call them, and spotlights. You're going to be the first one in America is going to be standard.
Yep, I'm going to go to that one. I think it's Atlanta, and it's not too far.
Yeah, I've got dates of it, haven't they? Like I know I'm going to the European one, but we got the modern one, so I'm super happy about that.
Will, can I convince you to come to Atlanta?
What's the date of it?
Second week of January, I think.
Second week of January. My birthday's in January.
Is it?
So I mean,
you have a little birthday celebration.
I'm in Italy, but I can the second weekend there's free.
I'm being told it's the first. I'm being told it's the first weekend of January.
What, the 4th, 5th? Oh
yeah,
no,
it looks like it's.
Yeah, I'm in Italy.
Ah, okay.
Otherwise, I'd definitely be there. You know what I mean? It's weird that me and you still have never met in face to face. By the way, like we were both in Vegas at the same time, but we never bumped into each other.
Were you in Chicago?
No.
Okay.
I was in Philadelphia. Chicago's the only one I had to miss.
Okay, got it.
Because of work. I'm coming to Vegas this year, though. If anyone's going to Vegas, chat. Anyone going to Vegas this year?
We're being asked by production, when do we get the NRG coverage team at a trios? I mean, you talked about this yesterday. Me, you, Corbin.
I'm so down to come. It's a long flight, but I'll do it. Derek, aren't you queued for Worlds? Like that's the cheat code. Yeah, I'm going. Humble brags. Oh, why are you going? What are you playing? You playing the 100K? No, I'm at the World Invitation. Oh, okay, cool. I'll get back in my box.
All right, what's going on in this game? Haviva's attacking with some stuff, and it looks like Christian is flooding out pretty hard here. Not a lot going on for Christian. I mean, you're trying to think of in situations like this, you like to take a look at the Rakdos deck and see if there's any kind of big haymaker, like some sort of planeswalker that can help establish control of the battlefield, or like some big mid-range card. And just looking at these Rakdos decks, they don't really have a lot. It's usually like when their aggressive plan doesn't work out that well, there's really not a ton they can turn to. I mean, there's 2 copies of Urbrask's Forge in the sideboard, but this late in the game against this much pressure, not really going to do that much. There's no sweepers on this. Well, I guess I say there's no sweepers, but there is Glistening Deluge if that came in. But I can't imagine that would come in against the Golgari deck.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like you cap out. I'm looking at the mana curve, and this realistically you cap out at 3. So 4 is kind of like the sweet spot. You don't want to have any more lands past 4. Yeah, we have just got a grip full of lands. I do see 1 spell pulled to the front, so maybe we've got something. But we're going to go for another Rummage effect here. It does have Menace 2/3. Discard a card, draw a card.
Yeah, and you see Christian only attacking with the Restless Vents here because of that Restless Cottage on Haviva's side that can get in front of the Fireglass Mentor. But if the Vents does connect, then we are going to get a trigger. And, well, we're not going to get a trigger because the Go for the Throat's going to take care of the Mentor. And, yeah, Haviva kind of recognizing that she has enough power in play where you just want to make sure that Christian does not draw any extra cards, because that's realistically the way she loses. Is Christian has a turn where he, maybe draws a spell, hits a spell off Mentor, plays 2 more spells, and that sort of snowball. But Haviva does have very good control of this game and is looking poised to take this match down, and that would be the win for the team.
So why are we using Go for the Throat on the creature, not the creature land? Because if the creature land doesn't do any damage, then that card still just sits there as a 2/1, doing nothing.
I think Haviva I think she's okay with taking the 2 damage from the Restless Vents. So there's a couple of reasons. One, if you leave the Restless Vents in play, you're tying up Christian's mana for the next couple of turns. And 2, Fireglass Mentor is a little bit scarier because Christian has ways to deal direct damage that aren't in combat, right? There's the Iridescent Vine Lasher, which is the landfall, deal your opponent a damage. So if you leave the Mentor in play and Christian draws a Vine Lasher, then Christian can maybe go Vine Lasher, play land, deal you a damage, second main phase, get the Mentor, and then that could be a way to kind of snowball the game from there.
We spoke about how good Shield Dread is. Shield Dread looks pretty good right now. It's a good one. We know what this one does. Do not need to explain it. She is a big body, 4 and 5. Death Toucher that has a little bit of text on it. It says that your opponent will lose 2 life when they draw a card, and you'll gain 2 life whenever you draw a card. Do you want to know how easily impressionable I am when I watch coverage? Yesterday in the finals, if everyone didn't go watch it, go watch the modern event yesterday. You were talking about the deck that you're toying with Vine Lasher and the triggers. As soon as I heard you say that combo, I went, "That's really cool." I just went and bought 4 Vine Lashes. I was like,
Did you?
I'm
There you
in.
go.
Yeah, that's how impressive I am. We're gonna get in
Well,
again.
speaking of Vine Lasher, Christian does have 4 copies of Vine Lasher. So if you want to play this Lizards deck, you already got 4 of the cards you
I'm
need.
in. I'm in. Well, saying that it looks great. Game 2. This game 1 not going as good because we're flooding extremely hard now. Up to what 7 lands. Passing the
Need a
turn back.
fireball. Any fireballs in Christian's deck? I don't think there is.
There is a fireball in standard, right? The green red one.
World Souls Rage. Yeah,
Yeah.
there might be another one, but
Again, huge limited all star. I just know a lot of these cards
wait.
from limited at this point.
Well, we figured it out. World Souls Rage puts lands into play for the Vine Lasher.
Let's go. We're
We do
brewing.
it.
We're cooking.
We did it.
We know that you're a chef, okay? We know it. We're cooking. I love it. This is the corner, right? This is the animating the creature land, which this turns into a 4/4, right?
Yes, and I think even on the board with the chump block, the game should still be over because you chump block the Shieldred and then still 8 coming through with the Shielder trigger. So yeah, this should be enough for lethal, and it looks like Christian has realized that, and that is going to be the match. There you go.
Yeah, that's the NRG team taking it down. So we're going to step back to the booth and we're going to get that team set up. We're going to do a little interview for them because, they got the top production here at the NRG. So it's going to be pretty sick to see. Didn't get to see any modern, but we saw a lot of it yesterday, of course. So we had 8 rounds of it plus that top 8. Some really cool decks. Like, still stuck in my mind is that mono red mid range deck. That was really cool to watch. Just got pipped to the post by that Goyos deck. The highlight, which we're sure we're going to play again today at some point, was the to me anyway, the whole match. But when it ended with the lightning bolt, chef's kiss.
Best of
So
NRG.
good.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, like the thing is, that's just like the 6-second clip of it was good. If you watch the whole match, there was a pit 13 cards to the bottom of my library, top deck the ring I needed, survive, Ulamog, wipe my opponent's board out, and then they just sandbag the land, play the land, top deck. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Go back and watch that if you haven't. It's all over the socials if you haven't seen it, but I'm sure we're going to be playing it a little bit around today. Highlight, like I really liked watching Legacy there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really like that Beans deck looked like it was doing a lot of what I would like to do. Sit back, take my beating to start with, and then just start snowballing. As soon as I get 1 Beans down, cast a spell, replenish the card in my hand. All these cards are now 2 for 1 in my opponent. They're never going to keep up with this, the amount of advantage that I'm generating.
Yeah, I mean, highlight for me was standard. We got to see that Golgari deck in action. We got to see Rakdos do its thing, and yeah, there was a really, really fun match to watch.
Yeah, sick. Okay, right. I can see the team sat down, ready to go. So we're going to jump across to an interview with them. So first off, congratulations, team, taking it down, repping the NRG. We got to watch a lot of the Legacy game in the standard league down there. Standard, it looks pretty good. Like that game 2, they had the most explosive start I think we've ever seen in standard, but you weren't able to deal with that one. But you came back in game 3 and it looked like a masterpiece. How do you think that matchup's meant to go for you?
Yeah, I mean, as far as legacy is concerned, I was got to watch a little bit of that match. And one thing that I was really interested in that turn sequence where was game two, a dress down on top, and a dress down into the triangle state that was really sick sequence. Just as far as that matchup is concerned, that's a pretty good matchup for the legacy.
I'm going to jump in here. I think there's a problem that the chat can't hear you with audio in a minute, so I think it's we're going to jump back to the chat's just getting a bit of hole in their ears, so we're going to move back to the booth on that one. It's fine. We'll work on it, chat. We're sorry about that, but we'll move on from it. It's fine. You get to go back to our beautiful faces. Well, at least Devin's beautiful face. This face is getting old and grey now, but it's cool. That was a sweet round at the end of it. We spoke to them. What you couldn't hear was we asked them about the split and swing combo, about how they felt the match went, and they just gave us the answers we thought they would say. They played on the other side. They knew how it would go. They had some good sideboard choices. They bought these decks because X, Y, Z reasons. But we'll try and get them in for another interview later on as we move forward. But what we can do is we can show everybody some future events. Maybe you're watching at home and you want to turn up to one of these NRG events. Maybe you want to have a seat in Modern. Maybe you want to come into a Team Trios. Maybe you want to play some Legacy. Well, they've got them all for you. Talk me through this, Devin.
So the next event the next location we'll be at is Louisville on September 14th and the 15th. Saturday we have a 10K Modern Showdown, and Sunday a little bit of Standard too. NRG really showing up with all the formats, and it's really good to see Standard on full display. And then I believe after Louisville, I want to say it's Indianapolis. Don't quote me on that. We're
It'll come up in a second. Wait,
slide.
Any
3,
second
2,
now.
1. I think it's Indy.
There you go.
Yeah, I got it. November 2nd, Indianapolis, Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, and Sunday 5K Pioneer Showdown. So a little bit of Modern, but then the Sunday events, a little bit of Standard, a little bit of Pioneer.
Sweet. Which one are we going to? Which one are we going to go and get the team coverage?
We got to wait for the team event, right? Whatever the next Team Trios is.
All right, we'll have to talk to Norm and see if we can get that Team Trios up for me. Maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll sort it out and we'll get there and go. But of course, you turn up to these showdowns. They're the ones that qualify you for the end of year tournament. It gets you on the leaderboard. We've got the leaderboard currently as it stands. If we only got 2 more events, and then it's the end, and that's the cutoff, and we find out the exact players that are in the end of year event. I'm asking you this. I think it's 2 more as well.
So yeah.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard, see where we're at on that. Okay, so everyone in orange already qualified. That means they've won an event at some point throughout the year. They are qualified. But you'll notice a lot of these players, you can't just win one event and get 112 points like you see Harrison doing there. There's a reason everyone is still grinding these events. If you become the top player of the season on this leaderboard, you become the MVP, which by itself is a cool title to say. I'm the MVP of the year at the NRG Series. But you also get a year's free of every single NRG you play in. So you can play and grind Magic for a year without having the entry costs to the tournament. That is so sick. And I've never heard of it done before, at least on this side of the pond. So huge shout out to NRG for putting that up there. And you see a lot of players are still in contention for that. But Harrison is trying every single time to get one more step away from all these other players in the room. Is there anyone you think they can catch him? Any sleepers here?
I mean, as far as the 2, 3, and 4, Sean, Ty, and May, they're a little bit close on Harrison's heels, and then Connor at 81 as well, kind of tied for the 4th, 5th with May. Garrick, who we saw take down the event yesterday, losing the finals yesterday. I don't know if I don't know if production could tell me if these slides are updated with yesterday's points.
No, I don't think they are.
I'm going to guess they are not. But if that's the case, Garrick, picking up a bunch of points yesterday, so that would even, vault Garrick up a little bit closer towards Harrison. And I don't think Harrison had as great of an event yesterday. So, Garrick might be jumping up a little bit on the leaderboard.
Well, we get to have a little look at some of their faces because we've got everyone that is currently locked for the end of the year. So we will be seeing these. We just need to find more players to add to it. Look, every single time my eyes gets drawn to Nikachu, he's in the chat. He knows he's going to see his face on the camera, so he's coming in, and he knew that that photo would be seen for the rest of the year. And look how good it is. Talk me through some of the other big hitters and big names we've got on this slide.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Steven Dykman, reigning defending champion, Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, Dom Harvey won back to back, May French, Ty, Ken, Justin, Theodore, Garrick, Harrison, and Nikachu. Just a ton of amazing players who, like I said earlier, we always see these players at the top of the tables, and there's a good reason. They are the best of the best.
Yeah, they put the hard work in. They've done it. They get there. They're going to see who's walking away with 35 big uns at the end of the year. I've said it before. I've said it again. I really like the small details that go into this event. You know, I'm on the other side of the pond. I just see what I see on social media. I love that every single person gets like that little plaque with the card that got them to the tournament. They get their own jacket, you know, NRG jacket. You see Dykeman wearing it there. It's really, really cool. I think this is so much effort put into these. If you're not taking part in these and you can, you are doing it wrong. You should be turning up to these no matter what format you play. There is something for you, and you get to be as happy as that man there on your screen holding multiple trophies and getting a load of coverage time, which, let's be honest, that's what all me and you want. We just want our face. That's why we able to transition there. Told them, get back on our face. No? Okay, chat. Right. Well, that was round number 1 of 7 that we've got today. Team Trios, Standard, Modern, Legacy. We're going to step away, have a short break, come back, get the feature mat ready to go, and we'll see you short. So. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series Team Trio event today. $10,000 on the line. So much to play for. If you're a fan of Standard, if you're a fan of Modern, if you're a fan of Legacy, well, this is the channel for you over the next 7 rounds before we cut to that top 8 and we crown ourselves a winning team. I am joined today by none other than Devon O'Donnell, Doomwake himself, and my name, well, I'm Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. And while we're setting up the feature match and we got getting our players sat down ready to go, we're going to talk a little bit about well, Magic in 24 hours, basically. Let's hypothetically say some cards are not going to be legal in some sort of format. So I'm just going to start. We're going to start this Legacy because that's what we kicked off last round. Let's hypothetically say Grief is now no longer allowed in that format. What do you think the format looks like?
I'll be honest with you, Will. I haven't been paying a ton of attention to Legacy, but I would imagine maybe people go back to playing a little bit more tempo decks. We saw a little bit of the Grixis tempo style deck with Channeler and Nethergoyf. That one looked pretty good. I mean, it's really tough to say because it feels like Grief is kind of keeping a lot of different decks out of the format. So, I would imagine that the format will open up a little bit, probably go back to a lot of those tempo decks. And, it's, tough to say past that though.
What if we said like Reanimate was banned and not Grief?
I feel like people would still play Grief in the tempo decks, so I don't know if that would change a ton, but we're going to head right down to Standard. And Will, who do we have here?
Yeah, well, we've got, you might have heard of him before. Callum Dunworth. He's some sort of streamer. He's got an all right sized audience that follows him. Got a pretty good beard, I would say, on him. Well known for the beard. Also, his lovely flamboyant shirt. But we're gonna have a matchup here. Kick it off in Standard. Gogori Aggro versus Demir midrange. I know this is your format at the minute. How's this gonna go?
All right, so Caleb is playing Demir midrange, which is a deck that was very, very popular in the last Standard format, and kind of the idea is you're playing a ton of cheap flyers. You have Spyglass Siren, Deep Cavern Bat, Fairy Mastermind, and there's one copy of Plume Creed Escort. So a bunch of cheap flyers, Gix Yawgmoth Praetor to kind of curve the flyer into the Gix and be able to draw additional cards that turn. And then a lot of removal, cut down, go for the throat, some counter spells. So it's, we started on the Grixis tempo deck in the last round, and that's sort of what Caleb is doing. A little bit less powerful, of course, but there is a lot of tempo elements here. And then for Frederick, we have Golgari, well, it says Golgari aggro. I believe, let me take a look at the deck list here. It's very similar to what we saw last time, where Deep Cavern Bat, Mosswood Dread Knight, all that kind of stuff. The one thing I will mention about this Golgari deck is there's actually none of the Innkeeper's Talent Vraska combo, which has, been very, very popular as of late, but those two cards are not present in Frederick's deck. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays out. How does this deck stack up to Golgari, or excuse me, Demir without the combo?
Looking at the sideboards, and I must say my limited experience in the new Standard that's come around is this looks like it's going to be a lot of like a Jund mirror of old. We're going to go
Yes.
back and
Yep.
forth, trading resources until eventually we're in a top deck battle, and whoever's going to rip the best top deck is going to potentially run away with this game.
Who draws more Bloodbraid Elves?
Hey, now that's a card that might be able to come back standard. Um, that's a
Shoot the Sheriff. Shoot the Sheriff on boss with Dread Knight. Now, it's you
thank you.
always kind of feel bad when you make that play because the Dread Knight can be cast from the graveyard, and that's exactly what Frederick is going to do. And yeah, this is kind of probably the single most important card in these matchups because it is very hard to remove from the battlefield. Every time you kill the Dread Knight, it can just come back the next turn. And every time it does come back the next turn, that's going to be an additional card for Frederick. And it's, basically Caleb is going to eventually run out of removal spells. And every single time Caleb makes that exchange, Frederick is going to be up a card in that exchange. But it looks like Caleb just wanted to buy a little time to cast this Aclazotz.
Bat God's down. That's it. Let's go. I don't know. I would sing Bat God the song, but I'm not gonna. I'm not that well inclined. But this is a good one, especially in the grindy sort of matchups, because it's very, very hard to actually kill this card, right? That we're gonna see now. Go for the throat. It actually just transforms it into the land side. Which now, once we get to the top deck sort of sketch, where players have only got one card left in the hand, we can transform it back into the Bat God. And just having a 4/4 flyer with lifelink itself is good enough. But the kicker is it makes you discard. It can make more bats. It's really, really cool. We might see how that moves going forward. But here's another good hitter, Shieldred.
Do we have a lands in front gamer, Will? Is that what's
Yeah,
going on here?
I'm trying not to make it's hurting my soul as well as everyone else's. I'm focusing on Caleb's basics because these are the basics that I
Ah.
use. Urza Saga basics for the win. The W has got to go to Caleb kicking off this game number 1.
How about that Underground River too? The Ice Age River? Those
Oh yeah.
Ice Age Painlands look so good.
Has a little look at the hand here. We've got
Ooh.
one more removal. We got a Glisser, and we've got the. Talk to me about this 4-drop. I see this cropping up a little bit. Sometimes in modern little one-ofs, the hostile investigator.
Mhm. Yeah, so that card is fantastic in these kind of mid-range attrition-based matchups where you pay 4 mana, you get a 4/3. Your opponent discards a card, so that's essentially an additional resource. And when they discard a card, you investigate. So basically, for 4 mana, you get it's effectively a 3-for-1. You get the body, they discard a card, and you're up that clue. So as we talked about, we mentioned Bloodbraid Elf, which was a card that was in these Jund mirrors of old, a way to generate card advantage. That's sort of exactly what Investigator's doing. Now, Caleb does have the removal spell for it with the trigger on the stack, so, is only going to be a 1-for-1 here because that means Caleb doesn't have to discard a card, and Frederick will not get that clue. Now, notably, Aclazotz, Caleb only has one
Mm-hmm.
card in hand, so we can flip that land again.
And this is what I mean about this nutrition battle that we're going to see going back and forth. This is a huge card in that. And Kim's got, well, we're going to start with bats, make sure the coast is clear, but we knew about that Glisser. So now both players empty, top decking. We're going to make ourselves the big 4/4 Bat God. I
Yeah,
just
and
like
you
saying
have
Bat
to
God.
you have to imagine with both players top decking, well, this is going to be interesting because I was going to say Caleb is a massive favorite here because, has the Bat God, but Frederick does have the Virtue. And there's some good stuff in the graveyard. The Hostile Investigator, the Preacher. So a bunch of good, juicy targets. And I think the Shieldred as well. So a lot of good targets. This is going to be quite the slugfest here as players just exchange a bunch of like really heavy blows back and forth. The Aclazot's going to attack. That's going to get Caleb a card, or excuse me, it's going to get the last card out of Frederick's hand, and then the Virtue is going to get something back. And we see Caleb just getting really
Oh, well,
aggressive
we're
here,
getting
and I like this because
frisky.
you don't want to give Frederick a ton of time with that Virtue.
No, you literally you can't, right? Like
Yeah.
that is the huge problem with it. Is the longer the game goes, the better that card will be. We did draw a subterranean schooner. I think that's how I pronounce it, and decided not to deploy it because it doesn't really do much this turn. It's very much a turn 2 play. But this sort of tempo element here, this is going to be 10 damage coming across here.
Yep, 10 damage. That's going to put Frederick down to 5, and Caleb's going to gain 6, go up to 18. And you can imagine, I mean, maybe the Virtue can get back Shieldred on the upkeep. That'll give Frederick an additional 2 life because Virtue happens before the draw step. That'll, gain Frederick a little bit of life, but I really don't think it's enough. And Frederick is going to need. I mean, you
I
kind of
think,
have to draw a removal spell here to at
yeah.
least get rid of the Aquazots for a turn. But even then, it's Caleb is at a high enough life total. You're not really going to kill him fast enough, and Caleb can has enough life to work with and can probably just win the race with the bats at this point.
Well, if we can do what you said, hit removal spells, we get a clue token, we get the card for the turn, we can crack the clue token. If we get one of the kill spell, that'll kill one of these bats, which should open up some more of the cards that are hidden underneath the bats right now. So I like this. Go for a cut down is one of them. That's going to get us back this removal. Now
Okay,
we cast
that'll
this
kill
one,
the
get the
other
other
bat.
bat.
Yeah.
Then we play the Glisser. Okay. And this is what there's a lot of talk about this little cave bat and how good it is, and it's very disruptive. But sometimes it just collapses like a house of dominoes, like we've just seen here. One removal spell. Now all of a sudden we've got 3 creatures opposed to your one.
Yeah, remember what I just said last turn about Caleb being, ahead on board? I don't know if that's necessarily true anymore. Now as long as Frederick is not going to die this turn, has 2 blockers for that Restless Reef, so Caleb really only has one good attacker here in the form of Aquazots. That's going to, create a bat token off of Aquazot, or excuse me, it's going to get Caleb a card. There's no cards in hand for Frederick. And yeah, I mean, here, Frederick is going to take 4, fall down to 7, and is not really in danger of dying. I couldn't quite tell what Caleb drew. It looks like the hand is Shieldred and Tishana's
Yeah.
Tidebinder,
Well, I say
which is interesting because you could maybe Tidebinder the Virtue, but Caleb's going to go for Shieldred instead.
yeah, Shooter is just so powerful in this spot, especially when the tables are kind
Well,
of
now
getting
we both
turned.
have Shieldred. Yeah.
Is there any reason to use cards in your? So there's a shield in both graveyards. Would I use my opponent's one over my one? Is there any cards that can backfire if I pick theirs over mine?
Um, I don't know. So before rotation, it used to be Odawara was a consideration where if you got theirs back, they could bounce theirs back to their hand. But without Odawara, Odawara is no longer in the format, and I don't think these decks usually play a bunch of bounce spells. Like I'm going to take a look at Caleb's list real quick. The removal is cut down, go for the throat, shoot the sheriff, phantom interference. So no bounce spells there, but that could be some consideration.
Okay, we lose a life, going a card deeper. I think we've got another shield dread in hand if we go about losing it. 7 mana. How
Second
about
virtue.
a second one? Yeeks. Okay, we're at 6 life. Can we get across that finishing line? We don't have any flying blockers, and the shield dread.
Actually, wait a minute. No, I just realized something. So yes, the
I was
Tishana's
about to say that.
Tidebinder. So Caleb is going to Tishana's Tidebinder, Frederick's Shieldred. The Aquazots is going to come over for 4 points of damage, and Frederick is going to be at 2, and without a Shieldred of his own, is going to die to Caleb Shieldred.
But
Assuming we have life total
we've got a
correct.
shield dread in hand, so we discard this shield dread, and then we bring this one back out from the graveyard in our upkeep before
And
we draw the
legend
card.
rule. Okay. So, okay, hold on. So Frederick's going to go to 2, right? Assuming we have life totals correct. Now, there is a situation with Shieldred versus Shieldred that you have to get into active player, non-active player, which means that whoever is the active player, their triggers go on the stack first, and then that would mean since Caleb is not the active player on Frederick's turn, Frederick's Shieldred goes in the stack first, then Caleb's goes in the stack, and that means that Caleb's resolves first with Frederick at 2.
So, and we can't even draw a card in response.
Right,
Because we'll
exactly.
take the dive. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we've just about managed to scrape and get across that line.
What a sick
Oh,
game.
whoa, no. We can get to the we can get Gix, right, and activate it. No, we've got no cards in hand to discard.
No, we have no cards in hand.
Oh, rough. That would have been cool. Okay, so Shieldred, Legend Rule, this
Is there a
Shieldred.
way? Okay, hold on. I figured it out. So if you draw exactly go for the throat, right? With Caleb's Shieldred trigger on the stack, you go for the throat, Caleb's Shieldred, and then pop a clue to gain 2 off yours. So it has to be an instant speed way to kill Shieldred.
All right, you found it. Let's.
Because there are 2 clues in play.
So at the minute, there's 2 Shieldred triggers on the stack, and Caleb's is going to resolve first, which means that Fred is going to die. We're going through all the possibilities. That's me. Yeah,
I think we haven't drawn a card yet.
We haven't drawn yet, no.
Now, okay, what if... Now, I'm trying to think of a situation where... What if you don't draw... Oh, okay, we're just going to scoop it up. I was going to say, what if you don't draw the... What if you don't draw the go for the throat? Then can you pop a clue, draw the removal spell, then cast the removal spell, then pop the other clue. But in any case, Frederick is going to pack it up, and that's going to be Caleb taking down game number one. And that was a crazy game because, Caleb looked like he was pretty far ahead for the most part, but then that Virtue came down, and there was that big turn where Frederick had all the removal
Mhm.
spells. So, really fun game to watch.
Well, we don't need to watch some sideboard here because we have got 3 games of Magic for everybody. So we're going to jump across to our legacy seat. All you legacy fans out there, what? Oh, it said it. I was like, okay, there's a lot of permanents, that one land going on here. And I'm going to fatal push. Okay, sure. So we've got the Demir Scam list versus Rakdos Painter. Now, Painter is one of these decks that I kind of just lose to it a lot, and I'm still not entirely sure what happened when I lose to it. I'm like, how did I lose? What's the going on here? Talk me through what the basics here of what Painter's trying to do.
So the painter deck has seen a lot of changes over the years. I think when it first started out, it was just sort of a mono red deck, and it was sort of all in on the combo. The combo being Painter Servant and Grindstone. But over the years, cards be introduced into the format that really have kind of shaped this deck and made it a lot different and a little bit more of a mid-range deck. They do still go towards the Painter Servant Grindstone combo a decent amount of the time, but they have so many other ways to utilize other permanents. Like they have, so this deck has, excuse me, Agatha's Soul Cauldron,
Let's go.
which is a card that gives, exiles a creature from a graveyard and then gives your creatures with counters that same activated ability. And then they also have a card called Phyrexian Devourer, which I don't know if we can get this one up on screen, but it's been a while since I've seen this card. Basically, it's a 6 mana 1/1, nice card. But the important part is it says remove that it has the ability of remove the top card of your library from the game, put X +1/+1 counters on Phyrexian Devourer, where X is the removed card's converted mana cost. So if you have Devourer and basically, if you have Devourer, you can use the Devourer to exile and put a bunch of counters on all creatures because they all have that ability. So it's kind of this like weird loop, and there's a lot of cool stuff going on in this deck.
All
Oh,
right. Well, let's say that's a little glimpse of our faces, but we're gonna show what's going on here.
surprise!
We're going to get rid of that Vexing Bauble because one already on the battlefield. Now, this is seeing main deck play. So whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, count on that spell, pay 1, tap it, sacrifice it, draw a card. That is on the screen for everybody at home. Why are we seeing this in the main? This looks like a sideboard card to me, especially, from what I'm used to in Modern.
Well, believe it or not, Will, this is not just a one of to fetch off of Urza Saga. Camry has 3 copies of Vexing Bauble in the main deck. Now, we've seen Vexing Bauble in Modern as sort of, like you said, a sideboard card that's good against these decks that are trying to cast Soul Spike and Grief and all that stuff. But in Legacy, not only are there a lot more copies of Grief, but also Force of Will and Daze. So there's a lot more free spells that people are playing and a lot more, cards that it does shut off in a lot of different matchups. Solitude as well, all those elementals. So Vexing Bauble, very, very good. And I mean, the downside is you have to put it into your deck, but it also cycles. So even in
Mhm.
the matchups where it's not very good, you can cycle it and, tutor for it with Saga, all that stuff.
I think we went in a circle there for a Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Hmm.
Now, these aren't cards I associate with Legacy too much. Maybe that's because I'm not a Painter player. This one for 3 mana, double strike, 2/2. Enters the battlefield from your graveyard. You may discard your hand. If you do, draw 3 more cards, unearth 3 and double red. Why is this card in the deck?
So this is a card that so you saw the Goblin Engineer tutor for it and put it directly into the graveyard. And this is a way for the painter deck to kind of utilize its extra mana. It does have a decent number of ways to jump up in mana. It has Ancient Tombs and the Mox Opal you see in play. So it has some additional ways to jump the curve, Simian Spirit Guide as well. And it's a way to kind of fill up your hand after you've dumped all of your small trinkets onto the battlefield and help set up that combo, that Painter Servant plus Grindstone. The other thing that I want to point out about Goblin Engineer is how well it fights against removal. Where if you're going for the combo and your opponent has a removal spell for Painter Servant, you can just have the Engineer get back the Painter Servant and make your opponent kind of fight on a different axis that way.
Well, we saw a brainstorm there. 3 lands were found off it. Not exactly what you want to do, but then that's the beauty of fetch lands in this format is we can just put some of them back on top, crack a fetch, and we're good to go. Here comes Unlicensed Hearst. At least I think it is. I don't think that's a proxied
It
card.
is. No,
It's
no, it's
something
hers.
wrote on it, but I'm not entirely sure what it says.
Yeah, and that hearse is going to be able to take care of the engine if Nathan decides that he wants to. So there is 4 mana showing here for Camry. So there is the potential to just play another land and then immediately get back the engine. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't. Let me look at the wording on the engine. Of course, Unearth does not have reminder text. I believe there is a window where if you activate the Unearth, that the Nathan can respond
Yeah,
with the hearse. I think
I believe you can respond to it being like
because it's an
it's
activated ability.
activated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to pick the boot, the Greaves. Lightning. No, these
Oh,
aren't Lightning Greaves, are they? These are the Lava Spur boots, which give it haste. So now we can use that 1 mana and we can copy potentially that Goblin Engineer if we need to, or any other creatures that come down this turn. So I like that little interaction there. That's a little bit of spice.
yeah. And then the Hasty Fable can copy the Goblin Engineer to set up more stuff down the road. And the Goblin Engineer is currently active as well. So I think what it seems like what Camry is trying to do is get Nathan to use, like, spend some mana, or not spend some mana, but use the hearse to get him, maybe like bait him into using the hearse. Because maybe Camry can set up a situation where you say copy the engineer, maybe you get something, you target, like, say you get a second engineer, and then that goes and gets something. You can go engineer, sacrifice an artifact, target the engine. Nathan responds with hearse, and then you can respond with the other engineer and then actually get the engine back. So it's interesting to see what Camry decides to go for off of this second engineer.
This is why I love Legacy in general. Like, there's so much like little interactions and details that happen that it's so minute, but every single thing determines the outcome of a game once we stack it up. Because as you mentioned, now we can put something in the graveyard. As we can try and swap one of them. As we try to swap that one, they can try and eat it. We can then we can then swap again because we've got access to the double red mana. This is
Yeah, there's a
cool.
lot
I
of
like this.
weird stuff going on. And there's the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So there could even be a situation where if, Kamari goes for engineer, Nathan responds with hearse, Kamari responds with the other engineer to get back the cauldron. Maybe that can exile the engine. And yeah, you see, we're just going for it now. So engineer, I couldn't tell what the target was. I
I
think he pointed
think
to the
it's
cauldron.
I think it's cauldron. So in response, we're going to try and eat the cauldron and the dragon. In response to that, we're going to activate the one that, of course, has haste now, sacrificing this lava spur boots to get this back. Is this really that important as a combo piece?
The cauldron. Yeah, it's interesting. You also could have, after getting the cauldron, you could have also cauldron to eat the engine with the hearse still on the stack. So I wonder if, I
Oh
guess.
yeah.
Oh no, you know what? Kamara wants to hold up the hearse in case Nathan has like a reanimation type effect. Because that is,
Okay.
Nathan is playing the scam deck with Entomb and Reanimate. So you want to get the Cauldron in play, not necessarily because it's a combo piece, but because it's stopping Nathan from having a Reanimate line.
There's a wasteland. Getting rid of that ancient tomb, and then the
Oh,
follow up is. Okay, I already know this
you know what that is?
from draft. Is the only way I know this one from Cube. Sorry, is this is the is it something Goif, isn't it? I can't remember what the
It is. It is a Lurgoyf.
what's it on. I found it. The Borogoyf.
Barrogoyf, yes.
Death Touch, Lifelink, 3 mana, Time of Growth stats, but equal to the number of types in all graveyards, and toughness is +1. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards. If you do, you may put a creature card from among them into your hand. Why am I now seeing this in play?
So I agree with you. I have played a lot of this card in Vintage Cube, and I am very aware that it is, phenomenal in that format. I haven't seen it a ton in Legacy, but it's nice here. As if you're expecting your opponent to have a lot of graveyard hate and a lot of ways to stop you from having reanimation, it's a nice backup plan where it's a threat that is, it's going to present a relatively quick clock. Lifelink can matter in racing situations, and it helps you mill over and find, more griefs and maybe mill over copies of large creatures to reanimate. So it does make a lot of sense in the sideboard, and I believe Nathan has 2 copies in the sideboard. So, it's kind of like when you're playing a dredge deck and you kind of have a plan B, this is kind of the plan B here for Nathan.
Oh, 4 cards, because 4 damage is dealt, so 4 cards go to the graveyard. Pick one of these creatures back to our hand. We're going to choose this Grief.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Will. I have no clue what that retro card is that Nathan milled. Any guess?
I haven't seen. Oh,
Let
it's
me look at the
the
deck list.
Coffin Purge, isn't it?
Oh, Coffin Purge. Okay, haven't seen that one in a while.
No, or have I? I choose only because I looked. I was like, "What? Oh yeah, it's a Coffin Purge." Okay, but now we've got access because we've got our fourth mana. We could hard cast a Grief, but deciding to hold mana up, I do see double Force of Will. I'm going to just say Force of Me. I'm just going to do it.
Yeah, the forces aren't super great here though, because we have the vexing bauble still in play. So the forces are, as of right now, turned off. So I'm not actually 100% certain if Nathan has any way to interact, because there's the grief, the force of wills, and I think it might be 2 grief, 2 force, and a troll.
I just don't know. There's one card I don't know what it is, and I'm trying to work out why we're not casting Grief. Like, I understand there's some cards on the other side, sure, but like, we're repping something. I'm not entirely sure what we're repping at this point. I'm sure
Yeah, there's
we'll
got to be
find out.
something we're missing.
I think you're right. I think it might be a troll.
Yeah, 2 grief, 2 force, and a troll, right?
Yeah,
I think it is.
mismatching
Okay.
forces as well. I'm just throwing it out there. I will name and shame.
Maybe Nathan hasn't passed the turn yet, and we're just thinking if we want to like cycle troll before playing the grief.
Can't do that because we
Or
won't have
no,
enough
we did
mana.
pass the turn.
Interesting, but then I suppose we've still got a 5/6 creature with lifelink on the battlefield, so we're doing a thing. What we are going to cycle.
It's also entirely possible that maybe even if Nathan has no way to stop the combo from Kamari's side, maybe Nathan holding up mana will make Kamari think about not going for a combo if they can even set one up. So it could just be like a sort of a little bluff here and try to show of strength. As we see a fetch land here, going to find a sewer. But yeah, that Barrel Goyf is going to just really take over this game.
Yeah, it's cool actually. So this is kind of the deck that I play in Legacy. Or at least I've got the access to play, but I don't own any copies of this. Maybe I need to pick a couple up.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is Nathan kind of has multiple layers of disruption against the combo, has the hearse in play, and also has that coffin purge in the graveyard. So even if Kamari can, try to set up a combo involving engineer, or I believe that is, I think, a goblin welder, that little promo card off to the right hand side, even if Kamari is able to set up a combo, it's very unlikely that the combo can work through 2 layers of graveyard interaction. And Nathan also picked up a consign, which can help counter artifacts or something off the top of Kamari's deck.
Okay, I think we find that's a consign to memory.
Consign to memory. Yep.
Yeah, it is a consign to memory. I know that because I only just got my 4th copy of that card. For some reason, I opened so many boosters of MH3 and never got them, but I had to get them. That's a nice promo Ponder, though. I'd like to see that.
What is that from?
That is
Secret Lair?
from no, it's not a Secret Lair. I think you've got to. Actually, is it a Secret Lair promo? I thought it was one of the Magic Con ones where you have to like spend X amount, or like Gen Con one or something like that. Like if you
Maybe.
spend
Okay.
so much, you get one of these turtle promo ponders. Magic Con, yeah, chat point out. Yeah, you spend so much at a Magic Con, you get that ponder.
Oh, what do we have here? So it looks like the hand for Kamari is a Fable, a Phyrexian Walker, a Surgical, and a Pyroblast. So interesting hand here for Kamari. If you're Nathan, not sure exactly which one of these you care about. I mean, I guess, yeah, it looks like he's just going to take the Fable and recognizes that without a way to remove the Cauldron from Kamari's side, Nathan is in a spot where he's kind of just content with not doing the reanimate stuff. And he just says, okay, I'm just going to have this
Yeah.
Barrogoyf, I'm going to cast this Grief, and I'm just going to attack you a bunch. So is really just trying to, realizing that the reanimation package is off. And we see Fable copying Goblin Welder. Interesting.
So that gives us more looks. We just need to get this. I suppose the hearse on the other side as well, which we can't ignore. By the way, that hearse is going to turn into a real threat. At the minute, it's a 5/5 if we wanted to,
Oh,
through it.
I think I figured out why Nathan didn't want to tap out for the grief last turn, because that would make him go shields down on the coffin purge. So wanted to make sure that we had the coffin purge and the hearse still available. And now we're going for consign on
It's on.
something.
It's on the trigger to copy.
Well, the copy is an activated ability, so I'm assuming that whatever is being I couldn't quite tell what he was targeting to be copied, but whatever that would be a triggered ability.
Interesting then. So yeah, counter activated or color spell.
It's only
So
triggered abilities, right?
is it of the copy of the
Yeah.
the copy comes in trigger to go get an artifact to that trigger of basically searching for your deck to find the artifact is the
Right.
one we've stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that thing could copy activated abilities, we would have a stifle fetch land situation on our hand in modern. So thankfully they worded that correctly. So yeah, I believe what happened there is reflection copied, the copy ability resolved, and then we countered the triggered ability to go search, which I believe that meant that Kamari probably copied the Goblin Engineer.
We're only at 5 life, by the way. That means that Hurst is also lethal this turn.
Yeah, so if Nathan has a removal spell, you can just go kill one of the blockers, crew the hearse, and send in the clowns. Here, I mean, it's probably good enough. You can just use the grief that you just cast to crew the
Mhm.
hearse, send in with all three. Now, there is some consideration to not wanting to attack with the hearse because maybe you're worried about now that you only have the coffin purge available and not the hearse, maybe you're worried about Kamari being able to set up a combo, but having the chump block with the engineer and the welder makes it pretty unlikely that there's just not a lot of not a lot of stuff left here for Kamari.
Is there anything that we could rip to just combo this turn?
Without a painter or a grindstone in the graveyard, I don't think so. Now, Cauldron can copy the welder. So you can copy the welder, put a counter on the Fable to make the Fable a welder. Then you can sack the Cauldron to get something
Well,
back, but yeah, not enough.
just a handshake's going to do. I think we drew another cauldron for the turn, so that wouldn't be enough. But this is Team Trios, as we mentioned. So we get to go back to standard and see how that game's getting on, see if Caleb's able to take that game down again, because it looked really good. That first game was really close. Let's just head straight back down there and see how they're getting on.
All
And
right,
getting
what do we
on,
got?
they are. I see Liliana down there. I just love that Liliana is still seeing play. I don't care what format, as long as she's still seeing play. Love Liliana the Veil. Tick down by looks of it to get a creature off the battlefield. Looks like we've got one card on an adventure at the top of our screen. And then talk me through this little free drop that basically anytime I play standard now, I see it. It's the
Preacher?
Preacher. Does a
Preacher
lot.
is Preacher is fantastic because the 2/4 body means that it blocks a lot of other 3 drops effectively. Not Glissa, of course, but there's like stuff like Sentinel of the Nameless City and some other three power creatures that it just kind of holds off very effectively. And it just generates a ton of value. When it attacks, you either get a 1/1 or draw a card, depending on life totals. And it is another way for this Demir deck to just present a bunch of 2-for-1s in these sort of mid-range style matchups, and that is really what it's all about, is just how many 2-for-1s can I put onto the stack in these kind of matchups, because both decks have a plethora of removal. It's really, we talked about this earlier, whoever draws more Bloodbraid Elves, and we joked a little bit about that, but that really is what's going on here.
So not only are we able to attack the life points and get some advantage doing that, we've also got Liliana attacking the hands. She's double-sided though, so both players do have to discard. Both players choose to discard a land, but because we attacked, we get to draw an extra card now off this Preacher, and it is a big Preacher at that. It's 4, 6, and then is that a Tiebinder? Does it come down there?
Yeah, this was a beautiful sequence here from Caleb. So Caleb mapped onto the Preacher, saw the Tidebinder on top, attacked with the Preacher to draw the Tidebinder, knowing that Frederick would chump block, and then with the Mosswood Dread Knight trigger on the stack, killed a Tidebinder, the Dread Knight, to make sure that Frederick can't cast the Dread Knight from the graveyard. Very good sequence here from Caleb.
Yeah, Caleb's pretty good at this magic thing. I heard. Just on the grapevine, I heard that he's not too bad at this. Liliana's going to
Now,
come down though. Tick down. That is going to get rid of the Preacher.
yeah, this is
Liliana,
a good follow up here for Frederick, but with Caleb already having access to the Restless Reef, that can take care of Frederick's Liliana, and then Caleb has sort of the creature land advantage, I guess, as it were, where Caleb has a Reef and a Mirex. Frederick does have a fountain port, so has a little bit of ways to get his own creatures going as we it lands in the back. Thank you, Frederick. And
There
by
we go.
Frederick, I mean thank you to the spotter at the table who caught that.
It's always awkward when you got opposing Lilianas. Like, do we want to spend our turn to get that off the battle, get the Lily off the battlefield this turn? I've got to discard a card. Do I just play everything out? Yes, so we're going to see this tick up. For the advantage of I get rid of the removal spell to have my Liliana as a removal spell next turn. This is going to be tick up in response. I'm going to flash in my fame Mastermind.
Yeah, I was gonna say Caleb choosing not to animate the reef that turn and discarding to go for the throat meant that we had a good spell left over, and Fairy Mastermind does qualify because now Caleb can use the Mastermind to kill the Liliana and start churning out tokens with Mirex. Because I think Caleb would rather start making Mirex tokens than use the Restless Reef to attack, because that just makes a wider board, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. And, Caleb has the opportunity to either make a Mirrex token or use the Fairy Mastermind. And it looks like Frederick, I think, with the amount of mana that Frederick tapped, I think we made a treasure token off of the fountain port.
Yeah, it looks like a treasure to me as well. So that means we can
Oh, because
power
that
out
gave
one
us
of
mana to
these
cast
bad
the
boys.
Virtue, right?
So this is the actual card Virtue, not the adventure side. So at the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Now, in this top deck battle where we're using a lot of resources, trading back and forth, this now being on the battlefield is huge, as there's not many ways of getting it off the battlefield over on Caleb's side.
Right. We talked a little bit earlier about how there used to be Otawaras where you could maybe Otawara something and then make them discard it. But here, without any Otawaras, there's no bounce spells in Caleb's deck list. So that Virtue is kind of here to stay.
Yeah. So Liliana got ticked up there. It looked a little bit like Duress was cast and got rid of the bat, yeah, but it was actually Liliana ticking up. Both players discarding. One was the Duress, one was the bat. Land for turn here for Caleb.
Duress
Now,
can't
yeah,
take care of bad unless you're discarding it to Liliana, in which case it can.
good style dresses as well. I like it. I like Caleb just hitting them all out the park. I do need
Urza
to ask
Saga all the
you.
way.
I need to ask you, and I need to ask chat. In the, I'm going to say likely convenience, maybe like it's very likely to happen. If you were to win a world championship and you had a card made in your honor, what would you like that card to be? Let's go. Which creature type would you like the card to be?
I have no idea. You can't put me in the spot like that.
What, you don't? I've had that since I started playing Magic. I was like, I know exactly what I want to be. I want to be a golem. I don't know why. I just want to be a golem. Okay, I want to be a free golem of some description.
You'll have to get back to me on that. Maybe later in the broadcast, I'll sit on it and think about it for a little bit.
All right, we'll check in round for round. Like, where are we at now? Okay, I know the stats of what I want to be. I probably should be on theme and go for it to try and be like a soldier or something. But
what about like a brushwag?
Ooh, okay. Look, there is not enough of them printed in
There really
in
isn't.
Magic. Now this is a spicy one over on Caleb's side, which I imagine came out I think it came out the sideboard, but no, oh no, we got one in the main.
There is. Let me look at the list for Caleb here. There is one Urtai in the main and one in the board. So probably brought in the second copy. So Urtai is interesting because Urtai can also stifle the Virtue Persistence trigger for a turn. So that is something that Caleb, had access to the targeting the preacher. But so yeah, we're going to counter the Deep Cavern bad. And now with Frederick at 13, I think you're kind of in Caleb's spot. You want to try and just amass a bunch of flyers and try to maybe close out the game that way. So Liliana could potentially, I was going to say Liliana can downtick to hit the preacher, but with the Fountain Port can make a token to sacrifice. So Caleb is just going to go upstairs with the Liliana. Okay.
Great.
I like that.
Sandbagging on that. So that's, we see this popping up a little bit in some other formats, but this is a Tear Sunder. So that's going to come down with Kicker paid. So exile the Liliana, get it off the battlefield, which arguably was the scariest thing on the battlefield for Caleb because it was very close to ultimating.
Yeah, and very heads up here from Frederick, where you wait until Caleb's turn to plus the Liliana because you know that you're going to cast the Terra Sunder anyways. But then if Caleb has an extra card left over, then waiting lets you get that extra card. So, good timing there from Frederick. And yeah, now Caleb is in a spot where you can hit for 3 in the air. Maybe you can fire up the Restless Reef and offer the trade for Preacher. But then if you do that, then the Virtue can get back the Preacher and yeah, this is this is going to be a tight game to see how this kind of finishes out. Can maybe activate the Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah, well, look, if Killam can take this one down, the team wins. Okay, you can see all the scores at the bottom there. Killam's team, Nathan, took it down over in Legacy. So now we've just got Abant Nardu versus Jesco Control. They're at 1 apiece, and this game is at 1 apiece. So if they can win one of the last 2 games over on Caleb's side, they'll take it down, advance to 2-0 record. Remember, we've got 7 rounds today of team action for all you beautiful people out there. We had 89 teams taking part. So many people turned up for this amazing format. And we're going to go get another preacher.
Yep. So second preacher here for Frederick. That, and Frederick has kind of recognized. I mean, I don't know what else is in the graveyard. Maybe there's not a ton of other good stuff going on. But yeah, Frederick's going to go to combat. And Caleb says, response, we're going to draw a card off Mastermind, trying to find a removal spell off of the Mastermind. Looks like just a couple of lands here for Caleb.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like a couple of lands. Don't think there was anything too fancy amongst them. Shield Dread would be great in this spot here. Oh, how about a Bat God?
That's pretty good. Remember how I said earlier that Caleb is at a point where just kind of needs to try to close the game out with flyers because the ground is off limits with those 2 preachers and the virtue returning additional creatures. And now the Aclazotz is going to make attacking in the air nearly impossible. And looks like Caleb picked up a Mastermind. That is not what he's looking for at this point.
No, Mastermind, they can draw us more cards, remember? So hitting our land drop every turn is good because we can not only play our spells, we can also try and draw more. The only downside to that is we're going to let Frederick draw more cards, which arguably we don't want to happen right now. I think this Virtue is slowly just running away with the game exactly how it's meant to. Every turn, get another creature back from the graveyard. Now Caleb's got grip for the card, getting a bat back, having a little look's not too bad. Caleb's going to show I've just got this land after flashing that Mastermind, but now we've got a 1/1 life linker. That's also good against these Masterminds.
Yeah, and now that Caleb has the second Mastermind, he can actually, activate one of the Masterminds, and then that'll trigger both of them. So basically, you're giving Frederick 1 extra card, but then you'll draw 2. So yeah, and heads up play from Caleb again is always going to do this in the upkeep. Shouldn't draw the card right now. Going to wait till Frederick's draw phase, I'm guessing. But basically, you do that in the upkeep so that I guess it wouldn't matter if the top card's a removal spell. Then Frederick can still use the removal spell to kill one of the Masterminds, but. Has Frederick drawn for
Frederick
turn
has
yet?
not drawn for turn yet.
Yeah, we only have 1 card. Maybe we can get the
Might
judges
be
over there real quick.
Can't
Because
forget
Frederick
to
only
draw a
picked
card.
up 1 card, and the Mastermind was activated. So Frederick, I think, should have a second card in hand.
So do I. I've passed it down to the table. Batguard doing its thing, making discard. Going to generate some 1/1 bat tokens. It looks like we're going to get some little. Oh, well, in fact, loads of tokens will be generated here. We're getting some 1/1 life linking vampires. Oh, because it's not a land. It's lands that make the 1/1 flying bats. Correct.
Yes, the bat tokens are being generated from the Preacher. So these 1/1, or sorry, the Vampire tokens. Vampire tokens are being generated from Preacher, and then Aclazotz. If Caleb discards a land, then you get a 1/1 bat off the Aclazotz. I like the design of Aclazotz where, it is expensive. You basically get what you're paying for. But then if you discard a spell, then okay, you get nothing. But then if your opponent has a land, that's a less desired card that you'd want them to discard, then you at least get something out of it. So I like the design of that card. All right, so what do we have going on here? So we see a bit of an attack. And yep, so bat tokens being made, and then Caleb, I think, did some chump blocking with the Deep Cavern Bat on the Aclazotz. But yeah, this is really just a situation of now not only is Caleb behind on the ground, can't really win the race in the air because the Aclazotz has lifelink. So, maybe can start firing up the Restless Reefs and go towards those, but then those get chump blocked by the vampire tokens. It's kind of an interesting situation here. Yeah, I think we're still working with production or just getting 100% of the ruling to make sure that we have the game state properly. I mean, from what we saw, right, there was the
Hmm.
virtue trigger, which got back bad. Caleb responded, played the second mastermind, let the back trigger resolve, land in hand. Caleb, I believe, and Frederick had no cards in hand at this point. Caleb activated the fairy mastermind, which drew Frederick a card off of the mastermind, but I think that was still in the upkeep. So
Hmm.
I'm not sure. We'll figure it all out.
Yeah, look, apparently for both players, they're happy that the two cards were drawn, so that the gameplay is going to
Maybe there
carry on.
was maybe there was a land that Frederick played really quickly that we missed. I'm not sure, but
That's the only thing I can think of is like maybe there was a land drawn and played straight away, and then that's why there was no mana tap. But it is what it is. We're going to carry on the game nonetheless. It still looks like it probably won't affect this game too much, as Frederick is I'm
yeah,
going to say looking pretty
Frederick is
favored right now.
yeah. Frederick said, you know what? Even I don't even need the extra card. It's fine. I get enough stuff going on. And now Caleb with three masterminds. That's going to mean the mastermind trigger, and then Caleb's going to draw three additional cards. So we'll have to see if that can be enough here. But this board state seems kind of insurmountable. The only card that I think Caleb could maybe draw to get him out of this is Gix's Command, where Gix's Command, as you can imagine, would kill
Mm.
essentially everything on Frederick's side of the battlefield, and maybe allow Caleb to put some counters on a Mastermind. As we see a third copy of Virtue.
Caleb does have a Gix command in hand. I can see that as he was shuffling through
Oh,
there.
okay.
But this has got to be an almighty swing, right? And
Yeah, so Caleb at 14 with one blocker. If Frederick goes for the cottage, Caleb chump blocks the Acklesats. That's 2,
5,
4,
6.
5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's 12 damage.
Well, no, if we activate the cottage, we block the flyers. The cottage is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm counting.
Well, Caleb found
Yeah.
a shoot the sheriff to kill that temple. So
So math is off a
Acklesats
little bit
down.
more. We're not activating the cottage, so this is just going to be a try and win over a couple, 2
2, 4,
turns.
5. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Caleb gonna go ahead and get in front of one of the preachers. Take the rest. That should be 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe. 7 will make Caleb fall down to 7. And then that Gix's command should be able to clean everything up. And you can go Gix's command, blow up the board, maybe get 2 copies of Mastermind
Uh,
back. There's a second virtue here for Frederick. And maybe Frederick is in a spot where he doesn't even care that much if his board gets wrapped because he just gets back 2 preachers.
no, that's like okay, cool. You've got the card that you needed, but you have to bear in mind, Kato had 0 cards. Has managed to get back into it with those masterminds, refill that grip. Having a little look now at Gix command, like does this card do exactly what I think it does? And Frederick on the other side just sees 5 mana pushed to one side. Like, wonder what you could have. Cool. Maybe we can get that on this. Or look, I was about to say maybe we could get that on the screen, but Norm's all over it. Production is good at
On
this.
top of it.
Okay, 2 modes are we picking? Destroy all creatures, power 2 or less, and
Return 2 creatures back from the graveyard. I assume we'll get back the. Oh, one of the preachers was Caleb, so he could even just get back 2 preachers here. There's a Tidebinder. Okay, you could Tidebinder one of the virtues. Could go. I think Caleb has a land to play too, so we can get back Tidebinder, Preacher, play land, play Preacher, pass Tidebinder one of the virtues.
I think the last card for Frederick at the minute is a go for the throat. Just
Okay.
however that plays into the math here. This is a grindy game. I like this. This is what I like in for standard Magic. I want a bit of back and forth. I don't want just someone to get completely steamrolled. I love these like mid-range nutrition value type games.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of exactly how these games this is sort of exactly how you would draw it up, where the Golgari deck firing sort of on all cylinders, had a bunch of removal spells, bunch of ways to get to this point in the game, and now has 2 virtues, and it looks like Caleb is going to stifle one of them. Now, the interesting thing about this is I believe Frederick has to choose targets for each of them, and then Caleb can then choose which one he wants to stifle. Maybe if they're both targeting Preacher, it's a moot point, anyways. But
Yeah, maybe. Oh, it wasn't a go for the throat. It was the investigator.
I
Hostile
want to read
investigator with last card
Tashana's
in hand.
Tidebinder. Okay, so Tishana's Tidebinder it only so said Tidebinder says if an ability of an artifact, creature, or planeswalker is countered this way, the permanent loses all abilities. Does not work on enchantment. So that Tidebinder is only a temporary answer to that virtue.
And at 7 life, we don't really have much life to play with here either, as we're going to turn around. This is going to be lethal. Here's the removal spell for the cottage. Go for the throat, getting that out of here. So making sure we've got
Okay.
nothing to do in response.
And then we can
Then we're going
go
to trade.
trade here. And then I believe Frederick has, like you said, that hostile investigator. So presumably that'll be the cast here. And yeah, I mean, Frederick at 19, maybe Caleb can try to cross the finish line with these restless reefs, but it just seems really, really difficult for Caleb to fight through these virtues because every single time he's making an exchange, like every time he won for ones, Frederick just gets 2 more cards the following turn. And not only are they additional cards, they're also immediate threats. Like Caleb has to answer everything because he's so low on life.
I like this line right now. I don't think we're taking it, but we are taking it. I say I like this. I like going Dread Knight, draw a card. If it's a land, great. I can play it, and
Oh,
it's the
right.
investigator. If it's not, it's another. I can just hold up a whatever I draw X. Removal spells probably the only thing I can't do here, or I can just play the Dread Knight, which in turn we can do. It's a threat, and we now got the another removal spell in hand. I like this.
Yeah, and then 2 cards in hand here for Frederick. So, ideally wants to get to a point where he can dump his hand to flip that temple. And you see Frederick looking around. I wonder what the round clock looks like. And Caleb picked up an Aclazotz. That is, we mentioned that Caleb a little bit low on life, but that one is going to buffer the life pad quite a bit.
And then we're going to play double Preacher as well. So yeah, now we're turning into the aggressor. But upkeep, we get to do this. We can destroy one of these if we need to, because we've got
Oh,
the
God. Get back the Urtai to pop the
yeah.
Aclazotz. This is just, oh, my goodness.
Look, I'm calling it now.
This is a
My
slogfest.
my favorite creature type in Magic got boarded in and is going to win this game. And of course, that is Gitrock. The Frog Horror Mount is going to get played this game, and we're going to win.
Ooh,
I don't even know if it's in the deck. It's in the 75, but I'm
I
going to
didn't
say that
even
we're going to
notice that
rip
in the
it.
board.
We're going to play it, and it does. It's a cool card. It's a real cool card. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are
maybe
going
we
to.
can Maybe we can pull that one up on screen for the folks at home that may not have seen this card. I actually did play one of these when the last RC was standard. I played Golgari, and I did have one of these in my sideboard. I will say I never boarded it in. It was just kind of the Gitrog Ravenous Ride is the card we're referring to. Yeah, it was kind of just on the sidelines doing some cheerleading. But in any case, maybe we can maybe we'll get to see it this game. There it is.
There it is. I want to see this card cast, and we're going to win the game from it being cast. I wonder if can we find out how long's left on the round?
Yeah,
Production.
that is a good question to ask. Now, that being said, I don't think it's going to take Frederick that much longer to win this game.
3 minutes.
3
I'm being told.
minutes. Well, 3 minutes might be enough time for Caleb to find a draw out of this because I don't think Caleb can win this game. Like if you just assuming these players had infinite time, I think that Frederick is a massive favorite with those 2 virtues in play. But yeah, I think Caleb is maybe trying to play towards a draw at this point.
So double removal spell in hand. In the next kind of semi-pause that we've got, production, can you just flick over to the modern game so we can kind of see where they're at on that? Because which game is this going to come down to? For all I know, there's going to be a huge ban. Okay, cool. Right, go back to standard. Go back to standard. Get away from that one. We don't want that one. Let's, all right, so Nadu's doing Nadu things in the middle, so this game might not even matter. But Caleb's going to give it his all. A lot of land, just the mastermind in hand.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting game. Caleb has been doing a very good job at doing his best to stay in the game, even though, I feel like Frederick, for the most part, has been ahead. I would say about 90% of this game. There was a brief moment where, Caleb initially looked like he was doing pretty well until Frederick started resolving those virtues. And that was kind of the turning point. There was that big turn where Caleb had the third mastermind, drew a bunch of cards, but it's really hard to keep up with 2 virtue of persistence.
Yeah. We mentioned that off the top of the hour, just when we were seeing him cast on turn 2 as the removal spell. The fact that you're able to get this enchantment down and every single turn, we just start doing what we're doing now. Like just bring more things out of the graveyard. We're going to start with this Deep Cavern Bats. That's going to show the mastermind, which I imagine is going to get flashed in response. And on the other side, we're going to get ourselves another preacher.
And yep, Caleb's last card is the Mastermind. So that is going to be played in response. Frederick will take a draw. Do we have lethal this turn is the question. So the Preacher and the Bat cannot attack. I don't believe there is the Restless Cottage. So if you presume that everything else can attack, I guess you have 2 removal spells, right? You just go cut down the Mastermind, go for the throat, the 1/1, and I mean that's got to be enough.
We can animate the one of the lands, right? Yeah, get rid of the token. Do some quick math. If I turn all this sideways, can I get 7 points of damage across?
Yeah, I think the best Caleb can do is block 1 creature with the Restless Reef, but even if that's the case, yeah, Caleb is going to pack it in. So that's going to be Frederick taking the match over Caleb, which means we're going down to Modern.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it goes. The first one of the day. Let's get to that middle table.
See, here's the thing, right? We only have 3 minutes left in the round, but that doesn't mean that this turn is going to take only 3 minutes.
Well, look, there's a Teferi on the battlefield as well. That's the alternate art to Teferi, just for everyone wondering. So even if we had a response, we definitely don't. This is F6 territory. Nadu in play, Shuko's in play. We're going through the motions. Like, if maybe someone doesn't know how this works. Maybe they've just come back to Magic the Gathering and thought, this format looks really cool. This is a team event. I love team events back in the day. Legacy, I remember those cards. Standard, these cards are cool. Modern, what's going on right now? what's this this combo deck? What, I've heard of it.
Birds and insects. That's all you gotta know. Birds and insects.
They look like Pokemon at this point.
Different Pokemon. I think that's a Metapod.
That is a Metapod. I'm a Gen 1 kid. What generation is your generation growing up?
Gen 1.
Okay, Gen 1. Chat, let us know. What generation of Pokemon did you grow up in?
Okay, here's the big question. If you were gonna use Pokemon cards as insects, which Pokemon would you Weedle, huh? I was gonna say Venonat. I guess Venonat's not really an insect, but
Caterpies are up there as well.
Yeah.
So I actually had something ready for this moment. I knew at some point today we would have a moment where Nadu is doing Nadu things. And I was like, right, I'm going to find a joke. And it's a Magic the Gathering joke for you and for chat. So are you ready? Do you want to hear my joke, Devin?
Okay, let's go. What do you got?
Why is John Avon so bad at Magic?
John Avon?
Yep.
Oh, like the artist? I have no idea.
Because all he draws is lands. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome.
On that note,
why do Naya players not drink milk?
No idea.
Because they're lactose intolerant. Oh, 2 for 2.
Oh my god. Production, can we get a break? No, I'm kidding.
All right, I'm all out. That's my 2 jokes I had lined up, and I've used them both on this matchup. I'm sorry, chat.
You know who else is all out? Dylan is out of cards. There's nothing in the library. I think we can now. I know we had an issue yesterday where I don't know exactly what happened. We had that 45-minute game with BBD. I don't know if like a loop could not be presented or if the loop was not being explained properly. But I would have to imagine we can get to a loop here. Yeah, I think we can.
We hope so. Charlie also hoping, but like, you know, when your team's lifeline is on, this is it. It comes down to this game, this match. If they fumble and they're not able to get the win here, and we either we pick up a draw or potentially can win on the following turn. I'm not so sure how that would work, but you got to be in it, right?
Yes, gotta be in it. So. What else can we talk about? We can talk about some more Pokemon stuff. Anything else Pokemon related that we want to discuss?
Not on camera. This is something we could discuss, but not on camera. Okay, what's your favorite Pokemon?
No. My favorite Pokemon, Snorlax.
Say mine's Snorlax as well. I love it. Love me a Snorlax. You know, he eats, sleeps.
That's all he does is eat and sleep. That's all I do. You know,
and play. You know, and he likes music. To get that flute out, he just gets up and dances a little bit and goes again. You know, I'm all about that.
I think Snorlax would be into heavy metal.
Yeah, I could see like a Snorlax like all goffed up or something. Like, let's get going. Like, full Kiss makeup, just going crazy. Chat's asking, how does this loop even work? Give us a quick breakdown, Devin.
So I want to be honest with you, Will. I'm not 100% positive. I
Okay.
just kind of blocked
I,
it from my memory. I think it's something to do with get to a point where you have nothing in your library.
Mhm.
Use Sylvan Safekeeper to sacrifice Boseiju and Odawara, and then Oh, okay. Well, we don't have to do that because we have Finale of Devastation. So never mind. There is no loop. Thank
That
you
also
so much,
works.
Dylan.
There's loads of there's so many different loops in this deck. There's infinite life gain that you can do with the Safekeeper, Urza's Saga, and Haywire Might. So you can target it, sack it in response, gain the 2 life, get the endurance trigger, and keep that. There's so many different loops. Like this deck, the best way to describe it, if you've never seen this before, it is like Hodak, but no bad matchups. Like that is, I think that was the best way someone described it to me, and I was like, that makes complete sense. But that was going to, of course, be the last game of this round of this team event where we are bringing you 7 amazing rounds. So we're going to step away. We're going to have a short break. We're going to turn it around. We're going to get the next team in for the feature match. So make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Trios event where we're bringing you 7 rounds of action. We've got standard, we've got modern, we've got legacy, and more importantly, I'm joined by that man there in the booth, Mr. Donovan O'Donnell. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to watch some more team action. We've got to see a little bit of legacy, a little bit of standard, a little bit of modern, and Will, talk to us about what we are going to be watching this round.
Well, we started the day off with some legacy, and round 2 we started with some standard. So naturally, we're looking at chat. I literally got chat right there, and I can hear you all calling out for a certain deck that you want to watch. And we've got this round. We have a Nardu mirror sat down in our modern feature. So we're going to start off and kick off today with a Nardu modern because I don't think everyone's seen it. This might not be in the future. We might not ever see it again after this game. So we're going to go straight down to the feature match table where we have got Nardu versus Nardu. You know, this is what you want. This is what you called out for, chat. I can see it now. Look how happy you all are to watch this mirror. It is going to be phenomenal. It is going to be fireworks. It's going to be so back and forth and interactive. It is going to be amazing. Both players looking at their opening hands here, seeing if they
Oh
want to
yeah,
keep. Like, what turn
gonna
can we
be
combo off here? What's the earliest turn
gonna.
you can combo off for?
I don't think you can do it on turn 2. I think it's just turn 3. I'm pretty sure it's turn 3. I don't think it's turn 2.
All right, well, we're going to start off with a breeding pool, and then we're going to, it looks like we're going to shock that in, and we're going to go straight to the legacy one. We're trying, chat, we're trying. We're starting with legacy. We don't want to see no Nardu mirrors on this channel ever again. If Wizards are listening, never again do we want to see that. But it does mean that we get to start with some Grixis, Tempo, and Demir mid-range. Now, this is going to be a cool little bit of back and forth, a little bit, some blue spells cast. How's this going to go?
So, Grixis on the side of Sean Gallagher. These decks are very, very similar in what they're doing. Grixis Tempo. Sean has Tamiyo, Psychic Frog, Channeler, Murktide, Brazen Borrower as the threats, and then kind of the traditional speed of interaction, Force of Will, Daze, Lightning Bolt, a couple Pyroblast in the main. And then for Vinny's side of things, a lot of similar cards. Nethergoyf, Psychic Frog, Orcish Bowmasters, just without that red splash. So it really is going to come down to, are the red cards worth it? Because they have a lot of similarities between these deck lists. And just to highlight the red cards here, mostly in the main deck, it's just Lightning Bolt and Pyroblast. And I think I want to highlight Pyroblast specifically as a card that seems pretty good in a matchup like this because traditionally speaking, there's maybe not a ton of ways to remove Psychic Frog from the battlefield, and Pyroblast is one of those ways.
So I'm seeing a lot of Tamios in these decks. So like one player's got 4 copies, the other's got 2, and 2 Stifles. Shout out, love Stifle. But like Tamiyo's a card I just don't think it's really seen the power level of this card yet. We still see it played a little bit in modern. We see it flipped. You think, oh my god, this card's so broken, so great. But I don't think it's had its time to shine yet. I think it's kind of under the radar, even though we can all face up value. Think this card is amazing. Why are we now seeing it in Legacy as a 1 mana for a 0/3 flyer?
Well, if you thought that Tamiyo was pretty good in Modern, it's actually even better in Legacy due to the presence of Brainstorm, where Tamiyo can flip after you've drawn 2 additional cards, and Brainstorm is a 1 mana way to just immediately flip Tamiyo. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of Tamiyos in these deck lists, where these decks kind of aim towards sometimes can aim towards be playing a bit of a longer game, and Tamiyo on the battlefield, especially if you can flip it as early as turn 2, where you go turn 1 Tamiyo, turn 2 Brainstorm flip, plus that can sort of maybe run away with the game if you can stop your opponent from attacking it. And we see a Tameo. I don't know if there's a Brainstorm in hand for Sean. I think there might be.
I can see Lightning Bolt, Pyroblast. I think that's a Preordain. I don't think that card. It might be a Brainstorm. It might be the Ice Age Brainstorm. We don't need to do it now, right? It's any turn that we draw 3 cards.
Yeah, and if Sean has a Brainstorm, you could even maybe respond to Vinny's Fetch Land, and then Brainstorm, and that way Vinny can't respond and have a removal spell for the Tameo. So, and Vinny fetching out a basic land here. I want to take a look if there's. I don't think there's any like Harbinger of the Seas or anything like that in the main deck. At least those are only in the sideboard. But that is something we could go towards in the postboard games as we see a Fatal Push and beautiful sequencing. So Fatal Push in response, we're going to Brainstorm to try and flip the Tameo, but that is going to be met with Daze.
Yeah, Daze, great card. Like genuinely, I love this card. I play with it so much. I think it's a cool design card. Throwback to is it McKinney Masks block? Did that come out?
Daze,
Question
yeah,
mark?
Daze was in Nemesis, I think, which was the set after Masks.
So now here comes Delta.
All right,
Starting
Will,
off with
you're good at full art and promo cards. What is that full art card in Sean's hand? The one at the top.
it's Pyroblast.
Pyroblast. Okay.
Yep, it was one of the store promo ones. Again, I know that because I've played them in Pioneer. It's nice, actually. They're really nice. They're like an anime type one. They're really, really nice. They did a blue version of the counter spell, like a standard start counter spell, and then Pyroblast is the red one. It's really cool.
Yeah, and if we look at the graveyard here for Sean, as Sean casts a copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler, sorcery from Ponder, artifact, instant, and creature. So that Channeler, even though there's 4 cards in the graveyard already turned on, which means the Bowmaster cannot kill it. It's got to go upstairs. And that's another thing that I kind of want to highlight real quick is if you look at these deck lists, Vinny is playing 3 copies of Orcish Bowmasters, and Sean is playing 0. There are no Bowmasters in the 75. So that is another interesting dynamic about this mirror match is, on the one hand, one player has Bowmaster, which you would imagine pretty good in a matchup like this. There's Brainstorms, Ponders, and things of that nature. But Sean does not have his own copies.
Oh, looking at Sean's deck, the black splash is purely for Psychic Flog. And in the sideboard, there's a couple of Dark Patrols. Other than that, it's just Psychic Frog. Is Psychic Frog that powerful in Legacy?
Yeah, yes. I mean, we've been talking about the potential, the upcoming ban list on Monday, and there's been a lot of talk about Grief and Legacy. I've heard some players talking about Psychic Frog too. I mean, it really has kind of warped a lot of these sort of tempo style decks because it is so good when the legacy decks are very much better at filling up their graveyard than the modern decks. So the exile 3 cards to give it flying comes up a bit more because they just have more cheap cards, more fetch lands, Dazes, Force of Will's, Wastelands. And on top of all of that, there's like a bunch of cantrips, Ponders, Brainstorms, and the removal is better. So it just all of these things make Psychic Frog a much better threat in Legacy than it is in a format like Modern.
Look, you say his name, he shall appear. Psychic Frog was the draw, and it looks like the card that is going to get cast. Is it going to resolve? Question mark. Do see the full art copy over on Vinny's side as well, which I think is getting ditched for this Force of Me, leaving just double Bowmaster in hand.
Vinny's going to pitch. And I mean, the leftovers being 2 Bowmasters is still pretty good for Vinny. You could fire one of those off in the end phase and kind of just sort of try to get Sean dead before that Channeler crosses the finish line. So end step Bowmaster put Sean down to
this is going to have Pyroblast, right? Like it's that Force of
Oh right, we knew about the Pyroblast, yep.
And then we get the Surveil trigger.
So the Pyroblast is going to fight over the Force, and then Sean resolving. See, it's interesting though because Psychic Frog maybe not at its best against 2 copies of Bowmaster because the draw is mandatory. The draw is not a may. So if you're in a situation where you attack with Psychic Frog and Vinny has a Bowmaster, you have to draw that card. Now we do know about the Lightning Bolt in Sean's hand, which can take care of at least one of the Bowmasters, and Sean doesn't know about the second or the third copy. But yeah, this is going to get interesting to see if Sean, does Sean even attack next turn?
Well, just having a 1-2 body is pretty good at holding off these Bowmasters by itself. But nah, we're getting in. What could this be representing then? Like,
Hmm.
what could I, if I'm trying to work out what are these last two cards for Vinny here, why would they be attacking? Because right now I've got lightning bolts. So I'm quite happy I can kill one of these. If I can block
So
and kill one of these,
it's interesting because you have the other copy of Bowmasters, but Sean can just discard a card to grow the Psychic Frog. So that's what's going to happen. The Bowmaster, I presume, is going to target the Psychic Frog. Sean can discard the non Lightning Bolt card, which I think is a Ponder. He kind of wants to discard that anyways in the face of these Bowmasters. That'll keep the Frog in play. Vinny will lose a Bowmaster. And now what you can do is you can say maybe exile 3 cards to give the Frog, or maybe not even give it flying, maybe just let him block, and then you attack with both, and then after blockers are declared, you could even wait on this bolt
oof.
where you could say attack first. Okay, we're just gonna kill it now so that the bowmaster can't chump block, and then that's gonna mean one less bowmaster, which means one less trigger off a bowmaster when the psychic frog connects.
So we get double Surveil here. Tamiya going to the graveyard and another Dragon Rage Channeler. Lightning Bolt resolves. Orc Master goes to the graveyard. Now we're going to get in there for 5 points of damage. Draw a card. Trigger happens. As long as we remember it. Yes, we do. So that Orc Mass token's getting big.
Yeah, 4/4 right now,
Doesn't
and
matter. Wasteland. Oh
wasteland
no, it does. I thought it looked like a removal spell the way we flung it, but yeah, Wasteland's going to be the land for the turn. Brazen
and
Borrower in hand.
Sean does have lethal in play, theoretically. Now, we know that Vinny has the Brazen Borrower, so maybe Vinny could say, attack for 4, put Sean down to 7. Brazen Borrower, the Psychic Frog, takes 6, go to 2. And then hope, what can you draw if you're Vinny? I guess you can draw another copy of, you could draw the 4th Orcish Bowmasters. Wait, hold on, let me look at how many copies there were there. There's only 3, so you actually can't draw the 4th Orcish Bowmasters.
So we can't discard both cards in hand to make it lethal. So yeah, just taking the 5 here makes sense.
Oh.
So we're going to draw an extra card. Another
Right, but
ping is
that's
going to
going to trigger
happen.
the Bowmaster. Okay, so that's going to put Sean down to 6, and you do have 6 power in play.
We've got a blocker though. Ponder was the draw. We don't really like that. That is another. Is that Tammy off the top?
It might have been a frog.
No, I
I
think
think
it's
it was
still
a frog.
Tamio.
Was it?
I think so. Didn't look like a frog to me.
I
You might be
see.
right.
Yeah,
We'll find
it's
out.
tough to say. No, I think you're right. I think it was a Tameo, and it looks like a spell bomb and a fetch land.
Looks like we're not keeping either of them. I think this is land, spell bomb, cracking it straight away, making that a 1 power Dragon Age Channeler.
Okay. And what this also does is it exiles the graveyard. So not only shrinks the channelers, but also means that Vinny can now chump block the psychic frog. But yeah, so I think Vinny was thinking about attacking on board. What did I miss?
Well, no, so basically, he had 3 cards in hand, discards all 3 cards, gives
Right.
the
Okay.
frog flying, flies over the top, gets the W. Yeah, just the way things lined up there didn't really hit what needed to hit. So we get to go to, they're going to go to sideboarding, but because this is a team event, we get to go back down to let's go standard. And let's chat. If you want the Nardi mirror, just let me know. If you can just type it in chat, if any ones in chat for the Nardi mirror, and then I'll make sure we go to the Nardi mirror. If not, we'll sit here in the standard seat, which looks like Temporal Lockdown has just done some work. 4 for
Yeah,
1.
we're probably not going to see a lot of ones, but in any case, yeah, temporary lockdown. Okay, well, I guess we might have to.
Look, chat, if you want it, chat, because look, both games are now going to sideboards. There's only one game where we can go to. We're gonna have to go to that Nardu, man. Let's give chat what they want. Let's get back. Let's go across that Nardu mirror. How are they getting on? Looks like
They're also sideboarding, I think.
Okay, everyone's sideboarding. Sure, we don't know where to go. I don't have any more jokes, Doom. That's the problem. I know that you're itching
Fresh
for
out.
another joke. I can try and Google some, I guess, if we need to.
You got to come up with one on the fly. No, you can't Google it. No, you got to come up with it on the fly. It's got to be natural, okay?
A joke on the fly. Oh, I've got one. Nardu. That's the joke.
Good joke. I like that one.
Right.
That's a good one.
We'll sit here, production, until literally any other game starts. That'd be great. We're going to start off with a Delighted Halfling. What turn do you reckon we're going to go for a combo in this match? I'm going to go with a turn 3. I think turn 3. I'm going to go. Someone's going to try and combo.
Yeah, I mean the thing about this matchup is there's not really a ton of interaction. There's definitely some things with like Volatile Storm Drake that you can So we actually had an interesting interview with the winner yesterday, Wesley, and Wesley had discussed, and I don't know if either of these players are playing Grazer. I'm going to take a look at the deck lists. I see no Grazers here and no Grazers here. But one thing Wesley had mentioned is if you have Grazer plus Colony Garden in the opening hand, you can go turn, even on the draw, you can go turn one, Grazer, Colony Garden, um, or sorry, no, it was, what was it? It was land, Grazer, Colony Garden, token, turn two, land, and then that gives you the ability to like cord for the, what's it called?
Are you
The
telling me
Storm
there's a
Drake.
turn 2 way to combo?
No. But it's a turn two way to steal Nadu when your opponent is on the play and they have mana dork into their own Nadu. I think is what he was saying. It was something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
Well, look, I said turn 3. If Joey has Nadu, which I can see in hand, we might just see a turn 3. Oh,
what is
Dismember.
that?
That is the Dismember from the new Secret
Oh,
Lair
the
Monty
Monty
Python.
Python. Right.
Yep.
Okay. I gotta buy those. Those are kind of cool.
Good luck. Good luck trying to find them at a decent price, my friend. I tell you,
Oh
they
no.
are they're good. But that means no turn 3 combo.
Yeah, this
And now
is
we're gonna
not
pass the turn back and see if we can combo. You know what I mean? It's like, how do we rebuild? Do we lose to the combo on the following turn?
not looking great here for Joey. If you look at Wappa's battlefield, Wappa's got a lot more stuff going on. Has the Nantuko, has the Saga, and it looks like Legacy is
Legacy.
started. So let's go back over to
Just go
Legacy.
straight to it. Don't even ask questions. Like, we're done. Okay, let's kick it off. So, land go, and turn fetch. Might see a surveil land here. Could see an untapped source if needs be. If we've got some sort of instant speed. Don't want to do it. Gonna go surveilling. I love that the surveil lands that even find their way into legacy. Like, that's how
Oh
good
yeah.
these cards are.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the decks that have reanimate, you can even imagine like Undercity Sewers surveil my tracks into my graveyard. It just gives you, more ways to set up that turn two reanimate. We came into this game. Looks like Sean has fired off a wasteland on to Vinny, and no threats yet for either player. And turn two brainstorm here for Vinny. Presumably has a fetch
Zold.
land to kind of fix that up, and maybe potentially looking for lands. I didn't get a good look, but there might have not been a second land, but he did pick up a couple of lands there.
Yeah, we found 2. Harbinger in hand as well. Chat, I want to thank you all for being here today. This is good. It means a lot that you're jumping in and watching this awesome team event that we've got going on. It is 7 rounds before we cut to a top 8. So that's 10 rounds in total of Team Magic. Standard, modern, legacy. And we're gonna try our best. Anytime there's a non-Nadu deck in modern, we will try and get there. But other than that, we will be sticking to legacy and standard for most of today. So maybe you're trying to get a heads up on one of the new GPs that are coming out. A lot more standards is going to be played. Maybe you're a fan of these older formats like we're seeing right now. Well, make sure you sit down, stuck in. This is going to be an amazing Sunday of Magic. Shout out to Dubai as well. I see Dr. Snackbar is one of the European regional regulars, comes across from Dubai. And he's a doctor. And that's all. He's a really, really nice guy. So I want to shout him out.
Love Snack Bar. He's in my chat a lot. So
Great guy. When are we going to get that Dubai RC? That's what I want to know. I'd love a little trip out to Dubai. More shuffling, more fetching. Comes with the format, is what it is.
some stuff going on here. Now, I mean, like, interesting to see this particular game because neither player has a threat yet. It looks like maybe we're going to change that in the form of Tameo. Not a threat in and of itself. Well, I mean, it is kind of a threat.
Yeah.
Like I said, if it flips and plus it a bunch of times, like it does threaten to end the game. And Vinny's going to fire off a fatal push. And yeah, just interesting to see. Now, what I want to look at is how many copies of Murktide Region do these players have? So Sean has 3, and it looks like Vinny only has 1. So that is an interesting dynamic as well. It's how many, like, if we get into these fights over both players having Murktide, Sean is sort of advantaged in that regard because he just has more physical copies of it.
Yeah, I'm having a look. I think is this a matchup you bring the Dark Betrayals in because you know that there's Bowmasters, you know that there is most likely more frogs on the other side as well. Is that worth it?
Yeah. Dark Betrayal seems pretty good because it kills Psychic Frog and Orcish Bowmasters, and that's actually a good point. So it looks like Vinny has 1 Betrayal and Sean has 3. So Sean is sort of advantaged on both of those fronts where, 3 Dark Betrayal, as we talked about Pyroblast being a good 1-mana answer to Psychic Frog, this is another one of those good 1-mana answers to Psychic Frog. And like you said, being able to kill, especially Vinny also has more stuff that it kills because Vinny is playing
Ooh.
Netherglyph and Sean is not.
Hello. Here we go. Harbinger, and it resolves. All those lands
Blood
are
Moon.
now islands. That means we got no black mana. We got no more red mana. Doom, I've lost so many games to this card. But this card gets me every time. Like every single time. I'm like, oh, cool, I'll just lightning bolt it. Oh, wait, it's not a Magus of the Moon. I don't have red mana. I've only got blue mana. And it hurts me.
Yeah,
Flood
I mean,
Moon.
really, you kind of have to dismember it now. If we take a look at Vinny's
Do
deck
what?
list, how
Which
many
member?
dat member? How many of those are we working with? We are working with, looking at the deck list here, 0 copies. So what else do we have to this? If we look at Vinny's list, there
Borrower.
is
Brazen Borrower.
2 borrowers after sideboard, 1 in the main, 1 in the board, and that's really it.
That literally is it. We might just see this runaway of the game, but Tamio is
I
going to
guess
flip.
Murktide.
That's a blocker, I guess. But then there's got to be answers to that on the other side, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is maybe Sean can just say, okay, you can have this as long as I have a Murktide region. I don't really care if you have the Harbinger because I'm just going to kill you with the Murktide before the Harbinger matters. And it looks like there is a Murktide region here from Sean.
Boom! You called it, dude. All right, it's going to be big. How big are we going to make it? It looks like there's 2.
2? Yeah,
5
2.
5.
Okay.
5 5 is bigger than a 2 last time I checked.
I mean, 5 is a good number because Vinny is at 15. So 5 is divisible, or 15 is divisible by 5. So that's a 3-turn clock. And Vinny is working with, I think, a couple Bowmasters, a Brainstorm, and a Frog. So not a ton of stuff going on.
That top card is it's a wasteland, but it's basically it's a basic garden in this spot. Yeah, chat that land in play. That's a proxy. That's a tropical island. If you cannot make out what it says, like that's allowed in these tournaments. Check W.
Well, you're confusing chat. They're gonna think that you're right. They're not gonna think that you're lying.
All right, top 3 brainstorm. We see Bauble, Tamio, Wasteland. 2 more cards can go back on top.
Yeah, the Tamio is interesting, kind of, where you can Tamio, play the Bauble on Sean's turn. Next turn, attack with Tamio, get a clue, pop the clue, and that would flip the Tamio. But none of these cards are really good at answering a Murktide Regent.
Orcish Bowmaster is going to come down. We're going to choose to play that, do a point in damage to the Tamio.
I want to know what the Underground Sea says on it. I think
it's probably you borrowed it off your mate, right? And he's just like, look, put my name on the inner sleeve. So you know that one's mine out of the 6 that you've got in your deck.
Yeah, that specific one. Your
deck.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's what I would do. I think I've done that in the past.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you don't sign all your own cards with your own signature, Doom, before you play them.
No.
What?
No, I don't.
You need to buy some more cards off Big Will here. They've all just got Will Hall all over them.
Yeah, this Murktide region putting Vinny on a 3-turn clock, and like we said, Vinny's hand is not super great at answering this Murktide region. So Sean's going to get in there for 5. That's going to put Vinny down to 10. And I mean, I guess maybe there's a world where you Psychic Frog, and then you can discard some cards to pump it up, and then exile cards from the graveyard. But like, say Vinny draws to 3 cards in hand, plays the frog, 2 left over, discard 2 cards, put 2 counters in the frog, and still doesn't block the Murktide that turn.
We got nothing in hand. We got red cards, black cards, no blue cards. Just having to pass the turn back. Bauble is what we're going to draw. Put it to one side. Don't want to crack it just yet.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess Vinny can set up that Bauble on Sean's turn. So you Bauble on Sean's turn to draw the extra card on your turn, attack with Tamio, clue, then sack the clue, and that would flip the Tamio. But I mean, you're going to be at 5 after that because the Murktide's going to attack again.
Yeah, remember there's a trigger from this Tamio, so everything gets -1, -0. when it attacks. So only 2 would get damage would get dealt. Maybe. Here comes Orcish Bowmass. This is going to grow the Orcamass token by 1, plus the extra point is going to happen. Little bit of acting here, thinking maybe we could have a response to this. Because we do have blue mana. Blue mana is used to counter magic. I think there's a little bit of showmanship going on here. Like, do I want that? Okay, yeah, sure, that can happen. 2 mana. Crack the food token that we've got. I can't remember where we got that food token. Oh, it looked like it was a clue. Oh, it was a clue token, not a food token from the Tameo. That'd make a lot more sense than the food token happening.
Yeah, and it looks like I think Sean maybe picked up a brainstorm. So what are we going towards here? I think I see a bolt, a frog, a brainstorm. Not exactly sure what the last card is.
It's
So
Dragon Age Chandler.
okay, this is all coming at Tameo. And I mean, this is all well and good for Vinny, clearing the Tameo, doing a little bit of damage to Sean. But again, that Murktide Regent being a 2-turn clock, it's, I think Vinny does know the other top card from the Brainstorm, because we brainstormed last turn. So
Is it? Do we? I thought we hit Tameo and Bauble on top. Then we drew off the Bauble to draw the Tameo. This turn we drew the Bauble. So I think we've got Unknown on top. I could be wrong, but look, we've also got a clue in play. Remember as well, which we're not cracking end of turn.
no, because he wants to save the clue for this turn, because you're drawing off the Bauble, and then I think you want to pop the clue. Found a go for the throat. That's a big one.
Now, do we want to go a little bit deeper to try and hit some counter magic before we fire it off?
I think you would rather play around daze here, because if you pop the clue and then go for the throat, you get dazed. Whereas if you go for the throat first, now there is a counterbalance. Do we flip a 2?
It's a 1. It's a Pyroblast.
Pyroblast, okay.
And that's it. That's enough to scoop it up. Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Harbinger's going to get there. I told you that card it just catches you off guard so quickly. So that's going to be 1 up to the team on the right of our screen. Let's have a little go. Let's go to standard. See how that's getting on. So we got the Rakdos aggro. This is the Lizards deck that you saw earlier. That I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm literally in love with this deck. I really want to play it. It looks really
it's
cool.
so good. Yeah.
The Domain Ramp. Now, obviously we've had a rotation. What did Domain Ramp lose in rotation?
It's a good question, because they did lose a lot of their mana base. The Domain deck was really built around the Triomes before, and the combination of, Triome plus a basic to cast Leyline Binding early and often. The loss of Triomes did hurt quite a bit. But if you look at the mana base for this particular domain deck, they've kind of restructured their mana base a little bit. They're a lot more basic heavy. So they have stuff like Heaped Harvest and Herd Migration. That's how they get the basic land types for Leyline Binding. And then also a bit of Surveilling, right? There's 4 Lush Portico, 3 Hedge Maze, and 3 Meticulous Archive. So the way that the lands are structured, it's kind of, I'm always going to have blue, white, and green. And instead of my bindings costing 2 or 1 mana most of the time, sometimes they're going to cost 3 mana. And that's okay, because 3 mana for a binding plus, a card off a Beanstalk is still a pretty good rate. So they're okay with that. But they've kind of just sort of restructured the mana a little bit differently. But past that, Will, honestly, there's not a ton that's different about this. The Archangels, the Atraxas, Bindings, Beanstalks, Sunfalls, and Lockdowns, all of that stuff is still here.
Yeah, when we jumped into it early on, we saw a temporal lockdown coming down. I'm seeing 3 copies in the main, 1 in the sideboard. That seems like the key card in this matchup.
Yeah, Lockdown is huge, because sometimes with Sunfall, like in theory, Sunfall is a little bit better because it kills the 3-drops, which Lockdown can't hit, like Laughing Jasper Flint and Thoughtstalker Warlock. But like, it just doesn't match the efficiency of Lockdown, where sometimes you're in a position where if your opponent has a bunch of 2-drops, like especially a start that involves Flame Cash Gecko, which is the Burning Tree Emissary, you can imagine if your opponent has 1-drop into Gecko 2-drop, you're not going to live until turn 5 to cast Sunfall, and you really do need Lockdown in those draws.
We've got our attack step this round. We don't have that's Forest Island. So we can't 1 mana cast the Leyland's Binding right now. I don't think, unless any of them are some different alternative.
No, I think it's just 3 types. I think it's Hedge Maze and then 1 of each basic.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. Those basics, it's a secret layer one. I can't remember the exact one it is. It's one of the newer ones.
Okay.
It might even be Monty Python ones, actually. Thinking of it.
See a duress here. I have
a
no
amazing
clue what that. I have no clue what that dark card is. Is that Atraxa?
Atraxa
Okay.
Phyrexian variant, the oil slick one.
Okay, so Atraxa and a bunch of lands here for Bradley. Was really leaning on that Sunfall, but Duress is going to take care of that. And Bradley is in a spot where he really needs to find another sweeper, something like a Lockdown or another copy of Sunfall, or this damage is probably going to be a bit too much, and we might be going to a game 3 here.
Like, do you deploy any more to the battlefield in this instance, or are you happy? If a sweeper was to happen, we've still got some cards in hand. I think that's what we're doing. We're counting now. Is like, is this a 2-turn clock? Do I need to deploy any more to the battlefield?
You don't have to, because with Bradley on 12, you could even just say attack with everything, activate my Hired Claw, and that'll be an attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we actually going towards the Restless Fence. Is this lethal? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's 10.
Okay, so
I
we're
believe it's
making you have it
10.
this turn. Have it this turn or bust.
And what's nice about this is you're dealing 10, putting Bradley to 2. Even if Bradley can find a sweeper, Bradley at 2 means the Restless Fence is still going to be lethal no matter what.
Like
If
it.
if my math is correct, I think it's 10.
Yeah. You're right. So yeah, the creature land goes back. So untap. An angel. Does that do what gets out of this?
Could go Archangel, kicked once, kill Hired Claw, go up to 4, and then on 4 life you would block give up to 7, take 5 down to 2. I guess that would give you a window, but it would have to be Archangel for sure.
We drew a tranquil throwback. Now that can gain us life, but not
Yeah, not
enough.
enough
So,
though. Yeah,
so that's
you
going
can. The Frillback can gain what, 4? So you go to 6, and then at 6 you would block the give. Yeah, it still wouldn't be enough.
to. Yeah, let's go back to Legacy. If Legacy is going to be one apiece, we can go back to that and have a look, see how it's going on. So we haven't missed too much. Looks like some wasteland action. Tammy on the battlefield that's managed to get an attack in, and a Ponder Bauble. So now here comes Brainstorm.
Yeah, looks like a Tamio that got to attack. Got to be pretty happy if you're Sean here. That Tamio just is going to generate some advantage. And if Sean has something like, say, a Ponder and not a Brainstorm, Sean can deploy third land, use the Ponder, and then pop the Clue to flip the Tamio. So that gives you additional ways to flip it even without Brainstorm. And speaking of Brainstorm, that is what Vinny's casting here. Vinny wants to find a Fatal Push. Never
Here
go if not
comes
quite that.
Never Go If would be a 3/4 in this instance, so it is going to resolve. I feel like me and Vinny would be friends. I've never met him. He's got Phyrexian tattoo and cat sleeves. I just feel like we'd be friends. You know what I
You would
mean?
love Vinny. Vinny is great. I cannot say enough good things about Vinny.
Maybe when I come out there. Well, we're going to go fetch up the Underground Sea. Some Vinny fans in chat as well.
Who isn't really,
That is true. Like, who isn't? Going to crack the clue in the turn. Go a card deeper. Dark Betrayal is in hand. So is a frog that we drew off the clue. Another Tamio. Oh no, that's a Pyroblast. Sorry.
Like a Pyroblast, yep. So Dark Betrayal we're leading on. This is heads up because you want to maybe play around dazed. Don't want to get that thing dazed. Tamia's going to come in, represent another clue, and then we get a Ponder. And I think there was another Ponder in Sean's hand. So if Sean finds a land, which I believe we might be missing, you can go Ponder into land, second Ponder, and that'll flip the Tamio.
Yeah, I think that's our hand looks pretty stacked. We're just missing the lands, and we're going to shuffle here with this Ponder. Give ourselves a blind draw on the top of the old noggin. Is it a land? It is a land. Easy.
Is
That's the
was
That's the
there a Ponder?
WMP promo. Wooded no Flood Strand.
I lied. There's no second Ponder. It looks like the hand is Frog, Borrower, Pyroblast, Frog,
Tamio.
Bolts, or Tamio. Okay. Sean's got a lot of full art cards. It's hard to tell sometimes.
I like it. Look, it makes me look good. all these alternate arts of cards. I'm like, bam, it's that. Bam, it's that. Do you think Flage could make its way into Legacy? Or we've seen it once today in the 4 color deck. But
yeah, I was gonna say I think the 4-color deck is playing it. Past that, I mean, I think there are certain situations where maybe you like. I don't. Legacy isn't a format that it feels like the life total isn't under like as much of an issue in Legacy, or well, maybe that's not the best way to put it, but like, would you rather like is the card better than Uro? This is the only format where Uro is still legal, So and the mana, I think the mana lines up for Uro better, Like there is certain like there was a situation, what was it? We saw Kyle play earlier today where Kyle had a basic island, a mystic sanctuary, and a tropical island with a flage in the graveyard. And just the way that the way that these mana bases are built, it seems like they're much more conducive to flashing back Uro than flage.
So we went for a days check. Pyroblast is going to deal with the frog while it's on the stack, so it's going to resolve. Get in there with our frog. That's going to do a point damage. Draw a card. This is where things get scary. As long
Right.
as we remember to draw the card.
And this is a situation where usually these matchups are a lot about player plays a threat, player answers threat. Player plays a threat, player answers threat. The problem is what happens when player plays a threat, player doesn't have the answer, and then other player plays a second threat. Because now you have two threats without an answer in hand, and it's it's going to be really tough for Vinny to claw back out of this. On top of the fact that I think Vinny has missed at least one, if not two, land drops.
And now here comes a big Murktide as well. Do we have an answer to this? I do see Brazen Boa being pulled to the front of the hand, so it's a way of getting off once we get some open mana. But I'm looking at, do we have any like force of wills, anything to stop it? It doesn't look like it does, especially when Vinny reaches for the dice for me.
Only a 4/4 though, small Murktide.
You mentioned about catching up, so now there's 3 threats on the battlefield. I've got 2 mana. Are there any sweepers played in Legacy in these decks? Is there any, there's sometimes some free mana sweepers I see cropping around in sideboards?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look. Sometimes these decks have a toxic deluge. Even if that were the case, I highly doubt that these players would want a deluge in this kind of matchup. But looking at Vinny's sideboard, the only thing that can kill more than one creature is engineered explosives, which wouldn't even be that good on this board. There's a 1, a 2, and a
Yeah.
7. So, yeah, there's not really a lot of ways for Vinny to claw back out of this. And you see Sean with the Borrower just maxing out the pressure here.
And this is like a real good spot to be in, right? Like Tameo's drawing us extra cards.
Oh, yeah.
Great. We've got the Frog drawing us extra cards. Great. The Frog plus Murktide, exiling sorceries and instants from the graveyard can grow the 1, give it flying, 2, grow it, 3 grows the Murktide. Everything's going up really well here for Sean Gallagher on the left of our screen.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Vinny here. Just missed a whole bunch of land drops. And, I mean, Legacy's a format where once you fall behind on board and you're missing land drops, you get into these situations where the dazes and the wastelands are so much more punishing. And you see that's kind of exactly what's happening.
Yeah, we
And,
saw Daze there.
yeah, daze the frog, get it out of here. And Vinny's going to fall to 11. And Sean
lethal?
might just be able to kill with the frog here, right? I don't know how many cards are in hand.
Well, if we attack with, so this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Oh, plus spells
12.
from the spells that'll trigger the Murktide. Yeah, this should be more than enough.
I think this is lethal as long as we we're counting it. I've got 4 cards in hand. This is +4 to the frog. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in the graveyard we can exile.
And remember, and remember, every single spell that gets exiled off the frog also pumps the Murktide.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so this is like we're going to do it twice. That's the handshake. That's Sean leveling it up for his team, which means we are going to move back to standard, where everything is on the line. The winner of this game will win it for their team, and their team will advance to a 3-0 record. Can we get a time check, please, production? How much long is on the clock?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we go into game number 3, this is not maybe the most aggressive start, or maybe not the start that Tyler would want to have. Has looks like the first threat got dealt with, and then has an iridescent vine lasher on turn 3 with offspring, so that'll make a copy of it. And that means that every land that Tyler plays will deal 2 more damage to Bradley. It looks like plenty of time on the clock, 15 minutes, so not worried about this match going to time. But a good sequence here for Tyler. I mean, probably just wants to fire off that go for the throat. And you can even go for the throat, the angel, and play the deep cavern bat to do a check for Sunfall. So not a bad setup here. Now it doesn't have a ton of pressure in play. Has a few creatures, but they're all kind of small. And looks like Bradley's hand is second Archangel and Get Lost.
Is that an Archangel? Oh yeah, it's an Archangel.
I believe it is. Yeah.
Okay, so Archangel and Get Lost.
Ideally, you would want to take the Archangel, but if you do that, then Bradley can just get lost the bad. But what's interesting is that if you take the Archangel and you force Bradley to cast the Get Lost, that means that he can't cast the Archangel next turn. So that might be a consideration here for Tyler.
Plus, you get 2 map tokens, which could be used in your next turn to try and fill at the top of your deck. So yeah, I kind of like doing it this way around, as you said. Force them to use that. Then we can get the angel off the battlefield. Take a point of damage for our troubles. More importantly, we get to get in there for 2 more points of damage. And this is all going to add up, but we need the top of our deck to be really nice to us now and not hit any more lands for the rest of this game. Where Sunfall on the other side.
How about that, huh?
My deck's going to be really nice to me. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. 3 creatures going to get exiled. We're going to get ourselves a incubate token for free. Plus, we get to get this angel back to our hand. Yeah, that is almost like worst possibles there for Tyler.
Yeah, you definitely saw like a little bit of a glimmer here for Tyler, where you could see a situation where he draws a couple of spells in a row, has some pressure on the battlefield, and is able to kind of close it out. But here it's going to be really, really tough with that Sunfall drawn off the top. We looks like we picked up a Flame Cash Gecko, I believe, which that's the Burning Tree Emissary. But even if you don't deal damage, you can still use it to rummage, where it's 2 mana, discard a card, draw a card. So that is a way for Tyler to kind of convert these extra lands and try to find some additional spells.
Yeah, your opponent has to lose life for you to be able to get the mana, though, right? So it's
Yes.
just a vanilla 2/2 currently, which if this angel comes down, we can activate it in response, get rid of this extra land we've got in hand, and hopefully turn it into a card that will help turn this game around. Because boy, do we need some help right now.
I was going to say another banger off the top. I don't remember what the other land here that Bradley has, because I was thinking if Bradley had an untapped land, you could maybe keep the Herd Migration at hand and just go untapped land 6, double kick Archangel, deal you 4, gain 4. And then if you draw another untapped land, maybe you can hardcast the Herd Migration. But Bradley is just content with. We know it's a Get Lost, right? So the hand is Get Lost plus Angel. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we just keep this free up. Cool. Like we don't need to commit yet. Like we want you, if anything, to commit more to the battlefield. That was a spell drawn at least. I think it's a lightning strike.
I think it's another gecko.
Is it a gecko? Or?
Yeah, I think it's another gecko. The funny thing about this too is
right.
one of Tyler's removal.
3 geckos. Okay, it's all the geckos.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of Tyler's main removal spells to remove blockers is Go for the Throat, and that can't kill the incubator token. But I mean, yeah, now Bradley's just gonna go Angel, double kick, kill 2 of the geckos, gain 4, and it's gonna be really, really tough for Tyler to come back from this.
Fun facts. I just Googled what is a group of lizards called. It is a lounge. That was the lounge of lizards that we had on the battlefield there.
They're not lounging anymore.
No. They gone. Shall I see what a group of geckos is called? It's probably doing soon.
What's a group of angels called?
Heaven. A group of geckos is called a hype. Let's go.
No way. I don't believe
Let's go.
I don't believe you.
I just Googled it, and Google doesn't lie.
Yeah, Google sometimes lies.
Once and twice. But look, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, okay? Hype. We should now say hype every time there's more than one lizard on the battlefield. Oh, that's a hyper geckos. Let's go.
A hype train.
Yeah. Love it. Okay, we're gonna do a little loot. I know. Yeah, we are looting because I don't think that enchantment's artifact's very good right now. The Forge. It needs a little bit of time to build
Forge. A little too slow. I mean, that card is good if you play it on turn 3, but you need a lot of time for that card, and time is not what Tyler has.
I think we drew another one as well.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, that card is good if you play it on turn 3 in this matchup, because there's not a ton of ways for the domain deck to answer it outside of binding, and the damage can add up very quickly. But this later in the game, this is kind of the exact situation where you kind of envision this matchup of, okay, what happens in the situation where I don't have this really fast start? I want to have some like late game good top decks, planeswalkers, and things like that. And Forge is Forge is the card that a lot of these decks go towards for the quote unquote grindy matchups. Mm-hmm. But the issue with Forge, as powerful as it is, it's a horrendous top deck, and that's what we're seeing here.
I'm not a huge fan of it against leyline binding decks either. I feel like they've just got a great answer to it that they can get down. What's this one we're seeing?
This is Fireglass Mentor. So this is a 2/1, and at the beginning of your second main phase, if an opponent lost life this turn, you get to exile or look at the top 2, exile 1, and you can play it this turn.
That seems extremely powerful. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's
very, very powerful card.
Powerful, especially on the face of an uncommon. Answer to your question about what you call a group of angels, it is a core of angels.
Okay. Like a chorus, kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Tune in next week for more Will Hall facts.
I just need more Will Hall jokes.
I used to do the facts of the locations we were at and going to. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah, I'm slacking a little bit this week. I'll do better. Please don't fire me, production.
I mean, we got some time before the next round. Next break, do some research on Maddison. Come back with something.
All right, I'm on it. I'm doing it. So the Angels cracking in. We're at 5 life. It's not looking pretty good. And after this game, we'll have a little look at how the leaderboard's looking, because obviously yesterday we had the modern event. That was 8 rounds of modern plus cut to top 8. So loads of people gained a bunch of points. One more person got their invite to the end of year invitational. Here's the hand shake. We're going to see the team on the right of our screens taking down. So Domain Ramp, Bant Nadu, and the Demir. We just call it Demir Frog at this point. I guess that's probably a good one. Taking it down, advancing to a 3-0 record. So we'll jump back to the booth quickly while we set up, and we're going to show you the leaderboard of the results from what happened yesterday. Now it's updated. We're going to have a better look at who's one step closer to getting to that 35k invitational at the end of the year. So Harrison got a little bit more points, but
look at Garrick.
Yeah, up to 105. Really leapfrog a bunch of players there. One of them we just seen in Sean Gallagher.
Yeah, I remember we talked about this earlier, where I said that Garrick was going to jump up a few number of spots. I didn't exactly know he was going to jump up this many spots. So yeah, Garrick is right on the heels of Harrison, and then we just saw Sean, falling to 2-1 in this event, but still can maybe pick up some points and get a little bit on there. And then yeah, if you just look at, like I said, Zoe, Tim, Connor, Cliff, all these people who are not qualified, just mainstays of the NRG.
Yeah, sure enough, I think Zoe was playing the Sealed yesterday, which, there's multiple events running at the NRG series. So, if you're part of this, if you want to turn up, if you're maybe not a fan of Modern, well, you can play another event. If you're a fan of Legacy, you can probably play that event. So much going on at them, as well as artists, as well as the awesome prize walls. So you're never going to walk away from an NRG event upset. That is for sure. These are the players on the leaderboard currently, but we've got a lot of players already locked. We can see everybody here in orange, but there's a bunch on this that aren't locked. They just managed to get it done one and done. Notably, Nikachu has fallen off the leaderboard, and I know that he's going to be at the end of the year invitational. And there he is, that face, that grin. He could be a Joker. He could be a villain in a movie, and I'd watch it. You know what I mean? So we got return champion, Stephen Dykeman, and that's one of the advantages of winning this event, right? You win this event, you get to the automatic invite. You can grind for the whole year and play these events, because why wouldn't you? But you can do that knowing that you're going to that end of the year event. The pressure is off. You could turn over some of your fun decks, try some of the spice, try and maybe make a new meta game cool for the weekend, and adapt the meta. Any other big hitters on here that you stand out that you think in that end of the year invitational we're going to have to really have our eyes on?
I mean, Dom Harvey, shout out to Dom. He had the double back-to-back wins. I mean, just every single person on this list we've been talking about the entire time, just absolute killers. And it's going to be, can't wait to see who else qualifies. It's going to be an amazing tournament at the end of the year.
And we're going to pick 3 more names on this list by the end of today as well. So 4 more added by the end of the weekend total. But for me and you, we're going to go have a small little break. We're going to set up, get ready, get the next team in, turn around, pick our feature matches. So we'll be back for round number 4 momentarily. Don't go anywhere. See you shortly. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NRG series. You are tuning in right now in round number 4 of team action. We've got standard, we've got modern, we've got legacy. So many cool formats, so many cool players, and battling out for, of course, a lot of cash. $10,000 on the line, as well as invites to the end of year championships. And joining me today, well, I've got none other than Devin O'Donnell. I've got Mr. Doomwake. My name is Will Hall. But maybe you at home want to take part in some of these events. This isn't the only one that's happening this year. Lucky for you. And the year is closing out, but we've got 2 more events for you. So let's have a little look what we've got coming up. Talk me through it, Doom.
So September 14th and the 15th, we will be in Louisville. That's going to be a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, followed up by a Sunday 5K Standard Trial. And then the next stop will be in Indianapolis. That'll be the first weekend of November. And that will be November 2nd. And then Saturday, 10K Modern Showdown, followed by a Sunday 5K Pioneer Showdown. So if you guys are, itching to get to that paper magic and you want to potentially punch your ticket to the end of your championship, these are your next opportunities to do so.
And maybe you're like me and you're on the other side of the pond and you can't get to these events. Well, at least Well, maybe you could get to these events when you want to get to these events, but you have, something comes up. Let's say you can't travel to these events. Lucky for you, you can watch them on this channel. So make sure you hit that follow button. Both on the socials as well. Make sure you follow NRGs to keep all up to date on everything that they've got going on, what events they've got coming up, what formats they're going to be. They do loads of live broadcasts throughout the week as well on another channel. So make sure you check it all out. Hit all those follow buttons so you don't miss a thing. And if you have a little cheeky sub, well, you get some cool emotes if you sub as well. Now back to the action, back to today's team trios. Let's get down to it. Let's see who we have got because we're starting off in the standard seat. What we got, Doom? Talk me through it.
So, the teams we have, you might recognize some of these names here. So, on the left, we have Will Kruger, Dom Harvey, and Ryan Oalagora. And on the right, we have Haviva, Goodman, Chris Smith, and Kyle Gonzalez. The matchup we are starting with is going to be Will on Demir midrange and Haviva on Golgari midrange. So, we saw this a little bit earlier when we saw Caleb Durward play this matchup out. And I mean, it's a lot of the same stuff going on. We have the Demir deck, which is trying to play a little bit towards the battlefield early, cheap flyers like Spyglass Siren, Deep Cavern Bat, curve those into Gix. And the Golgari deck is all about stopping that from happening, using removal spells like Cut Down and Go for the Throat, and then pairing those into more expensive later game cards like the one difference that I will mention is Haviva's version is playing the Vraska plus Innkeeper's Talent combo, which is something that we did not see the previous version have from Frederick.
How much mana does it take to get that combo going?
A lot. So basically, you need to spend 2 mana on the talent. You have to level it up twice, which is 1 on the first level and 4 on the second level, and then 6 mana on the Vraska. So it is a huge mana investment. Now, that being said, the Golgari deck, or excuse me, the Demir deck rather, not the best at answering those types of permanents on the battlefield, enchantments and planeswalkers. So if, Haviva is able to buy enough time to get to that combo, then that is something that is going to be hard for Will to interact with. But as we see here, Will just kind of starting it off with, a couple creatures, Preacher, and a Spyglass Siren. And Haviva has drawn a card on turn 2 off of the Dread Knight. And that's going to be a main deck copy of Duress.
That's only one target. Go for the throat, but you also get the information of what's in the hand. Know that there is a bat. Know that there is a Tidebinder and a Shield Dread. No second black source yet, all 4 for land. But we do have Peacekeeper in the battlefield. And also, if you told me that Spyglass Siren was going to see play in anything but draft, I would have said, you're silly. Go away. Get back in your box. But it's really popping up in these decks, and it's really good in combination with, as you mentioned, the free drop Gix.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of exactly why these decks show exactly why you see Spyglass Siren in these decks, because it's a cheap flyer. It's a way to kind of help to hit the land drops where, the map token, if you're missing lands, can help filter and find you additional lands. As you see here, I don't think Will drew a land for turn. So, wants to find that 4th land for Shieldred now, debating whether or not to cast the bat. And now, Haviva, if you're in Haviva's side of things, Will not casting the bat has to mean there was probably some sort of interaction drawn. If you take a look at Will's deck list and we look at instants that cost 2 mana, there are 4 Go for the Throat and 2 Phantom Interference. So, very good chance that one of those was drawn, and we see that counterspell there.
Yeah, Phantom Interference, 1 mana, and then it's got like Spree, right? It's kind of like a kicker, but you got multiple ways you could kick it. Spree, pay the extra 1 means counter target spell unless its controller pays 2 mana. So maybe a little bit like we could have played around that, right? Like if we played our 4th land drop first, we could have played around it. But then how important is that when we've already got one on an adventure? And here comes the Cavern Bats.
Yeah, and Viva's hand leftovers are pretty good here. There is a Vraska, a Glissa, a Shieldred, and an additional land here. And, Will does have the Tishana's Tidebinder, which can answer either the Vraska or the Shieldred, but is not going to be able to deploy that this turn. So I think if you're in Will's side of things, you might have to take the Vraska. Well, maybe that's not true. Maybe you just let Haviva use the Vraska for 1 turn, and then you can have the Tidebinder for the Vraska the following turn. It's kind of tough here from Will's side of things.
I'm looking at like what can I answer, and I feel like Shield, in my eyes, Shieldred's the taker because that can be cast next turn. The Vraska can as well, but it's not like the combo side of thing. And Vraska, maybe we can get that on the screen so everybody can have a look at all the extra modes. We spoke about the Splinter Twin combo on it, but it does have more modes. For 0 mana, you can draw a card and lose 1 life. -2, target creature becomes a treasure token. So it's basically a removal spell. And for 9, well, that's that ultimate, that Splinter Twin combo that you were speaking about.
Yeah, that's the -9, which says if target player has fewer than 9 poison counters, they get a number of poison counters equal to the difference. So most of the time they're going to have 0. So that will give them 9 poison counters, but Innkeeper's Talent will double that, giving them the full 18. That's kind of the Splitter Twin aspect of this deck. And looks like Haviva's going to go towards Glissa. Not want to commit that Vraska just yet. It's possible that she drew a 2-drop to cast here and maybe can just set up a double spell turn, Glissa plus 2-drop.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, that'd be
something like
great.
a Go for the Throat or ooh, Talon's
Ooh.
nice.
Okay, so Talent, talk me through this. Is one of the new cards. I opened this in draft and thought, oh my god, this card is amazing.
Oh
And
yeah.
then 2 weeks later, everyone's going on about this Splinter Twin combo, and I was like, oh great, I've got one of those. Talk me through all the 3 different modes on it.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it is completely broken in draft, but not just good in draft. It's good in this format too. So the nice thing about Talon is when you cast it, you don't have to spend any additional mana to get the first level, the first level. So that is put a counter on something on every combat. So that is good in combination with your lifelink creatures like Deep Cavern Bat and things like that. But also, the second level means only 1 mana, gives all of your permanents with counters on them ward 1, which makes your opponent spend a little bit more mana if they want to kill your stuff. And then that third level, that's kind of the one that we've been discussing here. That's the Splinter Twin aspect, where it doubles everything that puts counters. So that means Planeswalkers enter the battlefield with double loyalty. And for those at home, those astute mathematicians out there, Liliana normally enters with 3. But if you have an Innkeeper's Talent leveled up, the Liliana of the Veil would enter with 6, which means you can immediately ultimate Liliana as well.
So we'll having a little read of it as well, because we've got 5 mana. We can activate both modes here. Our board is pretty stable. We can threaten next turn this Vraska come down, meaning that Will has to hold up that extra 3 mana for the Tiebinder.
Yeah, and we might even see Haviva just use the. Okay, we're not going to go for the third level here. We're just going to get in with the creatures. Because I was going to say, maybe you could say, you could go to the third level and then set up the Vraska for next turn. The issue with setting up Vraska next turn is, again, as you mentioned, Will does have the Tidebinder. So it's a situation where even if Haviva can resolve the Vraska, doesn't want to ult it immediately in the face of that Tidebinder.
Will's thinking about it. Like, Will's got back against the wall here. Can't leave up this 3 mana forever, but if we kind of have to, because otherwise we could just lose next turn. He's going to fire it off here.
Yeah, it's interesting because so Aviva did not want to spend 4 mana on the talent into the Tidebinder because that's just, effectively her getting time walked for 4 mana. I would imagine, I think Will is Tidebindering the Glissa trigger, but that does open up the window for Haviva to level up the talent again, and now we have talent on 3 with Vraska in hand, and now she knows as far as what she can
We
see,
drew
the
Deep
coast
Cabin
is clear.
Bats.
Okay,
So
so that'll
Bats
take
can
the
take the
Vraska.
Vraska. And of course, if it reveals 2 Vraskas here, it's just straight up cry. Or if the top deck is going to be good here for Haviva on the right of our screen. Well, did find that the second black source needed, but it was a tapped one in Darkslick Shores.
I
So
think
we
there's an
weren't able
Urtai as well.
Urtai.
Urtai resurrected. So I think Will's thought last turn was he
Oh,
knew he had the Urtai last turn. So in his head, he can Tidebinder the Glissa to kind of turn it off for a little bit, and then have the Urtai next turn to set up the counterspell on the Vraska. But now giving it a little bit of pause, drawing that Deep Cavern Bat. Now, as you mentioned, the worst case scenario for Will would be if you cast Deep Cavern Bat and Haviva shows a second copy of Vraska, and that's kind of a disaster. Oh, it was a basic.
oh,
Okay,
we're
so I think Will's
racing.
hand is just Urtai Shieldred.
But then are we not dead on the backswing? Because we hit 2 counters, they get doubled. That's a trampling creature. No, Will's at 7.
Will can chump block the Glissa with the Bat. So even if Haviva puts counters on the Dread Knight, it would
One,
be
two,
6
three,
power,
4.
and then
Yeah, but
yeah,
then you get Shield Dread and just play your own Shield Dread.
that's a good point too. But then Will could Urtai the Shieldred. Interesting. So I think Haviva's trying to. What also? I can't tell. Is there a cottage? I think Haviva might have a cottage as well. So if
Uh,
that's the case, Haviva could maybe also go towards cottage. But then if you go towards cottage, Will can Urtai the cottage to blow that up. This is interesting.
I,
And I guess Aviva at 5, there's a chance that Will can maybe race this.
I think that's what Will kind of denoted that as well in his mind. He's like, oh, I've got the disruption spell here. It's a 3/2. This bats like this is clearly the key turn, depending on how the sequence is for both players and who's gonna pull the trigger first. Because currently, I'm still pretty sure we've got the lethal. It puts a counter on it and then doubles counters. Is that correct, or does it put double the amount of counters that would be added straight away onto it?
No, it just puts double the amount of counters. So essentially, if Haviva goes to combat with the talent, that'll put 2 more counters onto the Dread Knight.
Which would make it 6 power. So if the Vraska came down this turn and there was no disruption for it, yes, it would be lethal. But she's playing
Yeah, we
around
know
it.
that. Yeah, and we know that Will has an Urtai. There's one unknown card in hand for Will, and it is an Urtai Resurrected, which would be able to counter the Vraska. Now, obviously, Haviva doesn't know that, but I think she's weighing the decision of is it worth what's the worst case scenario if Will does have a way to stop the Vraska, and I think that's exactly what she's thinking about. And she's going to go towards firing up the cottage because if you remember a couple of turns ago, there was that one turn where Will had the option to tap out, but chose to not play the Deep Cavern Bat to hold up a piece of interaction. And, Haviva might be thinking, okay, well, if that's, there's a lot of things to think about here.
Well, it's the
But
same now, right? There's got to be a reason Will is not playing a Shield Red. Like
yes,
there
yeah, that
literally
too.
has to be a reason. We know
Well,
about.
the thing is, so not necessarily because Will could just be posturing, right? Will knows about the Vraska, and Will could be saying, okay, if I tap out for Shieldred, she's obviously going to go for Vraska and
Okay,
kill me. And it might be a situation where even if Will has nothing, he has to make Haviva think that he has something because otherwise he's just dead on board to the known Vraska in hand. So now, as it turns out, Will did have something. And I think this might actually be Will stealing this game because Haviva at 5, the Urtai is going to kill a creature. And then you can chump block the cottage or the Glissa with the bat, take 4, go to 3, and then you have 8 power in play.
yeah, I think you're right. We've played the land drop for the turn as well. Did Will rip the card that was needed? That's a one of in the deck, right? One of in the
Yeah,
main.
I
Oh no,
mean,
two,
I
two. He's got two.
I think it could have also been just a generic removal spell, assuming that Haviva did go for this line. But yeah, that's going to be Will taking this game down. I did not think that was going to happen.
No, that was cool. But we get stolen. We weren't allowed to do the split twin combo, but it is what it is. It's fine. It's best of 3, so we can scroll down to. Looks like the legacy game is just gone to sideboard as well. As that just got updated, so maybe we can have a little look in and how Dom's getting on Bant Nardu versus Jessica Control, which is meant to have a good matchup against it. I say good matchup, a better matchup than some of the other decks because it has access to Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, as good as it gets. You never, nothing actually probably, nothing has a positive matchup against
No.
Nadu, but this is probably the deck that maybe has the best shot because, like you said, the Wrath of the Skies and Solitudes and Phlages and all that stuff. So Chris is, looks like this game is not a lot going on. There's a Construct token on Dom's side. We see a Counterspell take care of a Spring card did to go. And I see a lot of cards in Chris's graveyard. So this game might have been, there's only 3 lands in play for Chris,
I was
though.
about to
So
say
a little mana light.
that seems to be the only issue here. If we can hit another land, that Phlage in the graveyard might come back and might be a great spot for it. Looks like Dom's got Summoner's Pact and 2 lands in hand. Summoner's Pact is going to get cast here. Go find yourself a Nardu. No shock there. Play a land drop. Play the Nardu. Subtlety, ditching blue card is going to target it. Because if that last card in hand is a Shuko, we can just try and go off this turn. But no, we're going to put it on top. Remember, the pact is active, so that we do have to pay 4 mana in our upkeep. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it out loud until the end of time. I hate that they changed that. It looks like we've got more land, by the way. There's land at the top that was off camera.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. I thought that was like exiled or part of the
Yeah,
graveyard or something.
that's
Okay.
how it looks to me as well.
I
Yeah,
was confused.
I really am not a fan that you can miss those pack triggers now. You can't miss those pack triggers. Like, Phlage in the graveyard off the Seville. Big
Not
hit.
bad. It's like a Mysticate the pickup, and the hand for Chris, I believe, was Teferi Counterspell Subtlety. Those are pretty good leftovers, and we have Arena
Oh,
with the
Arena of
Flage.
Glory.
So you could
Let's
even
go.
haste the Flage, kill the Construct, attack, kill the Haywire Might, and hold up Counterspell and Subtlety. You got to imagine this is a really good spot here for Chris.
Look, chat's happy. They're seeing Nadu not doing Nadu things come across. I think we're just
Ooh,
going face with it
going
all.
upstairs. Actually, kind of like it. I mean, Dom at 18, you're going to deal him 12 damage here, put him to 6. And then 6 is kind of interesting because 6 means that the second Flage would be lethal even with a blocker, because you would just go ETB upstairs, attack upstairs. And Dom is on the hook for paying 4 for Pact. So, presumably Dom pays 4 mana, draws the Nadu, and there might not be a
Yeah.
way for Dom to get out of this.
Did the 4 cards get exiled from the graveyard? 5
I
cards?
don't know that they did. Yeah, I don't know if it matters because Chris has enough,
Yeah.
plenty of cards in the graveyard, and that game is going to be over anyways. But yeah, I don't think Chris exiled the cards in the graveyard, or at least we couldn't see it.
All right, let's get down. Let's have a little look at Legacy, how they're getting on, if they're just starting their matchup or not. Nope, they're still having a little look. What about Standard? I'm making production work for their money today, you see.
We get a switch. This is where we need picture in picture on the, you know what I mean, like on the live feed. Just have like all 3 games, like one screen that shows all 3 games. That'd be kind of cool.
No, nothing's working. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Well, maybe while we've got a little bit of time, we can talk about what's the next. Oh no, I know what we can do. I googled facts. I
Ooh, Maddison
googled some
facts.
facts. Okay, what fact do I want to throw at you? Okay, so we're in Madison. My phone just heard me about, so it's shut phone. Okay, what was the good one? If you catch a foul ball at Mallard's game, I'm guessing that's baseball. Don't know, it's not a sport in the UK. You'll get a free hot dog. That's pretty
Free
cool.
Costco hot
I
dog.
thought, I'd like if I was at a football game and I caught a ball and I got a free hot dog, I wouldn't be too happy about it. Madison is named after the 4th president.
Okay, that tracks.
What other sort of facts? I didn't say these were good facts, but it's the first that came up.
They're facts.
There's a starfish fossil on a staircase in the Capitol building.
Did not
Yeah,
know
back.
that.
There's I'm killing time, chat. This is what this is called. It's all good.
We were talking about Pokemon earlier. We could keep talking about Pokemon, I guess.
Yeah, I really should have looked through more of these facts before I should have vetted them. I'm sorry, chat. They weren't that great. It wasn't that great. But we're off to a flying start here. Though. We're a bit of legacy. Let's go. Ponder. Turn 1, Ponder.
So the 4-color Beans deck from the hands of Kyle Gonzalez to up a game over the this is the Menace, right? We actually haven't seen this on camera. We've seen a lot of blue-black decks in Legacy, but they've been tempo decks: Nethergoyf, Psychic Frog, Channeler, Tambio. This is the Boogeyman. This is, if I take a look at the deck list, for Ryan, let me pull this up real quick. Grief, Psychic Frog, Troll, Archon of Cruelty, Atraxa, and then Entomb, Reanimate, Ponder, Force of Will, Brainstorm, Daze. So this is what everybody's talking about.
Yeah, this is the deck that in less than 24 hours might not have all its access to all its cards that it's got. I see a carpet of flowers there for Carlo when they've been decided not to deploy it. Just holding up that 1 mana. I think it's a 1 lander and with a Lorience revealed. Comes the second Underground Seas, 2 mana. Psychic Frog.
There is the frog. And I think what's so, good about this this Dimir Scaminator deck is it has the ability to play a very fast reanimate. Like it has 4 copies of Reanimate, 4 Entombs, and a bunch of, just like cantrips to find those. So you can reanimate very, very quickly. But then it also has a very good backup plan, right? You have Grief plus Reanimate, you have Psychic Frog, Troll plus Reanimate is something that these players go towards a lot of the time. So it just kind of has the best of everything, where the best cheap threats, the best interaction, the best, hand disruption, and just, again, just everything.
Can I decipher any information by the sequence of these jewels that I'm fetching? Does it give me any information of what's in the hand?
Maybe Leyline Binding, but I mean Kyle would kind of want to fetch 4 types anyways. There is some consideration where, if Kyle is fetching out 4 colors aggressively, maybe that signifies he has binding. Heads up play here from Kyle, decides to go for Carpet. Second main phase is going to make 2 blue mana, use the Plateau for Plow, and that's going to play around Daze, which does make a lot of sense here for Kyle.
And Carpet Flowers is such a cool card. As a Saga, I think was the first print of it. Love it. Frog was drawn for the turn.
Yeah, and now with Kyle tapped out, I mean, does have access to, I don't know if it's in hand, Force of Will in the deck list, but for Ryan, it looks like a Bowmaster, a Frog, a Brazen Borrower, a Wasteland, and then a couple of black cards I can't quite make out. So could go towards a second Frog plus a Wasteland, could maybe just Wasteland hold a Borrower. Not exactly sure what you would want to borrow here, but yeah, looks like we're going to go for the Frog, and that makes sense because, you just want to make sure get a little bit of a threat in play.
There's Endurance in hand here for Kyle. Saw that. Leyline Binding was to pick up.
Yeah, I think Kyle's hand's pretty good. Endurance, Uro, Dress Down, Binding, Wasteland, Plains. Now, the question here for Kyle is, do you want to Wasteland? I think what Kyle might want to do is go to second main first, Carpet to get 2 mana, use the 2 mana in the Plateau, cast the Uro, and then Uro put a land into play, then play the Wasteland, and then Wasteland, Ryan.
We can't do that, right? We need a green and blue mana, and we don't have access to any of that.
Does Carpet only make one color? I thought you could split the colors.
No, I think it's one color of a choice.
Oh, it is one color. Okay, I don't know why I thought you could split the colors. Never mind.
Well, it looks like that's what we're going to do. We're going to choose green. We're going to hard cast this Endurance with Wasteland on the battlefield. And we're going to Endurance ourselves. Get these cards back in our deck. Shuffle them, put them to the bottom. Then Wasteland after. Okay.
Interesting.
I don't hate it. But now we've got a blocker for this Frog.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why we Enduranced ourselves. With the Uro in hand, I was wondering, I feel like maybe you want to have a bit of a stocked graveyard to be able to set up the Uro eventually, but maybe, just not want to play towards that. Now, the I guess if you're in Ryan's seat, do you just kind of shove all in on the Frog? I mean, maybe, but then potentially you're worried about something like a Solitude, so you have to be a little bit careful about that.
I'd also be worried of just like a path. Like, how many cards am I willing to commit into this Frog when it can just get answered for 1 mana next turn? We're going to start off with...
What is that? All right, well, we're drawing 3 cards, so I'm assuming it's Brainstorm. I don't even know where that's from. I'm sure Chet will tell us.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
What is that from?
It's got to be some kind of, maybe it's a secret lair.
Might be a secret lair. I was thinking maybe it was an Eternal Weekend card or something like that, but secret lair, Mark Paul, chat saying.
Okay. Yeah, I also I saw somebody in chat point out that maybe the Endurance to shuffle the graveyard back in from Kyle is because the land that was the tropical island that was wastelanded, maybe you wanted to shuffle that back in and have the opportunity to fetch it out again.
There is 2 of them in the list.
Yeah.
So, we did have a second one if needs be, but we are struggling with our mana currently. But this Carpet of Flowers is doing a work, generating 1 extra mana. It's going to be blue. So we're going to cast this Dress Down to get a card deeper. Play Plains as our land for the turn and just pass the turn back. This Endurance is going to do a good job currently of stopping the Frog from connecting. Might be an end step ender Entomb here.
Yeah, the mana is not really shaking out here for Kyle. We saw Ryan with that key wasteland on the tropical island. And one thing you mentioned earlier where Kyle had, Kyle's fetches, right? Kyle fetched out a plateau. I believe that was off of a fetch land. And then used the Lorien reveal to find a tropical island. And now is a little bit choked on blue mana. I saw a copy of Ponder in Kyle's hand that, we can't cast currently. The basic Plains also not doing Kyle a lot of favors here.
What is that card? There's 2 copies of a black card. It might be the...
I think it's Reanimate.
I think it might be Reanimate.
That card's been reprinted a lot of times, and I think it might be one of the Double Masters or Eternal Masters, some version of Reanimate, I think.
I use the 40k ones in my deck.
Those ones are nice.
They are nice. I'm a big 40k fan. You into 40k?
Never played, but I've heard some good things. It looks fun.
I don't really play. I just build models. Like that is literally what I do. I don't do much. I just build them and give them to my friend to play with. Looks like we're going to grief though, ditching one of these black cards.
Okay, that's not Reanimate. Maybe is it Reanimate? I have no idea.
It's apparently the Commander Collection Black Reanimate.
Ryan's got some spicy Spicy versions. Okay. I am being. It looks like Chad is confirming Commander Collection Black Reanimate. Interesting. I've
What do you
never
take
seen that
here?
version. Presuming if you're gonna cast Reanimate, probably the Leyline Binding to make sense, because then you're just gonna reanimate the Atraxa and hope that it goes the distance. Now, this would be an interesting spot where if Kyle had the ability to cast the Dress Down, could Dress Down in response to Reanimate. But given that that is not an option, that Atraxa is going to hit the battlefield, and Ryan's gonna get look at a bunch of cards here.
Top 10 cards, one of each card type goes to the grip. I see sorceries, I see creatures, I see lands, I see instances. So at
I
least
was gonna
4 card types.
say I was gonna say no interaction, but did pick up a Daze. Now, I guess Daze not super great here because Kyle has the Carpet of Flowers, so that is a good way to play around Daze anyways. So Ryan might go towards, yeah, you already have a frog, so getting the Harbinger makes sense. And then just take it in 2 mana reanimate, maybe. Okay, we're gonna go for the Daze.
Yeah, I don't hate this. This is good enough for me.
Now the question is, has Ryan played a land this turn? I don't think he has.
I'm also thinking, is Harbinger even good here? Is Frog just better? There's a basic on the
Um,
other side and a carpet of flowers.
It's a good point. Harbinger doesn't line up super duper well against Carpet, because then if Kyle wants to cast the Uro, you can use the Carpet to make green, and then the Plateau would produce blue.
Hmm.
And you might even get to a spot where Kyle, if Kyle just draws a bunch more lands, can even get to a spot where he goes, use the Carpet for green with a second, second non-basic in play, and that would also, escape the Uro too.
I think we've got an Entomb Reanimate again here. So yeah, it's going to be
Oh
Reanimate this
boy.
time. It's going to be Archon of Cruelty. The powerful 6/6. We see a lot of this card. Normally
Yeah,
we don't see it too much in Modern, right? Because Goyos is the Reanimate card of choice, and this isn't a legendary. But Reanimate just straight up any card or any creature.
yeah. And this is where the blue black scam deck just really looks kind of, it just looks insane, right? Where you get the Atraxa finds you the second reanimate and the second entomb, and then that basically finds you another creature in the form of Archon of Cruelty. So yeah, we can definitely see why this, oh yeah, the Secta Endurance too. We can definitely see why a lot of people want action taken against this deck, huh?
Terminate top deck. Let's go. Terminus.
Yeah, is Terminus good enough? I mean, there's still some leftovers here for Ryan. You definitely need Terminus, I agree.
Well,
It's like a
that wasn't it.
volcanic. That's blue mana.
I think it was a dress down. There's the land we've been looking for all game. I'm going to shuffle them back. Do we need something like a brainstorm to brainstorm into Terminus at instant speed? Is that maybe the line?
Yeah, if Kyle drew volcanic, you could do that, right? So you play the volcanic, brainstorm on Ryan's turn, spike the Terminus. Past that, I mean, if you draw a single, I guess if you draw, okay, picked up Leyline Binding, which could
Was it?
maybe be good enough.
It's path,
Yeah, it's
isn't it? Oh, it
binding.
is Leyline Blind. You're right.
So binding can maybe take care of the Archon of Cruelty, rather, excuse me. Take a hit from the Atraxa and then try to just find an answer to that next turn.
7, 8.
Still has the dress down left over too.
We can't make Frog big enough just yet. Orcish Bowmaster in hand as well. I
How many
think we
cards
might
are in
get.
hand for Ryan? I think it's 5, right?
I think it's 5. Yeah, we need 7 to be able to ditch and win this turn.
7, 8, yeah, that'd be 13. Okay, so Ryan's going to pick up a Delta, cast another Brainstorm. Yeah, I mean, Ryan really just looking for Force of Will, and that's what he
I
found.
found it.
So,
Pit 2 back. It looks like it's going to be 2 lands. Fetch land on top because sequencing them's right. We've also got fetch land so we can shuffle them away.
yeah, chat was bringing up a point. The binding costs 2, but there was a mana floating from the Carpet of Flowers.
So here's dress down. Top card.
Didn't
Didn't
see
get a
what it
great look.
was. Like a Beanstalk?
Didn't. Well, we're still
Wasn't a
playing by the looks of
Terminus.
it.
It was not a Terminus.
It's a
Yep.
bean. We do have a
And
ponder.
okay, so I believe there is a green mana floating from the Carpet, right? Because Ryan had 3 Underground Seas, and we used 2 of the green to play the Beanstalk. So as of right now, 1 green floating. What are we trying to ponder into?
Uru doesn't do anything here. That's a land that we drew. Ponder is in the graveyard. We're going to fetch.
So with one green floating, yeah, I was gonna say maybe you can get to Uro, but not with Plateau Basic Planes. Probably can't quite do that.
So what's the last card in hand?
I am not quite sure. Looks like Kyle's tapping some mana.
Brainstorm.
And what did we find?
I'm about to
We
say
found nothing.
we found nothing. We're gonna scoop it up, get to game 3 here, but that means we can go back to standard. I'm thinking, are we meant to use that brainstorm in the upkeep? Because then if we do blind flip a terminus, we've actually got a arguably the card we're digging towards.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure how Kyle sideboarded in these matchups, but maybe it's possible he cut the terminuses. I would imagine they stayed in, but yeah, that might have been one of Kyle's only outs. As we get to game number 2 in our standard seed, we see a lot of what we saw in the last game. This Innkeeper's Talent getting to the second level, and looks like that's going to put some counters on Bat. And as we go into this game, looks like Will has a Tidebinder and a Shieldred with an active Aclazotz. That card is really good in these kind of mid-range mirrors.
Back guard. Just having a big 4/4 in general, but then giving it lifelink and all the extra stuff that goes along with it. This is looking into legacy. They're still
Looking at
sideboarding.
sideboarding.
We'll see if we can jump back to that standard game though.
We do love sideboarding. All right, what do we got here? So talent, I think fully leveled. So we're going to go 2 counters on the Dread Knight. I like that, so that can attack past the Preacher. And we got ourselves a bit of a race going on here. Ooh.
We're going to just snap block this Mastermind. So we do get the card that is underneath it, which
it's an Urtai, right?
Yeah, but I think there's an Urtai underneath it.
Yep, so Mastermind trade for Bat. And, you saw Haviva had the option to put the counters on the Bat to prevent this from happening. Maybe, wasn't considering the option of Fairy Mastermind. But yeah, this is kind of a blowout because the Dread Knight's going to get traded for the Preacher, and then the Bat's going to die, giving Will back the Urtai, and Haviva does not have a lot left going on. Got a talent. Now, that being said, does have Vraska's in the deck, can draw that, but Will has 2 very good answers to Vraska in the form of Tidebinder and Urtai. And yeah, Vivon, no cards in hand. This one's looking pretty tough.
I'm not an expert at this. Ooh. Oh, hold on. Does that give us an out?
Vraska at the top?
Oh, no, we did have it out there.
Oh, you know what? Actually, it doesn't, because so if you cast Vraska for 5 mana, it enters with 2 less loyalty, right? So Vraska normally enters with 6. If you cast it for 5, it would enter with 4, doubled to 8, but the ultimate is 9.
Well, there's the land, but yeah, Will's holding these 2 up till the end of time, and that's going to be game scooping it up. So let's head back to Legacy. So that's one for Will Cougar's team there. I'm
being told that I'm wrong.
Wrong?
Oh, you can double then -2. I didn't know that. Okay.
Chat is so big brain all the time.
Really?
I don't know. I'm taking it all for granted, whatever you're all saying, but
I don't know how the rules work, man.
We're not judges, we're commentators. The idea that our job is to get a reaction out of you, chat, and we did it. It's all good. I want to go back to my point. I think Deep Cavern Bats might be a trap in a removal heavy game. It just falls like a house of dominoes. Yeah, it gives you that early tempo, but every game we've seen it cast so far today, it's always comes to the point where if I rip the kill spell, the rest of it just collapses. Now I get my spell back, which generates another spell. Which what I mean. It seems great on paper. Maybe in some matchups it's amazing, but it looks like it wasn't great in every time we've seen it cast so far.
Yeah, there's definitely some situations where, like you mentioned, you bat an early removal spell, and that's kind of what you want to do with bat. You want to take the removal spell so they can't kill your bat. But then you find yourself at these spots where if you have a bat or 2 in play that are both taking removal spells, and your opponent just kind of top decks, like that one game we saw, which was Frederick against Caleb. Frederick drew that Virtue. Virtue killed the bat. That got another Virtue. Virtue killed the bat. That got back Threat. And the battlefield went from Caleb having 4 creatures to Frederick's none. And, Frederick had a bunch of stuff, and Caleb was kind of too hard to come back from. So yeah, I kind of agree with you that in this format, like especially if people are keeping in Cut Down in the mid-range mirrors, Cut Down is a card that is fantastic against Bat, especially when you draw later on.
Yeah, It's interesting. It's cool. Like, you know what I mean? It's an interesting discussion to have, and maybe test out. You know, you play a lot of standard. Maybe you can test that out moving forward. But more important, we've got a grief on the stack. We haven't even played a land yet. Well, I think we did actually. There's a days in the graveyard, so it looks like we did play a land. And then we're going to reanimate the grief, double grief. This is where the scam
Scam.
element came from.
Yeah, so you might be used to Scam in Modern, which is Grief plus Not Dead after all. Very similar effect, but it turns out that Reanimate has a lot more uses than Not Dead after all, so it's a much more powerful card. And it's going to shred Kyle's hand, and Kyle's going to be left with some lands and a Terminus, so not exactly where you want to be. He needs to find a Brainstorm.
There's a flage.
Does find a Flage. That can maybe take care of the Grief.
Looking at the top card, do we like it? Yes, we do. It's going to stay there. Pass the turn back. There's a second land. That I don't know. Oh, we did have a second land anyway, but that's an untapped second land if you want it. First, we'll start off by getting some points of damage in. Surveil trigger. We like that. So that will stay on top.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. So if Kyle, oh wait, was it a Flage? No, I think it was a Xander's Lounge.
No, it's not. It's a lounge.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a Flage, but
It-
so the hand right now is you're picking up Yorion. Looks like it's Terminus, Veil of Summer, Yorion. Okay. Could hard cast the Terminus next turn with the Carpet of Flowers.
Is that even good?
It gets the grief off the battlefield.
Gets it out of the graveyard as well, so it can't be reanimated, I guess.
Yeah. Ideally, you'd like to save the Terminus, but it's a situation where Ryan knows about the Terminus, so he's unlikely to play into it unless he has an answer. Which, to be fair, Ryan does have Force of Will in hand, so does have the ability to fight over something like Terminus. And you can imagine if Kyle slams the Terminus next turn, does Ryan even care about that? I'm not sure that he does.
Like, so to counter that, even if we did do it, we've got access to Mystic Sanctuary in our deck, so we can set up for a second Terminus later on if all we need is a blue fetch. But so it's why I love it. I love these small little details moving forward. Play a land. We've got a frog in hand. We've got a reanimate in hand, and I think it's 2 blue cards. Didn't make out what they were, but that's a path for turn.
Yeah, the Sanctuary is a really good call out too, because Kyle does have the 3 islands in play: the Tundra, the Lounge, and the Meticulous Archive. So if you go for a Terminus, you can fight over it, and we're just gonna go for Uro. Heck yeah, get it in there.
I like it.
And if you're
With
Ryan,
green
you kind of
mana
have
up.
to Force of Will this.
Well, no, because we know about the Veil.
But the Veil of Summer, and Ryan knows about the Veil, right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough situation. So we drew an extra card. We gain an extra 3 life. We can play another land if we've got one, but we don't, which in itself is bad for Ryan. It's like, oh no, that means that's all spells going on in the hand. I do love me casting some Uros in Legacy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, and if you're in Ryan's seat, I mean, with the Reanimate in hand, you do have some good top decks. You can find Entomb. You can maybe surveil a large creature into the graveyard. So Ryan does still have some ways out of this, but Uro does not give you a ton of time. That thing hits for a large chunk of damage. And
Right.
this game was really all about the fact that the Veil of Summer was face up is, that's a huge part of this game.
I was about to say this surveil trigger. We could surveil flip it. Don't tell me Uro's getting whiteboarded treatment now.
Oh, come on. Why do we have to see the whiteboarded one? Oh no.
Instantly trigger us, trigger trick.
You know
Twitch
that Norm
chat.
did that on purpose too.
Oh yeah.
Well, the good news for Ryan fans is he did top an Entomb there. Now, we know, so this is going to get interesting because Ryan can go for Entomb, Archon of Cruelty plus Reanimate. But remember, both players know about the Veil of Summer, and the Veil of Summer can stop the Archon trigger because it is a target. So if Ryan goes for Archon, Kyle will likely Veil to save the Uro, and then Kyle can go untap, get, have the Leyline Binding. So aware of that information, Ryan's just going to go for Atraxan. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I like this. Hopefully, there's no endurance has been drawn on the other side because that would be a huge blowout here.
Yeah, and I think you're in a position if you're on Ryan's side of things, you can't really afford to play around much because the Uro is just not going to give you that much time, and it's also going to draw Kyle more cards. So the longer you wait, the worse it gets for you. So I think it makes sense to just jam here. But yeah, like you said, and we know that Force of Will is no good because of that Veil of Summer on the side of Ryan.
So top 10 cards, one of each card type is going to go to the hand. That's a lot of land to start with, but we do see the Archon. What's the average you normally draw from an Atraxa in this deck?
I'd probably say 4 or 5. I mean, if you look at the types, let me look at the types for Ryan's deck list. There are creature, enchantment, sorcery, instant, land. There's only 3 enchantments, right? So there's 3 animate dead, 8 sorceries. Like I would say almost 100% of the time, you're going to hit creature, land, instant, and then sometimes you'll hit a sorcery. Rarely you'll hit an enchantment.
Now, what are we actually looking for as well? That's the other interesting thing. Like with this board state, with what we know that's in hand, there's a couple of unknowns. We know about the Terminus, we know about the Veil. We don't know about the Leyland's Binding. And I can't make out what the last card was.
I kind of like this Brazen Borrower a lot because if you take the Borrower, like sure you know about the Veil of Summer, but the Borrower will start the fight. So basically, you would Borrower the Uro, Kyle would Veil, and then you could force the Veil of Summer. But it looks like Ryan choosing to go for the Bowmaster instead. That is kind of interesting.
Okay, so these are face-ups. These are known cards. It does take us up to 7 cards in the grip.
The Wasteland cannot cut Kyle off of white mana because there's a Tundra and a Meticulous, but you can cut Kyle off of red. Never mind, there's 2 reds. So I guess you can only cut Kyle off of green, which looks like Ryan is going to do.
I'm guessing we're floating a green in response.
Yeah, but then I mean Ryan could just like move to second main phase, or I guess we're in the second main phase maybe.
Yeah, I think we're in the second main, right?
Ponder is going to see a couple lands and a Bowmaster. Interesting if Ryan wants to keep those. Maybe Ryan is thinking about keeping the Bowmasters because they sort of mitigate the Uro to an extent, where Uro draws a card, you get the trigger off the Bowmaster. Maybe that's something that's in the back of Ryan's mind.
So Beseiju is going to be our land drop for the turn. Here comes the Leyland's Binding. Force of Will is going to target that. Veil couldn't get cast quicker if it tried.
Yeah, we have a second
force. Looks like by the time everything's said and done, it's all going to resolve, and it's going to be going the direction of Ryan.
Yep. So Ryan does win that fight, and Kyle's leftovers we know about the Terminus. I don't know what the last card is.
It's an oil slick card. It's in the description. I can't have a look at the deck list.
Hold on,
it possibly could be.
Okay, never mind. We use the Carpet Man. Okay, I was confused. So attack with the Uro, gonna met with a block from the Atraxa, and then the Uro's just gonna hit the graveyard. So yeah, this is a precarious position here for Kyle. Ryan's gonna get in for 7. And I think Kyle is at the point where we kind of have to fire off the Terminus on just the Atraxa, unless he draws Swords to Plowshares or a Binding, but we'll see exactly what the draw step is. Yep. So
Terminus.
And it's costing 3 because the Carpet is making 3 mana off of Ryan's lands.
What is that last card? It's driving me mental. I can't work out what it is.
Tell. Yeah, I can't tell. I think this was the plan too. So remember Ryan's decision to take the Bowmaster over the Borrower. And I think because Ryan knew about the Terminus, he wanted this as the leftover threat. Like he knew that Ryan knew that Kyle was going to be in a position where he had to Terminus eventually. So in Ryan's position, I think that the Bowmaster was potentially a better post-Terminus threat than the Borrower.
Things we know that Uro is going to come back after next turn. We've got the mana for it plus the Carpet, so it's going to be pretty relevant that it's going to come back as long as we've got enough cards in the graveyard, which I believe we do with this Wasteland. Land drawn for turn. I think there's a plateau. It's still driving mental that I don't know what that last card is, but here we go. We're going to Wasteland, and it's going to be we're going to Wasteland the fetch. So this is cool, right? Wasteland is forcing the fetch, so a blue source, so to speak, could get fetched up, which means the Carpet of Flowers is going to generate a bit more value. But realizing that
Ryan's like, you know what? I'll
get
the swamp. Yeah, no value for you. But yeah, you could, like you said, if Kyle goes to Wasteland one of the blue sources, that's less mana for Carpet because then Ryan can also just fetch a swamp, and that would be less mana generation from the Carpet. But Uro is going to come back. Now, Uro, good, but it is going to trigger both Bowmasters now, so that's going to mean 1 damage here. It's going to trigger the Orc Army, and then 2 more tokens. That means we're going to have a 4/4, and
guess what
don't want to cast that Brainstorm.
I was going to say, that Brainstorm right now, not so good.
Yeah, I don't want to guess that one.
So we've got a little bit of a stalemate at the minute. These Bowmasters plus the Orcamas token versus the 6/6 Titan. Just forced to pass the turn back. Land drawn for turn.
And Kyle, I don't think can really attack here because if you attack, you're giving 2 more counters on the army token. That 6/6 army just trades for the Uro, and you don't have enough cards in your graveyard. So, yeah, I think you just kind
Oh,
of
it,
got to chill for a little bit.
it was the companion.
Oh, is it the Orion the whole time?
Yeah, we knew about the lawyer. That's what we're so stupid. We're so stupid.
Yes, I agree.
But nothing to really target is the problem, right? We are just playing it as a 4/5
Orion? Oh, it's a
flyer.
4/5. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, Ryan's at 22. You got to get the job done. You can't attack with the Uro, so this weird, like both players just kind of staring at each other. Neither player can really attack. Yeah, that's chat brings up a good point. So there is Mystic Sanctuary. There's nothing in the graveyard though, right? Because we
yeah.
exiled
We
everything.
we exiled the terminus,
Yeah.
so we can just go for this surveil land. See if we can pick a card in the graveyard that we might want to hit. The longer it goes.
What do we got? Ooh, we're thinking about keeping it. That's not
Oh,
a
we
good sign
kept
for
it.
Ryan. See what
So
it was.
making us all suspense. It is a
That makes
sword, a
sense.
plowshare. So that's going to get rid of one of these. Now, does this make attacking more favorable for us?
I mean, no, because it's sort of the same thing where the Uro attacks, the Bowmaster trigger deals 1 to the Uro and then makes a 5/5 Orc army, and then the 5/5 could trade with the 6/6 that has 1 damage on it. So, still not really any good attacks.
That was a really quick pick up there. Kyle was moving at lightning pace here. I think it was a white card drawn, maybe a prismatic ending. I'm not. Don't hold me to that.
That was a ponder. I saw that one.
Getting there for another 4 points damage. Frog drawn for turn. That's a good 2-drop.
Yeah, this is such a fascinating game where this like Uro versus Bowmaster standoff. Yeah, neither player really wants to get into combat with either of them, and Kyle just keeps drawing a bunch of cantrips. Yeah, he's motioning to cast the ponder, but is not sure he wants to. Excuse me, not sure he wants to in the face of that Bowmaster. Now it's only going to be 1 trigger, so you figured you're basically paying a life and giving 1+1/+1 counter onto the army. What do we find?
There's Terminus. Terminus Carpet Flowers Fetch Land. Keeping them all on
See,
top.
is Terminus actually good?
Well, it
Because
means you
you're
can
kind
attack,
of
right?
yeah, I was thinking you're kind of just winning the race. Well, I mean, if you Terminus, then there's no attacks because there's no creatures, right?
Well, no, you can attack first. Is what I'm saying. You can attack, and then you can do,
Oh, sure.
you can do like a brainstorm shenanigans with it.
You could even maybe attack with the Uro, and if Ryan trades with the RB token, then the Uro goes to the graveyard. Then you can Terminus, and then that means the Uro will stay in the graveyard. So that could be something that Kyle's thinking about.
So that was in my mind. If I get the Euro in my graveyard, which arguably is my best card right now, but we're gonna give this frog flying. We can block it. Yep, we're gonna snap that off. Discard some cards. Here comes an Atraxa. There's an
Yeah, and this
Archon.
is this is kind of exactly what Kyle wants, right? Because if we're setting up the line of Uro attack, trade for the army token, and then Terminus, Kyle will have no creatures in play. The Uro's going to go to the graveyard, or excuse me, the Yorion's going to go to the graveyard. Then the Uro will, and now, okay.
Slap.
Oh, we put it back on top. Because I was going to say maybe there was a situation where Kyle kept the Terminus in hand, attacked with the Uro, traded for it, and then
Ooh.
paid 6 mana for Terminus. But Ground Seal off the top here, that's going to mean that, normally Reanimate would have been a good draw, but not quite anymore.
Maybe we can see get that up on the screen for everybody. This isn't a card you see every day. This
No.
ground seal, but pop it up in these 4 color lists in the main. That's how much of a menace that these reanimate decks are at the minute. We have the main deck cards like this: a 2-mana enchantment when it enters, draw a card. But cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities. Grief is what we found on the other side, though. So hard casting that. Get to have a little look.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it at least cantrips, right? In the matchups where it doesn't do much, it's 2 mana, replaces itself, draws a card. So at the end of the day, it's not the worst. And Kyle's going to brainstorm in response to the grief. Probably wants to hide something good.
No, we'll just
Or
play a
just
dress
Trust
down.
That works too.
That's going to stifle the ability here. So no Thoughtseize effect. End of turn, we're going to then swords. Okay, we're rocking and rolling. We just need to find a threat. We can get another Euro, that'd be great. Draw for turns, another carpet. Oh no, it wasn't. It was a beans. Okay. Which draws us into.
Ooh,
There
Triumph
you
of
go.
St. Catherine. How much does this thing cost on the hardcast? I think it's
5.
6. Is it
5.
5?
What 4
Okay, 5.
colors? 1 white. I guess
I
if
know
you're playing. Sorry, go on.
the only time I've ever seen it cast is off of Miracle, so I didn't know how much the hardcast was.
Like, Kyle moves fast, right? And then
Yes.
like everything is quick, and I like that. And then getting the fist bumps, that means leveling up for the team. Oh, Kyle moves really quickly, yeah. So it's leveling up. So that means we're gonna go jump into Dom Harvey versus Chris Smith. Oh, it looks like Dom took it down. Like that pip just got done. Nadu was able to get there. So that team's going to advance again, still be undefeated in this tournament. Nice 4-0 record over 7 rounds. One more win away. You can double ID into that top 8.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're we get to see a lot of good legacy action there, and that was a really fun match. Congratulations to the winners, Dom, Ryan, and who was their third? Dom, Ryan. I forgot already. You're gonna
I,
remind me, aren't you?
I haven't got it up in front of me. I just got the deck list, not the players' names. But all
I
3 of
think
them advanced. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them. They're one of the
Will
bigger
Kruger.
teams in the room. Oh, yeah, Will. How could
How
you
could we
forget
forget?
Will? It's literally on my shirtlet this side. There you go. You know, I mean, it's all cool though, chat. Hope you're appreciating all the work that's put into today's production. If you are, please hit that follow button. The more views on this, the bigger it gets, the bigger the sponsors, the bigger the prize, the bigger production we can bring on for you beautiful people watching here over on Twitchland. Remember, you can watch all these back on the VODs. You can go watch it on the YouTubes. I very much think you should go back and watch the highlight video yesterday of, I think it was round number 4, where we had the top deck lightning bolt. That whole game back to front was amazing. And if you're really into Nadus, you can go watch a lot of Nadu yesterday as well. But we're going to step out. We're going to have a short little break, turn around, get the feature match sorted, and we'll be back for round number 5 momentarily. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series 10K Team Trios. That is right. Standard, modern, legacy, all on the line across all 3 seats. Let's introduce ourselves one last time. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by none other than Doomwake, Devin O'Donnell. How are you doing, my friend? How have you enjoyed so far today?
Today's been awesome. Like I said, it doesn't get any better than team events, and we have
Doesn't.
been watching some awesome standard content. I know we had a lot of Nadu yesterday. We've been trying to avoid that as much as we can, and I think the standard format is fantastic. And it's been nice to see some legacy too.
Yeah, that's where we've been bouncing between today. Sometimes we have a little look in on the middle tables, but basically every team has brought Nardo in some description. So we're staying fully away from that. And we're going to start this round in the standard seat because we've got some big names and we've got some fun decks to see. So let's get straight down to there. And you can break this down to me, Doom.
Absolutely. So we are going to be watching 2 absolute titans of the game. So Steven Dykman, our 2023 champion of the NRG Championship Series, on the left-hand side of your screen, playing a mono-white mid-range deck. And on the right-hand side, you might know him as Caleb D MTG on Twitch. Caleb Durward playing Demir mid-range. And this is, we saw Caleb a couple of rounds earlier playing this Demir mid-range deck against Golgari. As far as Steven Dykman is concerned, Steven playing this mono white mid range deck. Now, there's been a lot of chatter about the card Caretaker's Talent, which is one card that maybe we can get up on the screen because we haven't seen it on camera yet before. And it is, I've sort of, you're going to think this is crazy, but I've kind of compared it to the White Fable, the Mirror Breaker. And
Get
that's
out of
the
here.
card we see on turn 3. I mean, it is really, really good. So here's what the Caretaker's Talent does. So the first level, it's a class. The first level is whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. Triggers once each turn. Now, a couple of things to note about that. It's not just creatures, it triggers off of treasures and maps and all this stuff. And you can do it on your opponent's turn. So you can trigger it once on your turn and once on their turn. And what's really sick about Caretaker's Talent is how quickly it actually can present a lethal swing, right? The third level is creature tokens you control get +2/+2. So if you generate a bunch of tokens, maybe off of Beza or Fountain Port or Mirex, then you can really turn the corner very quickly.
We're going to see when we respect. We're doing a good job of keeping this battlefield empty. But yeah, the longer this game, the amount of value this thing can generate, just from like a Mirex, generating a might every turn draws us a card. You can do it in both turns. That's pretty cool to see. And Caleb's like, well, I need to end this game ASAP because I don't know what is going on the other side. Turns it, annihilates the creature land. That's going to crack in for 4 points of damage. Going to mill a couple of cards as well. So we have a little bit more information moving forward here as our 2023 champion untaps as a look at the grip and got lots and lots of options. It looks like we're going to start off with a
Archangel Elspeth.
Elspeth. Where are we in the lore with Elspeth at the minute?
I don't know about the lore. I wish I had a better answer for you. But this is kind of exactly where you want to be. And Steven did rip a land. So Steven can actually go level 2 of the Caretaker's Talent to copy another 1/1. And what's really nice about Elspeth in combination with Caretaker's Talent is Elspeth makes a token every turn, and that will trigger the Caretaker's Talent. So not only is Steven generating more permanents on the battlefield, he's also getting additional cards through all of this. Um, the enchantment that Steven has on the battlefield is Caretaker's Talent. That's the class from the new Bloomborough set. But yeah, Caretaker's Talent in combination with Elspeth. And remember the other thing I mentioned earlier about how quickly you can turn the corner with Talent. If you're making 1/1 tokens every turn with Elspeth, you can imagine if Steven could honestly just flip the Talent next turn and have 2 3/3s.
Yeah. Like, going off it, like Kevin's deck looks like it's really good at going 1 for 1 and just goes, yeah, cool. I don't know what you're doing.
Right.
That's really powerful. And we're going to go straight to a game. That might be the quickest game we've seen today. And bear in mind, this has got legacies in one of the 3 decks. So I'm going to say we just go straight down to that legacy and see how that game's getting on. Where I think we've got Painter versus Reanimate. And looks like Painter's doing Painter things. There's some milling going on right now. Grief on the other side here for Nathan. Is that
Will, you're gonna tell me what that is.
That's a fist bump, and that's that game over and done with. I think that's the
combo. I think that was
Painter. I think that was Painter Servant, one of the ones, the special ones from the Chandra World set that we went to, which was Aethel Works or something. I can't remember what it was. Back to all right. Let's just come back to our faces. Like, come on. Like,
I mean, I don't know.
Let's just not do it to the people. What we did. This is a Nardu mirror. Both players doing Nardu things. Both players working out: have I won the game this turn? Have I lost the game this turn? We saw a lot of this yesterday, and weirdly, the top tables now in this team event, the players in the modern seat tend to have ban as well. Nardu in less than 24 hours might not be a thing, depending on who you speak to in the world or who's wishing or praying for what. So let me just throw a question out there to you, Twitch chat. Where would you like the NRG series to come to? Like, where is home? Where are you watching from? Where do you want us to bring this awesome event to? And who are you going to bring with you if it's a team event? Like, what seat are you going to be in? We know that Doom's going to be in our stand seat. I'm going to be in the legacy. And we're going to see after this round, we're going to be changing me out. And we're going to get Corbin back in, and he's going to be sat in our modern seat, of course, on a bit of Merfolk.
I don't know if Norm can pull some strings on this, but what if we had an NRG series in the Bahamas? What do you think about that, Norm? Let me know. In production, we'll talk about that. But in any case, yeah, this is looks like a cord for 3. Norm said done. All right, production. There you go.
Hear it first.
NRG Bahamas.
Exclusive Bahamas NRG. A lot of people in Europe asking for one. We got some fans out there in Europe. You know what I mean? I'm in Europe. There's a lot of you people in Europe watching this right now. Because one thing we don't have an abundance of right now in Magic is live events being covered. You know what I mean? We've really got to keep these events that people do the coverage, the events that do the companies that put the coverage on, and we've got to protect them at all costs. And the way that you can do that just from your own seat right now, watching this event, hitting that follow button. Go follow them on the socials as well. All these numbers, they all add up. This entails that companies to sponsor the companies that are putting on these events. The bigger the sponsorship, the more chance they are to move around the world and get these big events on. So little as hitting that follow button helps so much. I can't even stress how important it can be. The second any other game production is happening, please go back to it. I don't want to talk any more about these 2 decks that we're seeing on coverage right now.
It's some other stuff. We can talk about Pokemon and all this stuff,
Are we scooping? We're scooping. Yay, we're scooping. Okay, right. So that means all decks are currently in the middle of sideboarding. So, what side events would you like to see? What's your favorite side event to play, Doom?
At the Magic Cons, they have not the mystery boosters, but chaos, like
A
chaos
chaos draft?
draft.
Okay.
Yeah, where you just open, you get a bag of packs. You never know what you're going to get. I kind of like that. I've done a couple of those at previous Magic Cons, and those are a lot of fun.
I think like that might have been my answer, maybe the start of the year, but throughout this year, I've been privileged enough to cover quite a lot of events, and for 1 month, I had 2 events that were pauper. I am in love with that format. That
Yeah.
format is amazing. I thought it was just going to be like bad draft decks, and let's be honest, they all are kind of bad draft decks. But some of them, the fact that you've got to get value out of these bad draft decks in that format, it's so cool. So I think I would like to see a little pauper event turn up. Maybe 16 of us battling out Mystery Booster 2. They're coming out. That's where they got all those white border cards. I'm
Oh
half not
yeah.
looking forward to it because there's gonna be an influx of people playing white border cards, and I'm not that guy. I'm just not that guy. What are your thoughts on white borders? You liking them?
Some of it's okay. I mean, I own white bordered blood moons. Like that is one card. There's like certain cards I think on the spectrum that
Mm-hmm.
if you like it feels a little bit more demoralizing when you cast a white bordered blood moon because like your opponent can't play the game and they have to stare at this white bordered blood moon the entire time. So, it's a little bit of that, but
It's weird that I know what you say. I went through that phase. I was like, right, all my chokes are whiteboarded, all my
yeah,
boils are whiteboarded, all my
yeah,
blood moons
yeah.
are
Flash
whiteboarded.
fires, all that stuff.
Just a bit insult to injury. But here we go. Deep Kevin Bats. Now that's going to take that's the get lost, right? Yeah, that's get lost getting tucked underneath it. Now Kevin has a full idea of what's in the grip as well.
A lot of Elspeths.
Oh, okay. This is also a deal breaker for me.
What's that?
Mix
Oh, the
mixed
mismatch basics,
basics. Come on, come on.
the
You,
draft box
you're our
experience.
2023 champion. You're coming back this year to defend your championship. Is this the edge that you get from when you win a championship? You can just go mix match in basics and not tilt yourself out.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you just want to try and find, you want to spend the least amount of time building a deck and just kind of grab the first, how many planes is Steven playing? 19. So to be fair, in Steven's defense, it's maybe a little bit difficult to find 19 matching
Nah,
basic
nah,
planes.
nah. I'm not
So I
having it.
don't know.
I'm not having it. Like, what I mean? You came this weekend, you knew you were playing this deck. You could find 19 basics, but maybe the 19 completely different basics, which is a different way of going about it. There's no duplicates going through the whole deck. Here comes a removal spell, which is probably only good in a mono white deck. Lay down arms. Exile target creature with mana value equal to the number of planes you control. Its controller gains free life. So, nice, cheap, early interaction.
Yeah, and one thing that you brought up earlier is kind of exactly what happened here. Deep Cavern Bat, as powerful of a card as it is, when you put a removal spell under Deep Cavern Bat, you tend to have this situation where the House of Cards falls. And removal spell on Bat, that got back a removal spell, which was able to kill the Gix. And Caleb went from having all of the pressure in the world to just having nothing in play. And now Steven has all of the agency here, can afford to jam one of these Elspeths into a counter spell because he has two of them anyways, or maybe just wants to start going towards fountain port tokens. And that's another thing that I really like about these sort of white token style decks is they have a lot of extra things to do with their mana. And that's exactly what we see. Steven has the option of jamming Elspeth, but in the face of that open mana, he's like, I don't need to. I can just start making tokens with fountain port and kill you that way.
I actually like that, and especially on the other side, Caleb looks like struggling to find land drops here. Having to cash in one of those map tokens, finds it, pits it on the battlefield instantly, so that's good. We've hit our land drop for the turn. We've got one extra mana spare, so we might do it. Manipulate the top of our deck. We don't want that. That's the I call
Shoot
it
the sheriff.
I call it the cowboy removal spell. like this, it's the cowboy removal
It
spell.
is. It is.
Leaving up 2 mana that could represent obviously a negates, which we do see a couple of in hand for Caleb. End
Yeah,
the turn, we're going to generate
Is
a fish.
Caleb's hand is flush with counter magic. There's two negates, and I think it might be two. No, there's at least one Phantom Interference. So at least three counter spells in hand here for Caleb. So yeah, and now Dykeman's in a position where now that Caleb has deployed a threat, Dykeman maybe can no longer just sit on the back of that fountain port because not only is he taking damage from the Tidebinder every turn, but also losing life from making a token off fountain port. And we're actually going to hold back the token. And I wonder if that means Steven is setting up block with the token and then before damage sack the token to fountain port, which would also leave you 2 mana to hold up Get Lost.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what I was doing. I think we're setting up for a double spell turn as well, because next turn we can also cast the Get Lost, and one of these Elspeths. Did anyone in chat get back to me? Where are we in the lore with Elspeth at the minute? I know she died, came back, died again. I guess this is her coming back again as an archangel. Like she did good, and now she's coming back.
Interesting decision there from Steven. So remember that turn sequence had used the Fountain Port to sacrifice the token that blocked the Tidebinder and did have 2 mana available to get lost to Liliana on Caleb's end step and actually chose not to. And I wonder if that was maybe a spot where, it's nice to be able to, when you're playing around counter spells, it's nice to be able to get your opponent in a spot where you make them tap mana on their turn. Because then if Caleb taps out, Steven has all of the agency to untap and just kind of do whatever he wants. He basically gets a free turn. So now Steven kind of has a reasonable double spell turn where you could get lost to Liliana, maybe try to bait a counter spell and then slam an Elspeth, or maybe Elspeth pass, hold up 2 mana.
Is Elspeth even good here though? That's what I'm thinking. Like, sure, we bait this out. If anything, I think the Get Lost is the more important card to resolve.
Possibly.
But maybe not. Maybe we could fire it off literally this turn. We can target it at the Tidebinder, which just leaves a Liliana, which inevitably will get ticked up next turn. But Liliana again ticked up every turn means that eventually we're going to have to discard the counter magic. And yeah, I like this. This is how I think I would have gone about it. Get the threat
Okay.
off the battlefield, make you commit, make you tap out a bit more. Well, I'm getting to the ability, some of the turns where I can start double spelling each turn.
I'm wondering though, is the Tidebinder the threat or is the Liliana the threat? I mean, I guess directly right now, you're at 14. The Tidebinder maybe is a bit more of a short term threat, but this Liliana might prove difficult to beat in the long run. As you see, Caleb taking the Fortune Loyal Steed off of the bat, leaving Steven with land number 7 and 2 4-drops, Beza and Elspeth. So maybe, Caleb upticks to Liliana this turn. That probably discards a land from Steven, and then I don't know, maybe you just discard the Beza and then just hold the land. And then because land 7 lets you go Elspeth with the Fountain Port up, and then hold up the ability to sack the token and draw a card too.
We're tapping out here. Have we got a land drop for turn? We do have a land drop for turn, don't we? Because we've got Disdainful Stroke and Negate in hand.
And we're thinking about the Schooner on top. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and ship that. Yep, so he's going to play it on tap land. It's going to hold up counter spells. And I guess, for Steven, it doesn't really matter which 4-drop you cast here. It's going to get countered.
Yeah. And the way that, Kim's been navigating this, like, we haven't actually seen the negate yet, but we've been holding up and playing like we've got it, knowing that we knew about the 2 Elspeths in hand. So Steven's really had to kind of respect that. And this would be such a good bluff if we didn't have it. But yet we've made him get to the point where to discard it. Just think how big brain that would be if that was pretty cool.
Yep. So here's the land. Beza is going to get met with a Disdainful Stroke. And yeah, Steven's last card is going to get got by the Liliana, and Caleb has all of the pressure here. The Deep Cavern Bet plus that Restless Reef if he wants to fire it up, or could just hold up more mana for the counterspell. Because I believe there's still 2 more counterspells in hand for Caleb. Looks like Caleb's hand is Duress, Phantom Interference, and Negate. And Steven drew a good one, but that's going to get got by the Liliana.
This Liliana's doing a bit of work. Earlier on, it didn't look like it was the problem, but it is definitely turning into the problem now as we turn this Deep Cavern back sideways. That's 2 life dealt, 2 life gained. Remember, it does have life link. Taps top of the deck. Finds a basic planes. Another different art planes. Not saying
19 different ones.
So let's talk about this land that we see on the battlefield right now. This
Which one?
The port, the fountain
Port,
and all the different modes that it has. Maybe we can get it on the screen because that is all we've got going on over here on Steven Dykeman's side. It is a colorless mana. It comes to play untapped. Tap it for 1 colorless. Pay 2, tap it, sacrifice a token, draw a card. Pay 3 mana, tap it, pay 1 life, create a 1/1 fish creature token. Pay 4, tap it, create a treasure token. So it's got utility. Not right now on an empty board state is it going to do too much, especially with all this value and pressure that Caleb's putting on. All I'm seeing is if this sees a lot of play, I'm buying myself some Magikarp tokens.
Oh, for the fish? Yeah,
the
you
fish.
gotta. Yeah, no, I've been really impressed with Fountain Port in the decks that I played it in. If you go back to the last standard format, there was a lot of people who decided that Mirex was a similar card. Mirex
Yeah.
was a card that a lot of the mid range decks went to against these other, in the games that go long. Mirex is a way to generate a bunch of stuff in the battlefield and kind of is a little bit harder to answer than your typical
Yeah.
type of permanent. But the thing that Fountain Port does, it does something similar where it can produce 1/1 tokens, but it's also a lot more flexible. You can make treasure tokens, which can ramp you to either double spell turns or maybe more expensive cards that you have. And it is sort of a card advantage engine. If you have other ways to make tokens, you can use the Fountain Port to draw extra cards. So, I mean, it's essentially just Mirex plus. It's Mirex, but it has a lot more utility than that.
I think we go across to Legacy. I think this game is over, right? We drew 3 land in a row. We've got an answer to
Yeah,
the
I found a
stat,
removal spell.
but then there's a negate in hand. Like, it's not going to do anything. 4 life. There's lethal on the battlefield.
Oh yeah,
We've
that's
also
true. We could just negate and then untap and attack.
we can also flashing in another threat. So yeah, they're going to go side. Well, that's just a basic land left in hand. We make a token. Can we stifle the token being made? Doesn't even matter.
We're just
We've
going
got
to Tidebinder, and
we've
then
got
even the token doesn't do it. Yeah, because now we just
land
play the
draw.
Tidebinder. Even Dykeman makes the token. Token can block the Tidebinder, but then you still have 4 damage coming across.
All right, let's go across. Let's look at Legacy. It looks like Legacy's over. It looks like so. We're going to go look into Modern. I deserve this. I deserve this. I'm not going to lie to you. I deserve this for calling that game a little bit early. But yeah, it looks like we got Andrew taking it down on Rakdos Painter, beating Demir Scam 2-0. So while that the standard seat kind of shores itself up, we're going to see maybe Casey Ryback can take this down for their team and advance them to a 5-0 record. Which remember, this is 7 rounds today before we cut to the top 8. Look, I'm not about chat, but we've got to do it. There's nothing else. It's either this
There's
or our
nothing else.
faces. And awkwardly, I don't like saying this out loud, but this is better than our faces, which is
Wait, okay,
rough.
hold on. I'm gonna throw a suggestion out there for production. I know we have those. We had a little bit of special things lined up for you. We're gonna show some feature matches or backup matches from yesterday that we couldn't get to. What if instead of watching a Nadu mirror, we cut it to one of those random feature matches from yesterday?
We probably only got like a minute or so though, right? While they do so,
Yeah, probably
we
not
could
that
show
much
the
time.
highlight from yesterday though.
The
The
bolt clip.
and that we can I could set it up of what actually happened to that point of that clip. I'm gonna wait till production lets me know if they want to do that or not. But until they do, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, chat, if we're not able to show it, you do need to go back and watch the VOD from yesterday. Okay, so let's see how this stand. We'll go back to stand. I'm being told that we've got a lot of time left on this round. If the standard game, or if this game's over now, if this Nadu deck wins here from KC Ryback, if they win on this turn, then yeah, we'll go to that game and we'll just watch it in its entirety because that game was phenomenal to cast and watch. It was one of my favorites to do. It'd be weird casting back on it for the second time by myself, but it'll be good. Here comes the chord. And yep, that's going to be enough for this game to go. That's the handshake, which means we do have a lot of time, which means we do get to go watch that awesome game from yesterday. So the match is over with. We don't need to go back to the stand to get their offering sweets. So all right, we're going back to our faces while they saw that out, basically. So what we're going to try and show you is the game from yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the booth. Will Hall, Devin O'Donnell. This is actually my last round of casting. I'll be handing off to Corbin after this. He's going to sit with you. You've got how you feeling? It's a long day when it's just you every single round. It's nice to have that contingency so you know what happened in the early rounds to the later rounds, but it can be hard work at times, right? There's a lot of brain power, a lot of focus got to happen.
Yeah, no, I'm having a great time. I wouldn't have it any other way. I love commentating. I love talking about these matches, and I love watching. I love watching Magic. Nothing. It's a great time.
It is a great time. I enjoy it. Obviously, I do it so much. All right, I'm being told we're going to try this again. We're going to try and show that match, but this time with our commentary over the top of it. So we're jumping back in, and now hopefully we switch to the scene. You can all hear us. So what's happened in the earlier turns is we basically had a turn to Blood Moon. First big turn of this match and how it plays out. Turn 2 Blood Moon against these Eldrazi decks, pretty backbreaking, can just win the game on the spot. But
yeah,
stay tuned.
Ted's draw was basically perfect, right? Ragavan on turn 1, Blood Moon on turn 2, and then Guided Souls Raptor on turn 3. It doesn't get any better than that. Now, the thing about Blood Moon in this particular matchup is because Brandon is playing the Through the Breach, Blood Moon is still castable, or excuse me, not Blood Moon. Through the Breach is still a castable card through a Blood Moon. So, not as good against the Breach versions of Eldrazi as it would be against the regular Eldrazi decks. But nonetheless, Ted with a fantastic start here, just kind of putting all the pressure on. And what Blood Moon does do in this matchup is prevents, or it like slows down all his dust. And that is something that Ted is certainly, wanting to do.
Yeah, we've got a couple of ways of powering things out. We can get colorless mana from some of the talismans that these decks tend to play. But at the minute, we're just looking at three mountains and one forest. But we've got access to this. This one gets us going to up a land for ourselves.
Yep, Myco Spawn's going to find a second copy of Forest here, and that means 5 mana, so not quite enough to all his dust next turn, because presumably that's how Brandon gets out of this, right? Is eventually get to all his dust to clean up everything, including the Blood Moon. That'll unlock some mana, and then go from there. But yeah, it's still a little ways away from that.
Yeah, this is a match from yesterday. I'm trying to. Thank you. I was working out how can I
spoilers.
Mods all over it.
Yeah, for those of you who are just tuning in, this is not a live match. This was a recorded match from yesterday, and it is, well, we're not going to spoil it, but we'll just say it's a best of NRG series highlight for a reason.
It's a banger. This is a very good match of Magic to watch, to commentate on, to be part of. It is going to go down in history. Turn 2 Blood Moon, remember, into a God of Souls Amp Raptor, and then an Osselus as well to follow up here. So we've got our basic plane, so we can start keep casting some of our spells. Every land now is a mountain. The City's Blessing is probably on at this point, is on, so we get a second token as well. We've got the treasure tokens at the bottom, energy up to 4. Giganta is still in the companion zone. Literally, at the minute, is looking one-sided. How can Brandon even fight back in this situation? Well, let's find out together.
I mean, 5 mana, 5 mana currently, it kind of all starts with all his dust, but with 4 mana left over, the One Ring is something that could definitely be something that Brandon is looking for, because the One Ring would buy you that extra turn that you need to get more mana to eventually get to the All Is Dust. So Ancient Stirrings is going to be the cast here from Brandon, and really wants to find that One Ring, buy you a turn, get to 7 mana, All Is Dust the turn after, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, One Ring is it's a good card. There's a lot of talk about that. Obviously, tomorrow it's going to be interesting to see if that's got any text in the announcement that happens tomorrow. Less than 24 hours from now. I'm sure the Twitterverse will blow up. So we're asking a question. I'm still not entirely sure what the question is in this situation. Looking at
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I'm trying to think what it could be.
And this isn't live, so we can't even go to.
This is what it was. Yeah.
Okay.
In response to it, can I name it? And the card named on that was Kozilek's Return.
Yeah, and this is brutal too, because see, Ted shook his head because he had the opportunity to name the One Ring, and maybe rightfully so. Ted was more scared of Kozilek's Return, and yeah, got a little bit punished because Brandon does find the One Ring. And I mean, if you look at the damage on board, if Ted had named the One Ring right there, Brandon would not have been able to cast it, and that would have just been GG.
So ring comes down. Protection happens for the turn because there is more than lethal on that battlefield right now. More importantly, though, 6 land in play. 7 is the real sweet spot for these decks. That's where the big hitting cards can come out. Traditionally, we know them from Tron back in the day. So it's now, what are we going to play around?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ted, you can't really play around too much. I mean, you did name the Kozilek's Return with the Disruptor Flute, but Brandon has more than enough mana to still cast that Kozilek's Return. Now, one thing I will mention here is if you are playing around Kozilek's Return specifically, you can attack with a creature to put counters on it with the Guide of Souls to get it to 3 toughness, which will get it outside of the range of Kozilek's Return, and that's exactly what Ted is doing.
So the green dice is for the flying counter that is added. The white one is for the +1/+1 counters that are added. We're going to play our land for the turn, add the Giganta to hand. That's the only card left in it. And then looks like we're going to just go to end step. No life was gained, so we don't gain any triggers off the Ossos Pride. And draw for Brandon, which is a Through the Breach. This is the Through the Breach deck. That's the 7th land, and that is all as dust off the
There you
top.
go.
Boom, boom, boom. This is sacrifice all colored permanents. So the only thing that stays on the battlefield is the One Ring and that flute.
Yeah, now the one thing that Ted is really looking for here is a copy of Arena of Glory. With that Gigantha in hand, we talk about Gigantha all the time, maybe lamenting it a little bit, but Arena of Glory has made Gigantha a lot better in these Boros decks because the ability to give Gigantha haste, normally it's 5 mana 5/5, it's kind of who cares or whatever, but 5 mana 5/5 haste really does amp the pressure up. Imagine here if Ted were to find a copy of Arena, attack for 5, put Brandon down to 3, and then maybe has a little bit of more of a hard time of activating that One Ring.
Yeah, so I had a nice little discussion with a few people about Giganta. I play a lot of Boris. This is my deck currently in Modern. I like playing in tournaments. Competitive Magic is. I'm not entirely sure Giganta is worth it at the minute because I thought I'm basically telling my opponent what I'm on game one, which is
Mhm.
is not good. When you're an aggro deck. They can keep sweeper hands. They can keep removal heavy hands, etc., etc. But Arena of Glory is the sole reason that we actually think it's worth it because you can just, it's the 8th sideboard card, as people call it, or the 8th card in your hand. But the ability to be able to put it in your hand one turn and then give it haste the following turn is
Oh, yeah.
huge. And here comes
Especially
Flage.
with this card. Yeah, especially
Yeah.
with this card because Flage on enter the battlefield deals 3 damage, and then the attack trigger, you'll get another 3 damage, and then 6 from the Flage. So it represents 12 damage by itself, which is, that's 12 is a lot in a way to close out the game. And for here, Ted's going to go play the Flage and then still has 3 treasures left over to be able to cast that Gigantha if he so chooses. Or, yeah, I guess you just go for the Flage instead. So that's going to put Brandon down to 2. And
Yeah.
with Brandon at 2, doesn't really want to use the One Ring, has to find an answer for this Flage, or else Brandon's just going to die next turn.
So what are the answers? We don't have access to deck lists in front of us anymore, but I think it's like another One Ring is probably the only way to stop this. Like a removal spell doesn't do much because it will just come back out of the graveyard. So we need to find a way to stop this attacking us. That's the key part. Because if
Well,
it attacks, the trigger's going to happen.
funny enough, Brandon's removal spell actually does work here because Kozilek's command exiles. So Kozilek's command could exile the Flage. Same with Devourer of Destiny, also exiles. So actually has a good number of ways to remove that Flage from the game. To kind of get it out of here and make sure it doesn't stay in play. And Brandon, here deep in the tank, wondering if he wants to use the One Ring. And that was a big decision point because at 2 life, if you use the One Ring, you go to 1 and you are priced into you have to find another One Ring or you're basically just going to die next turn. So that was a really big decision point there for Brandon.
So yeah, it's interesting because this turn is there's another Flage in the graveyard, which is what you can't see right now. So even if you deal with this Flage on the battlefield, there is another Flage in the graveyard. And I was talking about the line that you just spoke, the Kozilek's command that can
Mhm.
exile the Flage in the graveyard and the exile the one in play because you
Yep.
can use those 2 modes on it, but it does leave you dead to a few top decks. And Brandon going through his head, it's interesting to see the line that and how it plays out. So you can talk me through if you think that's almost a better line of how this game resolves. But he does have a lot of time to think about it. Got a lot of cards in hand. Also, the ring can be tapped to go a card deeper if we want to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, from this position, Brandon kind of needed exactly Kozilek's command rather, because you mentioned just want to get the Flage out of the graveyard as well, and I can't quite get a good look. But from here, it's you need to answer the Flage in play, answer the Flage in the graveyard, and still kind of like 2 life is not a lot against a deck that has Lightning Bolt and Flage. So you're always in this position of, I need to try to close out the game very quickly before Ted just top decks one of those removal spells. So Brandon has a lot to consider here. And, it's really hard to manage a situation like this. But I think it starts with Kozilek's command.
And Goblin Bombardment as well. Remember these decks play some numbers of
Yep.
them. We can see one in the graveyard already. Going to spread out the graveyard a little bit so we can have a little look at home. Didn't get a great one, but it's fine. So there is a Kozilek's Return command in hand. I believe there is also a Khan in hand. Maybe. I think it was a Khan in hand, but we're going to find out. It is going to be the command.
It's a lot of mana. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
We're going to make tokens with it.
So it looks like this is for 7.
7 plus we get to look at the top 7 and put them back on top in the order that we'd like. We find another copy of the ring there, plus a few through the breaches and a couple of land.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Brandon not choose to exile the Flage in the graveyard from that position. I wonder if maybe he felt like he needed to find a second copy of the One Ring, because what you could do is after you find the ring, you can tap the one in play to draw and then play a copy of a new one, which would give you a little bit of reprieve from the Flage. But that also doesn't mean that if Ted top decks a bolt from here, Ted can just say, okay, pass, on your upkeep after the ring protection wears off, then cast the bolt. So interesting decision here from Brandon to not exile that Flage.
We kept 2 cards on top, and then we tapped the ring to draw the second one. So now we've got both the cards we wax on top of our deck. Access to 8 mana this turn if we want to. We're going to use 3 Scions plus our 1 untapped land to recast another One Ring. That's a good way of stopping the Flage from the graveyard, stopping lightning bolts, etc., etc. Well, at least for a turn, the lightning bolt upkeep wouldn't work, but we do get to pass the turn back. Now Flage, it can attack, but cannot target Brandon, so the lightning helix wouldn't work. Remember, we've got that Giganta in hand, plus whatever we drew for the turn. Ted's having a little think. Giganta is the line we go with. What do you think about Flute? Like, I don't know if this is the game I would decide boarding in for, but I understand why.
So I think Flute is pretty interesting from Ted's side of things because it is a way to kind of mitigate the One Ring. Sure, the protection trigger still happens, but making the initial protection cost a little bit more and shutting off the ability of the draw ability, I think it's good enough against the One Ring specifically that it is worth bringing it from Ted's side, because the One Ring is one of the cards that is very, very good against the Boros deck.
Right, we drew end of turn, so we've gone down to 1 life in our upkeep. Tap this ring, draw another 2 cards. So not only do we need to stop the board from attacking us, we also have to reset our ring somehow, otherwise that will kill us. A lot of mana to work with.
Ring on 2, Brandon on 1, and now you see we found the Kozilek's command. So Brandon is in an interesting spot where you can command the Flage in play in the Flage in graveyard, but then the ring is still in play, so that doesn't really do it at this point. So I mean, if you're in Brandon's seat, you kind of need to find another copy of the One Ring, right? Because if you kill the Flage, then you're still just dead on board to the One Ring. So Kozilek's command, I think, was in hand for Brandon. So with those temples, is going to be able to dig quite deep for that One Ring. So 2, 4, 6, 79, 10, 11, looks like 15. So I believe we can command for 13. And, I mean, surely you can find a ring in the top 13 cards, right?
Well, this turn we've drew 1 card. We've also looked at the top 5 cards off that Ancient Stirrings. So that's 6 cards deep already.
Yep.
And if
Plus
you
13.
plus 13, that's quick math. That's 19 cards we get to look at. There's only 2 rings left, remember. One's in play, one has already been used and in the graveyard. And we are tapping out. That 13 mana floating in the pool. This command is being cast for 13. Yeah, we're having a little count over here on Ted's side. Plus the 4 tokens, that equals 13.
All right. Command for 13. Take a look at the top 13. And again, Brandon needs to find a copy of the One Ring. So that is priority number 1, because if you pass the turn with the One Ring in play, you are at 1 life. You are just going to die. So 13 cards. And, I guess past the One Ring, what else is Brandon really looking for? It probably has to be some combination of like Breach plus large creature, because again, you want to try and get this game over with. You don't want to give Ted too many draw steps.
I do not see any one rings in that top
Uh-oh.
13 cards. So that's 19 cards we have now looked at and no one ring this turn. Having a little look-see, having a look at
Yeah.
every single card, looking at the options that it could do with it. Even an Emrakul breached right now would not do it because Ted at 32 life.
Yeah, and you see Brandon thumbing through the cards, given the shake of the head. I think we're just going to have to bottom all of these cards. And, like I said, has to find a copy of the ring. And we are going
Go
to
in the
do that. Draw
bottom,
step, Will.
tap
What
that
is it?
top card. There's the big smile on the old face. There's Ted's hands in his head. I think we all know what this card could be. Use 4 of my Eldrazi spawn tokens, generate 4 mana, and play that one ring that we ripped for the turn. Ted cannot believe it. The head is shaking. It's like you're having my eyes out. The 20th card you looked at this turn is the one that you needed. We find it. It's got to be in the deck to find it, and we found it.
Bottom 13, draw 1 fresh card. And yeah, the One Ring is going to make sure that Brandon doesn't die this turn. But I mean, if you look at the board state, still a pretty precarious position, right? The Flage is in play. I believe that you mentioned that Ted still has the second Flage in the graveyard, plenty of mana to escape. So, and even something like you mentioned an Emrakul, not good enough. Not only is Ted at 32, but there's also, Ted can just sack all of his lands and keep the Flage in play. So, even though Brandon had to go through 19 cards to find the One Ring, still not in the best position.
And then we find another one ring straight off the top of our deck. When you wait for a bus to come along at the same time. So we can activate this one, go another card deeper. Find an Ulamog. Now, that Ragavan, remember on turn 2, that Ragavan exiled an Emrakul.
It sure did.
Emrakul's CMC is 15. So if we can through the breach that Ulamog, that would be 22-22, Annihilator 15.
Yep.
Is that good?
So now Brandon can just go through the breach Ulamog, make Ted sacrifice all of the permanents in play, and that will actually be good against the Flage in the graveyard, right? Because the Flage in the graveyard needs lands to be able to escape, and those lands are not going to be in play anymore. So if Brandon can navigate, basically Brandon has to go through the breach to Ulamog, attack, make you sack all your permanents, and then deploy a second copy of the One Ring. Brandon, at 1 life, still looking pretty good.
One is not dead.
That is true.
That is a key fact of Magic the Gathering. As long as you have 1 life total or more, you are not dead. I suppose you can get technical and you can say cards in graveyard and stuff, and I'm sure someone in Twitch chat's going to point me out on that. But back to this one. Lots of options. We have to reset that ring or gain life somehow. We also need to deal with the board. We need to deal with the graveyard Flage. Brandon in the tank still. So many options, so much mana. How much mana do we even have, especially with those Eldrazi spawn tokens?
Oh, I can't count that high.
It's got to be in the 20s. So here's 4 lands to put to one side. That is what I like to call a ring mana. Or
I think we're going breach first. So let's go breach. Breach
like
the
breach.
Ulamog. Yeah, breach Ulamog. That is going to, and it's so crazy that the Ragavan hitting the Emrakul on turn 1 was the like basically the decider of this, right? Where if the Emrakul wasn't hit there wasn't really a lot for the Ulamog. We had to get the D20 out for all the counters.
Annihilate 15. I count about 8 permanents there for Ted. So these are all getting sacrificed, all going to go to the graveyard. And yeah, we're going to get 22 damage dealt. But luckily, we've gained a lot of life because of Flages, etc. So we're up at 33. That's going to drop us down to 11. And the Ulamog does get sacrificed end of turn. So it's not going to stay on the graveyard. So we still need to find a way of getting 11 points of damage dealt over on Brandon's side while resetting that ring, of course.
Yeah, but if you look at Brandon's hand, he also has a copy of Devourer of Destiny. So has more than enough mana to deploy Devourer of Destiny and the One Ring. The Devourer of Destiny, not going to exile anything, but it is still a 6/6. And that's going to be a 2-turn clock here for Ted to make sure that Ted does not get, limit the amount of draw steps that Ted gets.
So here's the Destiny, Devourer of Destiny coming down 6/6. No targets for it. What a shame. And then we're going to sacrifice the rest of us, or a bunch of our spawn, to play another ring, which gives us protection from well, I don't know what everything literally, but I don't know what we could draw here over on Ted's side at this point.
We're not tapping that ring. That is not being tapped. This is a spot where I would just turn it upside down to like to remind me to never tap it because I would forget,
I'll just eat it. Just eat it. I'm never using it. Just eat it. Done. Windswept Heath was the draw. Last card in hand, I believe, is a mountain. So we can filter the deck a little bit here. At the minute, it is not lethal on the battlefield. We need another Through the Breach plus big creature to get this game done and over with. And I don't see it in hand here for Brandon. But how could he possibly lose? Ted has only got one card in hand that is clearly dead. Only got a land in play. He's going to have to crack this fetch land. Going to go find maybe a Surveil land. Maybe we can
I think the Surveillance were already gone. Yeah,
so we just have to get the shot.
Gone.
All right. Sure. Down to 4.
Surely Ted doesn't have any outs here, right?
Well, there is an out of a Bone Crusher Giant. There is also an out of a Lightning Bolt. And boom, just like that, the Lightning Bolt, the handshake. Brandon's like, look, fair one. I top deck pretty well. It's only fair. But what an absolutely amazing back and forth game that is, starting with the turn 2 Blood Moon off the turn 1 Ragavan, to then the One Ring hit off the top 20 cards, to then locking them out the game with an Ulamog, getting rid of your permanents, to just lose to that sandbag land into top deck Lightning Bolt. Highlight moment, my favorite play of the whole weekend. It is amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think that the highlight for me, honestly, was turn 1 Ragavan hitting the Emrakul, because that situation would have never happened if that was, basically any other card, because Ted would have had enough permanents to sacrifice to the Ulamog trigger and would have just been able to keep the Flage. And yeah, it's just everything about that game is just wild to watch.
It's just so like, there's so many moments that some players will just scoop in those spots, like, oh, it's blubbing, yeah, cool, right, let's go to the next game. Oh, cool, I've got no permanents, scoop, go to the next game. But also what has been great so far this weekend is me and you, my friend. This is my last round, and it's been a pleasure, as always, to work with you, for you to carry me through every single round. I know your back is sore, so we are going to get rid of me, and we're going to replace me with Corbin. Hostler is going to come take me over from me in round number 6. So we're going to step away, have a slightly longer break than we normally would, because we need to get a new caster in, as well as a new team in that feature match area. And when we come back, you're going to have Corbin, you're going to have Doom. So from me, chat, it's been amazing. Thank you very much. Shout out to NRG. It's been a great weekend. And I'll see you next time. But Doom will see you at the next round. So don't go anywhere. And they'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Championship Series. We are in Madison. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell, or I should say, rather, I am joining you here in the booth. Of course, we had Will Hall in the morning half of this tournament, and I'm going to come in with Devin and wrap it up. Devin, you've been Ironmaning it all day long, so we want to thank all of you for sticking with us, and I am happy to be here with you. And you've got to watch 5 rounds of Team Trio play already.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of awesome players and a lot of awesome matches on camera today. I was talking to Will a little bit earlier, and we got to see that match from yesterday in action. I don't think we're going to be able to top the Lightning Bolt bottom 13 cards, find a One Ring, but we can certainly try. And yeah, it's been an absolute blast so far, and I'm having a great time.
Well, yeah, I guess we have 3 chances a round to do it here, right? Because we're playing, of course, today team trios. We had 84 teams out. Do the math. That's well over 200 players competing today across your favorite formats: standard, modern, and legacy, which I think we're going to try to get to in the next round and show you some of that gameplay. But team trios, team events, they're really just the best, right, Devin?
Yeah, nothing beats team events. You get to play with some of your best friends, and a lot of camaraderie, and it really doesn't there's nothing that beats it. You get to play against a bunch of great players and have a great time doing so.
Yeah, and of course we talk about the team events in the context here of the NRG Championship Series. But that's the great part of these events. This is Sunday. We have our Team Trios event. Yesterday, we casted a Modern Showdown $10,000 tournament that not only awarded the top 8 members and down beyond that monetary prizes, but also points towards the end of the year NRG championship that everyone is trying to qualify for. And then that leads us into today, where we have players competing across multiple formats. So I teased the legacy a little bit. I think that's what we're talking about getting to down in this round, and including some Modern Horizons cards that have really made a difference in the format recently, like the namesake of the next deck. I think that we'll be able to get to. Doom, you want to talk a little bit about just what like we're going to get a chance to see that are maybe new to the format?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Psychic Frog is, if we can get that one up on your screen for those of you who may not be
Mhm.
familiar with this card, just really has kind of taken the entire format by storm. And the thing about Psychic Frog is it's not just good in, like, it is a 2-drop, which it can be a little aggressive, but it just plays so many different roles. It has the ability to get aggressive when you need to. You can dump your hand and put some counters on it, which we've seen, players do yesterday. I remember that one game we watched Christian Valencia against Garrick, and Christian was just kind of played flawlessly and was able to recognize when he needed to go a little bit more in on the frog. But it also is a good discard enabler for stuff like Atraxa, Gristlebrand, and sets up reanimation spells. So it kind of does everything. And on top of all of that, it pitches to Force of Will. So what more can you ask?
That's a great point. And if you think about the context of Legacy, I remember people playing when I got into Magic maybe 15 years ago. Putrid Imp is a little 2-drop 1/1 that you could discard. And now we've got Psychic Frog, which does a heck of a lot more. But yeah, going back to, I didn't play during the Psychotog era. You see Putrid Imp there. Yeah, people always we just play these discard outlets, and Psychic Frog gives you that plus so much more. And I didn't play during the Psychotog era, which is what Psychic Frog is a callback to. But watching that game yesterday with Christian Valenti, where you named it, we watched him in a game where you're like, oh, that's a blue back deck. It's a card advantage deck. They're going to go long. And instead, we watch Christian just toss away card after card just to 2-for-1 himself, all just to keep the Psychic Frog in play and keep attacking with Psychic Frog and keep connecting with Psychic Frog. And the game played out in a completely unexpected way, for someone who isn't familiar necessarily with that style of gameplay. And that was modern. In Legacy, we're talking about a format where people have always played cards like Entomb and Reanimate and things like this. And not only does it do all the things we just talked about in Modern, the Frog, it also, as you mentioned, becomes just the best discard outlet possible for those types of decks. And also, in some ways, and going back to its Modern comparison, it's we were talking off screen. It's kind of like a turbocharged Delver of Secrets in a way. You
Yeah,
protect the
absolutely.
Delver, and you can get there, right?
Yeah, and one funny thing you mentioned the card Delver of Secrets, which, over the course of its entire history, Legacy's been a format since what, 2004, 2005, and really as soon as the card was printed from day one, people have just put Delver of Secrets into their Legacy deck and pairing it, back in the day it was with Nimble Mongoose and Tarmogoyf, and
Yeah.
the threats have kind of evolved since then. But we've actually gotten to the point where the threats have evolved so much that Delver has just become obsolete. Like you see Netherglyph in this deck and no Delver of Secrets. So that's also kind of wild to me.
Yeah. And I think we might be ready here. Round 6 coming to you in our G Championship Series in Madison, Wisconsin. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwick, O'Donnell on the call. You've got Christian Valenti on Demir Frog on your left. We've talked it up. Now you're going to get a chance to watch it in action. And we got Lian Chen on your right with Death and Taxes, as classic of a legacy archetype as you can find.
Yeah, and as far as you mentioned new cards in the blue black decks. As far as
Mhm.
new cards, let me tell you, Corbin, new cards in Death and Taxes deck. This, Death and Taxes is an archetype I feel like has had a ton of change over the years. I mean, obviously, a lot of archetypes have, but there's a lot of cards in this deck that I've never seen before. So first and foremost, to get to some MH3 cards like Emperor of Bones, which not a white card, but Emperor of Bones is kind of cool because there's a bunch of things in this deck that kind of go to the graveyard. I think notably Solitude is the card.
Right.
So there's kind of this cool thing where you can Solitude your opponent's creature, put the Solitude into the graveyard, and then get it under the Emperor of Bones to get it back. But yeah, there's so many different cards. There is There's a Phantom Blade, a pre-war formal wear. I'm assuming those Stoneforge targets, but yeah, there's a lot going on in this deck.
Yeah, it certainly has a lot of one-ofs. Like just looking at the list here, I see six one-ofs in the deck and a Yorion. But it's certainly a very interesting list. Death and Taxes has evolved over the years. I remember when I got into Magic, Death and Taxes was kind of like the deck you built when you wanted to get into Legacy and you didn't have just all the duels in the world to play with. You could build Death and Taxes, and it was pretty reasonable. And here we see it many years later, looking still, hey, pretty similar, right? Very different with some of the new cards, but hey, we've still got Mother of Runes. We're still playing Stoneforge Mystic. It's this Ether Vial. We're still on the same game plan, and you see it right there. Scrublands Ether Vial for Chin to start things off, and the Nethergoyf you called out for Valenti.
Yeah, and I had to I was trying to hover over the card in Melee because it wasn't showing up an image, so I had to open up in a new tab. But if we could get these two equipments on screen, the first one
Yeah.
I want to put on screen here is called Phantom Blade. So I believe this is a card from Assassin's Creed. It is a 5 mana equipment, 4 and a black. When it enters, attach it to up to one target creature you control, destroy up to one other target creature. So this is cool because you can tutor it off of Stoneforge Mystic. You can put it into play for 2 mana and then have sort of an uncounterable removal spell, destroy any other creature. And then the other one here is from Fallout. It's called Pre-War Formal Wear. So this one is 2 and a white. It's an equipment. When it enters, return a creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield and attach pre-war formal wear to it. And then it gives the creature +2/+2 and vigilance. So another, more ways to just kind of expand that Stoneforge Mystic tutor package, right? You have a removal spell, a way to get a card back from the graveyard. So Stoneforge Mystic, it used to just be get a Batterskull, here's a 4/4. But now it's so much more than that. And there's a lot of depth to to what you can do with the Stoneforge Mystic.
You're right, especially because the former wear, right? If you play your Stoneforge and they want to kill your Stoneforge to make you take longer to deploy your Batterskull traditionally, you can play former wear and punish them for it. There's a lot going on there. Um, we'll see how much we actually get to see here because Chin has 3 Ether Vials along with a
It's a lot.
Scrubland and a Wasteland, and that's too many. That's too many, friends. You want 1 Ether Vial in your hand. Occasionally, you could handle 2. You never want 3 ever, especially when your opponent goes perfect 1-drop, perfect 2-drop, Nethergoyf, Psychic Frog. A lot of Modern Horizons 3 cards, but this is a 401 team. Is Valenti's team up with Ryan Bellamy and Lucas Parsons this weekend, and this is a really nice start for Valenti, and maybe Chin can, obviously you get a lot of tempo off those vials in 2 turns or so over the course of the next 2 turns. But if you don't have enough cards to really put into it, you're not going to get very far. So he probably kept a 2 vial hand and drew a 3rd vial or something, which is not where you want to be. But if you get in powerful enough cards put into it, it does play around cards like Daze or Force of Will or things like that you see off the ponder that Valenti's shuffling away.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, if you are in Lion's Seat, you really want to try to find a recruiter of the guard. So,
Hmm.
Aether Vial, not normally very good when you draw 3 copies of it, but there is kind of this chain that you can do where you get the first vial to 3, you file that in, recruiter of the guard, maybe you even go find a second recruiter, then you can have
Yeah.
another vial on 3, vial that one in, go get something else. So, even though there are 3 copies of vial, which normally you, like you said, you don't really want to draw, there is still something that Lion can do with those. And we see looks like a Spirit of the Labyrinth, a Swords to Plowshares, and an Emperor of Bones in hand. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out about Emperor of Bones is you kind of have this other line where if the most popular deck is Reanimate, like
Right.
they're not only are they trying to put Atraxa and Archon into the graveyard, but they're also putting Grief into the graveyard. So if they grief you on turn 1, maybe there's some situation where you can set up where you say Emperor of Bones, target your grief, and then get that into play as well. So Emperor's got some cool utility here.
Yeah, and with the ability to play around any counterspell for at least a creature for the rest of the game. I mean, maybe not a stifle effect. We know that Valenti has access to a couple of those. We see one in the graveyard. these creatures are at least going to come into play for Chen, and they are powerful. And Spirit of the Labyrinth, I don't know if we can get that one pulled up on the screen. That is one of those cards that can occasionally really blow you out in Legacy, and hey, sometimes not. But against, there you go.
Oh,
Each player
God, the
can't draw
white
more than
border.
one
Come
card
on.
each turn. Against against the Frog, it's not terrible. And there is a Swords of Plowshares as well in Chen's hand. So a reasonable chance here between those two cards of stopping at least some of the value from the Frog here before things get too out of control.
Yeah, it looks like the sequence there was Frog came in, and then with the Frog trigger on the stack, reviling into Labyrinth. And I think Christian has a copy of Fatal Push that he might want to fire off to prevent, just wants the extra cards. So Christian is going to go ahead and do that. And then, yeah, see, it's funny because Lion had the opportunity to Swords to
Right.
Plowshares the Psychic Frog before combat damage. But because we chose to wait until damage and then vial in the Spirit of the Labyrinth, that is kind of awkward because now, even if assuming that's the timing here, if the Swords to Plowshares resolves, I'm pretty sure Christian did announce that the trigger of the Frog was already on the stack.
We'll see how this plays out. I guess this is Christian maybe deciding in this circumstance. We don't know what exactly what's in his hand. Oh, I spot a Force of Will. So we're deciding if we want to fight over the Frog here. And the answer is no in this case. Decides to let it go. That means the Swords is gone. Then the push resolves. That means the Spirit of the Labyrinth is gone. And at the end of all of that, you're left with a grown Nethergoyf still crashing in. And here we go. The Spell Bomb is going to remove a couple cards from Chen's graveyard just so Valenti can cycle it. We'll look at some math on the Nethergoyf. Deal looks like damage might be being dealt now.
I think it's 3. I think I spot Artifact, Instant Land. Oh, it's 4 Sorcery at the Ponder. So Ponder, Fatal Push, Land, Spell Bomb. So that would be 4 cards. So yeah, it looked like the timing of the sequence of all of that was, I believe the Spirit of the Labyrinth was before blocks. So before blocks, Violent Spirit, maybe threatening to set up a block onto the Psychic Frog. Christian cast the Fatal Push. Lion cast the Swords to Plowshares. That all happened. Christian didn't draw an extra card, and that's how that all played out. So yeah, now we have a 4-power Nethergoyf here, and the only card left here for Lion is that Emperor of Bones, which may have been good prior to the Nihil Spellbomb. Like you could go Violin the Emperor, adapt, put a counter on it, get a creature off of that. But now with that Nihil Spellbomb, that's going to make things a lot more awkward. Although we do find a Loran of the third path.
Yeah, takes the vials up, does Chin here. Lauren into the graveyard. So I think we're sitting on now 2 cards in hand. You mentioned one of them being the Shadow of Bones. We're taking a quick look through Valenti's graveyard, verify that there are in fact no creatures we're going to be able to get with that Emperor quite yet. That said, we're still going to bring it down. That looked like a Arid Mesa in hand. So definitely back up against the wall here for Chen, almost out of cards, sitting on these files. I mean, a full grip over here for Valenti, 4 or 5 cards, including at least 1 Force of Will. So things looking pretty good right now for the best Frog player we've seen this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, and see what's unfortunate about the Death and Taxes deck is the removal exiles, right? Swords to
Yeah.
Plowshares, Solitude. So if you're trying to if you don't have any good targets in your own graveyard for the Emperor, and the onus is on you to remove your opponent's creatures and have it set up that way, it's not really that easy because again, Swords and Solitude both exile. Now that being said, it is pretty good with Solitude, as I mentioned earlier, where you can evoke the Solitude, put that into the graveyard, and then get it back with the Emperor Bones. But yeah, with no Solitude here, I guess what Chen can do is Chen can crack the fetch. No, there's only 1 Surveil Land. Never mind. So if there was a second Surveil Land, you could maybe try to go fetching and try to find another. Like you could surveil the creature into the graveyard and then get it with the Emperor Bones. But looks like Chen is just content with picking up the Yorion and Violon 3. So we're getting a little bit closer to that.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's where we're at, right? Is that could be the game plan? Maybe not the game plan you want, but it is a game plan. I think we said 4 on the Nethergoyf, right? After the Wasteland takes out more lands, that doesn't grow it though. So 10 life for Chen. You still have a couple turns to play with here to maybe advance towards that Yorion. Maybe find something you can Blink with Yorion, there are, as you mentioned, a couple of chains that could really get going. And in that case, even though you are Vile flooded, you could find a way to make use of the extra mana, especially when we include the adapt trigger that you could activate on the Emperor Bones, right? So there are still some ways for Chen to get back into the game from this point.
Yeah, I think the Netherglyph shrunk a little bit there because the Emperor of Bones trigger got rid of the spell bomb. So I think the Netherglyph might be down to a 3. And that's actually kind of huge if it is, because there's a big difference between 3 and 4, like you mentioned with Chen at 10, where Chen can absorb 3 hits from that Glyph just fine as a 3 power, but as a 4/5, you can only take 2, so it does take a whole turn off the clock. And, I mean, if you're in Christian's seat, you're definitely looking for ideally one more threat. If Chen were to draw something like a Swords to Plowshares, Shares, or maybe a Solitude, then, you want to have a backup threat, which I think we did find. I think we're looking at a Murktide region. And, maybe, although I guess it's awkward because you have the basic Swamp.
Yeah, I just spot a Bowmasters in that grip as well over there. Big ponder decision here for Valenti, who feels like, hey, I'm in control of this game, but knows how quickly things can turn once you start talking about Yorion Blinks and all of the assorted value creatures that you can find in this Death and Taxes deck. I mean, imagine just even a Stoneforge, you'd get several active. There's a lot of ways to spend that mana. Another Goyf crashes in, Chen down to, we believe, 7 life here.
And
Another
copy of Netherglyph. And looks like the hand, I believe, was it Bowmaster Force of Will, I think? That might be what it is.
It's certainly Force of Will. I believe Bowmasters is likely the other one. So that would mean that the Force is not live here. Didn't catch what Chen drew.
We're motioning towards those vials. So, I mean, again, I think Chen's best draw is probably still Recruiter of the Guard. And then it opens up the question of, if you draw Recruiter, what does that go and find? So I made plethora of options. The Recruiter could find Solitude, and you could pitch the Yorion to do that. I guess I was going to say you could get Flicker Wisp, but there's 1 vial on 4 and 1 on 3. So wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. You could go Bowmaster and then use the vial on 2. The Bowmaster chump block another Netherglyph, take the hit from the other one. So interesting decisions here for Chen, depending on what exactly was drawn. I mean, you have to assume it was a creature, given how he kind of motioned to those vials.
That's what I would say. Yeah. Otherwise, he's just faking us all out here. But here we go. In fact, it appears to be a 3 drop, or we're faking it out. We're activating Vial. It is a Recruiter of the Guard. You called it one of the best possible. What do you do now if you're Chen? What are you going to be looking for off this Recruiter of the Guard? I suppose Valenti's thinking about a response here, but I imagine that no matter how you slice it, the search is going to happen. And there he goes. He picks up the deck. All right, Doom, what do you think he's looking for here?
It's really awkward because I think your best options are 3s, right? Either Flicker Wisp or Skyclave Apparition. But you'll notice the decision from Chen to tick the second vial up to 4 due to that, which I think was correct because at the time he was playing towards Yorion.
Right.
And you see him thumbing through that Skyclave. Like you would want to get a 3 here, a Skyclave, a second Recruiter, a Flicker Wisp. At 2, there's not really a ton of options. Get Emperor of Bones, Stoneforge Mystic, Orcish Bowmasters, Spirit of the Labyrinth, and then there is 1/4 in the form of Witch Enchanter. I know that some of these decks in some Death and Taxes deck in the past have played Palace Jailer, which I think would be fantastic to grab here, but that is not a card that Chen is currently playing.
Yeah, I think you hit on the high points here. There's also a line where maybe you get like Stoneforge. Yeah, you can play Stoneforge. You could get Formal Wear, block with the Recruiter. Plan on using Formal Wear next turn to get back Recruiter and search again. There's definitely, I guess the point is we called out all the equipment beforehand as playing a key role in this matchup, and now we're going to find out because Stoneforge has hit the hand, and actually it looks like we moved to blocks here, right? So he's going to opt to take a hit from one of the Netherglyphs. It'd be 3 damage in theory, down to 4, and looking at an instep Stoneforge. So a lot of options are going to be available to Chen here.
Yeah, I think Stoneforge does make the most sense. You called out the Formal Wear. Even the Phantom Blade is not too bad, where you can go Violin the Stoneforge, get the blade. untap. Well, I guess that doesn't quite do it because then the Stoneforge gets the blade, and then even if you can put in the blade, then you can kill one of the Netherglyphs, but then the Stoneforge has to be. I guess what you can do is
You
you could
block,
block with
blink,
Stoneforge
block, blink.
before damage, activate. Yeah, that could be a line.
But
The other.
he'll be able to Yorion as well.
Oh, because the vial's going to go to 5. Okay, so you could even go get the blade, untap vial up to 5, Stoneforge in the blade. Okay, we're going to go for the formal wear instead, which is still pretty good because now, oh my god, you can actually go formal wear, back the recruiter, vial up to 5, recruiter search, Violin Yorion, Yorion flicker the recruiter and the formal wear. Formal wear get back Emperor Bones, recruiter gets something else. Like this is oh boy.
And then the beauty of all of this is that it has completely played around this force of will sitting in Valenti's hand. 100%. Even the formal wear, which is not a creature that can be vowed in, can be Stoneforged in to play around the force of will that Valenti has been holding on to the entire game, waiting for his target. And the only target I think that's even been presented was that Swords to Plowshares, which was in fact or not counted, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, there is actually Christian has some good counterplay here. There's a Brazen Borrower, and I think what Christian is thinking about is bouncing the vial on 4, because if you bounce the vial on 4, you know for a fact that Lion is not going to be able to put that Yorion into play, given there's only 3 lands in play. So I think Christian is weighing the decision between bouncing the vial on 4 or perhaps bouncing the Stoneforge so you won't be able to activate it and put the formal wear into play. I think both of those are good options.
That turns on if there's another blue card in hand. Actually, you might have been looking at the Bowmaster. It's hard to say because racing is very much an option here, right? Bowmasters can go face. So there's a lot available here too to think about. And this is the window before Stoneforge untaps if you decide you want to deal with the Stoneforge. And the answer is going to be Brazen Borrower. You called it, the Ether Vial on 4 counters. And that means Yorion is going to be turned off for what Valenti hopes is the duration of the game. So, all right, big turn here, though, for Chen, who is going to untap with a Stoneforge Mystic and a Vial on 3 and 2 or 4, depending on which one he chooses here. And his entire hand is known, so we'll just play with it face up.
Yeah, see, this is weird. So this is a tricky decision because you kind of want to tick the second vial up to 4, but as we mentioned last turn, recruiter chains, you'd much rather have 2 vials on 3. So it's a huge decision here for Lion, and Lion does have to make the decision before the draw step. So it looks like we're thinking. But yeah, the other consideration here for Christian was casting the Borrower means that he doesn't have Force of Will up. Now, granted, Force of Will not very good here because the Stoneforge, activation can't be countered, and then same thing with Vials. So, Christian probably totally okay with going off Force of Will. Now, let me actually,
I want to upkeep. This was an upkeep recruiter with the formal wear off Stoneforge.
Yeah, I want to read this. So, formal wear. Oh, okay. So it says when it enters, return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield and attach it to it. I was wondering if there was a window where you could Bowmaster the recruiter before it got equipped, but there is no window. It just automatically attaches it to it. So,
no, that's a good call out. And looks like we are.
Well, we have a situation here. Lion has gone through looking through the deck list, and you'll notice there is a Psychic Frog in Lion's deck. That is not a card that Lion registered. So, presumably, there was a situation maybe in the last match where an Emperor of Bones took a Psychic Frog, and maybe the Psychic Frog got accidentally swept up, maybe playing same sleeves or something like that.
I think that's someone else's deck.
Yep.
Okay, well, I imagine the judges will take a few minutes to resolve this, and if we're able to get back to the match, we certainly will. I'm not sure how this will actually be resolved. Are we able? I'm not sure if we're able to hop over to another game or not. As you can see, further down the table, in standard, Rakdos Aggro taking on Golgari, Blake, and Lucas. We see those games, the other 2 tables both go up a game. So we will get to the match back as soon as we can. But in the meantime, welcome back here to the booth. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. It is round 6 of 7 Swiss rounds here in Madison for the Team Trios event. Devin, you and Will were able to get through 5 excellent rounds of team play this morning. And now we're here in the home stretch, heading towards that top 8, watching some of little bit of what every Magic format has to offer.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I think we might be ready to go right back down to our modern match. I know we've been doing our best to keep Nadu off camera, but this is the only match that is currently live. So we have Nadu in the hands of Ryan Bellamy on the left-hand side of your screen, and Demir Agro from Jacob Zhang on the right. And it looks like Jacob's up a game, so not too bad.
Demir Agro, an interesting one. Not doing much aggro at the moment. But then again, neither is Bellamy with just a wall of roots. So Fatal Push is going to take care of that.
Looks like this deck list from Jacob looks very, very similar to what we saw from Christian Valenti yesterday. Murktide, Orcish Bowmasters, Psychic Frog, couple of main deck Harbingers, and then a whole bunch of removal. Counterspells, Fatal Pushes, Force Negations, a lot of interaction, free and or cheap. And, just trying to sort of sit on that Psychic Frog. But as you mentioned, there's not really a lot of pressure here for Jacob. And presumably, the games where Demir is winning in this matchup is most likely kind of what we saw Christian do yesterday, where it's play a cheap threat, back it up with some counter magic or some interaction. But if you give this Nadu deck too much time, it does have a lot of redundancy. And, we even have Urza Saga. Okay, we're getting word that it appears Legacy is back, so not exactly sure what the fix was. We will maybe get confirmation from production, but I think we are ready to go back down to Legacy.
As much as we know you all wanted to watch a little bit more Nadu, I guess we can get back to this really interesting Legacy match we were on. So, all right, coming back here, taking stock of things, it looks like Yorion is still revealed in hand. The Recruiter has the formal wear on it. It's going to block a Nethergloif. A token is coming in that looks like it was a Skyclave Apparition token that was then removed, so resulting in the token existing. So there we go. The formal wear is going to fall off. The Stoneforge Mystic, though, still alive and well, and we do have a vial at 4, taking up to 5 for Yorion here. This looks like maybe a corner turn for Chen, huh?
The formal wear is such a cool card. I'll be honest with you. Before today, I've never seen it before, but it's so sick because the Stoneforge can find it. As you pointed out earlier, there's the situation where if they kill the Stoneforge, then you can just formal wear back the Stoneforge. And once you get to situations like this, you can start Yorioning to blink the formal wear that gets you back more stuff. Like, for example, Lion could go Violin Yorion, flicker the Stoneforge and the formal wear. The formal wear gets back the Recruiter. Recruiter gets another Recruiter. You can vial that in and then go get something else. Like, it's just this deck, I feel like, can go from 0 to 100 so fast.
And what's interesting is we called out having the 3 Ether Vials in hand as being bad. And to be fair, it is kind of bad, right? But we saw one of them have to eat the Brazen Borrower. That was a resource that Valenti had to spend. And the loops that they've enabled now that we found the Recruiter to play with is actually kind of nutty. And here we go. Yorion coming in off the vial. Target Stoneforge and formal wear. This is just a huge corner turn. That's like big difference, turning point in this game. I think if we look back at that card getting removed, that was what allowed Chen to really string all of this together. Was Valenti not being able to save that or not choosing to save that there?
So I'm assuming the token that's in play for Christian is, I would guess, an Orc Army token. So it looks like we're going to go back and we're going to get the Skyclave off of the formal wear. That's going to kill the Nethergloif, and then the Stoneforge is probably going to go fetch the blade. What was it called again? Let me get the name of it. 3, 2, 1. Phantom Blade.
Yeah,
most likely. I guess you can also maybe get the Cauldron too, but I think it's a little bit safer to get the blade. And what's nice about getting the blade here is you do have 4 mana. So if the Stoneforge dies and you draw land, you can still cast the blade. I guess you could also go towards Lion Sash too to eat the graveyard, maybe make Nethergloif smaller. Yeah, there we see.
It is the blade. If we can get the Phantom Blade up on screen, maybe you called it.
Yeah, this card is so cool where similar thing with the Stoneforge package, just turning your Stoneforge into a relatively cheap removal spell because you can vial it in for or Stoneforge it in for 2 mana. So, these new cards, Phantom Blade and the Formal Wear, just really adding so much depth to this Stoneforge package, which, not it's not just a 4/4 lifelink anymore. It's a lot more than that.
I, I'm not sure Assassin's Creed is on Magic Online.
I think it is.
Is it? That would be good.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
know I
realize
know
there
I
were.
played a little bit with Basim, so
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if there were going to be any actually legacy or modern relevant cards from the format or from the set, but man, that one sure is good, isn't it? In this Stoneforge decks, it gives this stone. It's almost like a main deck Karn board, right, where it's just silver bulleting all of these different effects stapled onto equipment now, including removals.
we could possibly be talking about Death and Taxes in Modern. We have Stoneforge, we got the Blade. I'm just throwing that out there.
It's a reasonable point.
We don't have the Formal Wear, but we got the Blade.
We do have the vials. You have the sky. I mean, honestly, looking up and down this list, everything but recruiter, right?
Most of it, yeah, most of it. See a brainstorm here from Christian. So Christian's in this weird spot where, had a bunch of pressure, no longer has a bunch of pressure. And now, to be fair, there is a Brazen Borrower. So with Lion at 3 life, there is an opportunity for maybe Christian to find some way to get to get the Orion out of here. But I mean, if you look at the removal spells in Christian's deck list, let me pull this up. There are 4 Fatal Push, and there is a single copy, just one, of Go for the Throat. So if Christian can find that Go for the Throat, depending how long it takes him to do so, may
Yeah.
be good enough.
Well,
Although I guess if
recruiter the card was actually printed into modern. I forgot
it
about that.
was,
So
yeah, it was. Oh
you
yeah.
could build quite a bit of this deck at home.
Yeah, and I mean at this point, if I guess yeah, if you don't find the Go for the Throat this turn, it's not going to be good enough next turn because the Blade is going to the Stoneforge is going to put the Blade into play, which can kill the Borrower. So
Right.
yeah, this one might be slipping away from Christian here.
Yeah, this was a tough spot ever since all it took was finding one target with all those to start this. Remember, all of this began 3 or 4 or 5 turns ago off of finding one recruiter of the guard, which then went and got Stoneforge, which then went and got everything, which began all of this comeback. All of this is off of one recruiter trigger.
Yeah, crazy.
Like just like an incredible showcase of why people play Death and Taxes. Like Legacy is where you play the most powerful cards ever printed in Magic, and it's also where you play 2/2s for 3.
Aether Vial and
Yeah.
I mean there's just so much synergy in this deck where the Aether Vial chains, finding recruiter for recruiter, that gets you to Yorion can blink all of that stuff, and it's just an endless value train. And it's really hard for these fair decks. I mean, Death and Taxes historically maybe not the best against combo, where it's trying to play a much longer game with stuff like taking advantage of Yorion and all these ETB, like, basically just card advantage cards.
Yeah.
And some decks don't care about that, but Christian's is certainly one that does.
Okay, Christian now all of a sudden feeling quite a bit of pressure here. He's got access to a couple cards. In fact, 2 cards drawn so far for Cameo. What does he need to do here to try to dig out of this spot?
So remember last turn, Christian had a window to find Go for the Throat on Yorion for the Borrower, but
Right.
because we know about the Blade, presumably that's not going to be enough because even if Go for the Throat is drawn, Chen can put in the Blade, kill the Borrower. The Yorion can also block the Tameo. I mean, I guess maybe from Christian side of things, you have to hope that Chen fires off the Blade and maybe find something like a Murktide Regent, and that
Yeah.
may be good enough, but we shall see.
It looked like that was Christian going to try to get for an activation of Cameo, right?
Mhm.
To transform. And yep, it's going to get, as you called, targeted by the blade from the Stoneforge. And like that, you're down mana, you're down a card, and the blade just comes into play and makes something even bigger. And that's something's the Skyclave Apparition blocking the Nethergoyf.
Yep. So now, interesting enough, that sequence, I think, if you're in Christian side of
For
things,
5.
I think that sequence actually was not too bad because remember there is still that one go for the throat in Christian's deck list, and you got to keep the
Right.
borrower in play. So
Right.
all things considered, I think Christian is kind of okay with that outcome. He knew about the blade, so basically forcing Chen to use the blade on the Tameo by trying to flip it, I think makes a lot of sense from Christian's side of things. But I think from here, it kind of has to be some combination of go for the throat and or Murktide Regent,
Mhm.
something along those lines. And I think Christian looking at a Nethergrave going to go ahead and shuffle that away.
Yeah, he came to the same conclusion you did, that those 3 cards on top were not going to get it done with the Ponder, and opts to shuffle and take a random one on top instead and passes the turn back. You know what else is we talk about building this deck in Modern. Those Wastelands have done work for Chen this game. While Chen has been getting ahead on mana with the Ether Vials, the Wasteland has really restricted what Christian has been able to do. So I do believe Valenti is going to be having the Force of Will. If there's still that force in hand, we'll now have blue fodder for it. And it is back over to the Skyclave. Sorry, that Nethergorth was underneath it earlier. So it's only just this small board here for Valenti, who does have the 13 life to try to work with, but is facing down a board that is basically going to give him maybe one more turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Valenti was working with, I want to say, a Force of Will and a Bowmasters. Couldn't quite see what was drawn after the Ponder. I think looks like Forceful Blue card. Okay, Stoneforge Mystic. Now, you might think we've gone through 2 targets, maybe out of targets. Oh, no, there's plenty more. There is a copy of Lion Sash and a copy of Cauldra. And what is interesting about this? Okay, heads up play here from Chen. I missed this. Chen went activate with Stoneforge, hold priority, and put in the new Stoneforge. The reason that line is good is because if Christian has some way to kill the Stoneforge in response, you're kind of basically if Chen says, okay, I cast Stoneforge, Christian can respond, kill the other one. By doing it this way, even if Christian kills the non-summoning 6 Stoneforge, Chen is still going to get to put that Cauldron into play. So very, very heads up line here for Chen, where Cauldron's going to come in with a 5, Germ's going to be a 5/5. It's going to be hard for Christian to block. And at 13 life, Christian, really needs to find something like that go for the throat. And it is a one of, so that's,
Well,
it's got to come soon.
yeah, it's low odds, but this is a Brainstorm Ponder deck. We've seen Christian dig through a lot of his deck already. So, and I think that's probably it, right? Because this Cauldron complete, it looks like we will have lethal presented very soon. In fact, you see Christian fall down to 3 life himself there. Well, I'm not going to say Chin wouldn't have minded a point this game just to gain some life, but here goes blind Brainstorm, I think, from Valenti. Does he find go for the throat?
Yeah, there's that one of. Couldn't tell. That's a daze. That's a ponder.
Ponder.
I
That doesn't get
think
it done without a land.
I want to say there is a black card in there, but I can't quite tell what it was. I think putting back a Netherglyph. I see Ponder, Daze, Force of Will. What is that black card? Is that a Bowmasters?
Oh, it does have a land. Okay. I think it's probably a Bowmasters, but this is live. He's got a land, so we've got to ponder for another look, although it's really just a look at one, given that the Brainstorm put 2 back on top, and that means it's a shuffle. And we're going to have another blind flip. All kinds of blind flips this weekend. Not.
You see Christian with the slow roll. He knows.
Yeah.
Is it a go for the throat?
It is not.
Not.
And that means Lion Chin takes down the first game here in our legacy match. And you know what? This is going to be where we're sticking because his teammate Jacob Zhang took down Ryan Bellamy. That was Nadu losing, by the way, in Modern. Meanwhile, his other teammate, Blake Deswart, on Rakdos Aggro lost to Lucas Parsons. And that means that this is what this entire round is going to come down to for these teams, Lion Chen versus Christian Valenti in the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting game number 1 that we get to watch there. There was a little bit of early pressure from Christian. Like you mentioned, there was that turn where Christian did have the Psychic Frog, and, Christian looked like he was kind of ready to start turning the corner. But that turn sequence where Lion went Fatal Push, or excuse me, Swords to Plowshares to get rid of the Psychic Frog, just buy a lot of time, and then eventually get to that point where Recruiter of the Guard opens up a chain, you get to Yorion, and you just really saw the Death and Taxes deck just kind of, operate at full functionality.
Well, yeah, and I want to note that we called out a Force of Will in Valenti's hand very early, and it was never played. Maybe
No.
eventually got put back on top with Brainstorm or something. I'm not sure, but it was just never played. Those Ether Vials allowed uh, then for the Death and Taxes deck to just play around so much and just really mess up the entire kind of purpose and goal of the blue deck, which is to deploy threats and then play free counter spells like Daze and Force of Will to keep your important stuff off the board. It didn't work. Death and Taxes take it down. You can see why a historically mono white deck, in this case it is black and white, but why Death and Taxes works in Legacy. Maybe we can take a look at the sideboards here too to see how they're going to approach it. We have the Demir Frog deck that Valenti has played so well on the one side against the Death and Taxes deck. And it's going to be a lot of creature combat, I think, in these sideboarded games, right, Doom?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Death and Taxes historically, as I mentioned earlier, deck that is very, very good at beating up on these sort of more fair decks. If you are not positioning yourself to, win the game early in very unconventional means, the Death and Taxes deck is so good at just playing to the battlefield. As you mentioned, especially against the cards like Force of Will, it just sort of gets to blank those. I mean, as far as the sideboards are concerned, if you want to just take a quick look at those, I can run it off here. So Chen is looking at 4 White Orchid Phantom, 3 Path to Exile, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Wrath of the Skies, a Containment Priest, a Fairy Macabre, a Graft Digger's Cage, and the Yorion.
Hmm.
So, because Chen is sort of in a weird way pre-boarded for matchups like this,
Yeah.
probably not going to go towards a ton of sideboard cards. I could see something like Path to Exile because that is a way to more ways to answer stuff like Murktide Region and Nethergoyf, which can be, a little bit of a problem. But past that, I don't think Chen really has to do that much.
Yeah, we did see a little bit there where it felt like those two Nethergoyfs were all that were going to come out of that deck for a long time, right? So if you are able to just peel a couple of removal spells, answer a couple threats, they may spend a lot of time spinning their wheels with brainstorming and pondering and drawing dazes and forces and all these things that are fine, but don't necessarily put pressure on you and give you a lot of time to set up an engine, which is what we saw the Demir deck there not be able to compete with, which was frankly the engine that was Recruiter of the Guard and then Stoneforge Mystic. And that is going to be the big difference maker, I think, in the match is if Chin is able to get something like that rolling. Meanwhile, Valenti's really only engine card in that sense is Frog, and that's why it's named Demir Frog. And once
Yep.
the Frog went off the battlefield, things got a lot worse for Valenti. So we'll see how this one plays out. It was a Mother of Runes, Eden and Fatal Push to get things rolling.
Yeah, and you want to notice already, like we've only played one turn, but this game is already so much worse for Lion because of he's missing an Aether Vial. Last
Yeah.
game, as you mentioned that a couple of times. Those counter spells from Valenti were just completely dead, just stuck in hand the whole game. Counter spells gonna be a little bit better this game without the presence of Aether Vials. So Chen's hand, while good, it looks like a plow, a solitude, I think a witch enchanter, a recruiter of
Mhm.
the guard, and I can't quite tell what that full art card is, but some spells. But yeah, again, it's you're gonna have to play into those dazes and those force of wills, and with Christian already having a threat in play, it's kind of this is exactly where Christian wants to be.
Yeah, I think Line might have ripped a Thoughtseize here. I see Prismatic Vista in hand. That's a Caracas in play, right? So that's a
Mhm.
nice bit of utility later on, but it does not cast a Thoughtseize. And Nethercoif for Valenti, well, that's pretty quick. He had to set it up with a brainstorm, but this was a pretty efficient use of 3 mana if you're sitting on the Demir side. And there we go. That you're just going to see land to play around days, and then swords to plowshares, the Nethergoyf before deciding on the next course of action here. Because remember, there's also that Witch Enchanter that can be played as a land. So lots to think about, but it is going to be now Prismatic Vista and Thoughtseize. So the decision Chin was facing there, right, was do I want to play around days on my swords or play around days on my Thoughtseize?
Yeah, and I like this a lot from Chen. Chen recognizes that his hand is really good, right? A lot of powerful cards, the Solitude, the Recruiter. Given enough time, I think on average, his hand, like the spells that he has, I think are enough to sort of outpower and outmaneuver this blue-black deck. So really wants to prioritize getting those cheap threats off the battlefield. Thoughtseize trading one for one, you're okay with that, that's fine.
Mhm.
But when Thoughtseize is trading 1-for-1, like when Thoughtseize is trading 1-for-1 when you're versus your opponent having a threat, that's when it gets a lot worse. So
Yeah.
as we see a wasteland here from Christian, that's going to cut Lion's ability to at least attempt to play a 3-drop.
We're legacy gaming right now. Thoughtseize getting Dade, Wasteland taking out Caracas, everybody having one permanent in play on turn 4. Love it. All right. Well, we do see that Witch Enchanter come down as a tapped land because that is how Chin's gonna have to get white mana. That certainly slowed him down. It was a nice Wasteland play from Valenti, who looks like to have at least a couple more lands here because there goes a fetch, and I spotted another underground in hand. So actually, he was able to slow Chin down here. No Vile. There's no early creatures, and it just looks like that Solitude. And we'll try to resolve a Recruiter next turn. But Frog and play for Valenti now. Any counterspell on for Chin would allow the Frog to perhaps get going.
Yeah, and this is kind of putting Chen to the test. Do we have another removal spell to be able to answer this frog? I don't know if anybody in chat knows what the full heart card in Chen's hand is, but I'm not exactly sure. I think I saw Solitude, the Recruiter, and there's one other card that I'm not sure. But this is putting Chen to the test. Do we have the answer for the frog? I don't think I saw Swords to Plowshares, but we're going to be going towards the Recruiter. Now, if this resolves, Chen can go find a Skyclave Apparition,
Oh.
and I don't think Christian has a Forcible Error Days.
There you go, and it instantly resolves, and puts a body in play as well for Chen. So this was really a key turn. This was a chance where Valenti would have really turned the corner hard, right? Just imagine a daze there. You're able to counter it. You're able to get going with your frog. I think that game probably snowballs pretty quickly. Instead, we have a pretty interesting setup now where we have a delayed answer, and that Skyclave Apparition to the frog. But Valenti got a lot of choices here to have to deal with, and that's a pretty easy one, I guess, is Bowmaster's away your blocker.
Yeah, Skyclave is going to be the option. I think Lion was maybe interested in chump blocking with the Recruiter, but the Bowmasters is going to prevent that from happening. The other question is maybe you could try to Solitude the Psychic Frog here, but you don't really
Yeah.
want to go down a card. And I think the game is going to last long enough where you can maybe just get to a spot where you hardcast the Solitude. And I think that maybe is what Chen is thinking about.
Yeah, and I think it's double Solitude in hand. Chat's chiming in here. That's what I think as well. I could be wrong, but you do see him with that pulled out to the front along with the land. So we see 4 lands available for Chen. So it's going to take you a while, but there is a reasonable line where you just play Solitude after Solitude, starting on not turn 5, but by the time you hit your 5th land again.
Yeah, I'm being told by chat. Chat's never wrong that it appears it is a Flicker Wisp.
Oh,
So
okay.
Flicker Wisp is the other alt art card, and that one is pretty good with in combination with stuff like the Recruiter well, Recruiter's dead now, but in with Skyclave Apparition, right? You can Skyclave the Psychic Frog, Flicker Wisp the Skyclave that can come down, kill the Bowmasters. So it is certainly something. I'm not sure exactly what the players are discussing here. Maybe something with a bauble draw,
Maybe a
or
bubble draw. Yeah.
not sure.
I didn't catch it where we're at on it either. I saw Valenti activated and follow up on the draw here, but we'll let them get this figured out. Reminder, this is going to decide who wins this. This is round 6 of our team trios. The team on your left, the Valenti Bellamy Parson team, is 4-0-1. So a win here, if Valenti's able to climb this hill, being down a game to Chen, would put them in an excellent position heading into the last round. Meanwhile, Chen, Zhang, and the Swart are hanging in there, 4-1, trying to get to 5-1 with a victory here. Chen trying to pick up this last game, but certainly is going to be under the gun. This has been we're heading towards the end of our weekend here. We had sealed and modern events yesterday that were huge. We had a lot of fun covering those, and we are in the home stretch now, Devin. We got some legacy gaming. It looks like we are back on the clock here with a Skyclave apparition.
Yeah, presumably that one is going to take care of the Psychic Frog. And see, it's so funny because this game was interesting where this is the game where Lion didn't have the vials, but this is the game
Mhm.
where Christian didn't draw the counter spells. You saw
Yeah.
last game where Christian's counter spells were awful against the vials, but when neither player draws either of them, it's sort of the same. Oh,
Oh,
a
Stifle.
stifle on the Skyclave. Haven't seen that card in a while.
There were 2 stifles in Valenti's main deck. It does feel like we talked earlier about how Nimble Mongoose used to be played in these style of decks. I remember they were called Canadian Thresh, and I remember being introduced to the card Stifle
Oh,
for the
yeah.
first time. And wow, did it fall out of favor for quite a while, but here it is back. It has been finding play again, and it stifled the heck out of that. And now all of a sudden, your 2/2 for 3 mana is actually just a 2/2 for 3 mana.
Corbin, you might know the answer to this. Why is it called Canadian Threshold? I know why it's called Threshold, obviously, but was it designed
I
by?
believe, I don't know. I
Okay,
assume that it was a Canadian team or group of players.
makes sense.
That would make sense, but it's a Magic deck name. So
That is true.
that might have been like somebody might have seen somebody walk by with like a Canadian shirt on. There's really no telling,
Tricks,
how
Fruity
Magic deck names.
Pebbles,
Yeah.
Cocoa Puffs. Who knows?
Ponza,
Machine Head.
Trick.
Yeah. There's some throwbacks for sure. All right, Christian's going to go all in. Well, all in. I say all in. There's still one card in hand, but Christian is going to shove a little bit on the Psychic Frog and is really going to get punished by this Solitude. Now, that being said, Lion only has one card left over, and that's going to work. So no counterspell, no additional. Like you said, there was 2 stifles, so Christian didn't have the second one. But I believe the last card in hand is a Fatal Push. So Christian doesn't have a lot of good leftovers, and Lion has some pretty good top decks here and still hasn't even gone towards the Orion yet.
Yeah, here we go. After all the resources that have been traded throughout all of this, it is 1 card in hand for each player. 1 player with a 1/1 in play and 1 with a 2/2. I guess 2 1/1s. So here we go. That last card from Valenti, though, was a removal spell. It takes down Chin's last creature. I'm not sure what Chin's got in hand. Is going for a 4th mana here, though, so is going to be able to play pretty much anything he draws, and as you mentioned, has access still to Yorion out of the Yorion board.
Surveil Land. It's going to give Chen an extra look here. I'm trying to think of what the best draw here is for Chen. I mean, Recruiter of the Guard, fantastic card that can go find anything. Even something like Stoneforge Mystic is pretty good here. Honestly, the Emperor of Bones would be kind of insane because there's so many creatures in the graveyard, specifically the Solitude already there. So a lot of good top decks here for Lion. Take a slow peel. Love to see it. Looks like
And
it
was
took
able to
Marsh
use that
Flats.
Surveil land to put a Marsh Flats into the graveyard.
I think he drew another one, though. The classic Surveil bug.
Yeah.
Got IRL Surveil bugged. So I think we're going to go for the Orion, yeah. And
So
the
there's a
hand
Vial.
is a Vial. Okay.
That's probably the
Guess
worst
that.
draw.
Yeah. Vial really good on turn 1, not good on turn 10.
Well, if Christian whiffed and Christian has lots of, not great draws here, Chen's still in a, I guess, okay position. You fetch out here. I'm not sure if we have another Surveil land or not. I think we decided no, right? But either way, you're able to pull out a land. You can play Yorion as a backup, but you should have fairly good draws left in your deck.
Yeah, tons of them. I mean, Emperor of Bones, Recruiter, Solitude, Stoneforge Mystic, Flicker Wisp, even to kill the
Yeah.
Orc Army token.
Anything
his own
but
Orcish Bowmasters, Skyclave, basically any spell that's not Aether Vial.
right.
Valenti's.
Well, and Valenti's got 1 unknown, so there's a possibility
Right.
Thoughtseize could trade 1 for 1. Instead, it's just an Arid Mesa, play around days. And a Yorion, best blocker.
Oh, not a removal spell like a Go for the Throat that we talked about last game, but a
Yeah.
a temporary answer, but that's going to allow some damage in here for Christian. Attack for
Yeah, and it
2.
ties up Chin's mana.
Yep. It's almost like a time walk.
Yeah, big whiff on the draw step for Valenti.
I think Chen debating on whether or not we want to crack this Arid Mesa. Thinking about it. Now, the thing for Chen is there's only 1 surveillance, so doesn't really want to. Yeah, there's only 1 surveillance, and not a ton of reason to crack this Arid Mesa now.
Yeah, just the good old fashioned deck thinning, which is
Yep.
probably not worth the 1 life when you're in this race situation.
Exactly.
The Surveil lands completely changed that, though, which is interesting, right?
It's crazy. I actually, I got to tell you, when the surveil lands were first spoiled, I did not think that they would have this much of an impact. I
I
figured that,
agree.
maybe some modern decks would want to play one copy, and I've kind of convinced myself with a lot of modern decks that, I give me the third one, maybe even give me the fourth one. It's there's some decks that want to play that many, and they're actually they really do change the like
Yeah.
it seems minor and very minute as we draw an Emperor Bones. That's probably one of the best draw steps here for Lion. It seems very minor, but it's nice that it just increases the percentage by even just that little bit.
And it feels very good, right? Like we have seen a few chances here where players have had, chances kind of go to waste because their land came into play tapped. It does happen, but it feels so good when you get a fetch and just put a land into your graveyard in a late game situation like this.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen Emperor of Bones in action, and oh boy, this
Yeah,
card is crazy. You
look
get
at
to go
that.
combat, exile the Solitude, and then you can go put counters on the Emperor to get the Solitude. That's going to get rid of the Brazen Borrower, and yeah, this card is kind of sick in this deck.
Death and Tax is really putting on a show, showing how tricky it can be. Even staring down some of the, some of the most powerful cards in the format.
Oh, get it in there, Yorion.
Yeah,
Last turn we were on defense. Get it in there. We're gonna gain 3 life from the Solitude anyways, so it's fine.
the big attack.
Yeah, I think the other thing that Chen was thinking about was Emperor on Recruiter. You can go Recruiter for Flicker Wisp, Vial in the Flicker Wisp, blink the Recruiter, and just go on from there. Just basically just inevitable, like endless train of value here. And there's the
I just
Path
brought
Exile
that
that
path.
was
You
brought
nailed it.
in.
Yeah.
Yep, not great
Well,
on
and
this
that's huge
board.
in this spot because, well, it means it's not doing anything right now, but Chin's ahead on board and now has a preemptive answer to anything Valenti might do, and that's a daze I spotted in Valenti's hand that isn't going to do anything at all in this circumstance.
Yeah, I think there was like before the Path to Exile, there was a chance that maybe if Valenti drew something like a Murktide Regent, that maybe could have gotten him out of this. Where you have attack with that, maybe a chump block from the Yorion has to come in with Chen at 14. But yeah, it seems nearly impossible for Christian to get out of this spot now.
Okay, I think we are nearing the end of the round in the room for people curious. So this is definitely one of the last matches, and it's been a great one. I'm glad we took Legacy here. It's been a fun one to start the day off. I love watching people play this format, especially when with decks like this. This is really interactive. This is not your turn two comboing each other kind of game plans.
We have some
That
people in chat asking if there are any other ways to put counters onto the Emperor of Bones, and from the deck list that I'm seeing, I don't think so. I think it is just the Emperor. So, and there is the Murktide region, as
and
as we mentioned. That Path to Exile was such a huge top deck.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what that other card is for Valenti. But if it's something that can protect the Murktide, the game gets much more interesting. Along with that days. Now we know there is a path to the exile in hand for Chin, and I suspect we will see that come out here pretty soon. But does Valenti have the answer? Because if he doesn't, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But if he does, that Murktide could take over the game.
I think Valenti's hand might be double days. I know there's at least one
Ooh.
days, but I
Double
think I might
days
have
is
saw a
real
second
feel
one.
bad here.
Yeah, not great. Well, we're gonna see. Path to Exile is going to be cast on the Murktide,
Oh
and
no.
yeah, it is double days.
That's a good game right there. Lion Chen taking it down with Death and Taxes and Legacy 2 over Christian Valenti, giving the team of Chen Zing the win to move to 5-1 here in Madison. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined in the booth by Devin Mike O'Donnell. Welcome in. Thank you for hanging out with us while we watched that match. That was an excellent start to my day. You've been at this all day, Devin. That was how's that can stack up to what we've seen so far?
That was pretty good. Like you said, I'm really glad we get to see that Death and Taxes deck in action because we have really not seen it at all today, and that is the first time that I've really ever seen Emperor of Bones in Legacy or on camera. Period. And
Yeah.
we got to show it off, and that was a really really sweet match. just kind of the game, the way those games played out between the first game where Valenti drew all the counter spells and Chen had all the vials, and then the second game where Valenti drew no counter spells, but
Yeah.
Chen didn't have the vials. The way that kind of those kind of cat and mouse games play out was really fun to watch.
Yeah, that's a really kind of legacy in a nutshell. So you see the highs and lows of playing days in your deck there. It's extremely powerful when you have sort of priority with something like Psychic Frog, and not very good when you're behind like that and you have 2 days in hand. Your opponent has 7 mana. So that was legacy, everybody, and that was round 6 of our tournament here. That means there is one more round before we cut to top 8 here on Team Trios. And that is what we have for you when we come back on the other side of the break. So stick with us here in Madison NRG Championship Series. We will be back for round 7 to decide who will play in our top 8. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are here with the NRG Championship Series in Madison, Wisconsin, where we have come to the final round of our tournament today, the Swiss portion, that is. This is Team Trios, round 7 of 7. The top 8 is on the line. That is what we have on tap for you. I cannot wait to watch this play out. We've been watching Standard, Modern, and Legacy all day. It's been some great action so far, right, Devin?
Oh yeah, and we have two really really good teams here playing it out for a top 8 slot. We mentioned, we were talking a little bit about this during the break. The breakers kind of
Mhm.
got a little bit awkward here. There is 8 teams who are X1 or better, but then there's 4 teams that are X11. So as of right now, the top 2 tables have drawn. Presumably that's 4 slots that are
Right.
guaranteed, which means we have 4 win-ins, and we are going to bring you one of those win-ins right now. I believe our players are shuffling up. They are just about ready to get down there. But yeah, this is going to be a fantastic match that we have here.
A lot on the line in this tournament. Reminder that this is a $10,000 prize pool Team Trio Showdown, and that all the winning players from the winning team will qualify for the champs, the $35,000 prize pool at the end of the year. They will qualify for that. The top 2 teams will also qualify for the regional championship. That's 6 seats that can be given out. So there is a lot that these players are playing for as we head into round 7, the last round of the day, for all the teams still in contention. And this is just the end of the weekend. We had a 10K Modern event yesterday. We had a huge Shield event yesterday. It has been busy here in Madison for the NRG series. And all right, I think it is time to go down to the table. On your left, it is Daniel Weiser on Gruul Aggro. On your right is Raja Suleiman on Golgari Midrange. 2 players you know, 2 decks you should know, because you should get into Standard. It is fun, and we are ready to go.
Yeah, so on the left-hand side of your screen, Daniel Weiser playing Gruul Aggro. This is, I mean, in it, it is an aggro deck at its heart. It is trying to get the game over with as quick as possible, and is utilizing a lot of new Bloomburrow cards. One of them, Daniel has just cast, who, a card that we've seen a lot in the Golgari midrange deck, and that is Innkeeper's Talent. This now normally under in the Golgari deck, it's trying to set up this Splitter Twin combo that we've kind of discussed earlier with the Vraska Betrayal Sting to kind of set up a 1-2 kill. In this deck, it's a lot more about utilizing the first level, putting counters on
Right.
creatures, and making sure that the creatures get a little bit big. Now we see a Deep Cavern bat here from Raja, and the hand from Daniel was Monstrous Rage, Emberheart Challenger, and a whole bunch of lands. And I believe Daniel may have also picked up a copy of Copperline Gorge. So not a lot of action here for Daniel, as that the
Yeah.
bat takes really the Daniel's only good play.
Yeah, just levels up the talent and passes back. Innkeeper's Bat has been such a cool card. It's a throwback to, I guess, maybe Mesmeric Fiend is probably the original. When this comes into play, take a card from their hand. When it leaves play, give it back to them. But Deep Cover Back, you attach Flying and Lifelink to it. It's found such a nice home and Standard, giving range to a bunch of these black mid-range decks.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think Dan picked up another land here. So, we're going to spend 4
Oh
mana
wow.
on. Okay. Oh, right. We're not going to level up the Talon. We're going to spend 4 mana
Yeah.
to animate the land, and the land's going to get a counter from the Talon. But I mean, this is still really brutal here for Daniel because the Gliss is going to attack and just take care of that Innkeeper's Talon. So, Daniel, a bit of a rough draw here, drawing a whole bunch of lands that is not going to help. I'm trying to think of. We would like to talk about from positions like this, like what does a game look like where Daniel wins? And I don't really know. It probably has to involve something like a questing druid, where questing druid finds 2 spells. Maybe that can find you some more gas. But yeah, right now it's looking really rough here for Daniel.
Yeah, the Restless Ridgeline, for those curious, it becomes a 3/4 red and green dino until end of turn. It's still a land. When it attacks, another target attacking creature gets +2/+0, and it untaps. Not a very good attacker by itself, not going to win you the game. So we start looking to see what kind of catch-up cards does Daniel have, right? Does he have anything that can get him back into the game? Does it involve removing the bat first to unlock that? Which would involve removal, which his deck doesn't have in abundance for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think it really starts with questing druid, right? Questing, I think he just drew another land. So
Oh man.
I'm pretty sure Daniel kept Monstrous Rage, Innkeeper's Talent, Challenger, 4 lands, and has only drawn lands the whole game. So yeah, really, really rough here for Daniel. I mean, I guess Consolation Prize, you can attack with the Ridge Line, get in for a little bit of damage, but can't imagine that is really going to matter. I guess you can play defense where you
Mhm.
can animate the ridge line, block, and then after blocks monstrous rage the ridge line. But I mean it's kind of, I guess you don't have to, right? Because it's only a 3/4, so you can just eat the sentinel without casting the rage. But I mean the go for the throat is node information, so that's gonna take care of the ridge line. And yeah, this is not looking great for Daniel.
It's certainly not the start you want to see if you are sitting in the aggro seat where you're not able to really aggro at all. So maybe not the showcase of standard we wanted, but hey, we can look at the power of the bat here, right? This is what really tore apart the key card from Daniel's hand, kind of enabled uh, Raja to get out to this lead. And now, of course, this Golgari deck is just packed with value once you get to this point of the game. So we can assume he's going to clean this up here. Caustic Bronco coming down. I think another land just
True
for
to the
good
land.
measure.
Yep. Just in case you didn't have enough, Dan, here you go. Here's land
Get
number
them all
7.
out of the way.
Yep.
And there we go. Still had all these
Well,
lands, did Daniel. And that's game 1 over to Raja. So we get super quick here in the first game of standard. Maybe we'll get a chance to take a look at their sideboards. I'm Corbin Hostler with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. It is the final round of Swiss here in Madison as we are playing for our top 8.
yeah. What I wanted to do, I don't know if we can, if we're going to go back down to the match, but I wanted to see if we can take a look in modern. I know, maybe chat doesn't want to see Nadu, but there's a storyline here where Garrick Alford played in our modern showdown yesterday, and Garrick did lose in the finals, but over the course of the day, he was 6-2 against Nadu. Now, as of right now, not looking the best here, as we see a halfling potentially landing up an uncounterable Nadu.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're trying to see if Garrett can continue his sort of, I guess, dominance in this matchup. And maybe not looking super great here. We see a subtlety is going to take care of this Nadu. But yeah, and a lot of the games that we saw yesterday where Garrick was winning, a lot of those games involved Wrath of the Skies.
That's
And
right.
that is one of the better cards in this matchup because not only does it clean up all of the small creatures, mana dorks, and gives you less Nadu triggers on the combo turn, it also cleans up Urza Saga and the Shuko.
That's right. Yeah, it's huge for that reason. It looked like he does have a land. He picked up another subtlety. I guess if you can get to 4 mana next turn, you could hard cast it, but the Nadu's likely to just come back down onto the battlefield. So Garrett got a little bit of a hard choice here. I mean, it's easy enough to throw away the first subtlety and a force of negation to delay that Nadu. Doing it a second time might be a little too much of a drain on your resources, but he also might have might not have another choice. So, all right, he's going to think it through here, figure out if he can do anything with his mana this turn. Taps
I
4.
think Garrick might be lining up a Wrath here, which is only going to kill the Delighted Halfling. Interesting. Yeah, and
Wow,
we are
you're
going to
right.
line it
Okay.
up.
Wrath of the
And
Skies.
yeah, I wonder if that's just maybe Garrick has a second copy of Wrath and is okay just kind of trading one for one here. It does look like maybe Garrick is stumbling a little bit on mana, but yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah. Okay,
All right,
I guess
subtlety
we got
again.
more subtlety.
Oh, I wonder if this is a situation where Garrick is going to try to kill the Wall of Roots and
Look at that.
strand the Nadu because he's been noticing that Ellenbogen has been missing land drops. So the Flage is going to take care of the wall, and that Nadu that Ellenbogen topped now is not going to be able to be cast. And to be honest, even if it was able to be cast, there's nothing in play for Ellenbogen to equip. So
Right.
actually, kind of a sick line here for Garrick.
Yeah, definitely a little risky because obviously if Ellenbogen just draws a land and just plays Nadu again, you've done all of that for nothing in one sense. But on the other hand, what else are you going to do? Those are the cards you have. If you're Garrick, you were dealt 3 subtleties in your hand. Do something with it. So it looks like a very quick pass back though. So not sure actually what Garrick picked up if he's going to be able uh, to capitalize. I think
Beat
if
down.
he'd hit a land there, he'd actually had Flage available, right? So that would have been ideal.
Yeah, there is. So what Garrick doesn't know is these Nadu decks they play one copy of Volatile Storm Drake, which is the Gilded Drake throwback, and unfortunately for Garrick, that Storm Drake is in Andrew's hands. So if Garrick goes for this Flage, Andrew is going to say, "Thank you very much. I would like that Flage."
And that
And
is what he's doing.
yeah, we're fetching and we're going for the Flage. So Garrick, looks to be pretty good here, commanding position. But the question
Yeah.
is, can Garrick answer his own Flage?
Wow. Well, I suppose at least it clears the haywire mite before it goes over to Ellenbogen's side. Interesting development too, because obviously if Ellenbogen untaps him with that Flage and attacks, its trigger can get rid of the Drake. So it's just a complete blowout, the ultimate blowout all around, really. So um, interesting way for this game to go, that's for sure. Not exactly the lines you expect to see out of Nadu, but there it is. And Garrick knows what's up, just hands it right over.
Yeah, now I guess the consolation prize if you're Garrick is that Storm Drake does have hexproof from activated and triggered
Oh,
abilities.
good point.
So the Storm Drake can't die to the Flage, but presumably Ellenbogen probably doesn't want to just wants to go face
Yeah.
anyways. Also, Flage with a Shuko on it. Did you think we'd ever see that one on camera?
Oh, that's common tech out of the Nadu deck, of course.
Yeah, when is Nadu going to start playing Flage? That's what we got to ask ourselves.
At that point, we're so deep into the Nadu mirror meta that we just got to stop. We got to go back to the beginning.
So I think Garrick actually has a second Wrath here, and with the tune goes up to 2, and then can Wrath for 1, and then spend 3 energy to put the Flage back into the graveyard. So if Garrick does have the
There
second
you go.
Wrath, which he does, it's actually a pretty good sequence here. And that's going to blow up everything. That means that Garrick is going to have nothing, neither is Ellenbogen, but that Flage, more importantly, is going to go
Right.
back to Garrick's graveyard.
And this kind of puts us back into a state of not much going on. Ellenbogen still doesn't have a third land, by the way. And now the Shuko is gone as well. So Flage is not coming back. There's not enough cards to escape it yet. But I think you were able to deduce by what Garrick did back on, turn 3, where he was using the first Wrath to get rid of that halfling, that he had a second one. So this was Garrick's playing toward this line for the game, right? This has been the plan, was to build towards that second Wrath, and he felt like he needed to burn the first one to do that, and it worked out perfectly because now you see him in a position where, regardless of whether or not Bogan actually hits that third land here or not, and it looks like he finally did. Garrick at least has a chance to be in the game, right? He's got a couple of cards, on the way, lurking in the graveyard, I would say. And if he can just avoid getting comboed in the short term, he's got a chance to take over and turn the corner here.
Yeah, with 3 cards in the graveyard, believe it or not, one of Garrick's best draws is just a fetch land because fetch land can go surveil to the graveyard. That's 5 immediately for Flage. So, something along those lines that could get the Flage going. And, as we mentioned, does not want to give the Nadu deck a ton of time because the more time you give them, the more time you give them to draw out of this. And yeah, I mean, Ellenbogen recognizes he just kind of has to slam it, and that is going to be met with a counter spell. And that's also good for Garrick too, because putting an extra card in the graveyard, again, better, getting towards that Flage, which is important. And there's the fetch land. Excuse me.
Huge draw right there, plus the counter spells there as well. So It's coming out, right? Flage is hitting the board. Ellenbogen having hit a counterspell now back up against the wall. Now, that said, obviously it's a Nadu deck. All he has to do is play Nadu and start targeting it with Shuko, and crazy things can happen. But for the moment, Garrick, who went 6-2, as you said earlier, against Nadu yesterday, looking like he's in a decent spot to try to pick up the first game here.
Yeah, and this Surveil likely just wants to try and find maybe a One Ring or, I mean, maybe a counterspell at this point. You would keep a lot of cards here for Garrick, just something to 1-for-1 because you already have the threat in the form of Flage. And Garrick is going to go ahead and bin a Tamio, which does make sense because that is that one's a little bit slow. Doesn't really have a lot of time for that one. So Flage going to hit the battlefield, and yeah, that's going to deal 3 to Ellenbogen, putting him down to 15. Can attack for 9 next turn. So Ellenbogen is on a 2-turn clock. Really needs to find another copy of Nadu. I believe the hand is Halfling, Court of Calling, and Springheart Nantuko.
Yeah.
Which is not. I was gonna say it's not bad, but if you play Halfling Nantuko this turn, Garrick is just gonna kill the Nantuko with the Flage because Ellenbogen kind of needs to play creatures to set up for the cord, but the creatures he plays are just gonna die to the Flage anyways.
Yeah, so if you think it through, he's probably losing 1 creature to Flage here. You could theoretically take the hit. Garrick only has 1 card in hand, so maybe if you're Ellenbogen, you're looking 2 turns ahead, right? If you determine obviously I can't do anything this turn, and I'm going to get a hit in on me. Well, I guess maybe the best I can do is to untap with at least 1 additional creature in play to try to set up a cord. Because if you're able to get that cord, then you'll be able to Nadu and attempt to go off Shuko. Nothing's super clean or super easy at this point, but you're trying to play to your outs and find it, and we'll see if that's the direction Ellenbogen goes, and more or less it is. He does it this way though by bestowing the Nantuko onto the halfling. He actually gets to decide to keep that creature, right?
Yeah, this is really smart too because if you're in a situation where, say, Garrick attacks with the Flage, kills the Halfling, that leaves you with the Nantuko. So then Nantuko plus 3 lands. If Ellenbogen can draw a fetch land, that's 2 tokens plus an additional mana source. That's cord for 3, and that would be enough. But Garrick with the second Flage off the top, that's going to kill the Halfling and the Nantuko. So that is going to cut that option available here for Garrick to be, or excuse me, for Andrew to top deck that fetch land.
Well, and that was huge too, because by bestowing, Ellenbogen was trying to, guarantee that he'd at least have 1 creature left over at the end of this to make that cord easier. Now he doesn't. Now it's basically Nadu or bust. It's not Nadu. It seems like it's bust. So that was a good attempt on his part to set up Court of Calling, but an even better job by Garrett to control the board. And he takes down game 1, as, by the way, did his teammates, Max Smith and Roger Suleiman, both going up a game in their respective matches. Welcome back to the booth with Corbin Hosser, joined by Devin O'Donnell here in round 7. And these guys are pretty close to punching their ticket now after that, aren't they?
Yeah, we saw all 3 of the same team members go to win the first game, excuse me. And, it's really going to be up to the team, Ellenbogen's team, to see if they can recover. I think we might want to go back to standard. I mean, that first game was not the best showing for Daniel Weiser. So hopefully maybe we can have a little bit of a better showing to take a look at that. But let's go and see what is happening. So I see Daniel's got 2 creatures in play, which is better than the first game. So things have got to be going somewhat well.
Yeah, hopping right into this game, deep into it. Looks like we've got the Deep Cavern Bat we've talked about for Raja. There's a Go for the Throat to remove, I believe that's a Heartfire Hero. I'm not positive though. One of Daniel's creatures hitting the bin. Okay, well, here we go. Passing back. Both players down on cards. There's like 1 card in Raja's hand and now up to 2 in Daniel's hand. So both players obviously have traded resources, gone back and forth here. Monastery Swift Sphere versus Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah, and this, Raja all the way down to 7 already. So looks like Daniel had a bit more of an aggressive start this time. Raja was able to trade, looks like a couple of Go for the Throats to be able to trade for some of those, but they still chipped in for a little bit of damage. That Heartfire Hero 2, what I like, that card is very, very nice because there's a ton of ways to target your creatures in this deck. Innkeeper's
Yeah.
Talent, Monstrous Rage, kind of the two that come to mind the most, and Manifold Mouse as well. And it is a way for, if your opponent doesn't remove it immediately and you get a couple of turns with it, and then they go to kill it, it's going to deal them a ton of damage.
And here we see one of these extremely aggressive and explosive plays out of the Gruul aggro deck. Just Monstrous Rage onto my Swift Sphere plus a bunch, because Monstrous Rage is one of the premier pump spells in Standard and allows you to jump in for a bunch of damage there. So, all right, Raja's going to have to try to dig out of this. It does have a Restless Cottage over there, and that could be a thing. And it's a Fountain Port as well hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, the other card that we didn't really get to see all that much of last game was Manifold Mouse. If we could get that one up on the screen real quick for the folks at home. This one is kind of interesting where it is very, very good in, there's kind of like mice, the creature decks that play a ton of mice, the Boros decks, which are, for lack of a better term, Bloomburrow constructed decks. But it's
That's
actually
right.
pretty good in this deck too, because you don't really have a ton of mice, but you have the best ones. Both the Emberheart Challenger and the Heartfire Hero are both very, very good because they get they get bonuses when you target them. And Manifold Mouse, if you offspring it, you can actually set up this cool line where you target the Heartfire Hero twice, give it double strike and trample,
Right.
similar to the Challenger as well. So a lot of cool stuff you can do with that.
A lot of play to the Gruul aggro deck, honestly, to any of these red-based aggro decks in Standard. That Monstrous Rage ties a lot of them together, but as you just laid out, Bloomburrow has injected a lot of new play into archetypes that we thought we were somewhat familiar with. And obviously, Golgari has been a deck in Standard, basically going back forever. But this particular iteration, going back a year or so, people have been jamming these cards. Deep Cavern Bat has been a big part of it. And it's keeping Raja in this one to an extent, but he is pretty far behind now. Access to a creature land, a fountain port, though, a lot to consider here. So the question is now, if you're Daniel, you're at 17 life, you've got a big creature in play, and your opponent is down to 4. How do you close things out from here?
I don't know, Corbin. Russia's got a Gyarados in play, so anything could happen.
That's difficult to beat.
Yeah, I'm not beating Gyarados this game. So we've seen attack from the Ridgeline. Ridgeline, what's cool about this is it's going to pump the Swift Spear, which already has trample. So Fountain Port, as good as it is, only makes 1/1 creatures, which do not block creatures with trample that well. So Raja kind of needs a removal spell to sort of not die this turn, because the Swift Spear is 2 power, 1 from its base, 1 from the roll, and then I believe the Ridgeline gives an additional +2.
Right.
So we can
We've got
animate the
yeah.
cottage. Okay. So I guess the cottage.
Okay.
Wait, what happened? I'm confused. What's going on here? The Swiss Spear was tapped, was it not? Huh. I don't know. Maybe there was a motion where Daniel hadn't decided attackers, and then the Ridge untaps. Right. Thank you, chat. Right. So it is attacking. It's just kind of confusing. Okay. Yeah. The Ridge untaps the creatures. So
we've got
Swiftbeer is still attacking.
Is that Misty's Gyarados too? That is pretty good. Well, we've got 2 creatures to block with here to try to survive if you're Raja. And if you survive, things can get more interesting. Obviously, you want to tap, your deck can serve you up a lot of good stuff. Fountain Port can maybe do something, although it's better when you have life to work with. One swamp in hand is not getting him anywhere. So he's agonizing over these blocks. This is probably his last chance to get back in the game. It is going to be over if he cannot find a way out of his combat and then find something off the top of his deck. But that's not bad. At least remove a creature.
Yep, this block makes a lot of sense from Raja. You got to trade for that Swift Spear, because the fact that the Swift Spear has trample makes it a lot scarier for some of Daniel's top decks. So yeah, that's going to remove that. The bat's going to put Raja back up to 5. Now, Fountain Port is good, but the problem is Raja down to, I believe, 5. Going to be a little bit more awkward. And honestly, that's one of Daniel's better draws. Questing Druid's going to peel 2 more cards off the top. Looks like a land and a Tyvar stand. Well, those are not the best.
At least you don't have to draw them now.
Yeah.
In that order, in this in this time period, this time frame. All right, land into play tap. We'll go ahead and cast the other side. We'll
Yeah, no reason
exile
to
the
cast the
Tavares.
no reason to cast that. It doesn't pump the questing druid, so because questing druid only triggers off of non-green spells.
Mhm.
So yeah, we're gonna put the Gyarados back into play, and looks like I think a bat from Raja was drawn. So this is kind of a weird game where it's very tense. Raja doesn't have a lot going on, and is at the mercy of the top of Daniel's deck. Maybe I mean you can imagine if Daniel finds something like a second copy of Questing Druid that'll pump the Druid, give him two more looks at potential spells to find. But yeah, Daniel is, these red decks, they do have a lot of not great draws from this spot. You can imagine like Hardfire Hero, Monastery
Mhm.
Swift Spear. I guess even Might of the Meek is okay because it cantrips and pumps the Druid. So not a ton of bad top decks, but does need to find one of the good ones here.
That was a spell. Didn't catch which one, but it is a spell. Raja does not have a spell in hand. Raja has a forest in hand and was working that hard for all it was worth. Looking that forest stacks up and down to try to convince Daniel that I've got a card. Don't attack me. But the attack does come in. The token jumps in front, but no creature land activation this time out of Daniel.
Yeah, you mentioned Daniel did draw a spell. I wonder. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna frenzy the deep cavern bat. That's gonna take. Oh, this is such a good sequence. That's gonna pump the druid, which means
Yeah.
that the token from the fountain port token dies. That's gonna give you back the manifold mouse, which you have enough mana to offspring post combat because you got a discount on the frenzy. And that's
Yeah.
going to pump the questing druid again. It's going to give Daniel two bodies for next turn. Like that was that was one of Daniel's better top decks. I mean, any removal spell I guess would do it, but as you mentioned earlier, it's not a ton of those in Daniel's deck, and that is one of the better ones.
Yeah, that was huge. And now it's Raja who's in need of drawing something very quickly. Now, what has been working in his favor is that as he was, at least in these previous turns, kind of struggling along in the board and the bats were poking, chipping in, and at least he was gaining a little bit of life. Now, however, that was the play that really swung it. Now there's three creatures in play for Daniel. You're at 5 life. If you're Raja, that's a big one, though.
It's a good top deck.
If he can
Shieldred.
survive this turn at 5 life, and I haven't looked at math to figure out if he can, he has a Restless Cottage to block next turn. He'll gain life off of the
Hmm.
Shieldred. He's got the Deep Cavern Bat back to block here. This is a huge turn for Daniel because, as we know, Shieldred the Apocalypse gets out of control extremely quickly in any format it's in.
All right. So what happens for Daniel if you animate the ridge line? Do you have enough mana? One, two, three, four. So you have enough mana to go animate the ridge line, use the village to pump one of the mice. So the mouse would be a 2/3. Give the same mouse both double strike and trample, and then you could pump that mouse with the ridge line. So if you did that, that would be 1, 2 from the village, 4 from the ridge line. That would be 4 power double strike trample plus the other attackers. Say the Shieldred gets in front of the 4 power double striker, that means 3 tramples over. The bat chump blocks the questing druid, and then an additional 4 points of damage. That's 7. I believe 7 coming through with Raja gaining 1 going to 6. So I believe if my math is correct, check and correct me if I'm wrong. I think that might be a lethal attack.
Yeah, the math seems pretty good, and it looks like Daniel might have reached the same conclusion you did because he has in fact turned them sideways, trigger my ridge line, and Raja. It was a great draw. It just might have come exactly one turn too late.
So Daniel did not activate the village, which I wonder if that means he drew a spell. Because he could have not tapped the village and had 2 mana left over, 1 to activate the village. So looks like we are going to combat. I mean, most spells would do it. Any pump spell like Monstrous Rage or anything like that would also pump up the mouse and effectively be the same thing as activating the village. So we'll have to see if Daniel drew a spell here.
Yeah, you would certainly think that tapping the his pump land would indicate that. Just kind of calmly sits here, waits for Raja to move the blocks. Raja knows that this is, even if we make it out of this combat, things could be problematic. But the fact that he turned everything sideways is not necessarily a great sign. But all right, here we go. We've declared blocks. We'll see where things go from here.
That
Okay,
one
we
is
remember the
untapped.
untapped, sure.
So even right now, let's assume that that one got both double strike and trample. That means one is coming through because it's 6 minus 5 is 1,
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5. That does have Raja going to 1 because Raja's gaining 1 on the attack.
Wow.
So if there's nothing here from Daniel, Raja's going to fall down to 1. Now, to be fair,
He loses
Daniel,
this- yeah.
yeah, Raja, lost all of his creatures, and Daniel probably can't lose this game anyways.
go.
But
Well, the question is if there was a combat there that allowed Raja to keep Shieldred, right? Because if you're able to keep Shieldred, maybe keep a comment, keep the board clear, just get a turn with it. You're able to turn the corner, maybe get to the top of your deck, find some help. Doesn't happen. No. Instead, we see things going back the other way. With it looks like this match is still going. I think maybe we can take a look at these standard deck lists to get a glance at the sideboards. But we've this match is still very much up in the air. Remember, this is round 7 here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison. Both of these teams playing with a shot at the top 8, they hope. And that's where everyone's trying to get. We were playing for $10,000 this weekend. Regional championship invites, NRG championship invites, which comes at the end of the season. It's a $35,000 prize pool. All of these players are trying to qualify for by accumulating points over the course of the season or just winning this one. That works as well. So a lot on the line. And this is the round that is going to give us the top 8 that we will finish the weekend with.
yeah, the breakers lined up kind of weird where the first, we talked about this earlier. The first 2 tables drew, and then the next 4 tables, there were 8 X1s or better, and then 4 X11s. So the X11s kind of messed up the math a little bit on the draws. But yeah, I think the legacy match might be in game number 3. I want to take a look because we haven't seen the legacy matchup yet, and it looks like they are just about to start game number 3. So why don't we take you down there? Matthias Hunt versus Max Smith. Both these players playing the menace of the format, Blue Black
That's right.
Demir Rescaminator.
Yeah, this is the one that everyone has been talking about in Legacy, where we can play Grief to discard our cards to reanimate / tear apart your hands, or we can just bring all of this in a shell together. That works out very well, and there it is, as we talked about. It's a Grief. Okay, so
And
revealing a hand. So keep in mind, by the way, these players are in game 3. They're playing most popular deck in the format, or at least one of the most well known in the format. That means they know what they're doing, right? They Legacy seats and Team Trios events are probably pretty big fans of Legacy. They know what's going on with this deck and in the mirror, and that's what makes here deep in game 3 so interesting. There comes Grief again, and everything hits the bed.
yeah, that was a tough start here if you are on the side of Max Smith. That was kind of as good as you could draw it up here for Matthias, where you have the Grief, take care of the Graveyard Hate, and then the Reanimate to the Grief to take care of the removal spell for the actual Grief itself. So couldn't really draw it up any better if you're Matthias. Now, Max Leftovers looks to be a Daze, a Brainstorm, and an Underground Sea, excuse me. So doesn't really have either the reanimation spell or the entomb, and I think an Animate Dead might have been the
I
pickup.
think it's an Animate Dead, yeah.
Okay, so that's half of the puzzle at least. And we'll have to see. It'd be a very interesting if Matthias cycles this troll, which he is doing. Mac does have the option to animate dead Matthias's troll,
That's true.
which with Matthias on 16, the troll would be what, 5 power? It's a 6 power creature normally, right? Yeah, it's a 6/5 normally. So the troll would be a 5 power creature with Matthias on 16. Oh, well, Matthias just has his own reanimate.
Oh, we've got a Daze here for Mac, though, is going to prevent that reanimate from resolving. That's huge because that would have probably just shielded up if Matthias was able to have the 2 creatures in play after all of that. But instead, Mac Smith is, in fact, going to have perhaps a window here and is even able to fire off a Brainstorm.
Yeah, Brainstorm is looking at, I think, is that another Dark Betrayal? Yeah, I think we did find a Dark Betrayal. So Mac's hand is Grief, Dark Betrayal plus and Animate Dead. Excuse me. So Grief is going to take a look at the hand. Interesting.
What?
So Matthias did have the Brazen Barber to be able to bounce the troll if Mac went for
Yeah.
the Animate Dead. So Mac is going to go ahead and remove that borrower and presumably land Animate Dead on that troll. And we are this is a race, all right.
Well, this is wild, right? This was a game where Matthias Hunt had the absolute perfect start. The nightmare if you were playing against it, grief hand where you get griefed and then griefed again and griefed again. And somehow at the end of all of that, it's Max Smith who's done the reanimation. So this is, I mean, just it's a legacy, right? It's a legacy, baby. We love it. And it's a psychic frog for Matthias, but Troll's going to get on in there. You won't be blocking that thing. It is a clock.
Yeah, Troll's going to get in there for 5, and that Troll has to be blocked by at least 3 creatures. So this is going to be an interesting race. We will have to see if there is a way that Matthias can kind of try to close out this race before the Troll gets the job done. Maybe you can shove on the Psychic Frog here. There's 3 cards in hand. You could make, say, the Psychic Frog 4 power, hit for 7. That, I mean, 7's a magic number. Mac is at 14, so interesting to see if Matthias wants to go for that.
Yeah, and this is the questions that get posed with Psychic Frog of knowing when it is correct to go all in on it, to go aggressive versus, hey, I have a Fatal Push in my hand. I have everything else. And it looks like that's what we're seeing here. Fatal Push is going to be discarded to Psychic Frog, put a 1/1 counter on it, and there goes the Force of Will. And here comes the attack. Orcish Bowmasters, though, out of Max Smith is a pretty big one here, I think. Just making blockers pretty important if you're able to get in any kind of blocks.
Yeah, that one's going to be tough because the Bowmasters is going to be able to trade for the Grief.
Right.
So Mac is likely going to deal 1 to Matthias and then double block the Grief would be my assumption.
And that puts Matthias at a multiple of 5, right? If that moves him from 11 to 10.
Right, that's huge. That 1 damage from the Bowmasters is massive. So Matthias can exile cards to the Frog to have that happen. Now, I wonder if Mac is also considering not blocking with the Grief. Or not. Okay, well, the Grief is not going to be able to be blocked because we have Fatal Push on the Bowmasters. So that's going to be 6 damage coming across. That's going to put Mac down to 8. Matthias going to draw a card, and then that would actually be enough, right? Because next turn you can just discard the card in your hand plus the card you draw, and that would be lethal. But Mac's going to find a Brainstorm. What do we find? Not quite. So there's Land Psychic Frog, but you can only keep one of these cards. So it looks like Mac is not going to be able to play that Psychic Frog, and I believe that means that we are going to... I think that's it. I think we're done here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. That would, if it goes that way, give just the first win of this match. Remember, this is Team Trio, so it takes 2 match wins out of the 3 going on between you and your teammates to take it all down. And as you can see, these players are deep. We have 2 games, 2 of these 3 matches already into game 3, including this one. So Matthias trying to figure it out here. Max Smith just cards down, hands down, looking on.
Yeah, and Matthias maybe doing some calculations whether or not... I mean, obviously, if Matthias goes for it and Mac did draw a copy of either Fatal Push or Dark Betrayal, it's pretty bad. But also, he has to weigh the decision of, like, what happens if I don't go for it, you know?
Right.
So
It doesn't get better.
yeah, I don't know if it's going to get any better because you are kind of just dead on board to the troll here, right? Because I think we have an updated life total, so...
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And there we go. He goes for it. He concludes that is the right decision, and it earns him a handshake. Matthias Hunt picking it up, and that means it will take 1 more win from his team. Daniel Weiser is going to try to give it to him. We're going to go over to Standard right now, where Weiser is shuffling up for game 3 with Raja Suleiman. We've showed you, I think we've gotten actually to both games of this Standard match so far. We watch Raja just kind of roll with Golgari in the first one, and then Daniel fight back with a really interesting Gruul game in the second one. Meanwhile, Andrew Ellenbogen and his Nadu list, I have evened it up with Garrett Alford and are heading to game 3 over there with Just Sky Energy. So I think we might get a chance to take a look at the Standard sideboards here before we hop into this critical game 3. And Doom, there's what Daniel Weiser's working with.
Yeah, this deck is super cool. We talked a little bit about the Heartfire Hero plus Emberheart Challenger interaction with the pump spells, which there's Might of the Meek, Monstrous Rage, Tyvar Stand, Innkeeper's Talent, and Demonic Ruckus. So a lot of ways to kind of utilize targeting your creatures for additional value, and then back that up with the fast pressure from Monastery Swift Spear. Monstrous Rage plus Swift Spear is fantastic. Also, Monstrous Rage plus Manifold Mouse is kind of sick, where there's just a lot of good synergies here. It almost feels like I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the heroic, like blue white heroic
Yeah.
decks back in standard, it feels a lot like that, the way this deck is structured.
Well, and that's interesting you bring that up because I think, designed some of the mechanics in Bloomburrow kind of based off of that, right? The
Yep.
value mechanic or whatever it's called, that it functions kind of similarly to heroic. And yeah, those heroic decks were cool because keep in mind, blue white is like always a control deck, and that was
Yeah.
a case of turning it into an aggro deck. So it's fun to see. Now, Gruul, a little more of what you expect, but you're right, it plays out very similarly. So yeah, maybe we can take a look over at Raj's list. Now, the Golgari deck's a little more traditionally Golgari, right? It's a rock deck. You even see the Lilianos of the Veil, but this is a rock deck with a bit of a combo finish, as we noted with the Innkeeper's Talent and the Vraska Sting. So that's what players are playing towards. But now we're in game 3. We're deep into the sideboards. If you're Raja, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, this particular deck list from Raja is a little bit less of the normal. Raja plays a lot of what we like to call Golgari Rajas, and this is less Raja than normal Golgari Rajas. It's got an actual combo in it. It's got some removal spells, but yeah, it's a little less dirtling and usually just trying to set up the 1-2 combo. But as far as this matchup is concerned, the cheap removal, right? You want the cut downs, you want the sweepers, you want the go for the throats. And I took a look at Raja's hand. I don't think there's a third land. I think it's a Harvester of Misery, a cut down, a Shieldred, and a couple of Frillbacks.
Yeah.
I did not spot a third land, but keeping on the strength of just having those removal spells, cut down the Harvester of Misery, and the Triangle Frillback is pretty good because there are the Innkeeper's Talents on the side of Daniel. So keep in mind, but that is end phase questing druid, and that's gonna get Daniel a couple cards here.
Yeah, it gets it going, and it's especially good when you know your opponent is clearly sitting on a hand of all removal. They miss their third land drop. You know they're going to kill your creatures. You may as well get as much card advantage as you can, um, which is maybe the opposite of maybe not not exactly what you expect out of a Gruul aggro deck. Say, I got to go fast as possible, but in this case, when you know what you're up against, you're not going to be able to get that game, especially when you're on the draw, as Daniel was here. So now he's getting to think gets to think it through. A lot of choices, and he starts with playing a land from underneath that questing druid, and looks like still thinking over the follow up. So
Yeah, so
this
that
is a yeah. Go ahead.
that card the second card that Daniel hit there was the Hunter's Talent. Not quite the
Mhm.
same as the Innkeeper's Talent. That one's a little bit different. If we can get that one up on the screen for you guys, but that one is me. I have to read it myself here. Hunter's
Yeah.
Talent. So the first level, when it enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature you don't control, so a little bit of removal. Second level is give something +1/+7 and trample when it attacks, and then at the third level, draw some cards when you play a big creature. So that's not going to get played here, but it is something worth noting as we see Harvester of Misery taking down the Questing Druid. And still no third land here for Raja, is really in a bit of a rough spot. Now, granted, does still have some interaction left over. The cut down, the Deep Cavern Bat, a little bit, to just help build bridge the gap a little bit, but does need to start hitting those land drops soon.
Yeah, I think he'd really ideally love to hit a black source on his next turn if he could deploy a bat and a removal spell. The thing is, he's at 20 life, right? You might say, "Oh, we're doing okay here." And gosh, to be honest, it's not like Daniel is exactly running away with mana. I think he might be missing a fourth land. No, okay, we have the fourth, but not a fifth, and the fourth came into play tapped. So just the one creature for Daniel. So still the window is open for Raja, but this might be the last chance. I think he missed again. So with that said, it's going to be a Deep Cavern Bat. Take a look at Daniel's hand, see the bad news, or don't see the bad news before it gets hit by a Torch Tower. So 5
Oh my
spells
goodness.
you're staring down.
Yeah, Daniel's hand is just all gas, no brakes. Frenzy, Manifold Mouse, Questing Druid, Challenger, and Innkeeper's Talent. So, yeah, really unfortunate for Raja. Kept the hand on the back of having those 2 removal spells and the Deep Cavern Bat, but really just unfortunate that was not able to find land number 3. I mean, this is the reverse of what happened game 1, right? Where Daniel kept 4
Yeah.
land, 3 spells, drew 6 lands. Raja kept 2 land, a couple of 1 mana spells, and just never found his 3rd land. So that's magic.
Well, and this was the first turn really that Daniel was able to double spell and really punish Raja, and it was hugely punishing because Raja went for that bat. The bat bit the dust. At the same time, that Daniel was able to add to his board, and it does feel like that was probably the last turn for Raja to get back into it. As we see now that the class hit the battlefield, start getting value like that. So Daniel just really showing off what the prowess Gruul aggro deck can do.
Yeah, and here we get to see the interaction between Emberheart Challenger and Innkeeper's Talent. Putting a counter on it, that's going to get Daniel an extra card off of the Emberheart Challenger. That's going to let him play a land from exile, and like we said, still just has a ton of gas left over. Questing Druid, removal spell, more threats, even has the Ridgeline in play. It
Mhm.
seems Raja's going to slow roll this. That's a go for the
It's a go
throat. I
for the
mean,
throat.
it's a castable spell, but I don't think Raja is looking for castable spells at this point. He's got, a couple of those left over, just really needs to find some lands.
And it looks like that might even be a duress in hand as well over there. It's just a second black source at any point in the last 3 turns would have unlocked a lot of Raja's hand here. And unfortunately, it doesn't come. That's how
Hmm.
it goes.
Could
And if
happen.
Daniel is able to finish this off and take it down, and we're not there yet, Raja does have a removal spell in hand, and he still has 14 life to work with. But Daniel's team is already up a game or up a match in this round. That's the important thing to remember. It's team of trios. You can lose, and your teammates can win and carry you, or you can win and your opponents can lose, and it can go the opposite direction. But Matthias Hunt took down the match against Max Smith, and that means that Daniel Weiser or Andrew Ellenbogen, who is deep into a 3rd game against Garrick Alford's Jeskai Energy, if either of them win, it's over. The round is over. The team would pick up the victory, move to 6-1. And that's what's on the line here as Daniel stares down 5 lands, plenty of spells in hand to cast, lots of options, and just trying to figure out how to close it off. He's trying to think about how he could lose from this position. Right, Devin?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, Corbin. I mean, we like to say crazier things have happened, but it's very, very tough. One thing I want to mention, I don't know if we can relay this information to the players, but I don't remember. Jet was saying that the troll of Khazad-dû might have been swapped from other players. So I don't know if they figured that out, but
Ah.
in any case, yeah, because I think it was Matthias's troll was taken by Mag, but whatever, it's fine. In any case, the manifold mouse coming down, that's going to we can actually target both challengers now, one on each. That's going to trigger Valiant twice and get Daniel quite a few cards here.
Yeah, I mean, look at what this Gruul deck can do. You think of Gruul aggro as we saw Swift Spears, right? They're gonna play Swift Spear and they're gonna play Monstrous Rage. But instead, we've seen a bunch of cards that stick around, provide value, give card advantage, like the Questing Druid, the classes keep the gas coming. There's a lot of value built into this Gruul aggro deck, and in a format where something like a Golgari is trying to drown you out of resources and then just rock you to death. This is really gives you legs deep into a game 3 here when you're playing the aggro deck.
Yeah, it's actually kind of wild how many cards this rule deck can draw between Questing Druid, between Emberheart Challenger, the creature lands. Even in the sideboard, there's stuff like Urbrask's Forge, Hunter's Talent can draw cards in the 3rd level, and that is going to do it. Raja has finally decided to give it up, and that it means Daniel Weiser, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Matthias Hunt take the match.
There you go. That is round 7 here in Madison. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined in the booth by my partner for the day, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. We are bringing you home here in the NRG Championship Series, and you saw one team in the final round of Swiss move to 6-1. We were playing for the top 8 prizes, invites, trophies, pride, bragging rights at dinner, everything on the line here in these last couple of rounds, and we were treated to some excellent play there. Really a showcase of standard in that. So that's round 7 here in Madison. We have more Magic coming your way though, because while they do the top 8 turnover, we're actually going to take you back. We're going to take you back to yesterday. And one of the players we just watched play in our a couple rounds ago, I believe Christian Valenti, I think is who it is. We are going to take a look at one of their key matches from yesterday that we didn't quite get to finish on camera. It's a bit of a treat for you all here. So we take you back in time to, yesterday here with Doomwake and I.
Yeah, this is a match that we saw a little bit of toward the beginning of. We saw the first game, and we are going to start with game number 3. Christian Valenti on Demir Murktide, Garrick Alford on Jeskai Control. Again, this is from yesterday. We don't have any more live Magic for you for this round, of course. I mean, we're waiting on top 8, but this is Christian Valenti, Demir Murktide, and Christian. For those of you who missed the first game of this match, I would highly recommend going to watch, because Christian just put on an absolute clinic in that first game, where was able to identify, just play Psychic Frog, put as much emphasis on protecting it as possible, knowing when to go in on the Psychic Frog and knowing how many cards to discard at various specific times. It was a very, very well played game from Christian. But this is the third game, and we see here an Orcish Bowmaster here for Christian. And I mean, this is really kind of the classic tempo aggro versus control. It's, put a threat into play and try to protect it as much as possible, and basically Christian is going to ask the questions, and Garrick is going to, whether or not he's going to be able to answer those questions.
That's a perfect way to put it. And answer number 1, Celestial Purge on Orcish Bowmasters. Still a bit behind in the exchange, but you do what you've got to do. So no Psychic Frog on turn 2 in this one. And given how important we've seen that be and just how many times the matchup has gone around it, that's an interesting note, right? Because that means that this game is not going to revolve around that, which means it's going to revolve around something different, like the fact that Christian Valenti now for 2 turns in a row has played at instant speed. And that is pretty helpful, right? You have Flash on the Orcish Bowmasters, you have Flash on this Brazen Borrower, that he just goes for the hard cast in on the incept, drawing the counterspell out of Garrick. But this should result in an opportunity for Christian to untap it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the traditional spot against control, where you jam you have the ability to cast a threat on the end phase. You want your opponent to spend mana, because that gives you the freedom or the opportunity to have this one free turn, where Christian now has, all systems go and all coast is clear to be able to slam some sort of threat. The question is whether he has one of those threats to slam, like a frog or anything like that. We're tapping 3 mana, and would you consider that a threat? I think I
would
would.
consider that a threat, a must-answer threat, and we see Garrick add mana here and
Never mind.
immediately discharge that.
Yeah, float a red, discharge that, no harm, no foul. I saw Garrick. Yeah, Garrick's got a Teferi in hand. So that, with shields down from Christian's side, that could be something that Garrick wants to go towards now. Obviously, if Garrick taps out for Teferi, there could be something like a copy of Subtlety or Force of Negation. So it looks like instead going to just pass with some mana up, content with taking a little bit of damage from the token. Not, super threatening as of right now.
It seemed like a really key 2-spell turn there by Garrick, right? If the Harbinger resolves and sticks around, sort of, let's pretend it's not a Harbinger that even just completely locks him out, but any threat resolving there taxes his mana and leaves him behind in that exchange where Christian was able to go instant speed threat. But instead, Garrick's able to offset that for just 1 mana. And now, while still getting poked down by this token, he was able to restore parity and from what Christian had in step play. And Valenti now just with 3 lands, as Garrick draws cards and has access to plenty of mana, and we saw him too in the narrative, and here comes Tamio. That was really the turn, that double spell turn, it felt like, that allowed him to turn the corner here.
Yeah, exactly. And, Christian missing out a couple of land drops, a little bit of a rough spot here. I can't really get a good glimpse of what Christian is working with. Really wants to try and find some sort of creature here because, essentially what we saw in the first game of this match was Christian, realizing that his deck is a lot worse when the game goes longer, right?
Right.
Where you cast Psychic Frog on turn 2, protect it as hard as possible, and just try to ride that to victory. We're not really seeing that here, where Christian doesn't have that threat in play. I mean, has a 1/1, but not really worth all that much on the battlefield. And the longer, Garrick is making a bunch of land drops, and the more land drops Garrick makes, and the longer this game goes, the worse it is for Christian.
And look at this stack right here.
What a
Tameo
stack.
enters counterspell, counterspell, get counterspell, counterspell, get force negated, force negation, get counterspelled. Wow.
It's a legacy stack right there, Corbin.
And in the end, Tameo resolves. We found out what
Yeah.
all of Christian's cards were.
Bunch of blue cards. Love this attack, by the way. Oh, love the attack. I mean,
Yeah, talk about this attack.
It's a free attack because it's a 1/1 versus an 0/3. If Garrick blocks, you can Bowmaster to ping the Tameo, which would grow the token to a 2/2 that would kill the Tameo. So, it's very likely that Christian maybe has nothing, but it's just such a free attack because it's a 1/1 versus an 0/3 and Garrick actually decides to take the damage. So, either good bluff or Garrick is just not willing to risk it against the Bowmasters.
Yeah, he just decided that if you have it, that's fine. I don't need to risk it. You can have it. I'll just play a land in it to fairy. Meanwhile, though, Psychic Frog does seem like it would be what you want here. It just feels like it might be a little late, especially if this Teferi does interplay. And it seems like it's going.
Yeah, and Garrick actually picked up a copy of the One Ring that turn and had an interesting decision as to play Teferi first or the One Ring. Even though we had a big fight last turn where Christian used a counterspell and a Force of Negation, Garrick still playing very patient, is aware that there could be something like another Force or something along those lines, or maybe a counterspell next turn. So wants to get the Teferi in play first to make sure the ring is more likely to resolve next turn. Now the question for Garrick becomes: do you want to bounce the frog, or do you just uptick? The problem with uptick is it makes you kind of have to block the Psychic Frog. So I think Garrick is probably interested in bouncing the frog
Right.
and then utilizing the Tameo to block the 1/1 rather than attack with it.
And that is what he goes for. Valenti really went into the tank before deciding to let that Teferi resolve, but ultimately does go for it. And here we see another possibility available, which is to attack with
right.
Tameo.
Right, because Teferi draws the card,
Right.
then the clue flips the Tameo, then you can plus on the token anyways to keep the Teferi. Right, good point.
Yeah, this is a corner turn from Garrick. If that galvanic discharge earlier was what allowed him to get across the bridge, this is him setting up camp on the other side. It is his battlefield now. He's got 2 planeswalkers. Christian Valenti has just got 2 tap lands and behind the 8 ball. And you can see how this Jeskai control deck has really did pretty well in Modern. It not only was good against Nadu, you can see how it took down Dimir Murktide, which otherwise looked very powerful yesterday.
Yeah, and Garrick has twice as many lands as Christian does, twice as many non-land permanents, and 3 energy to Christian's 0. So ahead on all fronts. Christian has more cards in hand, I guess, but yeah, Garrick's about to untap and slam the One Ring too. So this if it's not looking good for Christian now, it's certainly not going to look any better next turn.
Well, and if you think about it, it's games like this that informed Valenti's decision in that game we watched yesterday in the game 1 of this match to go all in on that frog early because of this exact situation where we get here and you're doing your powerful big things. You played a Murktide. That's cool. None of it really matters though, because Garrick's at the point of the game that the control deck can really excel and take over. And that is what's happening because that is Murktide going down to discharge, leaving Garrick with a clear board and 2 planeswalkers.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when the game goes long. And as you mentioned, this is exactly what Christian does not want to happen. Needs to have that cheap threat. And yeah, I mean, now with the One Ring, it's, it's essentially just going to be very, very close to over here. And yeah, Garrick is in a commanding position. And remember, folks, those of you just tuning in, this is not a live match. This is recorded from yesterday. Just want to make sure that we are clear on that. But yeah, this was basically a backup match that we were going to show yesterday, but we didn't quite have enough time. But yeah, this is kind of exactly an interesting showcase of how this matchup goes from one side or the other, right? Because we saw the opposite of this happen in game number 1, and either of these things can happen.
And if we think about modern in the context of a world where maybe Nadu doesn't exist after tomorrow, which is a possibility that we can all acknowledge, these are decks you'll have to know about, right? That's what's I think most interesting is this is maybe a look into the kind of modern you'll be playing a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, or a month from now, or maybe not at all. Maybe these decks don't work out. But the point is, there is a lot going on besides the bird you've heard about, like Cameo and Psychic Frog here just being extremely important cards in this matchup. A lot of new play, a lot of new factors that we're going to see players adjust to, as the format evolves, however the format's going to evolve. Valenti, I think, is still he's got a group of cards, but he knows how far behind he is. Of course, that Tameo, I'm not sure if we can get the reverse side, the Planeswalker side of that Tameo up on the screen, but once you actually are able to transform that thing, and it is difficult, you've got to draw a bunch of cards in a turn to do so. It's
look at the look
good.
on Garrick's face. He gave the little eyebrow raise, like, you want to let me help this Tameo? You sure? Oh, goodness.
Pretty good spot to be in if you are Garrick. And of course, as we know, Garrick went on to top 8 this tournament yesterday and have a pretty good run once he was there, safe to say.
Yeah, both players just
here
having
we
a
go.
great time.
Valenti goes all in here, right? Throws the cards away to the Psychic Frog to pump it up. We'll see where things finish. It finishes with a Dimir Merc, or with a Murktide, actually. So, for everything that went wrong for Valenti this game and to be behind, this was not a bad way to fight back. It's just obvious there are way too many cards for Garrick, who even gets to activate his hinge here and take a look and see if he finds a historic card.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a potential if Garrick was not about to draw 20 cards, maybe there's a chance that Christian could come back in this game. But yeah, with that Tameo in play, I mean, Garrick is almost certainly just going to snap ultimate it, pick up half the deck, and presumably that will find some sort of answers for the threats currently on the battlefield. And that should probably do it here for this match. Garrick,
and of course he has the ring available. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying he was taking a look at the library to see what's left.
Yeah, so he's got the ring available as well to even if Valenti had been able to deal with that, to see some extra cards here. And this is how this Jeskai deck kind of turns the corner. It used to be the maybe blue-white style decks, but in some cases Jeskai, they would just play removal spells for 3 or 4 turns and then try to play Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and just kind of ride it to victory. These decks function a little differently. That midline play tends to be the one ring, and then you just kind of win with whatever you've got around, which it kind of sometimes gives you a little bit of tension with the one ring, but it's looked very, very good for Garrick over the weekend in Modern. And of course, as the metagame evolves moving forward, a control deck with a strong base like this is going to be able to be tailored to most things. Discharge, Counterspell. These are cards that are sort of generically good. And I think you can look at this Jeskai control deck as something that's not going to be going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like you mentioned, already a very solid foundation. The One Ring, a lot of powerful cards, card advantage engines. Flage, also a fantastic. What's really nice about these control decks is they used to not have a way to kind of close out or shut the game out in spots like this where you would have this overwhelming advantage. But now the combination of Flage plus Arena of Glory really gives you this like 1-2 punch to kind of turn the corner in spots like this, where before it was like, okay, I'm going to kill all of your stuff, maybe sit on like maybe a Jace the Mind Sculptor. I feel like I'm dating myself when I say that, but it's stuff like that. And then eventually maybe try to find a win condition, but your opponent would have a ton of time to draw out of that. Flage does not give you that kind of time.
All right, taking a look at the huge amount of cards in Garrick's hand here.
He just has a stack of cards.
I see a Discharge. I don't think I saw a Blot Out the Sky or a Wrath of the Skies. So we're just gonna. Christian's not picking them up though. So Discharge takes care of the Murktide. The next mana that gets spent will be on a March of Otherworldly Light. That will take care of the Frog.
It
And
is
I think
pretty
someone
funny.
chat was asking what's the win con, and yeah, I kind of explained it. It's basically Flage, but you're looking at it right. Just kind of have immense value, and whatever ends the game ends the game. In that case, it's Flage, and that is how Garrett Alford qualified for our top 8 yesterday, where he went on to go to the finals. So that was yesterday, Devin. Today we're doing team trios, and we're marching towards the top 8. That is what is coming up here in Madison. But you know what? We aren't stopping in Madison. We are coming to a city near you here in the next couple weeks. Devin, take us through what we've got coming up.
All right. Well, the next event we have is September 14th and the 15th in Louisville. That's going to be a Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, Sunday 5K Standard Trial. And then a few weeks after that, we're going to be in Indianapolis, November 2nd, Saturday 10K Modern Showdown, Sunday 5K Pioneer Showdown. And if you would like your opportunity to qualify for that NRG Championships at the end of the year, be sure to head out. And as far as there it is. The NRG Series Championship, $35,000 prize pool, December 14th and the 15th. And then one other thing that I want to mention is what these players are playing for, and the cash, the trophy, the rewards, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, Corbin, you want to know what the best thing to win from these NRG championships? That is a token of your likeness. As you see, shout out to Inkling Customs, as you see all of these past winners, awesome, amazing tokens. Love these artworks, and Corbin, it's really an honor to have your likeness on a card.
It is, and we have seen some of these winners on camera this weekend using their tokens. So look, it's cool to use your tokens in FNM. It's really cool to use your tokens on camera at the NRG Championship Series coming towards you. And obviously that is what you can get if you are able to win a showdown in Inkling Custom token. And you know what? 3 of the players we have seen so far today are going to do that. They're going to win this tournament when we return for our top 8. So here we are in Madison. On the other side of the break, we will have the top 8 of our Team Trios event. I'm Corbin Hostler, going to take you through that with Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. Thank you for sticking around with us, everybody. We'll see you on the other side of the break for top 8 play here in Madison. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin O'Donnell. Doomwake here in the booth, and we are excited to be together to bring you the top 8 of our Team Trios tournament here at the NRG Championship Series in Madison, Wisconsin. We have had an excellent weekend of Magic. We had Modern yesterday. We had Sealed. We've got side events. And today, to cap it all off, we had Team Trios, Standard, Modern, Legacy. And now, after 7 rounds of play, it is time for the top 8. You ready to get this thing going, Doom?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have had a ton of awesome Magic on stream today, and our top 8 is stacked. We have a ton of amazing teams and a ton of amazing players, and I cannot wait to get started with this top 8. And the match we are going to be starting with, I don't know, do we have a bracket slide?
Yeah,
Yes,
here
we
we go.
do. So there you go. So the team of Daniel Weiser, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Matthias Hunt is going to be taking on Cal Cogni, Fredrickson, and Bates. The team of Caleb Durward, Kramer, and Markeith is going to be taking on Ovington, MacArthur, and Eiler. That's the match we're going to be starting with. And then on the right-hand side of your bracket, we have Will Kruger, Dom Harvey, and Ryan Walagora against Desuarte, Zhang, and Shen. And then on the bottom right-hand of your screen, we have Steven Dykman, Casey Ryback, and Andrew Wolfius against the team of Borgemenke, Dusterberg, and Bulger. So as we mentioned, we are going to be starting with Caleb Durward's team, and we are going to be starting in the standard seed. I got to tell you, Corbin, we have been watching a lot of standard today, and it's been kind of a blast. The standard format is amazing, and I am very, very excited to showcase this matchup to you guys. So I don't know if we're ready to go down to the feature match quite yet. Get a note from production if we are. And there you go. Caleb Durward on the left on Demir mid-range. I believe the deck names might be a little off here. So this is actually going to be Caleb against Brandon MacArthur on Azorius Convoke. This is a matchup we haven't seen a little bit. We saw Caleb earlier on the Demir mid-range deck. Demir, very, very good. A lot of 1-for-1 removal and things like that. And this Azorius Convoke deck is something we have not really seen. So we will have to take a look and see exactly how this matchup plays out. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the deck list here in a second. So Brandon MacArthur, just to kind of give you an idea, this is, so it says Azorius Convoke. There's actually no Convoke creatures. There's no Knight Errant of Eos or anything like that. Just kind of utilizing Novice Inspector and the Spyglass Siren to generate multiple permanents for stuff like Regal Bunnicorn and Warden of the Inner Sky. And yeah, this should be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Standard is fascinating right now, and as we see two 1/1 flyers staring each other down here, I gotta give a shout out though before we get too deep into this. Caleb rocking a very excellent shirt. Just saying, playing
Yeah.
Magic
Oh yeah.
style over here.
Yeah, Caleb's wardrobe is fantastic. You got to admit that. Caleb, fantastic Magic streamer. Love watching Caleb as we see a Deep Cavern Bat, which is going to take care of a Get Lost, and that's going to be curved into a Preacher of the Schism. Warden of the Inner Sky is the follow-up here alongside a Subterranean Schooner, rather, excuse me. It's going to allow the Warden of the Inner Sky to get a counter on it, and a little bit of scry action here for Brandon. I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, Caleb is very good at answering threats at a 1-for-1 pace, but when there's more than one threat at the at the same time, effectively at this point, it's going to be hard for Caleb to kind of get rid of the manage the battlefield here, as it were.
Yeah, what an interesting deck, and what an interest. I mean, this is what turn 3 in Standard, and look how much has been spammed out onto the board. You can get why it might be called a Convoke deck. What an interesting archetype. Blue white Siren Spyglass or whatever that called is called the 1/1 Spyglass Siren. And get my words straight here. A 1/1 for one that just does a little map token. These are the kind of things you don't necessarily expect to be playable in a 3-year standard where up to 12 sets are going to be legal. But when it comes together in the right package, it works out. And here you go, including the bunny, which is going to get in there and trade for the Preacher. Really fun deck design, just talking about Standard in general. With that said, digging deeper into this game, Caleb's life total still appears to be nice and healthy, but he has certainly fallen behind on board. So you've got the early start right now. If you're playing Azorius, right, you've got the small creatures. How do you want to follow it up with to continue to build on what you've been able to get going?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the deck list here for Hunter, excuse me, my apologies. So we actually do have the names correct. It's just the deck name. The deck names are a little swapped. So it is Hunter on Azorius Convoke and Brandon on Gruul Breach. I mean, as far as what the follow up here for Hunter, what he's looking for is ideally a copy of Steel Seraph, which there are 4
Mhm.
in the deck list, because Steel Seraph is a fantastic card. It's one of the what's the prototype is the mechanic. Let me just double check. Yeah, prototype is the mechanic. So it is a prototype creature, which means that you can cast it for 3 mana, get a bit of a discount, or spend the full 6 mana. But what it does is it allows you to give a creature of your choice, one of your creatures on the battlefield, vigilance, flying, or lifelink, and that in combination with the Bunnicorn is fantastic. As we see Shieldred here cast for Caleb.
Yeah, nice 2-3-4 from Caleb, right? Deep Cavern Bat to Shauna's Tidebinder into Shieldred. Hunter doing pretty much anything he wants at dorking around with the small creatures, but Caleb's just going to try to go over the top here, as you might expect from the mid-range deck. And of course, one of Hunter's cards is locked beneath it. But here you go. You named prototype, and that is a prototype card hitting battlefield.
Yeah, there's the Steel Seraph, and this is going to be huge for Hunter because now Hunter is spreading out the threats in such a way that now you are going to be able to give this Regal Bunnicorn flying. If we get a quick count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe 6 permanents. So that's going to give the Regal Bunnicorn flying. It's going to get across over to Caleb for 6 damage. And then next turn, you could maybe even change it up a little bit. You could give the Steel Seraph lifelink. Maybe you could give the Warden lifelink, because with one more counter, or sorry, the Warden already has flying. So you can actually get in a really big attack here.
Yeah, impressive stuff out of the Azorius deck, even through an amount of disruption, right? From Caleb. He's played cards that do things. He's traded off creatures, and he's played what many see as the scariest threat in Standard of Shieldred. I mean, Shieldred's had a fascinating life cycle through Standard, where people went from calling for it to be banned to one Pro Tour. I had a player tell me it was a trap and it was unplayable, who went on to do well. But it's certainly good in this rotation world. Uh, with that said, so is just turning everything sideways as you're seeing Hunter do. So now taking stock of this, if you're Caleb, you're down to 12 life. You're facing down several creatures on board, and you do have creatures of your own. And you've got to just try to find a way to swing things. It looks like it starts with a Shieldred attack to knock Hunter down to 18.
Yeah, and that shield rid is also going to give Caleb a little bit of a life buffer. You see
Mhm.
Caleb already down to 12 life. Really needs to find a copy of a removal spell. Needs to find some way to kill the Bunnicorn or the Seraph or the Warden because, for as much as the shield rid, as good as that card is, it doesn't have flying and is not very good against these large flying creatures here from Hunter. So we'll have to really see what, as far as, what Hunter is looking for. I mean, obviously more copies of Steel Seraph would be pretty good, but, Hunter doesn't need a lot here. Just needs to sort of, fade a removal spell from
Right.
Caleb and, yeah, just doesn't need a ton to cross the finish line. So looks like we're going to go to combat here, pointing at the Bunnicorn.
I spotted a mastermind in Caleb's hand, a fairy mastermind. It's possible he could actually play that and activate it, which would give him some, additional resources. It gives him a blocker. It gives him some play on this turn, right? This is a big turn here. It's 6 mana open. He's being attacked, and what will he do with his 2 mana to get back into it? It looks like step one is the first fairy mastermind, and then we're going to activate fairy mastermind, which makes both players draw a card. So now that Hunter has drawn a card, that'll trigger the fairy mastermind for Caleb.
Yeah, and I think the mastermind might just be on chump blocking duty here,
Seems like it.
where you just block the biggest thing, block the Bunnicorn, and then you're taking 4, 5, 6, 7 from the other two flyers. Now, it is interesting that the mastermind activation does give Caleb a little bit more life with the Shieldred, right? So Caleb was at 12, draws a card off the mastermind, plus an additional card that puts Caleb up to 16. So, I mean, in theory, Caleb could just take the hit. And I mean, with those creatures still in play, it looks like Caleb did just take a massive hit here.
Well, and he's going to gain some life back on his turn between Shieldred and Deep Cavern Bat, which can, of course, chump block later in the air if it needs to. Okay, so the game goes on here. That big attack from Hunter was not enough to end it, and he adds Case of the Filched Falcon. I don't know if we can get that one up on screen, but it's a
Haven't seen
Murders
that
of
one all day.
Karlov Manor case.
Yeah, that is one we have not seen all day. So,
Caleb's got to read it for sure. Don't blame you, buddy.
yeah, this one's pretty good where it is 1 mana, gives you a second permanent. So it gives you a little bit of bonus with the Regal Bunnicorn. And the deck does make a lot of artifacts, right? You have the card is called Case of the Filched Falcon, where it makes you have a bunch of artifacts, right? Map tokens, clue token from itself, the Steel Seraph, the two ways to make a bunch of artifact tokens. And once you solve the case, that's an additional flying threat. And that's exactly what's going on here.
Mhm.
Shieldred is very good at clogging up the ground, but the combination of Warden plus Bunnicorn plus Seraph is really giving Hunter the ability to kind of just, get these creatures in the air and make sure that he's able to fly over for lethal.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty incredible Bunnycorn deck if you think about it, right? It's the 2-drop, it's equal to the number of permanents. You have all of this. Well, this deck has multiple 1-drops that add 2 things to play to make that second turn Bunnycorn scary. And by the time it attacks on turn 3, it's just simply terrifying. That is huge. And as we see, it actually looks like Case of the Filched Falcon is going to get to Shauna's Tidebindered.
Ooh.
And then we see the Spyglass Siren jump in front of Shieldred. So Caleb is at 3 life, but he has a huge board here.
Yeah, so Caleb taking a massive hit. Now, if you just look at the battlefield, right? Steel Seraph can give the Bunnicorn flying. So you have Seraph, Bunnicorn, and Warden as flyers, but Caleb does have 2 flying blockers plus the additional life that he's going to gain from the Deep Cavern Bat, right? So if you chump block
Yeah.
the Bunnicorn and the Warden of the Inner Sky, that has Caleb gaining 1 life, taking 3 down to 2, and yeah, Hunter does not have a removal spell here. So just going to play more to the board, try and do a little bit of scrying with the Warden, trying to find. I mean, I guess you're looking for another copy of Get Lost, which
Yeah.
to be fair, there are only 2 copies in Hunter's deck list, so not a ton of those. But yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot of removal in Hunter's deck. It's a lot about just playing to the battlefield and trying to, just get your opponent dead as quickly as possible. Not a lot of interaction. That's mostly we'll save that for the sideboard.
And here comes the attack. Caleb with 4 mana open again. He has the ability to activate the Yuya if he wants, the Fairy Mastermind. Or Utah, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, and one other interesting thing that I want to bring up. So the removal spells in Caleb's deck list, just to kind of give you an idea, there's 3 cut down, 3 go for the throat, 1 shoot the sheriff. So Caleb is leaning more on cut down and go for the throat, and I just want to point out that neither of those cards can remove Steel Seraph. So this Steel Seraph is actually weirdly enough hard for Caleb to remove. And we've seen Hunter cast it pretty early, and it's kind of sort of taken over this game.
Yeah, this game has showcased a lot of cards that you could be forgiven for not being super familiar with. All right, we just
Yeah.
say that. But that's what Standard's great for, honestly. We always say, hey, Standard's awesome right now. And we mean it because you don't get to see these cards very many other places. You might see Deep Cavern Bat in a cube or something, but that's a fun card, and it is an all-star in Standard. Tishana's Tidebinder, Fairy Mastermind, these are all cool cards. And hey, Bunnycorn, that is fun. Like there is a genre of players who like to play cards like that are just big dorks that attack for a bunch, and it does a great job at that as a bunny even. So it's a pretty cool deck. I think that the design of this Azorius Convoke deck, and it's led to a pretty fascinating game here against Caleb, who is coming in with 2 more Fairy Masterminds here. So 3 world champions in play on Caleb's side.
So many of them. Yeah, but
Now
this
some blocks
this
there. Yeah.
really big attack here, really big combat step, and that's something that is lost a little bit in the other formats where it's less about playing to the battlefield and more about playing on the stack, right? But Standard has a lot of combat math, and you see Caleb lining up a huge block here. Looks like we're double blocking the Seraph and triple blocking the Bunnicorn. So yeah, this combat will likely lead to Caleb just removing the Steel Seraph and the Bunnicorn from the battlefield. That's going to give Hunter the Get Lost back, and Hunter still has that Warden. Well, funny enough, there's an interesting thing here to point out where because Hunter pre-combated the Warden and the Inspector, there's no additional white sources to cast that Get Lost this turn.
That's
So
right.
Caleb is guaranteed to have that Shieldred in play for at least 1 more turn.
Yeah, this was a really interesting way for this board to all resolve as the combat goes down. The Bunnycorn actually hits the dust, but at the end of it, Caleb is left with a bunch of mana, a Fairy Mastermind, and Shieldred gaining him life as it continues to just tick down hunters. So this is maybe not exactly where you want to be, obviously, if you're Caleb. But look, the game does continue here. Spyglass Siren from Hunter. I get another map token. He's got the creatures that he has, but Caleb is sitting on 8 mana that he's representing. Not to mention, Fairy Mastermind can activate if you wanted to give him even more cards. So a lot to make of this combat that is upcoming, I think. And first things first, we're going to work on some counters.
Yeah, looks like we're going mapping. So maps are going to go trying to put some counters onto the Warden, and yeah, this would theoretically be a lethal. Well, not necessarily, because, well, actually, hold on. If Caleb goes to activate the Mastermind, Hunter can kill the Shieldred in response, but then I guess Caleb can activate the Mastermind again? Yeah, and that's what's going to happen.
That's what we've got.
All right, so that means that Caleb is going to draw 2 in response. So Caleb's going to go up to 7. The Shieldred will then die. Then both players will draw another card. So Caleb's going to end at 7, taking 4, going down to 3. The Shieldred and the Fairy Mastermind will both die. Yeah, I mean, that's the big issue, right? Is Hunter still just has so much stuff on the battlefield.
Yeah, Caleb doing well on life to just survive here, but obviously it doesn't work out well for him unless, of course, he's got some kind of board wipe. That's what he would need to get out of this circumstance. Or a whole bunch of good cards, but that becomes harder, becomes gated by mana. He's facing down, frankly, a lot of threats from Hunter's side, and he's at a scant 3 life here. So without some kind of board wipe, it is going to be over, and that is it. Caleb Durward scoops them up. And the first game goes to Hunter Ovington here in our quarterfinals. It's the top 8 of Madison, Wisconsin. Team trios today. That was standard. We can see on the modern side of things, Caleb's teammate Dylan Kramer took game 1 with Nadu over Brandon MacArthur's Gruul, and Charles Eiler was able to pick up a game, though, for their team. So this is a best of 3 matches we have going on. So you can lose and your teammates can win, and you can still advance. That's the beauty of team events. It is fun. You always have people to win and lose with, and to be, happy or sad with. And either way, you get to do it together, which is why we love the team events and we love the match we get to play as a part of them. You get to play with your teammates in a way you don't in any other format. You can sit there and help coach your friends' games, make joint decisions. It really does feel like playing group magic.
Yeah, exactly. I love team events, wouldn't trade them for the world. As far as that particular game, I think we have Legacy down ready to go, but I just wanted to
Right.
highlight that game of how Caleb was just really not able to answer all of the threats that were produced by the Azorius deck. And that's kind of Caleb is good at answering threats at a 1-for-1 pace, but once you start getting into here's my Warden and my Schooner, start double spelling, that's where Caleb's deck can certainly fall behind. So it's kind of exactly what we saw play out. But yeah, as I mentioned, I do believe we have the legacy match ready to go for you guys. So let's take a look and see what we have. It looks like it is a Demir Scam mirror match. So Charles has taken game number 1 over Nathan. And yeah, we're down here. Demir Scam, I mean, stuff that, if you haven't seen this deck before, just to kind of give you a rundown: Grief, Psychic Frog, Troll of Khazad-dûm, 1 Archon of Cruelty, a Gristlebrand, and then your typical legacy fare: cantrips and Ponder and Brainstorm, Reanimate and Tomb, Force of Will. So yeah, this is kind of the talk of the town, as it
That's right.
were, and definitely the most popular deck and probably arguably the best deck.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. This is what most of the top players will tell you should be playing if you want to be serious about winning in Legacy. Being able to interact with your opponent's hand, pretty good. Being able to interact with your graveyard when your opponent interacts with your hand, even better. And that is kind of how you end up on a Demir scam list, where you can both attack your opponent's hand and play out of your graveyard. And a lot of it kind of revolves around Frog, of course, Grief, but Frog. And you see 2 of them there in Nathan's hand, and we're going to start by running one of them out. And that begins the option. This allows them, of course, to discard those reanimation targets. It also allows you to just play kind of a fair game and attack and deal damage and draw extra cards. And more than anything, it gives you priority and it puts the pressure on your opponent. And that is why we see Charles now brainstorming here in the instep to figure out how he wants to navigate the game from this point forward.
Yeah, so Psychic Frog for Nathan, that is a big threat. But so it kind of gets interesting in these mirror matches where, so because both players have access to reanimate and animate dead, a lot of times in the post board games, players will frequently sideboard out a lot of the bigger creatures, right? Like Atraxa Archon, because you can imagine a situation where if you happen to draw either the Archon or the Atraxa and your opponent griefs you, that can lead to some awkward spots where now they can reanimate your large creature.
Yep.
So it's a reanimator deck, but in the post board games, these mirror matches tend to be a lot more about the card you see, and that's Psychic Frog. And Charles was able to kill Nathan's and has one of his own, and we'll see if Nathan has a response to that. Yeah, Psychic Frog is, people talk a lot about grief in the legacy format, but maybe the problem all along was Psychic Frog.
Yeah, it's been incredibly impactful across formats. As you can see, this is not modern you're watching. This is legacy, where it's going really wild. And we're about to, I think, have dueling psychic frogs after this fetch. You see, of course, the classic brainstorm, get 3 new cards, but 2 of them that I don't want from my hand back on top of my deck, shuffle them away with my fetch land, go get my underground sea, shuffle. All of a sudden, we got new cards and access to new ones on top of the deck, and a frog coming out from Nathan. So one of the decision points I think Charles had there, right, was whether or not uh, to wasteland. And he was not fired in it off. So now 4 lands for Nathan, and he's going to instead just go start with removal on Charles's frog. And then look at this, just passing the turn back, saving his own psychic frog, not going for it.
Yeah, I love this because the both of these players have 4 copies of Days, and there is if you've played any Legacy with or against Days over the years, you get to the spot in the game where you kind of have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Where do I want to play around Days early on? And usually, if you've played around Days, you kind of get to a point where you play around it for most of the game. Maybe until turn 4 or turn 5 when your opponent has, say, an opportunity to brainstorm. Maybe they shuffle away that Days because they know that you're playing around it. But in this particular instance, Nathan, very heads up play, just choosing to go for that. And I want to, you mentioned the Wasteland. I want to kind of go back to
Mhm.
that because Charles did have the option to Wasteland and chose not to. That could maybe lead me to believe that he's valuing the Wasteland later on in the game to potentially start hard casting larger creatures like the trolls and the things like that. But we'll have to see exactly where Charles wants to go here.
Yeah, and as you can see, he did in fact cycle a troll. So a troll is in his graveyard. He's got 4 mana, and now it looks like unless I'm missing what's going on here, it looks like he's in the tank, perhaps trying to figure out what he wants to do. Maybe they're talking to a judge, but this is both players, I think, with what 3 to 4 cards in hand. Like this is as even as it gets. This is as tight as it gets. And at this point, as you mentioned, players can reanimate out of each other's graveyards. So now that we've got a good target in there, in that troll, anything can happen from either player. It unlocks a whole new class of cards, and additionally, then a whole new class of concerns. And that's why you see Charles thinking it through and is going to lead off with a ponder here. So we mentioned this is a team event, and actually, Charles took a minute there to talk to his teammate Brandon MacArthur about what to do, and that's really the beauty of the team events. Hey, you have a hard choice. Well, you can make it with your buddy to try to make it at least a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I did see a copy of Animate Dead in Charles's hands, so it'll be interesting if he wants to go towards that on the Troll of Khazad-dûm. I think it's a Daze, a Ponder, an Animate Dead, and one other unknown card that I couldn't quite get a look at. Looks like Charles does not like the Ponder, but yeah, I talked about how a lot of times these players do sideboard out the larger creatures in the form of, Traxa, Archon, Gristlebrand, whatever that may be. But Troll is something that you're always going to keep in, and having a troll in the graveyard can be, as you mentioned, a little bit awkward. Open up, your opponent reanimate lines and things like that. So
Yeah.
we're going to fire off the Wasteland now, which is interesting because now if Charles goes for Animate Dead, Nathan could have a Daze. Okay, well, we have a land. Okay, land to play. And now we're going to go for Animate Dead on Troll. And we'll see if Charles has a response. I think I think Nathan's hand rather is Psychic Frog, Bowmaster, Fatal Push. None of those cards line up particularly well against that troll. And Fairy Macabre off the top. Awkward
Little
timing
late.
on that one.
Little late. Fairy Macabre, if you all don't know, you can pitch it for 0 mana. Just drop it from your hand to exile cards from a graveyard. And that would have been very clutch there because it's not very good when you cast it. And this frog is coming down a little late. Well, the troll has entered play. You're Nathan. You're at 19 life. Remember, Animate Dead gives it -1 power. So I believe that makes it a 5 power troll. So you're looking at a 4 turn clock with it coming in. The good news for you, I guess, is that Charles only has a couple of cards in hand after that. And if you're able to connect with your frog as you're untapping with it now, maybe you've got a window to get back in the game here. Underground sees the draw.
Yeah, I think if I'm Nathan, I would like my position a lot better if Charles was a little bit lower on life total.
Yeah.
Looks like that was a Brazen Borrower, I think.
Raise
Yeah,
and
Brazen
borrower to
Borrower.
bounce the frog and just pass it back, I guess.
Yeah, and that's honestly just a good tempo swing, right? Because you mentioned Nathan going to be falling down to 9 after this attack. Not quite lethal, right? Troll plus Barber, that's only 8 damage, but just the tempo. And Charles recognizes the position that he's in right now on the battlefield, has that massive clock, and as long as he can just buy a little bit of time for that troll to cross the finish line, it's going to be more than enough. And I believe he has a Psychic Frog of his own as a follow-up. Even more threats to add to the battlefield here.
Yeah, Charles looking very good here. I spotted a Force of Will in hand as well. I assume there's a second blue card since he did play out that frog. There's the frog. There's a Force of Will pitching a Daze to try to protect it so that you can come up with hopefully a lethal attack on the next turn if you're Charles. So, all right, here we go. Pressure on Nathan You're at 9 life. Start with a frog attack.
And I think Nathan picked up an Entomb there. So Entomb maybe was the draw step.
Okay, so we've got
We're
frog
doing
blocking
this.
frog, and now they're pitching
Yeah.
cards. Nathan dumps 2 cards. Charles says, I'm only throwing away 1. That's all I got. So it does prevent the Psychic Frog from Nathan from connecting, and the Bowmasters is a follow-up here. But the important thing, though, is if you are Charles, you are still turning that troll sideways. It's getting in, knocking Nathan to 4 life. I guess he could try to keep 3 blockers for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, Psychic Frog, Bowmaster, and Token with another Bowmaster in hand. That is a flip card. I'm going to go take a look at
Okay.
Nathan's deck list and try and figure out what that is.
Well, if
Flip card,
Nathan's
flip
able
card,
to
flip
connect
card.
with the frog here for a hit, draw an extra card, play Bowmasters, you have plenty of bodies at that point to block the troll. If Charles whiffed on his 1 draw step, maybe you can swing this back around in your favor because there comes the draw off the frog.
Yeah, the only flip card that I saw was Tameo. So presumably, if Nathan is tapping 1 mana, I would assume that is a Tameo. But yeah, we can even get in with the frog and still hold back 3 blockers. Interesting, there was a decision point whether you wanted to not attack with the frog, because then the frog would be able to trade for. Ooh, I love this. The Bowmaster taking care of the borrower. Charles on 13. Now you can. How much troll has 5 toughness, right? Let me look at troll. Yeah, 6/5. So
6/5.
you with the triple block with Bowmaster Token, you still wouldn't be able to trade.
There it is, a triple block. You don't see
So
it very
triple
often, but the
chump.
triple block from the troll gives Nathan another turn. What does he need to do with it here? Devin, how does he try to climb back in from this spot?
Drew a Barrogoyf. So Barrogoyf Brainstorm is the hand. Well, Barrogoyf plus, we have 3 creatures. Well, now we don't.
Yes,
That's a
so.
Force of Will. So Force of Will is going to target the Barrogoyf, and with no cards in hand, I don't think there's anything that Nathan can find to get out of this. I think that might be Charles taking it down.
Yeah, that was a clutch Force of Will there by Charles, because Nathan, for everything he took from the beatdown from this troll, was trying to find a way back in it, but this Force of Will might be the end. I mean, I see Barrogoyf now in the yard. We've got Nathan tapped out. Looking pretty bad for him, so we're going to go
Tameo
ahead.
should be flipped. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles pointing that out. The Tameo should be flipped after the Brainstorm. Okay, so Frog going to get in here. Oh, wait. The Tameo can make it not lethal, right? Because Tameo gives -2, and the Troll gets -1 from the Animate Dead. So the Troll is 5, -2 is 3. Yeah, look at that. Players. Wait, no, what did I miss?
Well, either way, I guess it is good enough because Charles takes it down. That's the
it's
first
-1. Okay.
match going on over here. Tameo gives it -1, so he was still able to present exactly lethal was Charles Eiler to give his team the lead in the quarterfinals here in Madison. That means with Caleb and Hunter playing and Dylan and Brandon playing, Charles's team, that'd be Hunter and Brandon, just need to pick up 1 more win, and it could come right here with Hunter Ovington playing Azorius Convoke against Caleb's Demir midrange in standard. Looking at the board, Caleb's untapping with a couple of creatures, looks like substantially less so for Hunter, but Caleb at just 3 life, the really important number here.
Yeah, and we see Clue turning sideways, Attack of the Angry Clues. That is a card that we did not see in the first game. That is Zoetic Glyph, which for those of you who maybe played during the Ensoul Artifact days, very similar, a throwback to that card. It does cost 3 mana, makes the artifact a 5/4, and then when the Zoetic Glyph dies, you discover 3. So this is, you're spending a little bit more mana like you normally would for an Ensoul, but you're getting the ability to discover if they remove the creature from the battlefield, which gives you a little bit of card advantage on the way out. But as far as this game is concerned, seems to be going a little bit better for Caleb. We saw game 1 was really under the gun. I believe, if I remember correctly, I think Hunter was in the play for game 1. So, this is kind of what the game sort of looks like when Caleb is on the play and isn't under as much pressure. And that's, kind of exactly where you want to be on the Demir side of things. Well, with Caleb at 3, Get Lost taking care of the Preacher. That means that Glyph is a lethal attacker.
Yeah, that was a big get loss there to at least keep the pressure up. Hunter now I'm able to make this attack. It runs into a lifelink blocker, so Caleb able to pick up a little bit. But the game was honestly probably about to swing back over fully to Caleb if that get loss did not come down, right? If that had just been a whiff of a draw step. So the game's still going on for Hunter here when he's able to get that hit in. Uh, and now Caleb's trying to dig and just finding lands. I guess not bad off the explore tokens, right? You get to draw extra cards, but they also don't impact the board. So very mastermind. Going to get on in there, knock Hunter down to 14. What is Caleb's last couple of cards here? And can they deal with the 5/4 Zoetic Glyph?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get a confirmation from production if the life totals are correct, because I think these might have been maybe they're the same and it just kind of happened to be a coincidence. But I think these were the life totals from the last match. But we'll get confirmation from production and make sure that the life totals are correct. But with Caleb chump blocking, I have to imagine that the Zoetic Glyph is lethal, so we can imagine at least something is correct.
Yeah, that
But
Urtai
there was
Resurrected ran right into that Tidebinder, huh?
Yeah, Urtai went to go kill the Zoetic Glyph. Tidebinder from Hunter going to go ahead and answer that. And that was a really big swing because Caleb wanted to be able to kill that Zoetic Glyph. As we mentioned, a lot of Caleb's removal, go for the throat, cut down, that stuff is not going to be able to answer a 5/4 artifact creature. So Urtai, one of the few ways that Caleb has to do that. And we get confirmation from production that life totals are correct. So Caleb at a precarious 4 life here now kind of has to weigh the benefits of, do I want to attack with this mastermind, draw a card? It's a little awkward at 4 life though, so you may just have to play some defense.
I think that Tidebinder was a big play there from Hunter because I think Caleb really was hoping for that Urtai Resurrected to turn the corner here for him and maybe get out of that extreme danger zone. But Tidebinder messes that plan up, and here come the creatures turning sideways.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, this Mirex here from Caleb. Fountain Port was a card that we saw earlier. Fountain Port has a little bit more utility, but you do have to pay life when you make the tokens. The
Right.
big difference here is that the Fountain Port tokens can actually block, as opposed to Mirex tokens, which cannot block. So,
Right.
this is a spot where Caleb would probably rather have a Fountain Port, but that Mirex is not going to provide any sort of additional leeway here. As we see the Tidebinder get traded for, it's going to be a Spyglass Siren that can fix the top of the library here for Hunter. It's going to find a land. And I mean, really, at this point, Caleb kind of needs to find as he draws a go for the throat.
Yeah.
That's not going to kill that's not going to kill an artifact creature.
Unfortunately for Caleb, that token has no throat. It is immune. It looks like it
Allegedly.
might be a Shieldred as well, though.
Yeah, I think maybe a Spyglass Siren too. So you could maybe go Spyglass Siren, map onto the. Oh, actually, you could even map onto the Shieldred because if you hit a spell off of the map, you can actually have the Shieldred profitably block the 5/4 because it would have 6 toughness. So that could be something that Caleb wants to play towards. I think weighing the options of, I think that's his plan is Shieldred plus Siren, just not sure exactly which one he wants to map.
Yeah, that's a good
Yes, it's the
line.
Shieldred.
Yeah, it's a good line. You nailed it because here comes Spyglass Siren, here comes Shieldred, and here comes a choice. Or he can keep mana open, but no, it looks like yes, that's the play. And he does get what he wants. He's able to get a counter because he's going to explore a fairy mastermind to the top. So that means he can either keep it on top or put it in his graveyard. Either way, the Shieldred gets a counter, turning it into a very profitable blocker. So, okay, Hunter, can you deal 4 damage before Shieldred is able to run away with the game? He finds lands. I'm not sure that's going to get it done.
Well, I mean, it's a land, but it is also a creature. That's a restless anchorage up the top here for Hunter. So, I mean, you would probably imagine if Hunter has any chance at winning this game, it probably has to involve going to the skies. As we mentioned earlier, go for the throat, not great against most of Hunter's creatures, but is Restless Anchorage definitely has a throat to go for. So that one is a good target for Caleb's removal spells, even if nothing else is. And Caleb, has that lined up. Drew the Fairy Mastermind for turn. Mastermind also kind of goes crazy with Shieldred. And Caleb getting frisky here, firing off the go for the throat on the Siren.
Yeah, Hunter's at 10 life. So why not get aggressive if you're
Yeah,
feeling
it makes
good for
sense.
Caleb? You've got a lot of
Yeah.
cards in hand.
Yeah, and you kind of forced Hunter into this chump block territory of now Hunter. I mean, I guess Hunter could take 5, go to 5. Shelly puts you to 3. Um the Mastermind puts you to 1. But Hunter is going to chump block. And I don't know if you noticed this, Corbin, but Dylan has taken the match over
That's right.
Brandon on our modern seat. So the entire match comes down to this.
We're in the right seat. We went for the block there is attractive. It gives you the Discover trigger. That Discover trigger hits a flyer. That's not terrible. That flyer gives you a map token. Okay. You're also able to sack that. That was a clue, I believe, and you're able to sack it. So Hunter able to cash in for a couple of cards here to try to. This was the big turn. He went for the block. He recognized that creature maybe wasn't going to necessarily connect on the ground. I just need some cards. I need to answer Shieldred. I need to do something because this knocks him down to a really low life total, and that looks like a lot of lands in hand, but also a Mockingbird.
So that can copy a Shieldred. Okay, hold on a second. Caleb looks like we're going to respond. Yeah, I like this. This is a heads up play here from Caleb. Wants to respond, activate the Mastermind into the Shieldred so that Hunter does not get the additional trigger from Hunter's own Shieldred. So Caleb is going to pick up 2. It's going to put Caleb to 10 and Hunter down to 4. So you can imagine if nothing else happens, Caleb can trade Mockingbirds, right? The Mockingbird for the Shieldred because they both have Death Touch. That'll be a trade, and then kind of go from there. But I think I saw a copy of Tashana's Tidebinder that Caleb picked up, and that will be able to kind of shut off Hunter's Shieldred.
All right, so Mockingbird X equal XX equal 4 there, right? Which means
Yep.
you need to spend 5 mana.
No, you would think that, but Mockingbird, for
that.
some reason, is worded very strangely, where you don't have to. It's not X plus 1. It's just the total a total amount of mana spent to cast it. I don't know why it's like that, but it is worded strangely.
Well, there you go. If anyone's wondering, that is why Mockingbird is pretty powerful. It's also why it was able to be mana efficient here and copy Shieldred. But okay, here we go. Tashana's Tidebinder from Caleb. The board has got gummed up again pretty quickly, and a gummed up board means Shieldred just is taking it over, right? Down to 4 life is Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter did have a chance with that Mockingbird giving him his own copy of Shieldred, but with that Tidebinder drawn from Caleb, and I believe an Aquasot and a Spyglass Siren as the leftovers, this one is looking a little dicey here for Hunter. I mean, does have copies of Get Lost in the main, and then as far as the sideboard is concerned, I believe there are 2 more Get Lost in the sideboard alongside some Tashana's Tidebinders if those came in. So has a number of answers, but really needs to find an answer for Caleb Shieldred very, very closely. Very soon, rather.
Yeah, and reminder everyone, Tidebinder, it doesn't just counter a trigger. If it counters a trigger from a Planeswalker or creature, and I believe artifact as well, it turns it off forever. It loses all abilities. So hitting the trigger on a Shieldred removes the triggers from the Shieldred. So that's not copying it, doesn't work out if you're Hunter. And Caleb's just pulling further ahead here. Hunter falls down to 2 life with that latest one. And how about a duress?
Oh my goodness, what a sick play. So the Get Lost was actually known information from the map token off the Bunnicorn. So Caleb, drawing the Duress, knew that, Duress last turn, it wasn't very good. Caleb forces Hunter to draw the Get Lost on Caleb's turn to then Duress the Get Lost. Really heads up play.
Very Mastermind enables a lot of cool tricks.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, you called out how good it is with Shieldred, obviously. Caleb's gained a ton of life. He was not all that long ago sitting at 4 or 6 life, and we're like, oh, can Hunter come up with the last few points? And just 2 turns of Shieldred later, this is essentially all over. And Caleb is going to try to even things up here, which would, send us into a deciding 3rd and final game.
And there it is, game number 3, and we, Hunter is going to be in the play, which is kind of what we saw in the first. Well, it is what we saw in the first game. So we will have to see as far as the sideboards are concerned. I don't know if we have deck lists available for you to put them on the screen. Look at that. We do. Coverage. Thank you. So, as far as what Hunter is working with here, we'll kind of lay out the sideboard. 2 Lorana of the Third Path, 3 Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 Archangel Elspeth, 2 Elspeth Smite, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Get Lost, and 2 Negate. I mean, you kind of saw that game how much of a problem Shieldred is for Hunter's deck. So I would imagine the Get Lost are probably coming in. If Hunter suspects the game gets a little bit grindy, maybe something like Elspeth. But the problem with Elspeth is Caleb isn't kind of your average mid-range deck, where Caleb actually has a lot more cheap creatures to apply to the battlefield. And on a wider board, like if Caleb has, those draws that involve, say, I don't know, 2 mana flyer into Gix into something, Elspeth looking a little bit worse on those kinds of boards.
I also think that the Tishana's Tidebinders, we saw them be pretty key for both players in that last round, right? Caleb's Tidebinders were able to turn off Hunter's triggers and vice versa. So that's a place to look to, right? If we're talking about how much we struggle with Shieldred, once you start adding all the answers that you've talked about, you can get to a place where you have more than a handful, right? And you can feel pretty good that you don't just lose to that card, because basically what happened in that last game was the board got stalled. It kind of went back and forth. It really wasn't clear which player was in the lead or which player was winning, except for the fact that Caleb had garnered like 10 Shieldred triggers over the course of them going back and forth with
There's a
draws.
lot, yeah.
And that turned out to be the difference. So Tidebinder can come in and it can just completely stop that in its tracks, just shut off that Shieldred. So I think if you're Hunter, you consider what you lost to and what you can do about it. The board seems likely to be stalled again, although you are on the play. You can try to go faster. You have a bunch of flyers and evasion. This is certainly, if you're Hunter, you have the ability to get out ahead. We saw Steel Seraph kind of run away with the first game. That's what
Mhm.
you're going to be looking for. I guess if we can take a look over at Caleb's side, though, and see what he wants to do. Demir mid-range, you certainly can go back and forth with what you want to do, because you have a lot of options for those flex spots here.
Yeah, Caleb's deck, as you mentioned, very, very flexible in terms of how it can and wants to play out in very specific matchups. There are matchups where Caleb wants to be a little bit more aggressive, right, against control, domain, things like that. But then there are games where Caleb wants to slow the pace of the game down and board in more removal and sweepers. And I think this is one of those matchups. So,
Right.
speaking of which, the sideboard for Caleb is 2 Preacher of the Schism, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, an Urtai Resurrected, a Cut Down, 2 Duress, a Disdainful Stroke, 2 Negate, a Shoot the Sheriff, and 3 copies of Glistening Deluge. So as we kind of saw how the games play out, that where Hunter is winning, Deluge seems pretty good. I like Shoot the Sheriff as well, because as we mentioned, Go for the
Mhm.
Throat and Cut Down not being able to kill Steel Seraph is kind of awkward. So I think it does make sense to have more kind of removal that is less conditional. So Shoot the Sheriff, good there. And then past that, I mean, Cut Down, it does still have a reasonable number of targets. So I think Caleb just wants as much cheap removal as he can get his hands on, and maybe wants to shave some of the top end, right? Like maybe trim some of the Gixes, maybe the Preachers aren't nearly as good. Counter spells on the draw also not nearly as good.
Yeah, thinking about those Gixes in that top end, right? You don't want to get into a situation, if you're Caleb, where you end up with three or four mana cards in hand and are unable to deploy them before you kind of get run over by the Convoke deck, right? So I think if anything, you want to make sure you keep your curve at a nice, safe, lower level so that you're able to interact in those early turns and just keep from getting blown out and go from there. And as we see, Hunter is going to try to do exactly that, because he has probably one of his best possible starts there with that Warden.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is game 3. All of the other matches in this particular match have concluded. So this is for all of the marbles. Game 3 can't draw it up any better. And we see kind of the ideal start here for Hunter, as Siren into Warden into Siren, activate the Warden, going to get a little bit of scrying. And this is kind of so remember how I was talking about during sideboarding the
Yeah.
Glistening Deluges, where Glistening Deluge, powerful card, but against Warden of the Inner Sky specifically, when the Warden player is on the play, they can actually outsize it before that Caleb has the opportunity to cast that Deluge. And it looks like that might be exactly what's happening here, as we see Glyph on the map token. This is quite the start here for Hunter.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff if you're Hunter, because that glyph allows you to help grow your Warden, which gets it out of the range of the sweeper you mentioned. But on top of that, it also is going to give you another threat next turn, which is itself.
Now,
And oh, by the way, it has, and there it is. Hey, look at this. You called it. The sweeper comes down, but there is still some left over because Hunter was able to have the Zoetic Cavern. And here comes the Steel Seraph even to get the beatdown going. So despite the sweeper for Caleb, Hunter ended up in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because it's funny how that exact situation I was talking about came up with the deluge, but because Hunter decided to cast the glyph, which obviously it made sense, but the glyph, because Hunter cast the glyph, it ended up making it so that the deluge was able to kill that warden. Now that being said, Hunter's follow up was phenomenal, still having the Steel Seraph, and yeah, Caleb really needs to try and find a way to remove this the map token from the battlefield, and we will have to see exactly what we picked up. Oh, that's a Mockingbird. That's going to be another copy of Steel Seraph. Phenomenal draw here for Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter just trying to end the game right now. This was an incredible start. We can see Caleb is sitting on a Tidebinder there. I think he was probably hoping to do something with that, say Tidebinder, the Steel Seraph trigger, but a second one would completely mess it up.
Yeah, can we get a judge? Now chat's bringing up a good point. The mana for Hunter is Plain Seachrome Coast. What's that other land? That's some. Did he? Oh no, did he play Mirrex last turn? Never mind. I apologize. Never mind. Yeah, the Mirrex was played last turn, I believe.
Okay, here we go. Mockingbird on the sack. It's Urtai Resurrected to take it down. That's what Caleb does. So now you have to come up with a different target for your Mockingbird. It's not going to be quite that easy. So it looks like it probably copies the Warden there, and then we get a Novice Inspector and a Clue token. So Caleb finding the ways to hang on here. He's at a really precarious life total, and look, he's still in a lot of trouble, but he is going to untap and stay alive, and that is really all you can ask for when you are facing down this kind of start from an Azorius deck that it can get very aggressive.
Yeah, so Caleb is probably going to end up. Oh, do we have life totals wrong? We must have life totals wrong, right? Because the glyph makes it a 5/4. Yeah. Okay. We must have had something off with the life totals. Not sure. But in any case, the glyph is going to put Caleb down to 2. And yeah, I mean, Caleb's still in a really, really rough spot here. Needs to find answers to multiple creatures. Caleb, I mean, I guess you could start with something like a deluge, but deluge does not take care of that glyph token. So Caleb's going to need a lot of stuff here. I see a preacher. I think a couple of Tidebinders.
How good has the glyph been?
Oh, it's been fantastic.
It's been incredible, and it's just the threat of it, even because the idea is that Caleb needs a sweeper. Well, even if he has a sweeper, he could still end up facing down lethal when that happens because of the ability on that glyph to discover 3 when it hits the graveyard. So an extremely tough spot here for Caleb. He does opt for the preacher. I spot a cut down in hand, so he's trying to figure out if he has a way out of this. Cut down's pretty good. He passes the turn back. Hunter, untap, has a chance to send his team into the semifinals here in Madison. Shakes the card. It looks like another Mockingbird. That's not bad. Don't know if it's good enough, but it is not bad. Hunter trying to come up with the last points of damage to knock off Caleb Durward and advance.
Yeah, presumably the Mockingbird would want to copy the Preacher of the Schism, and then interesting. Doesn't have the Warden anymore, so yeah, we're going to copy the Preacher. Oh, right, the Mockingbird was a copy of the Warden. Okay, so Caleb's going to cut down a response, and that Preacher can now trade for the Glyph token. Caleb's starting to claw back here. Caleb at 2 life. And, if the Preacher does trade for the Glyph token, Hunter will get a card off of the Glyph trigger. But, I mean, you could certainly start to see a way where Caleb can get back in this, right? Especially if this doesn't hit anything crazy, which
exactly
Spyglass are unbeatable.
Yeah, well, the idea is if it hits something, then that you could draw your sweeper for a deluge and take it out. You're right back in the game. At least that's the idea. So here we go. Caleb has found a line to untap.
I think he drew deluge.
I spotted a Shieldred in there too. So he's even got a
Yeah.
post-deluge plan if he can figure out how to get there. There's some Tashana
Oh my goodness.
as well.
Yeah, he did draw Deluge that turn. So the hand right now is Tidebinder, Deluge, Shieldred. Unfortunate for Caleb, only has 5 mana. Caleb would really like to have a 6th mana source here to be
Yeah.
able to go. Oh, right. The Mockingbird is copying Preacher. Right. So
Yeah, so
that isn't
Deluge
quite
won't
good
clear that.
enough.
It's going to take 2 cards
Yeah.
here for Caleb, and he
Yep.
can't come up with it. He says, "Good game," and that is that. Hunter Ovington, Brandon MacArthur, Charles Eiler advancing into the semifinals here in Madison, Wisconsin. Team Trios NRG Showdown. Whew, what a match we just watched. We got to see Legacy. We got to watch Standard all the way through, and Standard living up to the hype, I'd say.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth in those games. I mean, a lot of it did come down to Hunter just kind of Hunter did win the games where he was in the play, which is the games you would kind of expect a deck like Azorius Convoke. And that's really exactly how the games played out. And it was very awkward. There was a situations where Hunter was presenting threats that Caleb didn't have the right answers for.
Right.
Remember in that game where we saw Steel Seraph take over, Caleb had Go for the Throat. That game right there, Caleb had Glistening Deluge, Hunter had a 2/4, and the
Right.
removal spells just kind of didn't line up the right way. On top of that pressure that Brandon was able to amass in the early game, that is what was able to seal the deal.
Yeah. And with that, that wraps our quarterfinals. And that means now it is time to move on to the semifinals of our team trios here at the NRG series in Wisconsin. This is a showdown, remember? So there's $10,000 on the line as far as prizes go. It's a 10K. And on top of that, we're playing for invites. We're playing for points. We're playing for championship series qualifications. We are playing for custom tokens done by Inkling Customs. What more could you ask for? And on the other side, we will be heading towards the semis. So let's take a look at our bracket and see what awaits us.
So this is all of our matches. So the team of what you saw on our screen, the Durward, Kramer, Marheefk, falling to Ovington, MacArthur, Eiler. On the top left of your bracket, Weiser, Ellenbogen, Hunt defeating Kalkogni, Fredrickson, and Bates. Top right, Kruger, Harvey, Walagora defeating Desuarte, Zhang, and Chen. And then bottom right, Dykman, Ryback, and Wolfius falling to Borgmenki, Dusterberg, and Bolger. So I guess we had 4 kind of Titan teams, and 2 of them have made it into the top 4. So this should be a very, very interesting top 8, and I'm very excited to see where we go from this. Now, again, we will be right back after this, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Top 4 time here at the NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell joining you for this one. It is time for the top 4. Doom, how good has it been so far? We watched an excellent quarterfinals match.
Yeah, I mean, that last quarterfinals match, there was a lot of interesting things going on where Caleb was really far behind in a couple of the games. And I mean, it was just really a clinic of threats that Caleb did not have the answers for. And like I said, we've been watching a lot of Standard today. Standard's been amazing, but we are going to be starting with the legacy seat this time around as one of our players playing the kind of the deck du jour, deck to beat as of right now, Demir Scam. But on the other side of things, a little bit of Painter Servant action, which we saw a little bit earlier today, and a deck that is kind of fascinating. There's a lot of different angles of attack this Painter Servant deck can take. And as we mentioned earlier, it's kind of been blossoming over the past couple of years with more releases. And I am very excited to see how this matchup goes.
Classic as all heck is what I would describe Painter Servant as, right? As soon as that card was printed, it became a legacy deck. It's been a legacy deck ever since. And you're right, it's been getting some upgrades recently to jump back into contention. And that makes it a ton of fun to watch. I mean, look, it's legacy. We love our old decks, we love the nostalgia. And that's a little bit of what you get. Now, the scam deck, the Demir deck, well, maybe a little less nostalgia, although it has some throwbacks, and maybe a little more frustration. But look, something's got to be the fun police, and Painter Servant is what I would describe as a lot of fun. So no rooting interests here, player wise. Of course, we're in the booth, we're impartial, we're just watching. But hey, I'm rooting for some fun, and that is what we're going to get. We can head down to Legacy. I think the players are getting ready. It is time for our semifinals here in Madison. Bolger, Dusterberg, Borgenminke on the right versus Kruger, Harvey, and Wallagora on the left. One of the super teams of our tournament here in the top four. It's going to be Scam versus Painter's Servant to get things started.
Yeah. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, I'm trying to figure out if I can get the deck list up. But as far as the matchup, just from a kind of excuse me, from just fundamental standpoints, I mean, this matchup is going to be a lot of, will Ryan have enough disruption between Griefs and Force of Wills and Dazes to stop Kamari from going for the combo? The combo meaning Grindstone plus Painter Servant. If you can assemble both of those, you can mill your opponent's entire library. But these blue-black decks are flush with interaction. You know, Daze, Grief, Force of Will, tons of ways, especially if you combine, you know, Grief plus Reanimate, as we see in Undercity Sewers to kick us off here. But the one thing that I will mention about Kamari's deck is there is a lot of redundancy, right? There's a lot of tutors, most namely the Goblin Engineer to help put cards into the graveyard, and then also ways to get those things back. The Engineer itself, Goblin Welder, Agatha Soul Cauldron, and we're leading off on a Vexing Bauble, which is an interesting main deck card, but one that is relatively good in the Legacy format, especially against this blue-black deck, turning off both Grief and Force of Will.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You see Urza Saga Bauble as, hey, you expect that. That's a combo. You don't necessarily expect to see Urza Saga tap for the Bauble, but there it is. And you'd think it's pretty good here, right? Like, I mean, there's definitely some free spells in the like floating around in the format. And hey, you're playing your Urza Saga deck. You can afford to play cards like this. And especially when you're playing Painter's Servant, all of these artifacts kind of can work together to give you value, even if something comes into play and then it later hits your graveyard. You can make use out of it. You mentioned the welder, the engineer, all of these different things that exist to facilitate the combo. On the other side, we've got a one card combo in Psychic Frog.
Yeah, don't need any additional cards for that. Now, getting a look at Ryan's hand, I did see a copy of Atraxa and a copy of Reanimate. So, while Vexing Bauble is good at shutting off the interaction, Forcible Days Grief still does not shut off Reanimate, and that is most likely what Ryan is going to go towards, especially given the presence of, there's just not really a lot going on Kamari's side, right? There's an Urza Saga, which Kamari can make a token with. Now, the interesting thing is here, right? So Atraxa is going to hit the battlefield this turn. The interesting thing is a lot of the cards that Ryan would want to find are those free spells, Force of Will, Daze, Grief, etc., and all of those are turned off. So it's possible that Kamari can just say, okay, you can have an Atraxa. I'm just going to untap, have this Saga fetch Grindstone, play a Painter Servant, and I'm just going to kill you next turn.
Well, and that's the advantage of playing Painter Servant, right? Because you look at the deck, there's 3 Power Blasts, 3 Red Elemental Blasts. There are some ways to interact with Frog or Atraxa or all these type of things. Now, as it turns out, Kamari doesn't have any red mana at the moment, but none of that matters. None of this actually matters if you just combo win, as your deck can do. So the Bauble existing, even if Atraxa hits play, can protect in the eventual state of you finding the combo. So yeah, you spelled it out. That's what you're playing towards if you're Kamari. In the meantime, though, if you're Wildagora over here, you do what you do and you played your Psychic Frog and you connected with your Psychic Frog, and now you're going to put your Atraxa into play. Everything's going according to plan. You just don't necessarily have a plan for Bauble.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So we mentioned the free interaction turned off, Grief, Daze, Force of Will. Ryan, off of the Atraxa, found one of the only cards that is still castable that can interact with the combo in the form of Fatal Push, because Fatal Push can take care of Painter Servant. So that is a huge find here for Ryan, and presumably that's going to go to the hand. With Kamari at 18, there is, potential where if, say, Kamari goes end step, make a token, untap, float mana, get Grindstone, play Painter Servant, and goes to activate the combo. Ryan just goes Fatal Push. And with Kamari at 18, there's maybe a chance that there could be lethal presented with the Atraxa plus Psychic Frog, given, discarding a bunch of cards to hand. And we even have the Wasteland too. So you can even Wasteland the Saga to get Kamari off of, further away from that Grindstone.
Yeah, and how things can change when you're just looking at now the one soul land, and that is facing it down. I mean, it's a long way to go if you are Kamari here. See how things wrap up here, Ryan, with lots of cards and lots of options, and Kamari with certainly less so. Okay, well, we do see red mana, so that exists along with Fable, which is going to hit the bin, and I believe that's a welder left over.
Yeah, so Ryan is unable to cast the Grief for free due to its evoke cost, but can still discard it to Psychic Frog and then reanimate it, which is exactly what happened. So that is going to take the Fable the Mirror Breaker here from Kamari. Looks like the leftover is just a Goblin Welder, but nothing in the graveyard to weld back in. And yeah, this is looking really rough here for Kamari, facing down maybe lethal this turn at 18. So you have 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. We need to discard 5 cards, and it looks like Ryan has 7 in hand. So I believe this should be a lethal attack this turn.
Yeah, short and sweet over here in Legacy. The scam deck did what it does. That's why it's a premier deck in the format. So if we see Painter Servant fall here, that would give the first game, of course, over to Walagora, Harvey, and a Kruger. We are in the semifinals here. We'll get our graphic updated, but it is Team Trios semifinals as we wait to crown our finalists. That means there are championship series invites that are coming from this event. The winners will earn seats at the end of the year championship event. That's a $35,000 prize pool. And as we've talked about, it's just frankly one of the coolest events on the schedule. NRG goes above and beyond for the players there, not just in the prize pool, but just in the experience, which makes it something everybody's trying to qualify for. And the winners of this event will do that. There are also RC invites on the line. And of course, a whole load of cash. So these players are playing for quite a bit here, and it looks like it will be going the way of Walagora unless we're missing something here and Bolger is able to come up with something. But Kamari is looking pretty dead here to this giant attack from Ryan.
Yeah, I think Kamari went to pick up the cards, and just want to make sure Ryan does it out. Make sure the math is in fact mathing. But yeah, 7, 13 in play, 5 cards in hand. Looks like we're gonna go Entombing. Interesting. And
Kamari's
like, all right.
All right, there it is. Officially game 1. Ryan Walagora. That takes it down. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at these deck lists, actually. I'd love to take a look. We know the scam list. Let's take a look at the Painter Servant list before we hop into another game here. But check that out. You see it. A lot of red cards. A lot of cards you may not be familiar with, but are actually, some old school Legacy stuff here. Painter Servant, Goblin Welder. One of the biggest new additions is obviously Agatha Soul Cauldron. But what stands out to you from this list when you look at a 2024 version of Painter Servant, Devin?
Yeah, I mean, this is not your grandmother's Painter Servant deck.
Yeah.
So one thing there are a couple things that I want to highlight. So first and foremost, we saw main deck Vexing Bauble, which to its credit, it did stop a few of Ryan's cards, maybe made him play in a way that he didn't quite want to. But there are 3 copies in the main deck. This is not just a one of that you're going to fetch off of Urza Saga some of the time. This is a card that Kamari wants to draw. When you're playing 3 copies, you're basically saying, I want to draw this card in most of the games. And, Kamari is making a statement with those baubles. And then the other thing I want to point out is 6 blasts. So 3 Pyroblast and 3 Red Elemental Blast. which is not something you see outside of very, very unhealthy situations where, people are main decking a bunch of blasts for, Jace or Delver or whatever the blue threat is. But the reason that they're so good in this deck is because they're turned on by Painter Servant, where
That's
if you
right.
Painter Servant name blue, Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast have endless numbers of targets. So a lot of cool stuff here. That Chaos Defiler, I hope we get to see that in action too.
Yeah, including lands, by the way, with those blasts, right? You can turn
Yep,
them into 1 mana stone rains.
get them.
A lot of fun stuff is turned on because of Painter Servant. Certainly a very unique deck. All right, well, I think maybe we want to head over. What are we thinking? Standard here? There's Nadu in the modern. So I guess that's what's available, though. We'll get to standard if we get an opportunity, but modern is available now. So that is what we are going to head down to. And here we go. Uh, Look at these cards on the left. There's a brand new one on the right and a very old one on the left.
Yeah, it seems like there's only one deck that is able to take down Nadu, and that's kind of what we saw a little bit yesterday. Well, not in the finals yesterday, almost in the finals, but Garrick Alford, as we've seen a couple times on camera today and yesterday, has been kind of tearing up into the Nadu matchup with his Jeskai control deck, and that is exactly what Charles is looking to do here. Flage has resolved and is on the battlefield, and Dom doesn't have, excuse me, a lot of stuff going on here. Looks like we're going to cord for one.
Yeah, Dom Harvey, of course, one of the premier players of really, honestly, many modern decks, but especially decks like this Nadu deck. And here knows what he's doing. Here comes the Safekeeper setting it up. So the thing about the Court of Callings in this deck is they almost feel like, Court of Callings obviously very powerful. It's a combo piece and it's a tutor and all that. But the first one in this deck almost feels like, oh, that was the first Court of Calling. That's just setting up for the second one, which is what kills you. So that hasn't come yet, though. Charles is going to have an opportunity here, although it's going to be harder to interact in play. That's an encore and a safekeeper. So the combo is in play for Dom if Nadu is able to make it. So we'll stick with this for a minute before we hop over to standard. But let's see how Charles is able to navigate from this spot. Having Flage resolved and active is honestly a really great spot to be in.
Yeah, the games, for lack of a better term, the games look a little bit more interesting when Nadu is not involved. As you see here, Flage and Dom is just trying to basically just keep as much stuff on the battlefield as he can until he finds a copy of Nadu. I think that was a Court of Calling, and I believe the hand right now is, I think, Court of Calling Shuko, which Dom is so close, right? 3
That's
lands,
right.
2 creatures. They can cord for 2, but needs to be able to cord for 3. That's the magic number. And I think there's a counter spell in Charles's hand anyways. So even if that cord were to be cast for 3, Charles has the counter spell. So yeah, I mean, things are looking really good here for our Jeskai control player in the form of Charles Dusterberg. One thing that we really talked about in this matchup is how good Wrath of the Skies is,
Yeah.
where able to clean up all the small creatures along with the Shuko and Urza sagas. And, I think this Jeskai control deck is reasonably well positioned to be able to have, at least a fighting chance against Nadu.
Yeah, it certainly seems like the players we've seen playing it feel like they have a plan against Nadu, right? Like it doesn't always work, but we see the way their cards line up. Obviously, we watch Garrick play a lot of it, and it looks good, even if it doesn't always work, right? So here we go. Court of Calling,
Ooh.
X2 for Dom, and it's just going to run straight into a counter spell, and that's it. That picks it up. That is game 1 over Charles Dusterberg, who is able to get his team on the board 2-1 if you look at it in terms of games. All right, so we want to head over to back to Legacy, you think? Check out Painter Servant?
If they're ready, if not, we can go over to standard. I know that we got a note from production. Oh, Legacy is ready. Okay. So here we are. That is Kamari on the play. Leads off with an Urza Saga. No copy of Vexing Bauble this time. And that means that the coast is clear for Ryan to just go ahead and slam this Grief. So Grief, taking a look at a Dragon Engine. Don't want to put that one in the graveyard. A Pyroblast and I think that's a Goblin Welder, right? The promo Goblin Welder?
Yes.
I believe. Okay. So yeah, chooses to take the Pyroblast, which is maybe a bit of a tell here for Kamari that, I mean, maybe he just doesn't care about the Goblin Welder because there's nothing in the graveyard, but there could be a situation where, maybe Welder is live. Maybe Ryan has something like an Orcish Bowmasters to handle the Goblin Welder. as we see an Ancient Tomb. That's going to make a Saga token. Now, we talk about kind of these value Saga plans, and, this is maybe a matchup where it would normally not be very good, but this Painter deck does have a ton of artifacts, right? And it is capable of making these constructs very, very large.
Right. Yeah, it's the slow plan, right? If you look at it that way, but sometimes it works, and that's what's going to happen here. Is Ancient Tomb is going to make another one.
It'll be interesting to see, excuse me, what Kamari wants to fetch off of the Urza Saga, because we saw how the Vexing Bubble did a little bit of work last game,
Mhm.
shutting off the Force of Wills, the Griefs, and all that stuff. But it's possible you just want to go for a combo piece. Okay, we're going to go for neither of those. How about a Soul Guide Lantern, which that is going to not only remove the Grief, but leave the Lantern in play as
Mhm.
a potential option later on to prevent Ryan from going for something like, Reanimate on Traxa with Entomb. So I think I like that. And
I was going to
the
say that.
Lantern. The lantern is also pretty nice with Goblin Welder, where, if the lantern gets sacrificed, you can then rebuy that with the welder.
Okay, so we're seeing some really different kind of lines that you're playing for, right? If you're Kamari here, thinking about Welder and all of this stuff. Yeah, I was going to ask you how you liked that Soul Guide Lantern line, as opposed to being more aggressive, but it really seems to have set Kamari up here in a great spot. And, those constructs are they're not big right now, but they're not small either, right? They will get there, and that's Ryan's going to go digging with a Ponder. Spot a
Yeah,
Brazen Borrower in there. Not sure what else.
Barber pretty good at answering one of these constructs. The Great Furnace also going to pump up those constructs a little bit
Oh, that's
too.
right.
And Kamari does have the option to just, hard cast that Dragon Engine next turn. So there is certainly a line available. But I think I like the lantern because it also means that your Goblin Welder actually does something. Like, there's no artifacts in the
Right.
graveyard currently, and now, now that you have the ability to start looping the Soul Guide Lantern, maybe even Kamari wants to say, "Hey, I'll just sack the lantern, draw a card, and then weld it back into play." Just to kind of get the cards flowing and try to dig a little bit deeper to try and find the combo.
Yeah, that's a good point. He can really just play the fair game here. Fair in that sense, they're just kind of looping one card at a time just to dig a little deeper. Because Ryan's not putting any pressure on his life total. The frog is not out of control in this particular circumstance, and now we're just going to see a brainstorm follow up. I do not hand Ryan, not an underground, but nothing to reset the top.
All right, what are we looking at here? So I believe he is going to hang on to that borrower. Question is, so here, like, now Ryan's in a position where do we start getting aggressive with the frog? Like, we could exile 3 cards from the graveyard, maybe deal some damage, discard 1 or 2 cards. You do have, I believe the hand is right now is Troll, Borrower, Fatal Push, and 1 additional card that I can't quite tell. So does have answers to both of the constructs with Push and Borrower. Is that a Toxic Deluge? I can't tell what that last card is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That would be not a bad one here while you still have some life to play with, that's for sure. And you'd clean up the welder as well. So, all right, first step, swinging in with Frog.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, I think Kamari is lining up a double block here. At least thought about it, right?
And then goes
And
for no blocks. Yeah.
yeah, that would have actually been a disaster because then Ryan could have fatal pushed one of the constructs, making it down to a 3/3, and then discarded 2 more cards to have a 3/4 frog. And that would have been kind of a disastrous turn here for Kamari. So heads up play, I think choosing not to block, I think that does make a lot of sense. It looks like no blocks were declared, I believe. So pick up a card and we're going to pass. But now we're kind of in this weird damage race
Right.
where, constructs versus this psychic frog. The thing is, Ryan does have plenty of ways to answer, right? The fatal push, the brazen borrower. So he's going to be able to, answer some of these constructs. And actually, Ryan says, no, I'm just going to take all the damage, not choosing to fatal push a construct. Very interesting.
So that it looks like a Fable follow-up here for Kamari. Yes, this is Legacy. And that is Fable. Now, it would be pretty good here if it resolves. It does resolve, so it adds another body to the board for Kamari. As you can see, it makes that 2/2, which is going to create treasures, which, by the way, are artifacts that would pump the constructs even more. Also allows you to get rid of some extra cards if you need to. As you can see, there's 2 cards in Kamari's hand. One of them's face up, one of them's face down, due to Ryan knowing about one of them. That's what you're looking at there. But that Fable's certainly going to keep the pressure on for Kamari without having to commit any more mana. And that means that Ryan is not only facing down the pressure on his life total, he's fallen to 12, and he's going to be getting hit for an even greater amount next turn. But it's threatening to give Kamari access to even more cards to find the combo pieces. So this is probably the last turn for Ryan to really impact the board before Kamari snowballs here. So here we go. We do know that there are tools for Ryan to work with. There's a Fatal Push in hand at a minimum. There's some additional cards. We've got a land drop here. In fact, we've got a play set of Underground Seas here, so we can go up
So many of
mana.
those. Yeah, and I almost wonder if Ryan's decision to not Fatal Push, I wonder if that means we're setting up for discard a certain number of cards to get the frog past 4 toughness and then Deluge for 4. So with what, 5 cards plus the C, that's 6 cards in hand. So you'd have to discard 3 cards to make the frog a 4/5 and then Deluge for 4. So you'd be left over with, you could say discard land, reanimate, brainstorm, and then Deluge with Borrower Fatal Push as the leftovers. I wonder if that is what we're lining up here. We could. I mean, the other
Certainly
option is
doing frog math.
the other option is just Borrower plus Fatal Push, the 2 tokens, but that doesn't answer the other 2. So yeah, we're discarding cards. I think that's what Ryan's doing.
I like this. This is a psychic frog play. This is what this card enables. Is this card game looked maybe otherwise not, I wouldn't say hopeless for Ryan, but you were going to try to line up a lot of answers against the threats, and you were still going to be falling behind because of the Fable and threat of combo and everything else to Kamari. But instead, let's just go aggressive with this frog in terms of dumping my hand into it. What I mean by aggressive here, and then wipe the board. And yeah, I may not have many cards left in my hand afterwards, but that was going to be the case either way, whether you spend them all on your frog or whether you spend them all on removal. But here
Yeah.
it is. Frog gets
And
in, draws a card.
Oh, I was going to say fantastic draw here for Ryan defending that Force of Will because,
Yeah.
this lineup is a little bit awkward against a deck that has so many blasts, like 3 Power Blast, 3 Red Elemental Blast. So being able to rip that Force of Will to protect the frog if a blast is drawn off the top for Kamari, massive find here for Ryan. And yeah, this is going to clean up the board. We are going to be drawing a card with Lantern. And okay, that makes sense. Yep, draw a card with Lantern that you can weld the Lantern back in using the constructs. And that means that, Kamari is basically up a card, going to keep the Lantern in play. But yeah, I was going to say Kamari does have an out to find a blast, but with Ryan drawing that Force of Will, this is looking kind of dicey. And Psychic Frog showing how just completely messed up it is in these decks.
Yeah, it enabled something that nothing else would have there, and it was really very powerful. And honestly, it was pretty cool to watch. So, all right, that said, Kamari here is going to untap, draw a card, and now we're going to get to Chapter 2 on Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which of course means you have the ability to rummage, as they call it, discard 2 cards and draw 2 new ones. So we could get there, although I see an ancient or a furnace and what looked like a welder. So, all right, furnace is going to, or mountain, either way, one of those is going to come into play here. Does Kamari have an answer to Psychic Frog?
Looks like the leftovers are Vexing Bauble and I believe Goblin Engineer. So not exactly the best leftovers, and neither of those really answer a frog. Now, there is a situation where we could maybe go towards Chaos. I'm going to hold on. I'm going to read the text on Goblin Engineer. It only gets back 3 or less, correct? Goblin Engineer and TG.
Yeah.
I believe
Yes,
it's
that
3
is
or less.
correct.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Yeah.
So there's also the bauble would have been interesting there because it actually turns off the Force of Will, right? So if this
True.
if you find a blast off of cracking this Soul Guide Lantern right here, you can actually hit the Psychic Frog. Now, that does not appear to have been the case. It looks like Mountain and something else anyway. But the engineer hits play. So the bauble does provide some value there. So, and again, the psychic frog, unless we find a way for Ryan to win with it. But how about this? Goblin engineer goes and puts ensnaring bridge into the yard.
I like it. I mean, the frog is big enough to get, or big enough to where it's not going to be able to be attack past the bridge. Now, Ryan still has that fatal push in hand. So the fatal push can take care of the engineer, which will sort of undo that bridge. But yeah, you brought up a very good point. The vexing bauble turning off that force of will means that Kamari is live to draw a red elemental blast. The question is, if life totals are correct, do we just have lethal this
might be.
turn?
Yeah, I
Kamari
count
at
to 7. Yeah.
And I mean, I guess you're in a position where, maybe, okay,
Doesn't
maybe
do
we
it.
have life totals incorrect. Because I was going to say you're maybe in a position where if you say discard the Force of Will, then it's offline, but the Force of Will's already offline due to the Vexing Bubble. So interesting that Ryan chose not to go for it.
Yeah,
I wonder.
he could have. He opted not to because it life totals look correct to me. He's at 3. He's got his life pad there for us. Take a look at. So maybe he's playing around something there from Kamari. Either way, though, Kamari is going to get a chance to untap, turn the reflection, turn the fable into a reflection of Kiki Jiki.
Ooh.
Did we go down to 1 with our ancient tomb?
Yeah, engine coming into play. So the engine is going to allow Kamari to, I think it's discard the hand, draw 3, and it only happens when it enters from the graveyard. It is a 2/2 double strike. So that's going to be hand discarded. And we're going to pick up 3 cards, 2 engineers, and something I didn't quite see. I don't think that's going to be enough, unless maybe it was a blast. I mean, Ryan falling down to 4th. This is actually kind of a tight damage race. But yeah, with Kamari at 1, I think that we are probably done here. We're going to pick up a card off the bauble, and that is going to do it.
Handshake gives Ryan Walagora the win, the first match victory of the semifinals for his team. Scam taking down Painter's Servant 2-0. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Devin Doomwake O'Donnell. It is the semifinals of the NRG Championship Series here in Madison, Wisconsin. We have watched our team trios battle it out in standard, modern, and legacy all day long, and it is all coming down to this. We're going to find a winner in this semi. We'll get a winner in our other semifinal, and then it will be time to crown some champions and 3 faces who you will see at the NRG Championship at the end of the season, that $35,000 prize pool event everyone is trying to qualify for. So, all right, we're almost there. Devin, Painter Servant did not hold up very well there as much as we wanted it to against the scam deck. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? The Scam deck is very good at breaking up combos, and the Painter Servant deck, to its credit, does have a lot of other avenues of attack. Like there's Urza Saga, there's Fable the Mirror Breaker, Phyrexian Dragon Engine. There's other ways to kind of help grind out some of the more slow advantage decks, but that's not what Scam is about. Scam is about just taking your best card and then slamming a threat. It's kind of like a weird tempo deck in a way, but less of a all-in reanimator and more of like closer to the Delver style decks. But
Yeah.
I believe we are going to take a look at standard here, as I think they might be in game number 3. So let's see if we can get you on over to standard. And yes, they are. So Frederick against Will, game number 3, Golgari against Amir. And, if you're a Will Kruger fan, we didn't come here at a great time. There's a Glissa, I believe a Cruelty of Gix, and a Liliana in play, and Will has no non-land permanents.
Yeah, not exactly where you want to be. Now, I guess on the bright side, if this does were to go Frederick's way, your teammate Ryan picked up his win. So that, of course, means even if you were to lose, your team is not out of it yet. That would send it over to the modern seat. But before any of that, if you're Will Kruger, we say, is there a way to dig out of this? I mean, the answer, as you laid out, probably not. All you have to do is take a quick glance at the board to see that this one is probably out of reach for Will. But he has not picked his cards up yet. He is thinking about it. He's got a couple of spells in hand, and we'll see if he's able to find a line that keeps this game going.
Yeah, it looks like an Urtai and a Gix in Will's hand, which something. I mean, you can Urtai the Glissa. Unfortunately for Will, there's only 6 mana in play, so can't even double spell this turn. I guess you can go towards Restless Reef to answer the Liliana. If you answer the Liliana, then the cruelty, I believe the cruelty should be, I don't know what chapter it's on. There's no die on it, but maybe we can get coverage to confirm that. But it looks like Will is going for the Urtai on the Glissa. That gets one of the threats off the battlefield, but again, the combination of Liliana plus Cruelty plus Cottage plus Dread Knight plus the Virtue, it feels like it's going to be way too much for Will to overcome.
And Shieldred in hand is going to make sure to slam the door here for Frederick. Take a look at
the
this,
cruelty,
though. Sorry, go ahead.
The Cruelty was on no counters, I think. I don't know. Oh. I think what Frederick did is attack with the Glissa and remove the counters from the Cruelty. Very heads up line.
Yeah, which of course then the way these work sagas, they re-trigger. Of course, if that ever happens, that's how you can get extra uses out of them when you can do tricky things like that. But all of this is just showing off at this point for Frederick, who has the game well and truly locked up. It would seem, although Will is still thinking about it, still looking at his cards, still, how can we get into this? Now,
Thinking.
remember, his teammate, Dom Harvey, in the modern seat, is down a game to Charles. So if you're Will, you don't want to write this off, even though you feel like you are very, very far behind. You want to see if you can get anything out of it. And that is why he's not scooping. He's just passing the turn back to Frederick, who begins to resolve all of the various cards he has to work with. He's got a couple cards in hand. He's got a couple cards in play that can attack. He's got a creature land. He's got a saga that is ticking up as well. Looking very good. And you know what, though? We have an update from the back table. Devin, what did we see? This is good. This is Jeskai and Bant. We have a result.
Charles Dusterberg takes down the match over Dom Harvey. So this is for all the marbles, and this is not looking great for Will's team. Yeah, and that means this is going to do it. So the winner of this match will take down the entire match here, and I see a Dread Knight coming in, putting Will down to 6. And we don't like to call matches, but it seems like it's just all but about over. As we see another copy of Shieldred here for Frederick, and that's going to hit the battlefield. And all right, Will's got a might token, though. That might token, all right, never mind.
It might not either, though. Good games all around. Will, Dom, and Ryan offering the handshakes too. Frederick, Charles, and Kamari, who, with that win, punch their ticket into our finals here in Madison NRG Championship Series Team Trios. Congratulations to them.
That was a great match. I mean, we didn't see a ton of that standard match, but just overall, the painter games were pretty interesting. We saw a little bit of Jeskai versus Nadu. We kind of got to see, and that's another story of the event too. We've been talking about this all weekend. What deck is going to be the one that can dethrone Nadu? Now, to be fair, the finals yesterday was just a little bit short. Garrick fell just shy of losing in the finals to Nadu. So we'll have to see if maybe history can repeat itself. As we have Jeskai on one side of the bracket, I presume we probably have Nadu on the other side. So we'll have to see exactly how the finals turns out.
Yeah, well, and you know what? The finals are what is coming to you next. We appreciate all of you hanging out with us. Look, Devin's been at this all day. You've seen a ton of Magic, and we've got one more round for you before we let you take a break for some dinner, Devin. But we are going to be back on the other side of the break for the finals, the championship here in Madison of our team trios. Stick with us. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is it. We are into the finals here in Madison, the NRG Championship Series. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell coming to you. We have witnessed some amazing Magic over the weekend. We've also witnessed some very long turns of Nadu over the weekend. We've had a little bit of all. And it all comes down to this, the last match of the weekend, the finals of our tournament. And these players, we want to remind you what they are playing for. Not only are they playing for a bunch of money. There are invites on the line. These players have earned RC invites as a result of their finishes. And now there are additional invites that they are playing for. Devin, what is the big prize that everyone at these events, when you show up to an NRG Series event coming near you, is looking for? What are we trying to do here?
I mean, they're trying to qualify for champs. I mean, that is the end goal here. At the end of the year, we will have 24 of the best players over the course of the entire season. As you see Steven Dykman on your screen, last year's Victor, $35,000 prize pool on the line. And you see Nikachu and Dom Harvey are also qualified for our end of year championships already. And yeah, I mean, this is really the culmination of the entire season, the best of the best. And, as far as you speaking of, if you would like to come out to one of these events and perhaps trying to qualify for yourself, we got a couple of events coming up here. So we have the next one, I believe, is going to be in Louisville. That is September 14th and the 15th, not too far away. It's going to be a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, followed by a 5K Standard Trial on Sunday. And then a few weeks after that, towards the beginning of November, we're going to be heading to Indianapolis. That is November 2nd. That is going to be a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, followed up by a 5K Pioneer Showdown on Sunday. And as you mentioned, a lot of these events are going to be towards the end of the season. These are our last two events of the year, and that is going to determine those last spots for the champs.
That's right. We've got most of the field, or at least maybe some of the field for the champs filled out. More of it will be filled out by tonight, but there are spots remaining. And of course, you don't just have to win a showdown, although that's an easy way to get there. That'll get you there directly. You can earn points over the course of the season, right? And you can do that not just for top eights or winning. You can do that for top 16, top 32s. The point is, if you make it out to an NRG Series event and you play well and you improve, there is something for you to earn, something for you to gain. And that's what makes the entire concept of the series building up towards that championship at the end so exciting. And of course, the teams that we're about to witness in the finals are trying to get there directly. So, with that said, what are we watching? I'll tell you where we're starting, and that is with the teams of Daniel Weiser, Andrew Elgboen, and Matthias Hunt, who advanced through, and we have them going up against Borgamenki, Desselberger, and Bolger, who we've got to watch throughout this top 8. So that is your players. The matchups, I'll tell you where we're starting. We're going to start in Modern. The reason, I know you know what we're talking about, it's Nadu. But listen, it's 7:30 p.m. where I live here on a Sunday night. Some of you might be watching this on YouTube in the future, might be watching the VOD, in which case the card Nadu, Winged Wisdom, might or might not actually be legal where you are. But where we stand right now, it is perhaps for the last time. People have called it the swan song of the bird, and we want to be clear-eyed about that fact and say that we're going into the final match of the weekend here, and we're going to see Jeskai Control versus Bant Nadu in the Modern seat. Reminder, this is Team Trios. We'll be showing you both Standard and Legacy, but we want to get down there for what could be the final appearance of the bird in Modern. So that's what we have on tap for our finals. Doomwake.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of been talking about this the whole weekend. This is really the Nadu menace is all over the place, obviously. And the question that we've been asking the entire weekend is there a deck that can possibly dethrone it? And now, to his credit, Garrick Alford has done a fantastic job against Nadu all weekend. We saw Garrick lose in the finals of the showdown yesterday to Nadu, but was 6-2 on the day across the standings against Nadu itself. And we just saw it in the last round. Nadu lost to Jeskai Control, Nadu in the hands of Dom Harvey. So that is where we want to start here. And as you mentioned, this might be the last time we see it on camera, so we want to give it a proper send-off. And we'll have to see if this Jeskai Control deck can take down Nadu once again. I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, if you look at the Jeskai deck, it does kind of look like it's reasonably set up. The 4 Wrath of the Skies in the main deck, a bunch of spot removal, Solitudes. So if anything has a chance to do it, it's got to be this Jeskai deck, right?
That's the right way to look at it. And look, I'll be honest, I don't think Garrick Alford's record against it yesterday was an anomaly. The problem, of course, for any deck that you build to beat Nadu is that There are, in fact, other decks in the format that are not Nadu, and sometimes those are the energy, as you put it, zoo decks, right? With a Johnny that can just present an entirely different game plan that you have to interact with. And that is part of the problem in any format where you see a deck take over. The way Nadu has is that even if you can beat that deck, if you can't beat anything else, then it doesn't matter. And going back to our modern open yesterday, we know that Nadu, while obviously the most popular deck and the deck we saw make up half of our top eight, it was about 20% of the field. That means 80% of the field chose not to bring it. And as you get deeper into a tournament, obviously you expect to see it. But the point is you have to be prepared for everything. And sometimes that means something like Nadu can still dominate. So I don't know if we'll get a chance to look at the deck lists here. If we will, we maybe take a final look here at them before we hop in. There is Charles Dusterberg's Jeskai Control. You mentioned it being set up to take down Nadu. We see Dress Down as a really fun answer for me, but Wrath of the Skies has been the card we watched in the hands of Garrick that even when you're just firing it off early on turn 2 to try to get just a little bit of value, it's been the thing that it ties it all together and starts to strand cards like Chords of Calling in the Nadu player's hand.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Dress Down as a good point because we the card Nadu is designed in such a way that it is sort of not the exchanges that it makes on the battlefield. The Nadu player is most of the time going to be up in those exchanges. The one instance of where that doesn't necessarily materialize is in the form of Dress Down, where you play Dress Down, replaces itself on the enter the battlefield, so you're not down a
Mhm.
card off of the Dress Down, and then you are able to trade 1-for-1 with something like Galvanic Discharge on the Nadu. So it
Right.
kind of gives you this, interesting way to sort of sidestep the ability. On top of the fact that even if you don't have the removal spell, say that Nadu player goes for Nadu with a Shuko in play, you can play Dress Down in response, even if you have nothing left over, to at least buy you that one turn.
And Dress Down is a really good example of a card that it has its uses against Nadu. You just illustrated them. But if you draw it against Boros Energy, it's not the worst. As you mentioned, it replaces itself. It's not a card you necessarily want in various matchups, but at least it does something and it cycles and it does all of these little bits of something that make it work, right? And it makes the deck maybe function at a higher level than something that is just built specifically to prey on Nadu might. And that's why you see players like Charles go for Jeskai control. And that's why, even though this is, you see a heavy focus on energy, the control avenue has been what players historically go to beat combo decks like Nadu. The problem, as you illustrated, is that Nadu's abilities make it so hard to interact with it via normal removal, in addition to the fact that when it does its thing, it literally just ends the game and wins. That it makes it really difficult for a lot of decks to interact with it all. But Dress Down gives it a shot. Wrath of Skies gives you a chance to keep the board clear. All the counter spells can keep it from showing up at all. And of course, you then have the exile effects, the subtleties, and flages. So, I mean, this is what a control deck looks like, always tied together by the one ring. But this is if you want to beat Nadu, or if you want to beat the rest of the format, if Nadu is not legal when you're listening to this, this is a good place to start as a control deck, like you see Charles bring to the finals of our tournament here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is textbook control deck, the 4 counter spells, a bunch of cantrips, get galvanic discharges, and kind of one thing that is very interesting to me about this control deck is how quickly it is able to turn the corner. Now, I will point out in the mana base, we've seen a lot of these Jeskai decks when we saw Garrett Alfred play have a copy of Arena of Glory. And then if you take a look at the mana base, Corbin, there is
Mhm.
no Arena of Glory present. There is the Minamo, the Monumental Henge, Otawara, that's kind of the flex spots, but no arenas. And that actually could be a huge deal because we've seen time and time again where Flage is in the graveyard, arenas in play, and that really presents, that sort of represents effectively a 1 turn, sometimes a 2 turn clock.
Right.
And the difference between Flage having haste and not having haste is really huge, especially when you need to get your Nadu opponent dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially 9 damage, not to mention sometimes the extra trigger can be what you need just to clear the board. I mean, how many Flage figures have we seen take down Wall of Roots over the course of the weekend, right? That can sometimes just be what you need. So, all right, I think we are getting ready. Our players are shuffling up. We are nearing the finals of the tournament. It's been a long weekend, but it has been a fun one. Devin, excited to cast the finals here with you. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So I believe Ellenbogen is going to be in the play because they are the 1 seed, Charles the 7 seed. So that certainly could be that is certainly a huge part of this as well. And really what Ellenbogen is looking for is a sort of it's tough, right? Because if you have a fast start with a bunch of 1 drops or other mana dorks, that kind of plays into the Wrath of the Skies. But if you go too slow, then you're kind of playing into the control game plan, and you can't really afford to give this Jeskai deck a lot of time. So you kind of need a little bit like a mix of both. But I think in general, I believe that Ellenbogen just kind of wants to go as fast as possible, just because giving the control deck enough time to start casting the One Ring and able to hold up mana and things like that is not where Ellenbogen wants to be.
It looks like both players actually going to keep on mulliganing here, so going to be a bit of a slower start. I have to imagine. I don't know. I guess I would think that the mulligans would advantage the control deck that doesn't need as many cards to piece together to do its thing. That said, Nadu obviously mulligans very well, and it only needs a couple of cards, so it's kind of a push and pull there because the control deck, of course, wants access to as many resources as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is when you have when you have the One Ring in your deck, it doesn't really matter how many mulligans you take. Like if you just keep
Yeah.
a hand that's maybe a piece of interaction, a One Ring and a couple of lands, the piece of interaction maybe buys you enough time to get to the One Ring, and once you have that card in play, it just kind of undoes essentially every single mulligan that you've taken up to that point. So, and because Andrew is not really trading resources for Charles, like Andrew is not something like a Jund deck or a Control Mirror. Charles is not going to be, worried about not having enough resources in hand. Just really wants to be able to find that early interaction to kind of stymie Andrew's draws a little bit, and then kind of parlay that into something like again the One Ring, Flage, something along those lines.
We've talked a lot about these players, by the way, and all of these players very skilled. Andrew Ellenbogen, by the way, Pro Tour top 8 member. Let's not
Oh
forget
yeah.
that. So, when we talk about the skill level with these NRG events and what it means to qualify for the championship at the end of the year, it doesn't just mean, oh, you showed up and you spiked a tournament, you did well. Look, it means that you played over the course of a season against some of the absolute best players, not just in the region, but in the country, in the world, including Pro Tour winners like Andrew Ellenbogen. So that is what you get is an opportunity to test yourself and level up and improve at the game. Like I know so many of us want to do these events in paper. There's really no way to replicate the kind of experience you get playing 7 or 8 competitive rounds over the course of a day to try to get to a position like this. So some of the absolute best players you will find are present here this weekend in Madison. Obviously, you find 6 of them here at this table. Looks like we are finally keeping our opening hands, and here we go. Windswept Heath pass.
Yeah, taking a look, trying to get a good look at Ellenbogen's hand, I saw an Outrider, a Temple Guard, and a Shuko, a Saga, and a Shifting Woodland. So a bit of a mana heavy hand here. Now, we kind of had this discussion where the Urza Saga, traditionally good against control because it's able to generate multiple bodies that Charles eventually has to answer. But because of the fact that there are copies of Wrath of the Skies in the Jeskai deck, that is a clean way to kind of take care of an Urza Saga. And, we saw Garrick yesterday. There was that, remember that game where Garrick had a couple of Wrath of the Skies early and just
Yep.
fired them off on turn 2 and turn 3 on sagas as
Right.
stone rains. And, if there is a copy of Wrath in Charles's hand, I'd be interested to see if that is something that he decides to fire off, if Andrew deploys the saga next turn.
All right, no 1 drop from Andrew. I did spot an encore in his hand. It looks like we do have a saga here, though, on turn 2. So we're setting up for that turn 4 combo win that the deck can often do, where they establish for the first few turns that you use your saga on turn 4 when you have access to a Nadu via either Nadu or Cord. So that could be where we're headed, but we'll just skip ahead a little bit and play Shuko now. That
Yeah,
gets it
interesting.
going, yeah.
Interesting decision for Andrew to play the Shuko here, is aware of the presence of Wrath of the Skies. So, if say Charles takes this turn off, I did spot a Wrath of the Skies in Charles's hand. So takes this turn off, and the next turn can Wrath for 1 to clean up the Shuko and the Urza Saga. So that is going to be a backbreaking play next turn. And Andrew picks
Ooh,
up a copy of Delighted Halfling.
might even be better. Well, I guess it would hit that, but if you can't hit for more than that, the halfling could work out here for Ellenbogen.
Yeah,
Certainly gives them more options.
Presumably, if Ellenbogen is playing the Saga here, I'm guessing he's probably just going to want to make a Saga token this turn.
Yeah.
Looks like the Shifting Woodland, and presumably that's going to be a pass. But this Wrath is still going to be pretty backbreaking. It's going to take care of the Saga and the Shuko. Now, Andrew does still have that Outrider Encore left over, which, if a Nadu comes off the top, that in combination can, if both those resolve, and maybe Charles doesn't have as much interaction left, that could help. But yeah, we see the Wrath here, and that's going to set Andrew kind of back to the Stone Age.
Well, and what's huge about this here is not only does it obviously get the Shuko and the Urza Saga, but it also sends Andrew's mana to waste, right? If his plan was to just make a construct, he's not able to really to advance very far with that. So big play here from Charles on turn 3. Wrath of the Skies has just been absolutely clutch. Every time we've seen it played, it's been the card that makes these Jeskai decks work.
Yep. So yeah, Andrew's leftovers: 2 lands, a Delighted Halfling, and an Outrider, and I believe another copy of Saga. That's actually pretty good, because now Andrew can go back onto the Saga plan, where maybe next turn make a construct, turn after make a construct, Saga fetch a Shuko, and Charles is really going to need a second copy of Wrath.
Another Wrath would be insane, but Flage is not bad either, right?
Yeah, so there's a Flage. Trying to get a good look at the leftovers here for Charles. I think I see a Discharge and I think a whole bunch of lands. So not a lot going on for Charles here. And Andrew picked up, I want to say, a Wall of Roots.
You can, I mean, if Andrew's not presenting a game-ending threat, at least for the moment, if you're Charles, you now have access to Flage in your graveyard. So Fetch gets 1 more into your graveyard. Discharge puts another one in your graveyard. That gets you to 3. If one of those cards in your hand is a fetch land, that gets you to 4. Surveil gets you to 5. We've done this math before. That might be enough to get you to Flage. But that said, Andrew is in fact presenting an incredible board with the Wall of Roots and an Urza Saga about to pop.
Yeah, end of turn can make another construct token, and Charles is really going to need something this turn. Discharge can take care of one of the constructs at least. He's going to surveil here. Presumably wants to just put most things into the graveyard just for the Flage specifically. I mean, you can imagine if there's a 1 ring on top, Charles is maybe interested in keeping a card like that, but not a lot that you would want to keep here because you're so close to getting this Flage into the graveyard. And as I say that, I'm proven wrong. There, we got a top here from Charles.
Yeah, I guess so. But okay, here we go. Land number 5
was a Wrath of the Skies. So Wrath is going to be able to clear the Wall of Roots and the Saga. So 2 Sagas up, 2 Sagas down for Andrew. And again, still doesn't really have much going on here after this Wrath of the Skies.
Well, again, with the wasted mana too. I mean, you look at it that way. We're talking 6 wasted mana for Ellenbogen here over the course of the first 4 turns. That's not irrelevant because he's planning on doing something with that. He was going to make tokens and have a backup plan. But Wrath of the Skies, as it's done all weekend, just absolutely taking over.
We're going to make a construct token.
Sure. All right.
Resolves. You got it. Construct token enters the battlefield and frankly, quickly leaves the battlefield. And yeah, looks like Andrew's leftovers are just 2 lands and an Outrider Encore. So I guess we're on Outrider beatdowns.
Well, there's a Shifting Woodland, right? So I see probably Delirium in the graveyard if we were to surveil a Nadu in, right?
So
Not
that
with the
would
Encore
have
gone though.
Yeah, that would have been good if the Outrider was still in play.
Yeah, with the Outrider gone to that Discharge, I guess you still get the Surveil land, but now Ellenbogen is just really, really getting pinched off here from any kind of board presence.
Yeah,
the Sagas have been a liability, which is not something you say often.
Right. Yeah. Normally they're very good against the control deck. And I think this is kind of just the big difference between Wraths of Old and Wrath of the Skies specifically, where normally a card like Wrath of God or Damnation, if let's say that the Wrath of the Skies didn't blow up enchantments, and you were in a spot where you could say, okay, your Wrath resolves, end of turn, I'll make a construct token, untap, I'll make another one, and keep going from there. But the fact that that Wrath of the Skies also destroys the enchantment is so backbreaking, and it just like it, a big part of Andrew's plan in this matchup is Saga tokens, because with the amount of removal that Charles has access to, you're not really going to set up the combo too often. But yeah, you did mention that Woodlands, which is online, not a ton of good things to copy. That was the issue.
Yeah, just a wall of roots out in play for Ellen Bogan. So, okay, kind of a difficult spot here to try to dig out of. Looking pretty good if you're Charles to pick up a game. And oh, by the way, his teammate, Frederick, in the standard seat, picked up the first game with Golgari midrange over Daniel Weiser's Gruul aggro, marching closer and closer to a possible title, possible seats at the NRG Championship at the end of the season. It starts here, if you're Charles, with closing out the Bantnadu menace that you've done a good job at every step of the way this game, keeping under control, keeping from developing any kind of a board state, anything that might threaten you. But now you've got to find a way to finish things off.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this in the beginning, where Wrath of the Skies is the big card in this matchup, and Charles has drawn two of them, and they've been pretty backbreaking both times. And it really just sets Andrew back to square one. And this Nadu deck is, while extremely powerful, it does kind of need a lot of stuff in play, right?
Right.
You need the Nadu, a way to target, and it's some other creatures to be able to. Okay, what are we doing? We're copying
We
Urza
copied a saga.
Saga.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I don't entirely know how this works. I think that when you copy it, it goes to chapter 1, and then the saga counter remains on it. So I think if you copy it again next turn, it would go to chapter 2. I
If you
think
copy
that's
it in
how it
your
works.
upkeep, if you were to copy it in
Yeah.
your upkeep or draw step, you then hit your main phase and it adds a counter. I
Yeah.
think somehow that I think this would actually work. Yes. I think that's where we're at. However, where Charles is at is finally finding something to turn the corner, and that something is the One Ring. So I also spot what looks like another Wrath of the Skies in hand. Lorian revealed to go get a land. So Andrew doing cool things, Charles doing things that are more likely to actually just end the game. Now, that said, I guess the One Ring doesn't necessarily stop you from dying to a Nadu combo if Andrew were able to piece that together, but certainly back up against the wall for Ellen Bogan.
Yeah, and the Lorien revealed actually going to put a card in the graveyard for the Flage. Now, we did talk about during the when we were reviewing the deck list, we did mention that Charles does not have access to Arena of Glory.
Right.
So keep that in mind. It's going to shorten the clock a little bit. Now, that being said, Flage is still going to kind of just dominate this board here. Probably going to come down, maybe kill a construct, because it looks like Andrew is maybe on the Shifting Woodlands Urza Saga plan still, which is kind of funny to me. But I mean, if you got nothing else going on, you got to do something, right?
I guess so. I honestly have never seen this in my life. So I guess that's cool. We get to see that before this deck goes away. But Shifting Woodlands is stating out to me as yeah, it works really nice in this deck. I have a feeling this card might stick around even if Nadu doesn't, because Shifting Woodland appears to be pretty powerful in these green based combo decks.
Yeah, it just and the really interesting thing about Woodland is it is immune to a lot of, Wrath of the Skies is a card that we brought up, right? Wrath of the
Yeah.
Skies, fantastic against this Nanu deck, blows up the Shuko, the Saga, the Nanu, everything. It doesn't hit Shifting Woodlands. So if, Andrew finds himself in a spot where has a combo piece in the graveyard and a Woodlands in play, draws another combo piece, that is something that could lead to a victory here for Andrew. As we see, okay, so interesting. We Shifting Woodland copied the Urza Saga, had the opportunity to make a Saga token, and we didn't, and we chose to play the Halfling instead. So
We're
maybe just
just
wants
aiming to
access to
get it
more
to
mana next
3.
turn. Yeah.
Yeah, aiming to get it to 3. Go get the Shuko, draw Nadu, win the game. Hope your opponent's 7 cards are all bad. That's probably the hope. But that's really all you can do in this spot, right? I spot a dress down, a wrap disguise.
Oh, okay.
Charles thinking it through.
Yeah, chat is actually okay. I didn't know this is how that works. So apparently, when you get
Oh.
the lore counters from the saga, it permanently gains the ability, even if it is no longer an Urza saga.
Wow.
Interesting.
Today I learned that for sure. I thought we were actually on top of that, knowing that, hey, at least sticks around. I did not know that part of it.
That is a weird interaction. So I guess you just have an endless Urza saga on too. And funny enough,
Pretty
so
good.
we talked about how Wrath of the Skies is good at killing Urza saga. It's not good at killing a copy of Urza saga that is not an enchantment. So funny enough, Andrew still has that Urza saga in
Wow.
play.
And he can just make him one at the end step,
Yeah.
and he knows it, and there he goes making the construct. What a line. Great job, chat, by the way, and great job, Ellen Bogan, because this is very threatening if you can do it every turn forever. But of course, there is a
Well,
Flage for
yeah,
Charles.
Flage is going to take care of that. A construct token every turn is good, but you know what's better every turn? A lightning helix to kill
Yeah.
that construct token in combination with all the cards that Charles is getting from the One Ring. And yeah, presumably Flage is good against this sort of small ball bunch of Urza Saga token game plan. So you would imagine if Andrew can get out of this, it's likely going to have to involve a Nadu or some combination of combo piece off the top. I guess the Woodland does give you Shuko access, which there's a Shuko as well. So I mean it's something, but I think Andrew's going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, Andrew. Now this is where we look at the life totals. This is where you mention the arena, right? Like having haste last turn would have been pretty big there. That looked like a subtlety off the top for Charles, who of course can draw even more cards here, which looks like another ring and a couple more lands. So feels like this one is pretty much wrapped up. And on that note, look over in that legacy seat. Kamari Bolger with Painter's Servant, which we got to watch a little bit of in the last round, has taken the first game over Matthias Hunt's Demir Scam, which means if Charles is able to wrap this one up, as it looks like he's about to, his team would have gone 3 for 3 in those first 3 games, which, if you've ever participated in a team event before, feels as good as it can possibly feel.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe the last time we saw the Weiser, Ellenbogen, and Hunt team play, they all lost game number 1, and there was a bit of a reverse sweep. So let's see if the history can repeat itself, because yeah, this game is not looking super great here for Andrew. It's 7 life facing down Flage, One Ring, Teferi, all this stuff, Solitude in hand. I guess I don't see a white card, but Dress Down, that should certainly seal things up. Dress Down going to be able to sort of shut down whatever Andrew could potentially draw if it's, Nadu or any sort of combo piece. And yeah, we're going to make a construct here. And it looks like we are thinking about Dress Down now. No, we're discarding hand size. Okay. Is that a third saga? I think it might have been.
Yeah, Ellenbogen, not a lot you can do here. Takes a look at his card. At 7 life, staring down the One Ring, Teferi, Flage just replays a Shuko. Bit of a shrug. Yeah, this one is about to wrap up. It seems like, let's stick with this for a minute more, then we might be able to hop into another match, because remember, here in Madison, this is a Team Trios event, and that Shuko's not going to resolve anyway. It runs into Counterspell. But as I was saying, this is a Team Trios event. That means you can play with your friends, as 84 teams did. Do the math. That's 250 players we had out playing Team Trios today, Standard, Modern, and Legacy. Dress Down takes care of the token, actually, because it makes it lose the ability. And after 7 rounds and then a quarterfinals, a semifinals, here we are in the finals with Frederick Borgeminke, Charles Dusterberg, and Kamari Bolger looking to take the first 3 games of our finals, and that makes it official right there. Charles goes up a game in Modern. I think we might be able to hop right over to Standard here, which is starting for you all. We'll get you as much magic as possible of our championship match, and here we go.
Oh no, Frederick, don't do it. Creatures. creatures behind lands. You can't tell. Come on, we gotta get a table spotter down there, please. But yeah, this is the Golgari mid range against Gruul aggro. Now, as far as game one is concerned, I think it would generally. It's really close. I played a lot of this matchup. I
Yeah.
think that the Golgari deck is slightly ahead, but not by a ton. And then the thing is, when it comes to the sideboard, that's where we really get the heavy hitters here from the Gruul deck. One card that I want to highlight here is 4 copies of Urabrask's Forge, which is a card that we see a ton of in a lot of red decks, not just aggressive ones, mid range, control, all this kind of stuff. And the thing about Urabrask's Forge is it's actually pretty difficult for the Golgari deck to remove. Well, some lists have more answers than others, but in general, I would say that there's not as many answers as of right now. And it is a card that, given enough time, can very, very easily take over a game.
Yeah, I remember the first time someone played this against me. Granted, it was limited, but I had to do a double take after about the second turn on it, and I realized just how unbeatable it felt. And it turns out that translates over to standard in some cases as well. So, okay, we're on turn 3. We've got dueling early creatures here. Both players just kind of developing 17 to 20. What are sort of the things if you're if you're playing this matchup, what are we looking for in the first couple of turns, Doom, that matters, right? From either side here. Like what are the players looking to try to do to get ahead in the game?
So it's interesting because you see this Gruul aggro deck, and
Mhm.
you would think Gruul aggro, a lot of cheap creatures, a lot of pump spells, maybe some burn, things like that. But as we saw in previous matches, I remember the match where it was Daniel against Raja. We saw this red deck, the capability of it to. It just has this really innate ability to grind, right? Emberheart
Mhm.
Challenger finds more cards. Questing Druid, that's going to find more cards off the top of the library.
Right.
And especially in post board games, we mentioned the Urabrask's Forge. We mentioned there was Hunter's Talent, which is a card that Daniel boarded in the last match. Excuse me. And I think that the if the game is going well for Daniel, certainly you could go out of the gates and have like a really fast start, but that in general is not as good in the post board games with the
Mhm.
Golgari deck going towards a lot more sweepers. So it's kind of a little bit of both. But what I don't want to see for Daniel is a bunch of lands, and it looks like there are 3 lands left over in Daniel's hands. So draw steps not being super cooperative.
Yeah, I do spot a couple of lands at least over there for Frederick too. So maybe both players going a little slowly here. And I was going to say Frederick has access to a creature land there with the cottage, and now Daniel does as well, playing the skyline.
Cool. I think that was a Shieldred. I don't know if that was in hand or right off the top, but in any case, Shieldred is going to hit the battlefield this turn. And with Daniel on all lands, this game might be over pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that is one of those that if you can't, it's one thing when the board's stalled and it's taking you down for 2 at a time, but if it actually gets to start swinging, things get
Mm.
out of control very quickly. And unfortunately, I do think I saw another land drawn there for Daniel, trying to keep his team alive here in the finals at NRG Championship in Madison, but that is in fact just 3 lands over there. Frederick Orgamenki looking very, very good behind that Shieldred to take a big step towards claiming the title for his team.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of exactly what we saw in one of the last times that we were watching Daniel, where Daniel kept a hand that was 3 lands, 4 spells, and only drew lands the whole game. Now, maybe it was 3 lands, 3 spells, because I think Daniel made a mulligan this game. But in any case, yeah, I mean, just the top of the deck has not been kind to Daniel. And I mean, I think Golgari is ahead, as I said, in this matchup because cheap creatures that block well, Preacher, cheap removal spells, cut down, go for the throat, Shieldred for a life gain, Virtue for a life gain, especially this specific version. Not a lot of Golgari decks are playing a bunch of virtues, and Frederick has decided to play the full 4 copies and kill your creature, gain a little bit of life. When your aggressive deck is trying to race, can be really difficult here, as we see this Ridge line getting in the way of Dread Knight. I wonder if Frederick is. I mean, Frederick is probably okay with this though, because then you can just cast it from the graveyard and gain life with the Shieldred. So you're probably totally fine with this.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan here. I mean, he doesn't know, of course, right, when he makes that attack that Daniel's only play with all that mana is to just activate the creature, right? That
Yeah.
seems like maybe not exactly what you're the most scared of given the options. And in fact, he does just follow up with the Preacher of the Schism.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see
all
if we
right,
can find
this
a
is
spell.
maybe last chance
Uh,
here, basically, for Daniel, for being honest about how many turns he has to draw out of this. Let's see what the hit was. He's
it was a
thinking about it.
spell.
What's the spell?
It's not a great spell, though. It's a Tyvar stand. So, a couple of options here. You can try to use the stand defensively, where you go block the Shieldred,
Right.
stand. You could attack, and then if Frederick blocks, stand to kill. Or you could quote unquote cycle the stand, which is just cast it for 1 mana, get a card off the challenger. I think if I'm in Daniel's position, you're so far behind that I think you might just have to try to use it defensively.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Daniel's just going to pass the turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know Frederick is he's not on a ton of cards in hand. He had 2, I believe. He's going to 3. If you're Daniel, given the position you're in, well, I guess it was 3 going to 4. You basically just have to hope, and it's not an unreasonable hope that Frederick doesn't have anything extra. However, this is devastating. Devastating.
Oh, it's not even just a removal spell, right? If it
Yeah.
was go for the throat or cut down, Daniel could just say, okay, I'll Tyvar stand in response. Liliana just gets around the Tyvar stand entirely, and that is so brutal here for Daniel.
Oh, he just say, yeah, you got it, man. It's fine. Sure. Or maybe we're thinking about it. I'm not sure. There we go. The minus happens. That makes target opponent sacrifice a creature. Now, here's the thing, though. Now, and this doesn't help with the stand, but he does have the ability to activate the Ridgeline.
Yeah, you could just 4 mana sack the Ridgeline. I think that makes sense because one of your only ways out of this is to kind of like chain a couple of cards, hit a card off the challenger, maybe a monstrous rage, and it does make kind of sense. Now, here's the thing: do you just block with the challenger and use the stand to keep it alive for a turn and take less damage? The answer is no, but we're actually not even attacking with the Shieldred.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to risk it to, say, Monstrous Rage or anything else that could
Yeah.
make it big enough, I suppose. It recognizes that I have this in play. Not only is it eventually going to kill you by draining you, it's going to keep my life total safe. You're the Monstrous Rage deck. If I'm above 20, Monstrous Rage is a lot less scary. And oh, by the way, I still have cards in hand, and here comes another one.
I think it was a spell. Couldn't quite get a good look at it. Definitely the Tyvar stand. And now you're in the same spot here for Daniel. Do you want to hold up the stand for defense? Do you want to attack and try to, entice Frederick to block with the Shieldred? But, given Frederick's in no attack with the Shieldred last turn, it seems very unlikely he's going to put that in front of the way of the challenger if that does
Right.
attack. So, I mean, you're probably in the same spot where you have to play it on defense. It could be a monstrous rage. I wonder. We got the. We're thinking about something. I'm confused. Okay.
Sure.
Land was picked up and then replayed. Got it. Okay. Um. I think Daniel's best draw step here is probably Questing Druid, where that can find you some more action off the top.
Right.
Um.
So also we keep in mind Daniel's got 2 cards in hand right now. I'm not sure exactly how his mana lines up with those, but if Frederick untaps and has the ability to uptick Liliana, you may end up losing one of those cards. So just another thing to keep in mind, and that maybe what's happening with the land here. I don't know
Oh. Okay.
if we decided if he's allowed to pick up that land or not.
I see. Yeah, it
It's
also might be a
possible. Yeah.
situation. It also might be a situation where he wants to play. I think it was a Manifold Mouse, and he might want to play Manifold Mouse, target the challenger, go to combat, and then if a land is hit off of the challenger, then you could play that land. Because think about it this way: where challenger is a 2/2. If you play the Manifold Mouse with no kicker, I'm gonna call it kicker offspring.
It
But
is kicker.
we're gonna play it for the full amount. So that's interesting. We can target the challenger twice to give it double strike and trample. We could also potentially play an untapped land and then Tyvar stand for 1, which would make it a 4/4 double strike indestructible trample, which would certainly attack past the Shieldred. But I wonder if this is just a defensive play from Daniel. And I think, like you mentioned, wanted to keep the land in hand because of that Liliana.
That's right. And now we appear to be debating passing the turn, thinking it through. Looks like Daniel may be counting out some math. A lot to go on here, a lot to consider. This is what it all comes down to. And keep in mind, these players have been playing Magic not just all day today, but all weekend. And here they are at the end of it all, playing the biggest match of them all with all the pressure. It's a lot to play through. You cannot fault them for taking their time on every decision that they make, making sure everything is correct. And here we go. Daniel finds the talent and goes for the land and plays a talent and just passes the turn back. So here we go. Big turn here. That was about all Daniel could hope for, is to just get back on board, get some board presence, get things going again. And now, action over to you, Frederick.
Yeah, the Liliana's going to get the Tyvar stand out of the hand. And then I believe there was also a copy of Scrap Shooter, I think is the last card in Frederick's hand, which for those of you who don't know that card, it is the 3-mana 4/4. Let me pull up the exact text on it. 3-mana 4/4 reach. You can gift a card. When it enters, if the gift was promised, destroy an artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. So that could, if the gift was promised. The funny thing that I didn't realize at first glance with gift a card is with Shieldred, where you could force your opponent to draw a card and then deal them 2 damage with Shieldred to like kind of one shot them, which it'll be pretty funny if that comes up this game.
That is likely to come up over the course of, maybe not this game, but over the course of these two cards overlap in standard, which is kind of funny. Liliana was also very good this game, right? Not only did it do that earlier, the minus earlier to take a creature out, it has now got Tyvar stand. Liliana has actually been legal in standard for years at this point, and it just it feels like it's been on the verge of playability, and it comes in and out of decks, but it was very powerful here, as it's very good overall in this Golgari deck. And here, this is a big attack from Frederick. So Daniel is he did everything he could to get back on the board, needed things to go his way. And now this is the last chance here, right? You need Frederick to not have much going on. Instead, he has the card we just saw. We see that he is promising a gift and pointing his finger at the talent.
Yeah, this is lethal because Daniel's going to draw off a Shieldred this time, going to go to 1, and then draw step is going to die to the Shieldred. So unless there's an upkeep Witchstalker Frenzy, maybe? No.
There
that is going to do it.
Not. That's a handshake. The first game of the finals going over to Frederick Borgaminki with Golgari mid-range, taking down Daniel Weiser's Gruul aggro. We have one result here in the finals, NRG Series. Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake, and I in the booth bringing to you the finals of our tournament. That was a great match.
Yeah, that was an amazing match. Got to see some awesome standard action. I mean, Daniel was kind of behind that whole game as we kind of came into it, flooded a little bit, was able to muster up something a little bit, with the Tyvar stand and the Emberheart Challenger, but that Liliana off the top just kind of sealed the deal. I think we are going to get to take a look into Legacy because we started with Modern, switched to Standard, and going to get you guys some Legacy action for the finals. So this is game number 2. Kamari Bulger on Painter Servant is up a game over Matthias Hunt on Demir Scam. This game doesn't look as good for the Painter Servant player.
Yeah, it would only be right for us to go from Modern to Standard to Legacy, as this is a Team Trios event. And look, when we've seen this deck before, we've other versions of it called it Demir Frog, because it turns out it's all about the Psychic Frog. And Psychic Frog is really going off here for Matthias Hunt, who appears to have a massive lead as we come into this game. And, well, if you're a fan of Islands, you're doing well, as it turns out. Kamari has a mix of islands and mountains, but it's just the 2/2 bit of the Harbinger of the Seas that's a big problem at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Harbinger of the Seas kind of makes Ancient Tomb a little bit better. So, I mean, you don't have to take damage from it, Matthias has got a basic swamp in play too. I think Matthias has a copy of Entomb, Reanimate, and Grief, I think is what Matthias is working with, which funny enough would be pretty good here, but only access to one basic swamp or one black source of mana in play. So can't quite do that. And we're going to see, I think, is that Fairy Macabre? Yeah, Fairy Macabre. We got 2 of them. Get them out of here.
All right. Well, I guess that's why we weren't able to do anything else, though, unfortunately. But yeah, get the cards out of here.
All right, we're tapping 5 man. Oh, this is why we're fairy
Okay.
macapping. We have a dragon engine in the graveyard. So that's going to allow Kamari to discard hand, draw a couple of cards, try and find some action. Yeah, don't want those two Urza Sagas against. Or wait, is that might be Saga and Phyrexian Devourer? Yeah, I think it was Devourer, which, to be fair, you don't want that card in the hand either. We're
Right.
going to see an attack for 4, but I think Matthias just has lethal on the crackback, right? You just go discard cards to Frog, give it flying, and then I think that's going to be all over.
Unless there's a blast, which there is not, because there you go, Kamari picking them up. Well, does that send us back over to where it all began? Modern and Nadu? Oh, look, Nadu's in play. We'll see where we're at here, but here we go. This could be the last time you see it. It is Andrew Ellenbogen playing Nadu. He has the bird in play. He's got a Hex Parasite in play. If you don't recognize that card up top there, it looks like a lot of his hand has been revealed to Charles, including a Swan Song to protect. So, hey, is that the Titania I spot?
Yes, I believe it
Oh, we
is. So
found it. We found
Ellenbogen,
it.
yeah, this is interesting. Where Ellenbogen has, let me pull up the deck list here real quick. Yeah, one Titania Protector of Argoth in the sideboard. We've seen this kind of in and out. Some of them have it, some of them don't. And what's nice about this card in these kind of matchups is, we talked about the kind of the fair plan, right? With Urza
Right.
Saga, and you need to have a plan for your opponent being able to interact with your combo early and often, which the Jeskai deck is very capable of doing. And Titania is a fantastic card in those kinds of matchups because it provides a body, gets a land back from the graveyard, makes another body, and it also kind of sort of combos in this weird way with Shifting Woodland,
Mhm.
where if Titania is in the graveyard, you can say hold off on a couple of fetch lands, end up using the woodland to copy the Titania, and then use those fetch lands afterwards to make a bunch of 5/3s. So it kind of
Yeah.
really, it kind of gives Andrew this additional angle of attack, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, it gives it a certainly more to think about out of the sideboard. This is a really interesting spot here. We've got Flage in play, which has shot something. We're not quite sure which it targeted there. I would assume the Hex Parasite, I guess, but it revealed the Wall of Roots to the Nadu trigger. So we have no way of continuously triggering Nadu right now. That seems to be where things are at. But at the same time, Charles doesn't have a board wipe to just make it uh, sort of easy. But here we go. Court of Calling. That runs straight into Counterspell, which runs straight into Swan Song, which means Court of Calling is going to restall.
Oh my goodness. Andrew with the Swan Song, and the Swan Song token is a token of himself.
Oh, and you know what? You
Classic.
can get a token
Love
of
it.
yourself if you win one of these events. That's what everyone is doing it for. Look, the points are nice, the money's nice. Obviously, qualifying for the championship is nice, but the token you get by Inkling Custom if you win one of these showdowns, you can do what Andrew Ellenbogen did. Look at that. So, all right, let's see where he goes from here. The Court of Calling is going to resolve. Now we're doing Nadu stuff with the Encore. So,
Seems like we're done,
yeah,
probably.
it seems like we'll pop back over to Legacy if we get a chance here. I suppose we should stick here for a minute though, make sure that Andrew does not completely whiff. Judge is talking it over, but if Andrew's able to pick this one up, as it looks like he's in a pretty good spot to, of course, that would make him even with Charles Dusterberg. And yes, so we're making sure we haven't missed anything in Legacy. So we'll get you back over there for Demir Scam and Painter's Servant between Matthias and Kamari as soon as we can. In the meantime, here it is, the end of Nadu.
Yeah, this, like you said, this might be the last weekend that we get to see Nadu on camera. So it's very interesting to see exactly what happens. We're probably going to get a game 3 here, presumably. So the big question is, will Jeskai be able to take down Nadu? And the answer yesterday was no, but we'll have to
Yeah.
see if that can certainly change.
Yeah, that was the final match yesterday was Jessica Control versus Bant Nadu. It may very well end up being the final match, possibly playing out here today as well.
Now, here's the question, Corbin. Are we going to have a 45-minute BBD turn? Here's the
Never again.
question.
Never again, I hope. And you know
See,
what's great is
that's
I've covered BBD playing Lantern. I've sat there and
oh,
written about
oh
like
boy.
covered a match of BBD playing Lantern. Like I've been through the ringer, you know?
Yeah.
But yesterday in that Nadu turn, that was something else. That was something else. So if you were with us, if you're just joining us now, first of all, welcome. Second of all, yesterday we watched a 45-minute Nadu turn by BBD as he was working out how exactly to present a deterministic loop that his opponent would accept that fit the criteria of the Magic tournament policy. And it took quite a while. And it was a send off for Nadu. And there you go, Ben Nadu picking up the win in the hands of Andrew Elbogen there to even that matchup with Charles Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell in the booth with you. We've got one match down and two others that are going to come down to a third game.
We're so close to crowning a champion, and we are going to get some game threes for you in just a little bit. Last information we had from our production, I believe Legacy is still shuffling up for their last game. So as soon as they are ready, we will get you down over there. And I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, it's a one that we've seen a couple of times where we've we kind of assume that the scam deck is relatively far ahead in this matchup just because there are definitely a lot of the painter deck is really all about setting up A plus B, and the
Right.
scam deck is very good at disassembling either A or B, right, where you have grief and reanimate and anything like that. So we are going to see exactly what happens here. Matthias looking at an opening 7, and looks like Kamari has already decided that we are going to take a mulligan.
I want to love this Painter Servant deck, but it feels like it's just not been able to piece anything together in these matches we've got to watch. But all it takes is one more. And if you're Kamari and you are able to pick up one more here, that's it. The tournament's over. You win. So huge stakes here. And all it takes is the Painter Servant deck can combo. So all it takes is a slight stumble out of a Demir deck, and you can get there. That said, it is in fact Kamari who is mulliganing down here, so not ideal. I spotted a couple lands that animate dead and engineered explosives over there for Matthias, so seems like a pretty reasonably reactive hand with also at least a long-term game plan there with the animate dead. I didn't spot whether it was a frog or not, but a lot of juicy targets for an opener over there from Matthias, and a pretty good one here for Kamari opening on Urza Saga.
Yeah, Urza Saga, that's kind of where you want to go. Now, we've seen Kamari play a couple of times. Oh, was that okay? That was a Wasteland. Got it. We've seen Kamari play a couple of times, and a card that has been really, really key in a lot of these matchups has been Vexing Bauble, which is not a
Mm-hmm.
card we see here, where Vexing Bauble gets to turn off Force of Will, Grief, Daze, all from being pitch cast. But yeah, no Vexing Bauble here, just a basic mountain and a Mox Opal on a mulligan against this grief deck that's very, very good at 1-for-1ing. This is everything is looking up here for Matthias. Now, as far as the hand is concerned, I think I see a couple of reanimates. Looks like an animate dead, an engineered explosives,
Mm-hmm.
and I think there might be a frog hiding out there. So has a lot of ways to reanimate, but doesn't necessarily have that way to put the creature into the graveyard.
Yeah, and you can see Matthias thinking it over here. It's turn. Well, I guess it's not technically turn one; it's turn two. But we had a wasteland on turn one. Was really thinking over what he wanted to do there, and ultimately decides to play a surveil land and graveyard the card there. I'm not sure if we can get maybe a judge or to maybe help them, but where we can see that a little easier. It's tough for us to catch the graveyard right now. Pretty good one to see when someone is playing reanimate, and I actually spot a grief. I think drawn.
Yeah, and that's huge because if there is a grief drawn for Matthias, the combination, has the grief, has the reanimate. Looks like we're going to pitch the animate dead, and this is kind of exactly what I was talking about earlier. Just without the vexing bauble, it's going to be really tough here. So okay,
Wow.
this is
Wow.
interesting.
Okay.
Where so Kamari does have two pieces of graveyard hate now. Matthias was hoping that there would only be one there, right? So you would take the
Right.
Graveyard Hate, reanimate the Grief, and move on with your life. But because there's two pieces, now likely has to just be content with taking the Fable and then holding off for you're just not casting the reanimate at that point. One
Yeah.
other thing I want to point out, very interesting decision here from Kamari. Chose not to cast the Fable, had the Ancient Tomb and the Mountain with the opportunity to cast Fable, but was worried about the presence of days. So decision from Kamari, not clear whether or not Matthias had the days at that point, but now with the Fable gone, doesn't really have a lot left over here.
Yeah, this is not a hand that looks like it's going to be putting together Painter's Servant anytime soon, right? That's the real problem here for Kamari is that you've already been now priced into this really reactive game that it's just not going to be able to work out because that Fable is now gone. In fact, he's just going to pass the turn back. So I guess you have the reanimation aspect covered. There's a reanimate in Matthias's hand, and you've got the Macabre, and you've got lots, but what you don't necessarily have, and it's just an answer to Psychic Frog. And look at that, Matthias Hunt says, fine, I'll throw these reanimates into my graveyard. No problem. I'll pump my Psychic Frog and draw some new cards, like a Psychic Frog.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a classic tale of drew too many sideboard cards, and the sideboard cards didn't happen to line up against the additional threats, right? And sometimes you see this in matchups where, like, I think this is a maybe similar to Arclight Phoenix and Pioneer, where,
Mhm.
or even like maybe some instances of Dredge in the past, where a lot of graveyard hate comes in. These graveyard focused decks get to kind of rely or pivot to a plan B. It turns out that Psychic Frog is just kind of the plan A and the plan B, and you have to overload your deck with so many sideboard cards to stop the Entomb Reanimate draws, and none of those cards line up well against Frog, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Now, to the credit of Kamari, there are a bunch of Pyroblasts, right? There's six
Yeah.
in the main, 3 Pyro, 3 Red Elemental. But now, even if you find one of those, that only answers one of the frogs, so the other one's still good to go.
Yeah, too little, too late at this point, I think. Yeah, what's interesting, you brought up Dredge. I do remember that. I remember you draw all of your Relic of Progenitus, and your opponent just casts the Prize Amalgams and attacks you.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a
Cast
minute,
Creeping Chill.
you're not allowed to do that.
Creeping Chill, 4 mana, 3 damage. Good
Yeah,
night.
right. Stinkweed Imp attacking me. We're not. That's not how this is supposed to work. But you said it. Psychic Frog is both Plan A and Plan B, and just replaces itself anytime it gets through, and it just snowballs to an absurd extent. As Matthias is really running away, obviously now with this one, and if we think Matthias closes this out, picks it up, that would send it back to the modern table to determine a winner.
Yep, and presumably that is likely where we're going to end up going. It seems pretty difficult for Kamari to get out of this. I mean, Painter Servant is a deck it's a combo deck, right? You're trying to set
Right.
up A plus B, and you don't tend to have as many good draws when you don't have either A or B, and that appears to be, excuse me, the situation that we're in right now. So we see a card drawn. I believe that was from the Psychic Frog. And yeah, I mean, I think Matthias just has a couple cantrips in here. Maybe, I mean, at this point, Matthias just wants to maybe find a Force of Will to kind of
Right.
close it out officially. If there's some world where Kamari draws like back to back to back perfects, maybe there's a world. So yeah, Matthias really just
Well,
wants to find that copy of Force of Will.
Well, and you
Seal it up.
mentioned it earlier that this Painter Servant deck doesn't look like Painter Servant decks you saw 10 years ago or whatever in Legacy. And Fable the Mirror Breaker, when we're talking about, well, he needs this and then this and this and this, and you think, wow, this deck seems terrible. There's no way it could ever do any of that. Well, you have Fable the Mirror Breaker, kind of bridges it all together pretty well. And that's something we've talked about a lot over, I think, the course of the weekend in these formats is the cards that get you from the early game through the mid game into the late game, like Fable, like the One Ring. And that's what allows the deck to turn some of its just excess into gas. I mean, you don't want to be doing this, for instance. You'd rather be pitching this
Hard
Simian
cast, Simian
Spirit
Spirit
Guide.
Guide, folks.
Yeah, you might want to be pitching this one to that Fable. Unfortunately, you didn't get a chance this game. It was, of course, discarded. And instead, we are playing Simian Spirit Guide.
Yeah, I don't know if perhaps we can maybe switch over to modern just because this game is very, very likely over. Want to make sure we get some,
Yeah.
that last match on camera because if this is going to be the decider, if Matthias likely going to take that game over Kamari, and this is it for the entire tournament, the winner of this match. Going to take everything home, going to be qualified for the NRG championships. And Charles going to shock land number 4 in and pass, perhaps representing a subtlety or something along those lines. Most likely subtlety would be my guess. And looks like we have a Vexing Bauble and an Urza Saga here for Andrew. So kind of on this perhaps maybe Saga fair plan. We'll have to see what the contents of Andrew's hand is. I think I saw an Endurance among some other things. We're actually just going to pop the Bauble here.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's important that you have the 4 mana for the subtlety you mentioned because you can't play it for free, which we've seen come up a lot against Nadu. That said, here we go, just moving the Saga up to 2, playing the land is Ellenbogen. Decides he doesn't actually need the bauble. I did spot, if nothing else, I see an Endurance, a Court Calling, a Swan Song in hand. So Swan Song can do quite a bit of work to protect against Jeskai control, as we've seen. And if Andrew Ellenbogen can figure out how with these cards to pull off Nadu combo one last time, his team will win the championship of our Team Trios event here at NRG Series in Madison. Of course, Charles Dusterberg here is on Jeskai control, trying to do the same. Staring down Urza Saga on 2 with a big choice here of what to do, it seems. Set the cards down and went into the tank, started thinking about how do we go forward from here?
Yeah, it looks like Charles is working with a couple of counter spells, a Flage, and perhaps a Subtlety. Could have been a bluff last turn. So Charles did shock in that land number 4 to at least represent Subtlety. Maybe has it, maybe doesn't, maybe wants to bluff. But the hand for Andrew, I believe it was Court of Calling, Teferi, Swan Song, Springheart, Nantuko, Endurance, and I couldn't quite. Oh, it's the Sun Cleanser. Andrew actually drew Sun Cleanser that turn. So that is what Andrew has to work with. So a lot of options here. Going to make a Saga token. Maybe, the Saga is very likely to go get Shuko. And then from there, float mana, get Shuko. You can use, maybe play the Sun Cleanser this turn. Maybe wants to save the Court of Calling for a potential Nadu, but then that gets got by the counter spell. So a lot of interesting decisions, and it seems like Andrew is maybe content with just playing this plan B, right? Make some Saga tokens, present some other stuff. You could even Springheart Nantuko the Saga token and start going that route with backup with the Swan Song too. So
Lots to consider here for both players. Andrew also, by the way, holding onto a full grip of cards. Here we go. Looks like we're moving into the draw step. And Urza Saga is the draw, and there's an Urza Saga with a trigger on the stack that Andrew's going to decide what to do here. You can tick it up to 3 and do nothing and just get mana from it and go get something out of your deck. Or you can make a construct token. You already have one. Is making another one good? That puts pressure on Charles in a different sort of way. Now, keep in mind, we're playing team trios, and that means that these two players, having sat in the middle seats, have their teammates on either sides of them watching this match, and their matches are over. They've split. The winner of this wins the entire tournament. And in a team tournament, you are allowed to help your teammates. So this is not the one-on-one you're seeing these two players here. This is a 3-on-3 Hive Mind v Hive Mind that you are watching take place right now.
yeah, Matthias Hunt won the legacy match. Now we'll get to see if Matthias Hunt tokens can take down the modern match as well.
That's right.
And honestly, we I see chat kind of wanting to see a 5-hour turn. We might not even get to that point. These constructs with this another copy of Urza Saga might just be more enough to cross the finish line. They're already 3 power, which means
One
the
of them
one that's
has 4.
attacking is a 4/3. That's going to put Charles down to 11, and I couldn't quite get a good look at Charles's hand, but really is going to need a copy of Wrath of the Skies here, and would also need Wrath of the Skies with counterspell backup due to that
Right.
Swan Song.
Right. That's the real problem for him here is that Nadu's plan B just backed up by a simple Swan Song looks like a pretty real clock from where I'm sitting. It's 7 damage next turn. In fact, it's more than that because if Andrew wanted, he could make another construct to pump them for another 2 points of damage, right? So then you're already looking at 9 coming across just next turn without anything else happening. And that's with Swan Song backup, although I guess Swan Song would provide a blocker. But no matter how you cut it, Charles is in a bit of trouble here. Now, Flage is a great way to try to dig it out.
Interesting decision here from Charles because I got another look at Charles's hand, and there is a copy of Supreme Verdict. So Charles did have the option to fire off Supreme Verdict to clear the constructs, and chooses to go with Flage. Now you might ask, why would you do that instead of just taking the 2-for-1? I
Uh-huh.
think the plan here for Charles is to let Andrew make more constructs and get the next constructs, like the second wave of
Right.
constructs, off of the new saga. I think that might be the plan here for Charles. Also, notably, it puts the Flage in the graveyard. So the turn after you verdict, you can then Flage, presuming there's enough cards in the graveyard. So a lot of things to think about. And I think there might have been a second copy of Flage too, but I guess you don't want to deploy the second Flage because you don't want to go shields down on the counter spell. So that does make sense
Right.
to you.
Yeah, you don't want, because what always that's the problem with this Nadu deck, and I say problem in the sense that that's what makes it so strong is that even when it's doing what it's doing now, which is threatening enough, it can always just combo. So if you're Charles, you're having to navigate the board that it's producing with just its mana base while holding up answers to the threat of combo. So there is a lot to consider here, but you're right. It does seem like he's taking the angle here where that verdict will be able to play through Swan Song. Because remember, of course, Supreme Verdict is uncounterable. And that means that if you can clean up the end of the tokens, then well, then maybe you just have to deal with the combo, which to be fair is difficult enough. But that, if you're Charles, is the battle you have chosen to fight by bringing Jeskai Control this weekend against Nani.
Yeah, Sun Cleanser is going to get the energy out of here for Charles, which is good for a couple of reasons. One, it turns off Galvanic Discharge, but more importantly, it turns off Wrath of the Skies. So Charles is now going to need to find a way to remove that Sun Cleanser. Now, we know at home that Charles does have that in the form of Supreme Verdict. But Andrew doesn't know that. So interesting draw step here from Charles. Picked up a copy of the One Ring. So now has the option to maybe cast the One Ring and hold up Counterspell, let Andrew make the Saga tokens, next turn Verdict to clean up the tokens and the Sun Cleanser, and then maybe follow that up by holding up another Counterspell. So a lot of decisions here for Charles. You could also maybe go towards, I don't know exactly how many cards are in the graveyard, but you could maybe go towards Flage from the graveyard plus hold up Counterspell. It's interesting to see how Charles goes. Yeah, not enough cards in the graveyard. Only three plus the Flage. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Got work to do, that's for sure. And complicating all of this is that while you're Charles busy trying to work your way out of the board and keep up a counterspell to not lose, Andrew has also just got shifting woodland, right? So that's another long-term problem you have to deal with. In addition to all the cards in his hand, these Jeskai control decks, what they have in early power on interaction or Atlas guys, they lack in late game Sphinx's Revelation type cards to just completely reload. And that makes things more tricky all the way around. You have to really be careful with every resource, every trigger. And we see another Flage, which would, once it dies, be the 5th card in the graveyard, which is not enough to escape one of them. But it does add another trigger, even without energy. The other construct goes down. So all of a sudden, this plan that Andrew was riding on for a few turns, it's not gone, but it's certainly a lot worse than it looked a little bit ago. Now, also remember the trick we saw earlier with the shifting woodland, picking up triggers from Urza Saga, giving it the ability to make constructs forever, kind of game where it could come up.
Yeah, and there's also an interesting line where Wrath of the Skies, in order to fulfill the X requirement, where if you want X to be more than 0, you would need energy to do that. But you still could Wrath for 0, right? The construct tokens do have
Right.
mana value 0, so those still would get cleaned up by the Wrath of the Skies. And we see Andrew going through the library. A couple of options here. Could get a Hex Parasite, could go for a Haywire Might. And it looks like Might is the call here. And that's pretty heads up because that can potentially be good against a One Ring that is cast from Charles. But again, as we talked about, this Supreme Verdict is going to clean everything up,
Right.
followed up by the One Ring with Counterspell backup. It's things are actually looking not that bad here for Charles.
Yeah, Charles, really the big inflection point in this game was what, 2 turns ago when he decided, I'm not going to play the Supreme Verdict, even though I know my opponent has Swan Song mana open. I'm not going to play the Supreme Verdict to clean these up. I'm going to go slower. I'm going to risk taking some hits, and I'm going to play Flage, and I'm going to try to wait out this new saga that appeared. And it resulted in taking some hits, but that's where the Lightning Helix half of Flage comes in so handy, right? Not only did it remove creatures, it gave you some incidental life gain. So now you're still hanging in there at 5 life, and you're going to get an opportunity to clean up the board.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if we look past the turn, if we look past the verdict turn, right? What does this
Right.
game look like for Andrew a couple of turns from now? The verdict's going to happen. Counterspell is going to be held up. Andrew's leftovers still has some stuff, right? Still has the endurance, still has Teferi, Court of Calling, so is not out of gas, and the Swan Song as well. So, and I still believe he has an Antuco. So, Andrew still has some stuff going on, but it's going to be interesting to see how Andrew decides to sequence his threats post Wrath. Also, excuse me, keep in mind we do have the Shifting Woodland available. Now, I
Right.
can't get a good look at the graveyard below that number 1. I don't know if there's a Nadu in there. I would assume there isn't, because we probably would have tried to go towards that at some point with the Shuko in play, or maybe there's no Delirium. It's hard to tell, but that is an option as well. Not exactly sure what you would want to copy though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I see artifact enchantment land. So assuming there's a creature, which there has to be, there is delirium. I think the problem is there's probably no Nadu in there. As far as the woodland goes, or at least it hasn't been a thing that's come up yet. But Charles is really thinking this through, recognizes that, hey, I actually, against Nadu in the finals of this tournament, have a chance to finish this thing off and defeat it. I have the cards that I think can get me there. Supreme Verdict plays through Swan Song.
Yeah, here it
And
is.
that
There's the
will,
verdict.
yeah.
And,
And
Charles still gets to hold up Counterspell for whatever the first follow up is. And Andrew just kind of shrugs the shoulders. This is going to happen. And then it's really going to be a question of what does Andrew want to follow up with. So yeah, Wrath is going to happen. Shuko, couple of lands. Notably for Andrew, only 4 mana, so doesn't really have the ability to double spell to play through a counter spell. You could maybe, like, if Andrew draws a land, you could bait with Teferi and then follow up with the Springhard Nantuko. As I say that, it was a Dryad Arbor, which you cannot tap for mana the turn you play it, so it needed to be a different land.
yeah, that's how it always goes. Cast or curse, right? You called it, but not quite.
Could
Anyway,
also
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, oh, actually, we can't. I was gonna say Teferi with Swansong backup, but we have blue, white, blue, green, and then 2 green sources, so can't even go Teferi with Swansong backup. You could just pass, maybe play the Dryad Arbor, pass, hold up the Endurance plus Counterspell, or Endurance and or Counterspell. So yeah, this is a
Well,
tricky spot here for Andrew.
yeah, Charles is at 2 life, so anything that involves and like most games of Magic comes down to the mana. That's why decks like Tron or Eldrazi or such are so powerful abstractly, is because of how much mana they're able to spend over the course of a game. So if you think about this game and the position we're in, the counterspell in Charles's hand is so strong because if Andrew can't spend that 4 mana on 2 different spells, then his entire turn is going to get time walked by the existence of the counterspell. So if Andrew is recognizing that and wants to play around it, passing the turn back makes that 2 mana go to waste on Charles's end. But then on Charles's end step, you're able to attempt an endurance with counterspell backup, which would give you an attacker when Charles is at just 5 life. So these are all the considerations going through Andrew's head. And it looks like instead we're actually just going to play the endurance main phase, and it does in fact run into a counterspell. And now Andrew faces the choice, asking his teammates, do I swan song this? Do we fight over the main phase endurance? The answer is yes.
All
So the end
right.
result is endurance for Andrew and a 2-2 Andrew for Charles as well.
Yeah, well, it's actually funny because Charles had 5 life. The endurance plus the Shuko only 4 damage,
That's right.
so not quite enough to finish the job here for Charles. So we might get into a spot where Okay, so you equip the Shuko. Maybe you want to. Oh, you're right. The endurance resolve. We can't even go towards the Flage now. So I
Yeah.
think there was a second copy of Flage in hand for Charles, though. So that could maybe at least start there. But with the
The
endurance
ring,
having
maybe?
4 toughness, not
Yeah.
quite enough, right?
Yeah, I don't think that gets there. I do spot the ring. This is obviously a key one, but at 5 life, it's not riskless for Charles. Can't spot. Was that enough? I think we hit another. Can't tell if that's a land or not. I
I
guess
don't know
not.
what that card was. I think it was a white card, but I
It
couldn't
was,
quite get a
yeah.
good look at it.
Okay, well, here we go. The game continues. Protection from everything from Charles, which, as we have covered before, does not actually stop you from getting Nadu comboed, but the counterspell in his hand might. The Swan Song has now been burned. In fact, you have a bird.
What do we got here? Looks like a forest to fairy. I think there was another copy of Swan Song too in hand for Andrew. So maybe you could go like cast to fairy, get that counter spelled. Then I guess maybe you want to go towards the Springheart Antuco first. Maybe that baits the counter spell here for Charles. And then if the counter spell happens for Charles, then you can go to fairy bounce the token, which will clear the blocker for next turn, hypothetically. So let's see how Andrew wants to sequence this. I think we're leading with Teferi, which almost certainly has to meet a counterspell, because if you don't counter this, then your counterspell is kind of shut off anyways. Yeah, and Andrew's aware of that. So it's really a question of where do you want to go from here? I think we're just going to go, I would guess basic forest, bestow onto endurance.
This is where we talked about how powerful it is to be able to double spell through the counter spell. Because Charles was able to navigate to the turn he wanted, the one ring plus counter spell backup, and answer the first thing Andrew does. But you're not able to answer the second thing Andrew does, which is you called it bestow the Nantuko onto the endurance. All right, Charles, this is a big window, though. You are going to go down to 4 off of the one ring, but you've got Andrew tapped out. You've got a lot of his cards there in play. If you can find maybe a Wrath of the Skies to get going, some stuff to get things rolling, you might be able to get there. Now, we saw some people said they thought it might have been a prismatic ending that we caught last turn,
Mhm.
which is an interesting possibility to consider. Charles also considering whether he wants to tap the one ring to draw 2 cards, which would, of course, change that clock, even if you answer or chump the endurance down to 2 turns instead of 4 turns, which is a massive difference. But decides the risk is worth it. We're tapping the one ring. We hit 2 cards. Settle to you, Otawara.
Those are not too bad. The Otawara, at the very least, can remove the endurance for a turn. So that could at least buy you a little bit of time. Don't forget about the Minamo, too. The Minamo can untap the ring to get a little bit deeper. Now, with Charles on 4 life, that is a bit of a sketchy proposition. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could go prismatic ending.
You can
You can
Otawara
also
the one ring.
yeah, you could do that. I thought there was a second Flage in hand, but maybe I'm just misremembering. I
I
could
think
have
it was
sworn Charles
played.
had a.
I think there were 2
Okay.
played, and then they both got burned.
Oh, right.
Right.
Charles played the second one the turn before the verdict. Okay, yep. So doesn't have access to that. You could pending the endurance, or no, I guess at that point maybe you would pending the spring heart and hold up the Otawara to maybe bounce the endurance. Not exactly sure. There's a lot of options here for Charles. I can't tell. That is that a solitude?
I do think there has been a solitude floating around perhaps for a minute, but here we go. Prismatic ending on the Shuko. Otawara is only discounted, by the way, for legendary creatures, so the ring does not discount it. It's 4 mana to bounce with
Right.
Otawara right now, which, by the way, Charles has up right now Minamo and bounce with Otawara. So this is actually a very good spot for him. The thing he's got to contend with is that Andrew has access to, an amount of mana and Court of Calling, right? So any kind of land drop for him turns on a lot of things here. For instance, it looks like I think we have that Dryad Arbor floating around in hand. So there we go. The Court of Calling start to become very threatening now. And that means Charles has a lot of choices he will have to make over the next turn cycle here. This is big.
Yeah, there's still that swan song left over here for Andrew. So Andrew could maybe even go
He does.
chord.
He has. Does he
Yeah,
have another one?
I
We've
think I
went through
saw.
one already, right?
I
So
think I saw another one. It
wow.
was a
So a
blue
second
card
one.
for
Yeah,
sure.
that would be
I think
huge for him.
I think the hand right now is Stormdrake, Court of Calling, and Swan Song is what we're looking at. Okay, so we're gonna play a land. That's gonna make a copy of the Endurance. And then we still have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can chord for 2 with the Swan Song up. So
Yeah, it
that
is.
is an
Yeah.
option available. May just want to save the chord for next turn to chord for Nadu with the Swan Song available, because I think that is maybe where Andrew's head where Andrew's head is at, or where he wants to go towards. Yeah, we see endurance attack that's going to mean a chump block. And, like you mentioned, the Minamo can untap the one ring. Maybe it's a situation where you go Minamo, untap the one ring, draw 3, still end of turn, bounce my own ring because you do
That's
have
what he
6
wants to
mana.
do. Yeah.
Yeah, and then untap, replay the ring, gain protection for a turn, draw some more cards, and then try to,
The,
go
the
from there.
The problem is that the Court of Calling specifically messes up Charles if he does opt to just fully tap out on the instep here. I guess you can start by untapping the ring and drawing 3 if you really want, but no matter how you cut it, it's a tough decision because you are going to go shields down a little bit. Now, we know Andrew has Court of Calling in hand. We know he has Swan Song in hand. What Charles doesn't know is if the unknown cards in Andrew's hand actually kill him here if he goes for this. But I'm not sure he's going to have any choice but to actually just make this play and hope that things work out.
Yeah, the other thing that's worth mentioning here is that Ellen Bogan's deck list. I mean, I'm taking a look right now. I'm trying to get a count of how many total copies of Haywire Might there is. There is 2 copies. Okay, so one in the graveyard still has one to be able to search for. And yeah, that looks like what's going to happen here. Chord, I believe, is going to be X equals
I
1. I
think it's
didn't quite get
two,
the count.
one,
2,
maybe
okay.
one.
I didn't quite get the exact count.
Yeah, one
Okay.
for might, which
But
allows you
there's
to pop. Yeah.
well, there's no green left over, right? Am I missing something?
Oh, I think you might be right.
The
We
only
are able to
untapped
get the
land is
might,
the
but not do
Meticulous
anything with
Archive.
it.
And I think
If that
Andrew
is
maybe just realizing that.
Yeah, I was thinking that was a hedge maze on the end there, but it's not, is it? So okay, in that case, the one ring does in fact untap, and then it taps to draw 3, which is 1, 2. Wow, 3 lands is what it was for Charles.
Not the
So I guess
best.
it just has to be Otawara bounce the ring now.
Yeah. Yep, and that's going to happen. Otawara is going to pick up the ring, Andrew with a shake at the head, and then the ring is going to be recast next turn to give Charles a little bit of reprieve as we see, I think it was, a
Surgical.
surgical extraction, which not where you want to be here.
No, I guess you probably just have to play the ring and get protection here.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Charles drew 3 lands off of that one ring, so I'm not even sure that does Charles even have a piece of interaction to hold up on Andrew's turn? I guess there's
I
what? I
see a
think there's a
spell snare
spell
and a
snare and a
subtlety, I
subtlety.
believe. Yeah. Plus
Yeah,
whatever if he wants to dig one deeper. Of course, with the ring, he'll be able to. Don't think we'll be paying 2 life for that extraction anytime soon, but may end up in a situation where he has to. I guess the good news is he's worked his way through the Court of Calling now after finally is starting to run Ellen Bogan down on cards. This is, by the way, if you are just dropping in here, this is all of it for the entire tournament. This match right here, this game between Andrew Ellenbogen and
oh,
Charles Dusterberg, and we are deep into things here. Wrath of the Sky
Corbin.
sighting.
Yeah, Corbin, that was a heck of a top deck. Wrath of the Skies peeled off the top here for Charles. Now, we still do know about the Swan Song in hand for Andrew. So Charles doesn't necessarily know about that. We could play maybe a white source. And yeah, we're going to take a look at the graveyard. I don't believe there is, I'm pretty sure there's no copy of Nadu. I imagine that would have come up before.
Yeah, no
So yeah, no
copies of
Nadu in
Nadu.
the graveyard. Not really a ton to copy here with the shifting woodlands. We saw last game how Andrew was able to copy the Urza Saga and kind of get a little bit of value that way, but I don't think we're in a position, or we don't really have a ton of time to do anything past that. So very interesting to see exactly what Charles is going to do here.
Plays a fetch, and So you could play. This is a really interesting spot for Charles to navigate. I would not have this tournament end any other way. We were getting our money's worth right here. Passes the turn.
Yeah, so land played here for Charles. Take a look and see how Andrew wants to go here. Remember, protection for a turn. And yeah, this is interesting. So I'm trying to think of what the shifting woodland can even copy here. I guess another, well, I mean, you already have the Haywire Mite in place. You don't really need to copy the Haywire Mite. Looks like a Boseiju was found off the top.
Andrew Ellenbogen, Pro Tour champion, deep in the tank here as he tries to pilot Bant Nadu to a win in what could be its last weekend. And I think it's passing the turn back to Charles. And we're in the instep. I could be wrong, but it looked like that might be what's occurring. Of course, the One Ring giving Charles protection, so Andrew can't do anything with attacking here.
And I think Charles is thinking about untapping the One Ring. Is that where we're going? We're at least thinking about it. Doesn't even doesn't crack the fetch.
Doesn't do it. Doesn't crack the fetch. Values every point of life because you only got 3 of them left now. I think Discharge was a very good draw there.
What's funny about this is, okay, so let's say that Charles goes to activate the One Ring and then Haywire Mite in response. Then Charles could maybe use the Manamo in response to that to untap the ring and activate it again. This is,
he might have what he needs now, right? He might be able to. Or are we able to wrath the board now with access to Discharge and all this mana?
So maybe you go. Yeah, that's a good point. Discharge can take care of the Haywire. We're targeting the Haywire Mite. This is interesting. So I think what Charles is saying is that, okay, if you want to fight over the One Ring, I can respawn, activate, untap with Manamo, get more cards that way, or maybe not untap with Manamo, but at least get cards out of the One Ring trigger. So yeah, this is interesting to see exactly what Andrew wants to do. Now, the issue with targeting the Haywire Mite is if it gets sacrificed, you don't actually get the energy off of it.
Oh, that could be problematic. Okay. That's a good note. Well, Ellenbogen thinking it through because there's a lot riding on this. He also, by the way, I think that might be Boseiju pulled to the front of his hand. He might I don't know what he'd be thinking about doing with it here, but okay, here we go. We're gonna tap the Dryad Arbor, tap a land. Untap a Dryad Arbor, untap a land.
I wonder if Andrew is now thinking about Boseiju on the Manamo in response to then get Charles to use the ring, then Haywire Mite in response. Yeah, that's what's happening. So this is going to be a heck of a stack here.
Yeah, tries to figure out what are we gonna do with the extra copy of this Boseiju in my hand. I guess this makes things more interesting. And if you're Charles, you basically need to decide how much do I want more cards, or is that okay? I think this is the correct decision. Just say, okay, fair enough. I'll let that happen. We'll go from here. I have a lot of cards in hand, and I think if you're Charles, you might be able to get there. If you could find one more board wipe, you feel very good about your position here. If you're Charles and you're just trying to navigate the game to that position.
Yeah, and I believe Charles did float a mana here. So 1 mana floating, Wrath of the Skies. So if you Wrath for 3, everything goes away. And I mean, I think it really just comes down to, can Charles find a Flage to gain enough life before the One Ring goes? Because I almost wonder, with Charles at 3, right? If you're in Ellenbogen's seat with the Haywire Mite, do you even kill the One Ring, or do you just leave it in play hoping that that's your win condition? We are going to go after it, okay? Interesting decision.
Dress down.
Yeah, I guess maybe you figure that if Charles has something like a Teferi or another copy of the One Ring, then leaving it in play is, or just it makes sense, right?
That play. I mean, Andrew maybe was hoping towards that before, but once you witness your opponent Otawara bouncing their own ring to start looping, maybe it's just time to cut the shenanigans and get rid of it if you can.
Yeah, we're taking a look at this graveyard here because don't forget that shifting woodland's still in play for Andrew. There's, a plenty of good options here. Could go for the Haywire Mike, could go for the Urza Saga, and now if you are in Charles' seat, likely going to fire off this Wrath of the Skies, and then we will have to see exactly where we go from there.
Is that a surgical?
Oh,
Are we
Charles going
going
to
to
go to 1?
surgical the swan song?
No way.
Please.
Oh my goodness.
Soul read.
This would be the sickest read of all time. Please tell me.
He's been holding up Swan Song the entire game and has already played it once. You know that there are 2 in the list, and it is in the hand. I don't have confirmation that's what Surgical is targeting, but I guess we're going to find out.
Oh my
It
god, he
was!
targeted the Swan Song. Oh my goodness. And now we are going to get the second Swan Song out of the hand, and that means the Wrath of the Skies is going to resolve. That is insane.
Surgical chat says Surgical hit Charlie. Charles, what a read, protecting yourself
actually
from
did
that so you can resolve this Wrath of the Skies.
What a read. I mean, it makes sense because Andrew, there were definitely spots where Andrew was holding up 1 mana for quite a while, and I think that was a really good read here for Charles. And
Wow,
we
what
are
a
going to fire it
play.
off. Yep.
And here comes the Wrath. This is some play worthy of the finals of our championship here, the NRG Series in Madison. Team Trios, we played all weekend for this. Wrath of the Skies resolves for Charles, and now we said he needed 1 more. That
Wait a minute.
might be the corner officially turned for Charles Dusserberg and his team.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Corbin, but it's shifting woodland on endurance. Talk to me. Do we have a way out? Do we have a way to stop that? I don't know if we do.
There's a dress down. Does dress down get us out of it?
I don't know. That doesn't work because I think it would still be a 3/4. It would remove the abilities, but it would still be a 3/4.
Are there 3 green sources? There are. Or 2 green sources to activate and do it. There's enough. There's plenty. Yeah, so there are that. It's looking like it is possible here. It was a corner turned, but if that play was there, it's at least not something they've gone to yet. We look like maybe we're talking about Sylvan Safekeeper over there in the graveyard is Ellen Bogan. I think he might be looking through what you're thinking about.
And I think there's a solitude. I think there's a solitude in hand here for Charles.
Ooh, their white card.
I think we announced the Sylvan Safekeeper. Interesting. So that's safer if you expect him to have a removal spell. And honestly, the plan. I was gonna say the plan might just be to copy the Safekeeper a couple of times. Oh my goodness. Oh no, layers. I don't know how this works. So I think what's happening here is shifting woodland, copy the Sylvan Safekeeper, which was smart for Andrew playing around a removal spell. Now the question is, if Dress Down is cast, right? Now, say Ellen Bogan responds and gives the shifting woodland, who is a Safekeeper, Shroud. Would it still have Shroud after the Dress Down resolves? I'm guessing no.
No, is my belief.
Oh, and now if he has, so I think, like you said, there is a subtlety and a solitude in hand. So with the dress down in play, if you now solitude or subtlety, because of the dress down, you don't have to evoke the elemental.
He hit Flage.
So now you can go subtlety, pitch the spell snare, 3/3 to block the woodland. Next turn, Flage, and then go from there. What an insane turn! Oh my goodness.
I thought for sure we were just going to copy the endurance and go for it there, but no. And I don't know if hitting that Flage mattered because it unlocks Solitude or not, but it's certainly the life gain that's going to matter. Dress Down, absolutely huge right there for Charles Dusterberg.
My goodness. And yeah, you called it too, the Flage off the top and a counter spell picked up for Charles. I mean, we thought that Andrew was in a commanding position most of this game, and it just Charles has played this game phenomenally. It's actually, I cannot believe how well Charles has played this game to maneuver into this position. Yeah, wild game. This might be the last time we see Nanu on camera
That's right.
for its entire lifespan, and these players are giving us our money's worth for sure.
That is for sure. And Charles Dusselberg might be able to send Nadu off on an L. Blage comes in, goes face. That gets Charles out of the danger zone, back up to 6 life. And you said it. I mean, now we're talking solitude. Now we're talking counterspell. Like that was it. That was the last board that Andrew was really able to assemble through all of the wraths, through all of the removal, through all of the Flage triggers. That was it. And I don't think at this point, I mean, we will see, but 3 cards in hand only for Ellenbogen. It feels like Charles he's got this game in his hands. It is his to lose right now. Although I guess we'll check on life totals, but we still have him at 4 at the moment here.
Yep, and Andrew just picking up a land. Now, there is, I guess, a consideration where Andrew with the Volatile Stormdrake maybe could let Charles go for the Flage, but again, we know there's a counterspell there. I want to
Right.
go back to that turn where Surgical Extraction on
Yeah.
Swan Song. Like, I cannot believe that Charles found that line. And, I mean, looking at the deck list, Charles recognized the board state.
Yeah.
Again, what we want to mention is that these players have full deck lists, right? And Charles was well aware that the only other counterspell in Ellenbogen's deck list was that second copy of Swan Song, and just incredibly heads up play. Looks like we found another copy of Surgical, as the counterspell in Charles's hand, and I think this might be it, Corbin.
Yeah, I think we are nearing the end here. Charles Dusselberg, really masterful. We saw Garrick Alford try to do it yesterday with Jeskai against Nadu in the finals. Wasn't quite able to do it, but it looks like the second time around on camera here, we might get to see a different outcome. Bant Nadu, the terror of Modern on your left in the hands of Pro Tour winner Andrew Ellenbogen. But Charles Dusselberg and Jeskai Control have navigated one of the tightest games of Magic I've seen in quite some time. Had an incredible read with that Surgical. And here we are. The attacks have begun. It is just lethal next turn, right? Between Flage and the Subtlety. Now that will lead Andrew to try to act.
But we know there's a counterspell. So presumably Counterspell is going to take care of the Stormdrake. I wonder if Charles is thinking, is there anything else that Andrew could have here? If I Counterspell this Stormdrake, is there any way for Andrew to get out of this? And I think the answer is no. And I think we're going to see I guess we can Surgical first to check the hand, just to double check and, make sure that Andrew doesn't have any funny business going on over there. And what are we targeting? We're targeting Teferi Time Raveler. Makes sense. Cord and a halfling, and I think that's going to do it, because the counter spell is going to take care of the Stormdrake. Andrew can play the halfling. We're going to attack with both creatures, kill the halfling. Oh, that's only 9. So
that's 9.
Andrew's going to go to 1. I think we may have one more turn.
Counter spell. You could Solitude the halfling.
So Solitude, the halfling, puts Andrew to 11, and then it's 12. Yeah, that's a good point. You could just Solitude, and then, yep, okay.
So here we go. This might be it. Charles Dusselberg sees the card, knows the board, draws another Flage, double check with his teammates that he had it. Flage your half lane. And then we will be swinging for lethal. Andrew Ellen doing one last check of his graveyard. There's nothing there. There's the swing. There's the cards. And I think that is it. It is picked up. That's the handshake. Congratulations, Charles, Frederick, and Kamari. You are the winners of the NRG Team Trios Championship Series here in Madison. What a match. What a team. What an ending.
I mean, we've been doing this all weekend long, and I've been having a great time. And I would not have it any other way than that last match. I mean, that last game of the tournament had everything. That is going to be 100% on the best of NRG series. You better believe it. And I mean, it had everything, right? The soul read on the Swan Song from the Surgical Extraction. There was the time where Andrew had the Chord of Calling, maybe tapped a little bit in, just kind of Arena auto tapped it way out of that with that didn't hold up the Haywire Might. But I mean, that game just had it all, and you wouldn't have it any other way. And this is kind of the big story of the tournament. Is Jeskai, will Jeskai be able to take down Nadu? And Jeskai got the last word, huh?
Well, if this is the end of Nadu, it's interesting. It did get the last word. However, we're scoring it on the weekend. It's 1-1 in the finals of these NRG series events. So it might be an incomplete when the report card comes out tomorrow. But regardless, look, we all know what this was. It was probably the end of the final big weekend for that deck. And it was something to watch as we did. And as these players took it down in the end. So I think we're going to try to get in with an interview with our winning team, because as a reminder, they win the Team Trios event. Not only do they win, this is a 10K event, but they are now qualified for the NRG Championship at the end of the year. That's what everyone tries to play for, and they are finding themselves there after this victory. I think we're going to try to head down to the booth if our champions are ready.
I am.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Congratulations, you guys. That was an incredible match, an incredible ending. Talk us through those last couple of moments against Nadu. Everyone knows what Nadu is. You're playing against it in the hypest match possible. Tell us about those last few moments.
Yeah, so those last few turns when I was dying to my own lane and I was trying to find exactly how to survive, and I give the credit to my teammates. They read very well that my opponent likely had a Swan Song, where I got
The teammate that knows what modern cards do.
Yeah, I think after I had they found the surgical on Swan Song line, which let me resolve the Mathis guys, which was very important. And I wasn't sure how he would react to me destroying the Haywire Might, and it would have been interesting if he had just let it resolve, because I don't know how I didn't have another game in my hand where I already used my armor, so it was really close.
Yeah, it was a wild ending, and we noted for sure that Swan Song, right? That was an incredible moment.
Crazy line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did read that there was a Swan Song in hand. There's no way I would be able to pilot Jeskai to the position that Charlie did, where Surgical Swan Song does win the game. I chose him because he's like the best control player I know.
Yeah,
I wanted control.
Truly credit to Charlie.
Yeah.
It's insane mind.
He's only dropped one game to Nadu all day today and faced.
Wow.
Did you face anything but Nadu?
7 of my 9 matches were against him.
Yeah, so high percentage was against Nadu, a card that don't know if we'll see tomorrow, but hey.
Hopefully the last day.
Right, with how he's performing, maybe we should leave it in the format.
Maybe it's fine.
I'm kidding, guys. But you might have noticed I lost all 3 of my top 8 games, so most of my credit goes to my teammates just like dragging me up to the top.
We still love you. It's all love.
My rescan matchup was positive before this, I promise. I could not win a game to save my life on camera against rescan.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask about the standard. So, Frederick, talk to me about the standard deck, because we've seen a ton of Golgari. I mean, it was probably the most played deck over the course of the tournament. Yeah. But your specific list didn't actually contain the combo. Talk to me about, it had more virtues and less of the Vraska Innkeeper's talent. So, what was the decision behind that?
Yeah, so I didn't go any Vraska Innkeeper's talent. I don't like that pushes your whole game plan into the late game, right? It makes the mirror a lot worse. It's a lot easier to sideboard for, and I know because I played one of the matchups where my opponent was on the Vraska variant, and he told me that the strength of it is that you can board into basically the default version of the deck. I really like 2016 Jund. And 2016 Jund didn't have any oops I win buttons.
Me too.
You just had to minus your lilies, get your blood bridge, just fundamentals. And I went undefeated today personally. So I was pretty stoked. I think I made the right call. I love green black mid range. I love all the variation, all the experimentation that's happening within that deck by its sort of dedicated players. So I'm really happy I could push it to the top of the championship, and credit to my teammates for giving me the assist. Mostly helping me mulligan, because mulligans are really tough with like mid-range decks. And I also, the one other thing I want to mention about my deck is I'm super high on Virtue of Persistence in the main. I played a playset in the main today, which surprised everyone who read my deck list in the top 8, right? But with green-red aggro so prevalent, with mono-red so prevalent, like it really does put in the work. So yeah, for Virtue in the main, I'm very, very into.
Well, it was a great weekend all around for you all. Congratulations again. By the way, this qualifies you for quite a bit if you didn't know. So, what is next for you all? We're going to see you. We've got more of these events coming up that you will now be able to show up and say, "Hey, that's a showdown winner I've playing against."
Yeah, showdown winner and 4-time Pro Tour viewer.
Very much please do not face me in another format. I cannot guarantee you that I'm in a top 8able in another format. Like the only top 8s this year, my only top 8s ever in the NRG, I've been playing Painter in a Legacy event. So that is the only deck I can play, I think.
Yeah, and I hope it's all the championships from now on are standard, because I don't want to read any Universes Beyond cards.
I think we can all agree on
Good
that.
answer.
Well, you
Well,
all go ahead.
And I got one more question. So, for those of you who don't know, the winner of our showdown, including the team, they get a token of their own likeness from Inkling Customs. Have you guys put any thought to whatsoever into what the token you guys want to represent yourself?
We have thought about it for sure.
Okay.
We've argued. I want a fish token because I love Fountain Port with 3 realistic human heads on it, but it's not my call.
Well, all I used.
You know what? You were the one who clinched it. Energy token, right?
Yeah, I was
We
about to
already
say
have
the
an
only
energy token.
my deck produces. I'm pretty sure 0 tokens. So
I don't know.
nothing that
Produced
got me
some
here
swans in
has-
that game.
Yeah, I did. I did have some swans in play, but I didn't make them. So
I mean, I personally want a painter color token so that I know what color my painter is on with all of us everything in front of the colors. But that's my personal.
It's also 5
vote.
tokens.
No, it would be one with like a strip of each color that you can
When
put a
you
die
put
on.
the die
You can
on,
put the
that's
die across.
Yeah,
inventive.
that would be
have
nice.
us in front
I'm
of
on
it.
board. I'm on board.
yeah, we need.
Yeah,
two
I like the
people.
creativity you all are at here.
Yeah,
Everyone's,
let's
I'll
go.
just
Yeah.
have an elf, or no, you all we're in energy
Yeah.
tokens. We're gonna go with the painters tokens. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? You all deserve it because you are showdown winners. So, Frederick, Charles, Kamari, congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, and of course, we want to thank everyone at home for hanging out with us. Corbin Hostler, Devin Doomwake O'Donnell in the booth with you. We have brought it to you today. In fact, Devin, you've been here all day. You got to see some amazing magic.
Yeah, it's been a long day, Corbin. Here since about 12 hours now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I love commentating, and I love getting to watch these matches, and just do it with everybody. And it was a ton of fun. I had a great time, and just that last match. I'm never going to forget that last game with the surgical read on the Swan Song and the Haywire Might, and just everything about that. The Boseiju on the Minamo, just everything about that game was exactly why we play Magic. So I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. And we want to thank all of you, of course, for joining us here on the Twitch stream. It was a lot of fun all weekend. Remember, you can smash that follow button. You can subscribe if you'd like. We appreciate the support. We love being able to bring you live tabletop Magic. There's truly nothing like it. And the support for the channel, of course, helps make that possible, as does going out to an NRG event near you. So before we get out of here, I think we can take a look perhaps at the events coming up, because there is not just this weekend and there's not just the championship NRG event at the end of the year. We have more showdowns coming to you, starting with Louisville, September 14th and the 15th. You can play what will probably be a refreshed modern format. You can come for a 10K modern showdown on Saturday, all the side events you want, or you can play some of the new standard we just saw, which looked honestly pretty fun with a lot of different archetypes, in a 5K trial on Sunday. That is September 14th and 15th in Louisville. And coming up after that, we will head to Indianapolis. November 2nd and 3rd, same thing, modern on Saturday, 10K showdown, followed by this time a 5K Pioneer showdown on Sunday. These events all you can earn points for the end of the year championship. But even if you don't, you can have a great time that weekend out there with your friends. So look for us in Louisville and Indianapolis coming up. And I think that will do it for us. Devin, thanks again for hanging out. This has been a great weekend. Thank you, all of you, for watching the NRG Championship Series. Signing off for Madison. We'll see you next time.